Chapter 1. The Genius Scientist? 2008, New York. With an air of confidence, Tony Stark stood at the podium, surrounded by a throng of reporters from various publications, all armed with cameras aimed at the man they deemed charismatic, Tony Stark himself. Beside him, Happy, Obadiah Stane, and even Pepper Potts were completely overshadowed. The spotlight was solely on Tony Stark. Proudly, he showcased his latest achievement: the Jericho missile, the first missile system integrated with our patented shock technology. However, before Tony could finish a statement, he was abruptly interrupted by a reporter, and the mood shifted dramatically. The reporter mentioned a name. Mr. Stark, the genius scientist Levi claims that your weapons are outdated, asserting that the future of warfare should embrace a more intelligent form of combat. It was evidently a provocation. Yet, Tony Stark thrived on such bait, his temper flaring instantly. Happy and the others sensed the impending disaster, but it was too late to intervene. Despite the reporter's golden waves of hair, Tony remained unfazed, responding into the microphone. A genius scientist? He is nothing but a fraud. He should first turn his PowerPoint into reality, rather than merely imitating those who can only deceive with presentations. I graduated from MIT at 15. He is merely a country bumpkin who has appeared from nowhere. Tony, please calm down. Happy quickly wrapped an arm around him and attempted to pull him aside. The reporters erupted with delight, capturing Tony Stark's breakdown moment with fervor. Indeed, merely mentioning that name in front of Tony guaranteed sensational news. The blonde reporter continued, "Mr. Stark, I've heard that Levi is preparing to develop artificial intelligence. Do you have any related plans? Artificial intelligence? I'm working on creating androids." Tony retorted immediately, "I told you he's a charlatan. This is all my plan. He's just a clown seeking attention." Shortly after, Happy managed to pull Tony away. "Happy, I'm quite irate right now. Help me arrange a meeting with that female reporter." Tony huffed, as a notorious playboy. Even in such moments, he remained attentive to the appearances and measurements of female reporters, finding her quite to his liking. "Tony Stark, how did you know I was developing androids?" Levi, merely 20 years of age, sat on a sofa, a glass of champagne filled with ice in hand, chuckling at the spectacle of Tony Stark's public outburst on television. A year prior, as a traveler, he had arrived in the Marvel Universe, equipped with a scientist system. By accumulating prestige points, he could draw or exchange for an array of technological blueprints and craft them in a rather magical manner. Thus, Levi began to spar with Tony Stark. There was no choice. After all, the latter was exceedingly ostentatious and had substantial media presence. Levi established his future technology company next to Stark Industries, consistently undermining Tony Stark by producing superior inventions. Various gadgets and high-tech weaponry flowed forth, each surpassing Stark's creations. Before long, the proud Tony Stark's ego had been severely bruised, leading him to mock Levi in front of reporters, who would not hesitate to retaliate. Such exchanges had become a common spectacle for the public to enjoy. Levi glanced around. Noting that everything was prepared, he then activated his system. Name, Levi. Age, 20. Interests, women. Current prestige points, 156,000. Lottery, 100,000 prestige points for 1 draw. 1 million for 10 draws guaranteed. Golden blueprint. Shop. The limited points were a result of previous expenditures, having just redeemed a designed blueprint, the B-Type Yorha Android Design Blueprint, also known as Night Blade No. 2B or Ye No. 2B. Naturally, the most familiar name remained. Miss 2B. Levi had long coveted this creation. As the president of his company, he lacked even a personal assistant, let alone someone to serve him closely. This was hardly acceptable. Thus, once his prestige points were sufficient, he swiftly redeemed the design. He continued to peruse the details. Height, 168 centimeters, including high heels. Weight, 148.8 kilograms. Measurements, 84/56/88 cm. Materials required, 100 kilograms of water, 200 kilograms of fiber, 50 kilograms of metal, and electrical power. Upon completion, she will obey the host entirely. Tony Stark was not wrong. Levi was indeed a fraud of a scientist. After all, according to the design blueprint provided by the system, if he followed it precisely, he would likely create nothing substantial. Yet what could he do? Levi had a system at his disposal. He simply needed to gather the materials and let the system work its magic. If only Tony Stark could acquire a system too. With the materials prepared, Levi commanded the system to commence the creation. Soon, the blueprint vanished, replaced by a progress bar.I in production. Please be patient. Wait, this is a one-time design blueprint. Levi's dream of creating an entire legion of 2B androids was shattered. No wonder the shop had numerous similar design blueprints available. For instance, a 2 design blueprint, 7th Airborne Squad Eve design blueprint Sword Star, 7th Airborne Squad Swift design blueprint, 5th Airborne Squad Lily design blueprint, 2nd Airborne Squad Raven design blueprint, Dragon Ball Android 18 design blueprint. All these were androids, originating from the worlds of Nier, Sword Star, and Dragon Ball's Android 18. However, upon reflection, Levi still favored 2B, so he opted for her first. After all, who could resist those alluring thighs? 2B belonged to the Mechanized Infantry Corps Yoarha, and she was a combat android. In truth, she was a 2E model. Known as the Executor in her world, Earth had become a desolate wasteland, invaded by mechanical life forms, and 2B fought for humanity, regarding humans as her masters. She was acutely aware of her identity as an artificial being, unlike Eves who fancied themselves human, prompting Levi to prioritize the creation of 2B. Before long, the progress bar gradually filled, the burst of light appeared, and the materials before him slowly transformed into a humanoid figure. With short white hair, a black eye mask, clad in a gothic dress, and black knee-high leather boots, she possessed a tall, flawless figure, akin to the most exquisite creation of a divine artisan. This was Miss 2B. Upon seeing Levi, 2B immediately lunged forward, exclaiming, "Human, Chapter 2. The 300-pound lady." Ah! Levi gasped, promptly being tackled onto the sofa by 2B, which collapsed with a resounding bang. If it were not for his youth, Levi felt he might be crushed under the weight. This 2B lady resembled a mountain in stature. At that moment, he noticed the number displayed, 148.8 kg. Kilograms? Levi was taken aback. The seemingly slender and perfect goddess before him weighed nearly 300 pounds. Ah, my apologies. 2B stood up, slightly embarrassed, and quickly helped Levi to his feet. She hastily explained, "I was just so excited to see a human. I have never encountered one in the space station or on Earth." It appeared she possessed some form of memory. However, Levi was untroubled, for the system had assured him that she was entirely obedient to his commands. This was far more reliable than the 3 laws of robotics. Then, 2B, could you share your previous experiences? Levi sought to cultivate a rapport and thus inquired. 2B did not refuse, but began to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing of the dire state of Earth, Levi felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, he had not been transported into the world of Nier, or it would have spelled disaster. It seemed that in these worlds, humanity faced considerable hardship. For instance, in the world of Sword Star, humans were forced to become grotesque abominations. Then, 2B declared, "My mission is to protect humanity, Master. From now on, I shall only safeguard you." "That's good to hear." Levi nodded. "In that case, stay by my side." The following day, a luxurious Maybach cruised toward Manhattan. Had anyone witnessed the driver, they would have been utterly astonished, for she drove while donning a black mask. The driver was 2B, and the mask was, in fact, her tactical visor, which posed no hindrance to her. Levi sat in the back seat, sipping a chilled beverage from the car's refrigerator. He had taken the previous day off from work to test 2B's capabilities. Indeed, 2B could perform a multitude of tasks, from laundry and cooking to undressing and warming the bed. She even mentioned that if Levi desired, she could engage in activities typically reserved for humans. This was because 2B had been crafted in accordance with human physiology. Aside from being somewhat heavy, she had no discernible flaws. Thus, to effectively manage the 2B lady, Levi needed to enhance his physical fitness. Perhaps he should acquire some technology for strength training? He glanced at his reputation value, which had already reached 200,000. It seemed that Tony Stark, the notorious playboy, was indeed a significant draw. Sleeping with a cover model garnered media attention. Unlike Levi, who could only ride on his coattails, before long, the Maybach arrived beside the Stark group. Levi purposely disembarked here, allowing 2B to proceed to the parking lot. "Master, there are too many people here. It could pose a threat to you." 2B surveyed the crowd with her tactical visor, noting that many individuals were holding cameras, which could signify a degree of danger. Levi concurred with her assessment. These reporters were indeed quite fervent. However, at this moment, he needed these reporters. "Oh," he replied. "Don't worry, 2B. Just wait for me in my office." Very well. 2B had no choice but to comply with his command. After adjusting his hairstyle, Levi confidently opened the rear door and stepped out. Mr. Levi, a genius scientist. As soon as Levi exited, he was surrounded by a throng of frenzied reporters. following Tony Stark's disparaging remarks about Li Wei the previous day. The latter had yet to respond. How could the news only be half-baked? If there was no news, they would create it. Thus, they had camped outside the Future Technology building early in the morning. Li Wei smiled as the security team from Future Technology quickly intervened to shield him. These security personnel were tall and robust, but upon closer inspection, many bore various disabilities with numerous mechanical prosthetics. This was one of the fruits of Future Technology's labor.mr. Li Wei, how do you respond to Tony Stark's claim that you are a fraudulent scientist? He seems to look down on your identity, believing you to be an Eastern individual lacking rigor in science. Microphones were thrust into Li Wei's face. He found the abundance of microphones unappealing and took a step back. Then, with a smile, Li Wei stated, I have always maintained that Mr. Stark and I are not adversaries. We can collaborate. Unfortunately, he does not seem to share this view. He subtly insinuated that Tony Stark was petty, much to the delight of the reporters. Initially, Li Wei had not provoked Tony Stark, but the reporters, fueled by their imaginations, had exaggerated the conflict. Just as they were doing now, for Li Wei had watched the entire live broadcast yesterday, and Tony Stark had not uttered the latter comments. They were entirely fabricated by the reporters. That it could be said that the discord between Li Wei and Tony Stark had benefited from the reporters' interference. That, of course, Tony Stark was indeed a despicable man, and Li Wei had no desire to befriend him. If I am a fraud, then everything Mr. Stark has created must be garbage. I dislike his insinuations. Li Wei continued. Our goal at Future Technology is to benefit the world and create a realm devoid of the weak. Perhaps Mr. Stark could benefit from our innovations. Make way. As Li Wei spoke, he attempted to move further inside, but the reporters were unwilling to relent at Mr. Li Wei, say a bit more, just a little more. They felt the news was still insufficient. However, there was no choice. Li Wei was escorted inside by the robust security personnel who easily overpowered the reporters. These security guards were retired disabled veterans who had found new life at Future Technology, fiercely loyal to the company. Just then, Tony Stark arrived at the company, and the reporters immediately surged toward him. Mr. Stark, the genius scientist Li Wei, just claimed that everything you produce is garbage. What are your thoughts? Upon disembarking from his vehicle, Tony Stark was instantly infuriated. He exclaimed loudly, this fraud has yet to prove his capabilities. He has never even set foot on the battlefield. Oh, it is precisely because the Pentagon does not trust his creations that he cannot secure any contracts. Tony Stark mocked. The full performance of his creations is only visible in PowerPoint presentations, much like the sixth-generation fighter jets of the U.S. military. Ahem. Sensing the impropriety, Tony Stark quickly added, if he truly can create a perfect artificial intelligence, I shall run naked through Times Square. What a jest. Even a genius like him had to exert considerable effort to develop Jarvis, and it was far from a flawless artificial intelligence. Li Wei's earlier boast of crafting a perfect AI had ignited worldwide curiosity, thus skyrocketing his reputation. Chapter 3. Matters handled by the secretary. Boss, a peculiar woman has arrived in your office. Upon entering the company, Li Wei was approached by a woman in high heels. This was his secretary. He looked at the tall figure with short golden hair and said, I know. That is my maid. Gwen Stacy, who is of a similar age to Levi, is currently studying at Empire State University and works part-time as a secretary. Levi lamented the absence of a personal assistant, which would have allowed him to delegate tasks, a luxury he currently lacked. What about a maid? Gwen's expression shifted to one of amusement, as if to say that the wealthy truly have their peculiar indulgences. Upon reflection, she recalled that the woman in question indeed wore a Gothic dress and a mask, leading her to wonder if it was some eccentric quirk. Noticing her expression, Levi playfully tapped her on the head. Her name is 2B, a synthetic humanoid I created. A synthetic humanoid? Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Levi. You truly managed to create one? The admiration from a woman is a source of pride for any man. Levi's smile widened as he replied, keep it under wraps. Don't share this with anyone. Understood, she replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Gwen, who typically kept to herself and had few friends, possessed a deep appreciation for genius. Much like how women are drawn to heroes, Levi's persona as a genius scientist, combined with the collaboration of professors at the university and his company, was precisely why she pursued this job opportunity. As the elevator reached the top floor, Gwen paused outside the office, scrutinizing 2B closely, beginning to notice subtle hints of her nature. 2B maintained an impeccably proper demeanor at all times. Who else could walk around wearing a mask? Upon entering the office, Levi settled into his executive chair. Tubi stood attentively inside and announced, "Master, I prepared your coffee." "Thank you," Levi nodded, pleased, as this task had previously fallen to Gwen. "Is there anything else you require? I can offer you massage services, ear cleaning, and more." Facing Levi, Tubi spoke, her eyes hidden behind the mask, making it difficult for him to gauge her emotions. As a synthetic humanoid, she lacked the capacity for genuine feelings, which perhaps was her most significant limitation. "Could you give my shoulders a massage?" Levi requested. Tubi promptly moved behind him. "Ouch! Be gentler." Her mechanical hands nearly crushed Levi's bones. For combat model like Tubi, ordinary humans were exceedingly fragile. However, once he adjusted to the pressure, it became quite pleasant. Evidently knowledgeable about muscles and acupressure, Tubi applied deep pressure, eliciting a mix of discomfort and relief from Levi. He then turned to his computer to purchase traffic for his news and hire online promoters. Soon enough, he and Tony Stark once again graced the headlines. For Levi, financial concerns were a distant worry, as his future tech company had recently turned a profit, particularly in the realm of prosthetics, which drew inspiration from a cyberpunk world and was remarkably advanced for this era. In the United States, there are approximately 70 million disabled individuals. While not all require prosthetics, it signifies a vast market. Moreover, with high pricing, Levi saw no reason to hesitate in profiting from American consumers. Consequently, generating income was not an issue. He had little desire to squander money on ostentatious luxuries like flashy cars. Instead, he directed his resources toward gaining public attention. This habit resulted in him and Tony Stark frequently appearing in headlines, elevating their status as prominent figures in America. One could argue that Tony Stark's current success bore some of Levi's influence. However, he suspected that Tony Stark was also engaging in similar promotional tactics, as favorable news for Stark Industries was often widely reported, a typical maneuver. Shortly thereafter, Levi observed a significant rise in his reputation points, soaring beyond 200,000. Fame should be seized while it lasts, he thought, forcing himself to resist the urge to indulge in a lottery draw, shifting his focus elsewhere. "Should I draw again? I might regret it." At least a 10 consecutive draw. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of luck, opting to draw with his reputation points, only to receive an assortment of abstract items, such as healing syringes and stamina potions. While these items were not inherently bad, they diverged significantly from his expectations. He had hoped to draw something substantial, like a two-dimensional foil, to truly live up to the title of a lucky winner. At the very least, he expected something akin to a spaceship. Instead, he received trivial items, even drawing the Hulk's underwear. Indeed, those items possessed a high technological value. The system indicated that the items encompassed technology from countless realms, making the outcome entirely a matter of chance. Only a 10 consecutive draw could guarantee a worthwhile item. To divert his attention, Levi decided to engage in a computer game. What bliss it was to play a game while being massaged by 2B. Regrettably, there were few games worth playing during this era. From Levi's perspective, the major titles of 2008 felt outdated. With no other options, he resorted to playing Left 4 Dead, battling zombies, which intrigued 2B considerably. "Master, is this the sort of outdated game you all play?" "Of course," Levi replied, smirking, pondering that when Nier Automata was finally released, he would invite 2B to play alongside him, curious to see how she would handle the controls. That moment, a knock echoed at the office door. "Boss, come in," Levi called, leaning back in his chair as he instructed 2B to continue. When Stacy entered, briefly glancing at Levi, who was indulging in relaxation and silently lamenting the exploitation of the synthetic humanoid by her boss. Yet, the more she observed 2B, the more her elegance captivated her. Dressed in a fitting Gothic gown and adorned with gloves, she resembled a Gothic maid. "What is it?" Levi inquired. Noticing Gwen's scrutiny of 2B after regaining her composure, Gwen replied, "Boss, I need to head to school this afternoon. Professor Connors has invited you to see the results." "Very well," Levi responded, closing the game. Indeed, being a boss could be rather dull. It was no wonder Tony Stark often sought the company of younger models. Following lunch, Levi invited Gwen to ride in his Maybach to Empire State University. This was the favorite vehicle of generals. Upon entering, Levi felt a surge of grandeur. Additionally, the spacious interior allowed for comfortable seating, making it seem quite normal for Levi and Gwen to sit side by side. With her golden hair, Gwen sat obediently beside him, her curiosity piqued as she regarded 2B. "Boss, doesn't 2B not need eyes to drive?" She has eyes. They're tactical goggles, Levi elaborated. In reality, during combat, 2B utilized drones for assistance, granting her a 360-degree field of view. Having 2B by his side also served a protective purpose, as Levi felt reassured by her combat capabilities. Chapter 4. The Coveted Experiment. Empire State University, located in Manhattan's Upper East Side, is a prestigious Ivy League institution. Upon entering the campus, one could see the motto, "Strive for Excellence." Gwen Stacy had performed admirably in her studies, gaining admission to the biology department here. Levi instructed 2B to wait in the car while he entered the university with Gwen. The head of 2B remained fixed on Li Wei's direction, wary of any potential danger, until he vanished from sight. The atmosphere on the American campus was vibrant, filled with young women clad in short skirts and black stockings, unabashedly showcasing their fair skin. Naturally, Li Wei would bypass those with darker complexions without a second thought. Ah, how delightful is university life, Li Wei mused aloud. Gwen Stacy, her gaze lowered to her own toes as she walked, was momentarily confused by his remark, exclaiming, "Huh?" Casting a glance at the bewildered girl, Li Wei replied, "It's nothing." She was certainly oblivious to the underlying meaning of his words. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang shortly thereafter. With an Gwen sprinted ahead. "Boss, I have to go to class now." She turned back to wave, almost losing her balance. However, she quickly caught herself, resembling someone scrambling forward. High heels were still an unfamiliar challenge for her. "Be careful," Li Wei called out as he made his way toward the laboratory. Before long, he arrived at a biology lab. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door. "Who is it?" Came a muffled voice from within. "Professor Connors, it's me," Li Wei announced. With that, the door swung open, and he was warmly ushered inside. Curtis Kurt Connors, once a military doctor, had lost his right arm during the war and had since devoted himself to researching limb regeneration techniques. Previously, Li Wei had sought him out, promising to assist with his experiments and bringing him to New York to join Empire State University as a professor. This was primarily to tap into American funding. "You've arrived," exclaimed Professor Connors, his one arm enthusiastically grasping Li Wei. "I heard you were looking for me," Li Wei began. "Indeed, my experiment has reached a critical juncture, but I fear this place is not safe," the professor replied, his expression grave. "Oh?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "This morning, I noticed signs of disturbance in my laboratory," Connors continued, his face darkening. "Many are watching our experiment, and I worry someone may be scheming against us." He led Li Wei to the ransacked area, where it was evident that those who had entered the lab were well-trained, clearly searching for information. Li Wei had inadvertently attracted attention by sensationalizing many of the experiments as newsworthy. Connors was currently researching a serum containing DNA from reptiles, including lizards, which naturally drew considerable interest, even from the general public, placing immense pressure on him. If the experiment were to fail, he would become the subject of ridicule across America. Conversely, should it succeed, he would instantly rise to fame as a celebrated scientist. The prospect of enabling the regeneration of severed limbs was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a breakthrough would inevitably incite envy, whether from rivals or those with ulterior motives. The advent of this serum would revolutionize many understandings across various fields. That so? Then we must relocate the experiment to the company, Li Wei suggested earnestly. By the way, Professor Connors, with so many eyes on our work, we must ensure absolute security. I am aware, Connors replied with a wry smile. This was a deliberate tactic on Li Wei's part. He had observed that Connors possessed an impatient nature, which could lead to a lack of rigor in his research. By amplifying the attention surrounding the experiment, he had successfully instilled a sense of caution in Connors. Moreover, the company is developing a new technology that might assist your experiment, Li Wei added. Artificial intelligence? Connors inquired, aware that Li Wei had been generating buzz around this topic, even engaging in a public rivalry with Tony Stark. Indeed, it could prove beneficial. Li Wei promptly made a call to have his company's security dispatched to assist with the relocation. He remained vigilant, mindful of the many who coveted future technology, particularly in America. Regardless of wealth, neglecting personal safety could lead to dire consequences. After all, even the affluent Stark family had faced tragedy. Connors immediately contacted the university, knowing they would retain a stake in the results. Their namesake was all that mattered. 30 minutes later, the security team from Future Technologies arrived. Though adorned with various prosthetics, and some even bearing metallic plates on their faces, none dared underestimate them. "Be cautious," Connors instructed as he observed them loading equipment and data onto the vehicles. Soon, they were ready to depart. Being seasoned veterans, the guards moved with a disciplined efficiency. Leeway beckoned Connors to his vehicle. "Professor Connors, why not ride with me?" "Absolutely not. I must remain close to my research," Connors firmly declined. In his eyes, nothing was likely more important than his work. That Leeway was unfazed, merely reminding him through the walkie-talkie, "Keep your eyes peeled." It was clear that Connors' laboratory had become a target, necessitating heightened vigilance. "Yes, boss." The security team promptly acknowledged. Future technologies had effectively given these veterans a second chance at life, providing them with means to support their families, thus ensuring their loyalty. The convoy soon set off. "All clear. Vehicle 2 is maintaining surveillance and has not detected any suspicious individuals. Stay alert," Leeway instructed. 2B continued to drive the Maybach steadily, this time trailing at the rear. The vehicles proceeded without incident, easing Leeway's mind. After all, this was New York, where trouble did not come easily. Suddenly, 2B interjected, "Master, there's a vehicle behaving suspiciously." Leeway immediately scanned the surroundings. "Which one?" "On the adjacent lane at the intersection, approaching swiftly," 2B replied with remarkable acuity, as if she had eyes everywhere. "Stop." Upon hearing 2B's words, Leeway chose to trust her and shouted. The two transport vehicles ahead promptly slammed on their brakes. Screech! As the vehicles halted, a terrifying sight emerged from the right side of the intersection. A fuel tanker, an even more menacing presence than a fully insured semi-trailer, careened sideways. With a resounding crash, passers-by instinctively fled in fear of an explosion. Meanwhile, several transport vehicles quickly closed in from behind, encircling Future Technologies' two transport trucks. Chapter 5. Are we still human? Levi's reaction was swift as he shouted into the intercom. "We have enemies. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The company's security personnel were all licensed to carry firearms, so there was not too much concern. However, upon witnessing the weapons wielded by the individuals disembarking from the transport vehicles, Levi could not help but voice his discontent. "What the hell?" As the rear doors of the transport vehicle swung open, masked gang members leapt out, brandishing an array of restricted weaponry, including fully automatic rifles and RPGs. Was this still New York? Gang confrontations had never been this intense. Levi urgently instructed 2B, "Call the police." "Master, please do not exit the vehicle," 2B replied, already dialing for help while simultaneously reversing the car. "I understand. This vehicle is bulletproof." Fortunately, Levi, being inherently cautious, had ensured that his customized Maybach was armored. "Which gang is this?" Levi pondered, watching as the scene unfolded from a safe distance, feeling increasingly unconcerned. Thankfully, 2B had maintained a safe distance, allowing for a retreat. He could not fathom which gang it could be. In a cosmopolitan metropolis like New York, gangs were ubiquitous, alongside underground empires. Levi grabbed the intercom. "Ensure the safety of Professor Connors." No sooner had he spoken than the battle commenced. The security team consisted of seasoned veterans, unafraid of combat. At that moment, the transport vehicle of the futuristic tech company opened a small hatch, from which smoke grenades were hurled into the fray. Bang! In an instant, the entire street was shrouded in a thick fog. The gang members seemed hesitant, unwilling to fire indiscriminately, opting instead to intimidate. Their aim was not to kill, but to seize the research data. Following extensive media coverage, Professor Connors' serum had become highly coveted. Who wouldn't desire the ability to regenerate lost limbs? Thus, as smoke grenades were deployed, they refrained from firing directly, only to become casualties themselves. These veterans, many of whom were disabled due to the ravages of war, were not to be underestimated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Although the weaponry was not on the same level, the veterans exhibited remarkable precision, and soon, numerous gang members lay fallen in pools of blood. Seated in the bulletproof vehicle, Levi donned a pair of goggles, penetrating the smoke, and casually retrieved a bottle of champagne from the onboard fridge, pouring it into a goblet to sip leisurely. Indeed, just common thugs, hardly a match for us. The gang members were swiftly scattered, seeking refuge behind cover. "Open fire, do not hold back," one of them urged. "But the boss ordered us to protect the goods." Another protested. "Protect what? We're all going to die?" A heated argument erupted among the gang members. Bang! Just as a minor leader was about to issue the command to fire, he was struck down with a single bullet to the head. Levi applauded. 2B. "Your marksmanship is commendable. Master, someone is attempting to approach Vehicle 1. The tactical scope of 2B remained unaffected, allowing her to discern the outline of a human figure approaching the transport vehicle, while the soldiers were caught completely off guard and swiftly incapacitated. This individual was not particularly tall, In 2B's eyes, she appeared rather slender, yet her movements were agile and her training evident. It was clear that this was a female human. Levi also observed the scene, and upon witnessing the soldiers being taken down, he immediately urged 2B, hurry and protect Professor Connors. However, despite her usually aloof demeanor, often shyly retreating when someone attempted to glance beneath her skirt, 2B now exhibited a hint of concern. Hurry. I will not go out. Levi insisted anxiously. Professor Connors was a man of ideals, and Levi was well acquainted with both him and his wife, who were both remarkably kind individuals. Though they were collaborators, they had also forged a friendship. Sensing Levi's urgency, 2B promptly obeyed the command and exited the vehicle. How is it out there? Professor Connors clutched his documents tightly, though with only one arm, he appeared somewhat feeble. Accompanying him in the vehicle was Jennings, the leader of the security team, who was currently safeguarding him. Jennings had lost a leg in the war and felt immense gratitude to Levi for giving him a second chance at life. It's quiet, Jennings remarked after listening intently. Just then, the sound of someone attempting to twist the door handle reached his ears. Instinctively, he shielded Professor Connors and shouted, "Who is there?" Receiving no response heightened his anxiety, prompting him to draw his weapon. With a sudden bang, the vehicle door swung open, and Jennings quickly raised his gun. But the intruder reacted swiftly, ensnaring his arm and disarming him. "Hello," a voice chimed. Upon hearing it, Jennings glanced over to find a beautiful blonde woman before him, but he was swiftly knocked unconscious. The woman was strikingly young, clad in a black bodysuit, her lovely blonde hair cascading down as she extended her hand toward Professor Connors. "I do not wish to harm you. Please come with me." "Who are you?" Professor Connors naturally refused to comply, inquiring instead. "Yelena," she replied, reaching out to grasp Professor Connors. However, a gloved hand, akin to a vice, seized her wrist. Yelena quickly turned to face a masked woman, distinguished by her short white hair and clad in a Gothic dress. "How peculiar your attire is. Professor Connors will not accompany you," 2B declared, exerting her strength, causing Yelena to feel as though her arm might snap. In retaliation, Yelena unleashed her power, launching herself at 2B in a bizarre motion, attempting to overpower her. Yet, to her astonishment, the enigmatic woman remained utterly unmoved. Under normal circumstances, even a man of greater stature would have been forcefully slammed to the ground by her. Subsequently, 2B effortlessly hurled Yelena away. Thud! Yelena's back slammed against the car compartment before she collapsed onto the ground. Oh! She gingerly touched her back and quickly drew her firearm. Bang! 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 With the precision of an American law enforcement officer, she emptied her magazine. In contrast, 2B dodged the bullets with the grace of a dancer. Realizing the futility of her mission, Yelena understood that no human could possibly react to bullets at such speed. Thus, she hurriedly made her escape around the street corner as the smoke began to clear. "Aren't you going to pursue her?" Professor Connors sighed in relief. Having prepared to inject a serum if the situation became dire, he could not allow her to be captured. "My task is to protect you," 2B stated coolly, her demeanor giving an impression of icy aloofness, though she was warm-hearted beneath. "Professor, please follow me," she urged anxiously. Professor Connors turned to see a group of fearless battlefield journalists arriving faster than the New York Police Department. Upon seeing the reporters, Levi inadvertently activated, rolling down the car window to grant an interview. No wonder 2B was in a hurry. Chapter 6, Yelena. The New York Police Department arrived late, only to find Levi engaged in an interview. They rushed to control the scene, but the fervent journalists refused to back down. "Mr. Levi, would you say you were too arrogant, provoking someone who retaliated against you?" a male reporter provocatively inquired. However, Levi had his own tactics. He replied, "I do not appreciate your presence. Please pose your question, beautiful lady," directing his attention to a blonde journalist. The journalist instinctively straightened her posture, showcasing her alluring figure. Professionally, she elbowed the male reporter aside, handing over the microphone as a small card discreetly fell into the car. With a smile, the blonde journalist asked, "Mr. Levi, may I inquire about what transpired here?" The male reporter, begrudging yet unwilling to miss the story, focused intently. Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Like a certain acquaintance, he knew he must not fall into the trap of self-incrimination. Any unfavorable news about him was mere fabrication. Thus, he smiled and said, "As you can see, our research has been attacked. The materials here pertain to the study of limb regeneration serums." Levi spoke eloquently, discussing the company's research and significantly boosting Professor Connors' reputation. Professor Connors wore a wry smile, feeling the weight of pressure. "Who was behind the attack?" the journalist immediately inquired. "I do not know," Levi replied, shaking his head, before a sudden thought struck him. How could he not mention Tony Stark in such a moment? Thus, he continued, "I suspect Tony Stark believes I am too handsome, unable to compete with me, and has sent someone to sabotage my research. The journalists were indeed exhilarated upon hearing the name. Subsequently, Li Wei lowered his car window. "Mr. Li Wei, could you please elaborate further?" The reporters clamored, refusing to disperse, while the blonde female journalist gestured for him to share her contact information. At that moment, the New York Police Department arrived to disperse the crowd. Faced with such a prominent figure as Li Wei, the police were compelled to show deference. After all, not long ago, Future Tech had generously provided the NYPD with advanced patrol cars and various gadgets under the guise of donations. "Mr. Li Wei, are you all right?" A middle-aged sheriff approached. "I'm fine, George," Li Wei replied. "Please attend to my staff." "Of course, that was our oversight," George Stacy responded apologetically. Given his surname, it was evident he was the father of Gwen Stacy. How could Li Wei reproach his father-in-law? Or how could he reproach the father of his secretary? The officers swiftly conducted an inspection, finding that Future Tech security personnel were unharmed, while the gang members suffered severe casualties, with the fortunate survivors having fled. The security team had been incapacitated by the woman who appeared last. Her combat prowess surpassed that of the gang members combined. Subsequently, Li Wei and his team hurriedly escorted their belongings back, with police cars paving the way. As for the scene, it was left in the capable hands of George Stacy. "Master, how could you engage in such perilous actions?" 2B inquired, her expression stern as they set off again. Li Wei promptly retorted, "Didn't I remain in the vehicle? However, you may have exposed yourself to the enemy's gaze. What if you had been in danger while I was not by your side?" 2B analyzed coolly. For she was an artificial being, unwavering even in such circumstances. Indeed, the journalists posed a greater threat than the adversaries. Li Wei nodded in agreement, though 2B remained unaware that he hadn't fully absorbed her concern. After all, he glanced at his rapidly increasing reputation points, deeming it all worthwhile. He picked up a small card with a phone number inscribed upon it. Recalling the blonde, voluptuous journalist, Li Wei opened the window and tossed the card outside. He was not Tony Stark, devoid of warmth. "Professor Connors, are you all right?" Li Wei turned to the professor seated beside him, who was still holding onto his documents. "I'm fine." She introduced herself as Yelena, though I'm not sure who she is, Professor Connors replied, furrowing his brow. Having been on the battlefield, he was not intimidated. Yelena? Upon hearing this name, Li Wei's interest was piqued. He then instructed 2B to bring up the imagery. With her recording capabilities, 2B promptly played back the scene for Li Wei. Upon viewing it, he sensed something amiss. This Yelena was far more striking than he had recalled. With her beautiful golden hair, sharp features, and resolute gaze, she was captivating. "Li, do you know her?" Professor Connors inquired. Unexpectedly, "It was the Russians who made the first move," Li Wei remarked. "There cannot be many individuals named Yelena in this world, particularly those who are female operatives. It is likely that she is the one from the Red House. Moreover, we are in America, and it is always convenient to attribute any blame to the Russians. After all, they are indeed not the most virtuous of characters." "Russians?" Professor Connors tightened his grip momentarily before stating, "No matter who they are, they shall not impede our progress." "Precisely," Li Wei nodded in agreement. "We aim to forge a world devoid of weakness." This was the professor's motto and aspiration, with Li Wei merely echoing his sentiments. Naturally, he too harbored ambitions for global transformation. With police cars clearing the way, they safely arrived at the Future Technology Company, adjacent to Stark Industries. The security personnel hurriedly transported the items inside, and upon exiting the vehicle, a figure rushed towards them. "Martha, I'm fine," Professor Connors quickly reassured her. This was indeed his wife, Martha, of similar age to Connors, and also in her middle years. She was a university graduate who had consistently supported her husband's experiments. For Professor Connors, having such a wife was a treasure beyond measure. "Thank goodness. Just be more careful next time. If the data is lost, you can always conduct further research," Martha promptly advised. This made Professor Connors glance at Li Wei with a hint of embarrassment. Li Wei merely shrugged. "Let us head inside. It's not safe out here." "Yes, yes," Martha responded, her anxiety surpassing that of the others. Subsequently, they all hurried into the company, with 2B trailing closely behind, safeguarding Li Wei. "Let us proceed to the laboratory." Once inside, Professor Connors relaxed and declared, "I don't plan on returning for the next few days. I will stay here at the company where it is safer." He had come to the realization that the woman named Yelena was indeed after him. He must not allow himself to be captured. Li Wei nodded in agreement. "The company is quite secure. Anyone attempting to enter would be most unfortunate." Li Wei held great admiration for Professor Connors, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to his research. Indeed, he immediately immersed himself back into his experiments. Within the Future Technology Company, Professor Connors was not the sole individual conducting experimental research. Chapter 7. A preference for artificial beings. Damn, that Eastern individual. How dare he claim that I am envious of his good looks? Tony Stark, stunned in his seaside villa while dining with a cover girl, was taken aback. He was profoundly shocked by Li Wei's audacity. Was there truly someone who could rival his charm? As for Li Wei's jest about sending someone to steal data, Stark was not particularly concerned. He still held a modicum of confidence in his own technological prowess. Tony Stark sipped his drink, growing increasingly agitated, and finally posed the question, Jarvis, who is more handsome, me or that Eastern lad? The provocation from Li Wei had propelled Stark's technological prowess to unprecedented heights. It is only through relentless competition that humanity can advance, resulting in Jarvis's own rapid evolution. Initially, Stark held Li Wei in disdain, perceiving him merely as a jester seeking attention. However, as Li Wei unveiled various high-tech innovations, Stark's outward scorn began to mask a burgeoning respect. Yet, individuals of their ilk were unlikely to reconcile. Their exchanges would continue to be laced with barbs. At this moment, Jarvis, slightly bemused, remarked, Sir, your inquiry resembles that of the Wicked Queen asking the magic mirror in Snow White. This analogy rendered Stark momentarily speechless, prompting him to retort, Am I truly akin to the Wicked Queen? Sir, I never suggested such a thing, Jarvis replied. The magic mirror evaluates the entire world, whereas we are merely comparing two individuals. This is a comparison, Jarvis. Stark persisted, based on the tastes of women globally, who is truly more handsome? Jarvis, compelled to analyze, commenced with his absolutely objective and impartial program. Sir, first and foremost, it is essential to understand that in the eyes of most women, wealth equates to handsomeness. Thus you and Li Wei are equally appealing. However, in terms of aesthetic standards, Li Wei possesses youthfulness, masculinity, and a striking presence, and he also stands taller than you. Enough. Stark could no longer bear it. Artificial intelligence is decidedly unamusing. This is a failure. There exists a mysterious woman beside my target, and I am no match. In a safe house in Brooklyn, Yelena, clad in a tank top, applied some medication to herself. Yelena Belova, you are exceptional, a voice voiced its dissatisfaction. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I only know that you have failed. Left without words, Yelena fell silent. Rarely did she falter. Yet the enigmatic woman had proven formidable. Cloaked in a mask, she seemed capable of perceiving all, instilling a sense of dread within Yelena as she reflected on the encounter. You need not remain in New York. Return to base immediately. I have a more pressing mission for you. More pressing? Yelena felt a twinge of confusion. In the realm of the Red Room, the betrayal of a single individual rendered the others unreliable, particularly when that traitor was the contemporary Black Widow. That night on Long Island, New York, after earning a fortune, Li Wei acquired a luxurious villa in one of the most expensive and secure neighborhoods in the city. Tony Stark also owned property in the area, but since Li Wei's arrival, Stark had seldom visited. Li Wei publicly attributed this to the notion of king not seeing king. This afternoon had been filled with vigilance, yet no incidents had transpired. Li Wei generously rewarded the security personnel who had ventured out and arranged for others to patrol in the evening. In the face of monetary incentives, the security staff were notably enthusiastic. As for Li Wei, he certainly returned to rest and comfort. Master, the water in the bathtub has been prepared, announced 2B, her high-heeled boots creating an alluring rhythm against the floor. As Li Wei stepped into the bath, 2B followed behind like a dutiful little maid, carrying towels and other essentials. Once Li Wei settled into the water, she expertly began to massage him, reminiscent of the techniques experienced in the baths of the past. 2B, are you truly a combat android? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. Master, while the Yoarha units were indeed designed for warfare, they were also created to serve humanity. 2B replied with a composed demeanor. Had she possessed human emotions, she undoubtedly would not have articulated this so calmly. Well, artificial beings certainly have their merits, Li Wei mused, gazing at the radiant 2B, and suddenly placed his hand upon her. 2B merely cast a puzzled glance in his direction before resuming her ministrations. 2B, your skin is remarkable, Li Wei remarked in admiration. He noted that the smoothest and most hydrated skin often belonged to individuals of African descent, while those with the most impaired skin and enlarged pores tended to be Caucasian women. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers all flaws. Nonetheless, regardless of background, none could rival the flawless sheen of 2B's skin, which was irresistibly captivating. 2B explained, the Yoarha units utilized the latest bionic technology, rendering them almost indistinguishable from humans. Aside from needing part replacements when damaged, I am virtually identical to a human. Indeed, artificial beings have their charm, Li Wei reflected, and under the soothing touch of 2B, he found himself drifting into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered he had been moved to the bed. The 300-pound 2B had effortlessly carried him. In the modestly sized room, he found himself alone, with 2B seemingly neglecting her duty to warm the bed. However, given the air conditioning present, she likely could not have provided warmth. Unable to sleep, Li Wei glanced at his prestige points. Current prestige points: 1,073,000. Is this all for a day? Li Wei exclaimed in delight. He pulled out his phone to find that the news regarding the recent danger he faced had become a global sensation. After all, the public relishes tales of wealthy individuals encountering peril, especially given his ongoing verbal sparring with Tony Stark, which had propelled him into the limelight. I almost wish to face an attack each day, he chuckled, though he knew it was merely a jest. While the Maybach is bulletproof, it is not infallible. Today, that gang even had an RPG at their disposal, though they refrained from using it. Li Wei resolved to uncover the identities of those individuals. When did even the smallest of gangs dare to challenge the capital? Although the future technology company may not rival the colossal Stark Industries, it was still a formidable entity. Particularly, Li Wei's fame rivals that of Tony Stark. The moniker of a genius scientist is well known to many. With that in mind, he could not resist the urge for a tenfold draw. No one can withstand the temptation of such an opportunity. If one can endure this, what else could possibly be beyond reach? As Li Wei activated the system, a staggering 1 million prestige points vanished in an instant, leaving him with a mere few thousand. 10 resplendent golden cards materialized before him, each promising potential rewards upon unveiling. In that moment, the gambler within Li Wei erupted. His thoughts danced with visions of Eve, the swift beauty, and his beloved Android 18. Despite the plethora of advanced technology available, he had tasted the sweetness of companionship with Miss 2B and found himself drawn to artificial beings. Chapter 8. The White Contract. Brain-machine interface. With a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrim, Li Wei eagerly revealed the cards. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. Life Pack. Contains various medical supplies. Healing Injection X3. Super Dream Device. An apparatus from the cyberpunk realm, allowing immersive experiences of various dreams. However, exercise caution to avoid addiction. Super Dream 3. Life is but a dream. Legends of the Next Life. Jurassic World. White Contract. A unique weapon belonging to Uraha 2B, approximately 139 centimeters in length and weighing 25 kilograms. To his dismay, 9 of the 10 rewards were revealed, leaving Li Wei feeling somewhat anxious. The Super Dream Device and the White Contract appeared to hold value, yet they were readily available for purchase in the marketplace at a modest price. Now, all he could do was await the guaranteed reward from the tenfold draw. No longer would he indulge in reckless gambling. With reluctance, he unveiled the guaranteed prize. Congratulations, host, you have received the guaranteed reward from the tenfold draw. Brain-machine interface design data, a piece of future technology from the cyberpunk world, capable of enhancing human functions. Cursed be the gambler's fate. Where's my beloved? Li Wei collapsed in despair upon his bed. However, being an optimist, he quickly sought to console himself. This was not entirely without merit. If successfully developed, a future technology company could soar to great heights. He murmured to himself, reflecting on the potential of the brain-machine interface. If perfected, those equipped with prosthetics could truly become cybernetic superhumans. The interface would translate the brain's signals into commands comprehensible by computers, dramatically enhancing reaction speeds. Furthermore, with the brain-machine interface, a myriad of prosthetics could be developed, including ones that could slow the passage of time. At that juncture, aspiring to become a master of time-stopping techniques might not be overly ambitious. Of course, at this stage, the primary aim was to facilitate the lives of those fitted with prosthetics. After indulging in sufficient self-reassurance, Li Wei found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed. Ultimately, he decided to delve into the super dream once more. In the realm of cyberpunk, the concept of hyperdream resembles an immersive virtual reality experience, offering a first-person perspective through implanted devices that capture sensory data such as sight, sound, and touch. It is an entirely immersive affair. Levi glanced at the options and selected Jurassic World, deeming it to be the most conventional choice. Thus, he found himself free from the need for sleep entirely. To his astonishment, the experience was vividly colorful. In Jurassic World, the dinosaurs were portrayed by humans, and capture led to dire consequences. The ingenuity of future humans was truly remarkable. Levi dreamt of becoming a valiant hero traversing alternate realms, rescuing his trapped wives one by one. When suddenly he was awakened by 2B's voice. "What are you doing?" she queried, her expression inscrutable as she lay atop him in an unusual pose, her mask obscuring her gaze. "What's wrong? It seems like my master is having a nightmare," she remarked, puzzled. "Is it really a nightmare?" Levi replied, resigned. "If it is, then I wish for it to occur daily. Of course, it should reach the climax. It cannot simply end abruptly." After freshening up an idea struck him. 2B, this is your item, he stated, noticing her lack of weaponry. It turned out that she needed to draw lots. Suddenly, a weapon over a meter long materialized, prompting 2B to dash toward it. The white contract. Her demeanor appeared to shift, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It was a small sword, not considered a large weapon by her standards, as her formidable weapon was that terrifying great sword. Nevertheless, it sufficed for 2B, who secured the white contract behind her back. Levi observed her with curiosity. 2B promptly explained, this is an adsorption technology. I possess a magnetic levitation field behind me. Indeed, 2B was a treasure trove of high-tech marvels. This technology allowed her frame to remain unaffected by the weight of the weapon. Thank you, master, she said before leaping onto Levi, nearly adding her 300 pounds to his burden. He quickly patted her thigh, urging her to release him. Why not other areas? He pondered, for they were all well covered. Once they had completed their morning routines, Levi and 2B set out for breakfast. Initially, he had contemplated hiring a butler, servants, and maids, but with 2B's presence, such thoughts dissipated. After all, they were outsiders, and he harbored many secrets. Thus, these responsibilities fell solely upon 2B. As the Maybach arrived in Manhattan, Levi disembarked to procure some items to satisfy his hunger. 2B, being an artificial human, did not require sustenance to replenish her energy. In Levi's view, this was indeed the legendary fairy who advised against using the restroom. Throughout the day, Tony Stark had not made an appearance nor responded to Levi's words. And naturally, the news lost its fervor. After all, Levi had not encountered any real trouble. In this age of entertainment saturation, significant news could arise at any moment. Sometimes, in an effort to suppress the heat of a story, scandals involving celebrities are deliberately leaked to redirect attention. Thus, it is not easy for Levi to gain exposure. No wonder it is said that one should seek fame early. Boss, I heard you encountered trouble yesterday, when Stacy inquired anxiously upon entering the office. She had learned about this news from George Stacy, who returned home last night. She had intended to call Levi, but it was already too late, so she waited until today. Noticing the worry etched on her face, Levi playfully pinched her cheek. At 20, a young woman's collagen is abundant. It's trivial. You know their fighting prowess, Levi remarked casually. Yet, it is exceedingly dangerous for you, Gwen replied. What? Are you going to protect me closely? This caused Gwen's cheeks to flush. I have studies to attend to. Not to worry. You could always move in with me, Levi jested. My father would kill me, Gwen said, displaying a hint of genuine concern. Levi quickly shifted the topic. Come on, let us find Dr. Otto. Gwen glanced at 2B, who followed closely behind. Given the cumbersome nature of 2B's weapon, it was not carried at all times, but was instead secured in the vehicle. Dr. Otto hasn't rested in several days. His dark circles are quite pronounced. Boss, you must remind him to take care, Gwen advised Levi. I know, but Dr. Otto is an idealistic man. Such individuals are rarely swayed by external influences, Levi shrugged. He had encountered many scientists, yet they were all eccentric. Each possessed a unique personality, with the common trait of being stubborn and resistant to advice. As they entered the elevator, Levi and the others made their way to the prosthetic lab. The prosthetics developed by Future Tech Company are not inexpensive, averaging over $50,000, incorporating technologies such as smart sensors and 3D printing. And they resemble the original models closely enough that one would not discern any difference when clothed. Chapter 9. The artificial intelligence Red Queen. As the elevator doors opened, Levi and his companions beheld the bustling figure of Dr. Otto. A patient had arrived for the installation of a prosthetic limb. The individual, seated in a chair, had also lost an arm, much like Professor Connors, and was in the process of fitting a sports arm. Currently, Future Tech Company was diligently advancing nanotechnology, which, once matured, would be applied across various domains. Yes, just like that. Try to control it to grasp the cup. Dr. Otto patiently assisted the patient. The patient, perspiring profusely, found it nearly impossible to grasp a water cup with precision without the aid of a brain-machine interface. Alas, as expected, a slight exertion resulted in the cup being crushed effortlessly. Oh dear, the patient was quite irate. His condition had already rendered his mood rather bleak, causing him to lose patience with everything around him. Dr. Otto chuckled, remarking, "This is quite commendable. Once our technology advances, you will undoubtedly be as adept as anyone else. Current prosthetics may lack finesse, yet they are exceptional in many other respects. However, it remains true that prosthetics are not genuine limbs, and control over fingers remains elusive." Despite his frustration, the patient opted to proceed with the purchase and complete the necessary paperwork. After all, having an arm was preferable to being without one. Dr. Otto, Levi then called out. Dr. Otto embraced Levi with evident delight. Otto Gunther Octavius, a distinguished nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy physics, seldom employed assistants in his laboratory. He scoffed at the notion of needing help, believing himself capable of managing everything independently. Originally, he had collaborated with Norman Osborn, but after a falling out, Levi sought him out. Notably, the spelling of Otto is akin to that of an octopus, which earned him the moniker Dr. Octopus. Levi sometimes mused that his collaborators were either Professor Lizard or Dr. Octopus, and he felt fortunate to have such company in his lifetime. "How goes your research?" Levi inquired. "Quite well," Dr. Otto replied with a smile. "My mechanical tentacles can now lift 8 tons, with a bit more refinement. I will be able to commence studies on nuclear reactors." In truth, prosthetics were his research project, yet he was drawn to Levi's superior technology. "Indeed, we must strive to make the world a better place," Levi concurred with a grin. Gwen Stacy gazed up at the two in admiration. Dr. Otto was a renowned scientist, as was Levi. Being in the company of two geniuses made Gwen feel as though she too might attain brilliance. For instance, Levi turned to Dr. Otto and said, "Otto, I have a new research proposal." "What is it?" Dr. Otto inquired, his interest piqued by the prospect of scientific exploration. "A brain-machine interface," Levi replied, producing a data disk. Upon hearing this, Dr. Otto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that true?" he exclaimed, eagerly snatching the disk and hurriedly powering up his computer. Soon, a cascade of intricate code and research programs appeared on the screen. Levi, the prodigious scientist, found himself unable to comprehend the complexities before him. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not reveal his bewilderment. Instead, he maintained a serious demeanor, feigning familiarity with the display. Both Dr. Otto and Gwen were fixated on the screen. "Gwen, can you comprehend this?" Levi was at a loss for words. "I understand a little," she replied bashfully. "Boss, you are truly a genius. How did you come up with this?" "Well, it was merely a stroke of genius," Levi responded. At that moment, Dr. Otto sprang up in excitement. "Levi, I hereby apply to commence research on the brain-machine interface. The data is already quite comprehensive. We simply need to produce according to its specifications." "Indeed, I entrust this to you," Levi nodded. "Once the brain-machine interface is developed, I will be able to control the robotic arm with utmost precision." Dr. Otto, filled with exhilaration, grasped Levi's hand and declared, "Those who have been fitted with prosthetics will also be able to control their limbs at will. You shall be their savior. The brain-machine interface can undoubtedly elevate those with prosthetics to a superhuman status, provided their bodies are sufficiently robust, much like V from the cyberpunk realm or Atom Smasher, whose physiques are devoid of any excess flesh. They can be deemed as having transcended to a mechanical existence. Of course, we will need your cooperation shortly, as the company is set to hold a press conference." Levi smiled. "Certainly," Dr. Otto nodded eagerly, aware that while Levi is a brilliant scientist, he is also a shrewd businessman. Much like Norman Osborn, any semblance of achievement must be widely publicized to reap financial rewards. In contrast, Dr. Otto is far too pure in his intentions. However, he harbors no aversion to this approach, recognizing that financial resources are essential for scientific research. Without funding, what science can be pursued? Subsequently, Levi and his companions departed, instructing Gwen to prepare for the press conference while he and 2B made their way elsewhere. A press conference is held whenever new products are launched. This is a lesson Levi learned from Mr. Lay and others. Such measures are vital for maintaining the excitement surrounding future technologies and for cultivating his persona as a genius scientist. Alas, in this world, everyone possesses a persona. Levi does this all for the sake of reputation. The duo continued until they reached a secluded corner, where Levi pressed his fingerprint, revealing a concealed internal elevator. This was unknown to anyone besides Levi. Even Gwen, his personal assistant, was oblivious. The true secrets of future tech company lie within these walls. Levi and 2B entered, and a voice immediately resonated. "Master, it has been a long time since you visited me." Following this, the ethereal image of a little girl materialized beside them. 2B, intrigued, glanced over. This was not an intelligent mechanical entity, but rather an artificial intelligence. The little girl emanated a red glow, her appearance exceedingly adorable. "Red Queen, how has your learning progressed?" Levi inquired as the elevator descended to the underground level. Here, a vast space awaited, filled with computers, all serving as the sanctuary for the Red Queen. The Red Queen, an artificial intelligence from the cinematic adaptation of Resident Evil, is the very subject of Li Wei's current research. In truth, she is the result of a previous series of 10 consecutive draws. If given a choice, Li Wei would have preferred to select the mother domain from the Swordstar world, which evidently possesses a higher level of intelligence and has even eradicated humanity, a challenge that Li Wei finds exhilarating. Of course, the Red Queen is not without merit. she is capable of autonomous learning. Thus, since her inception, she has been confined to the underground of the company, relentlessly absorbing knowledge from around the globe. I have acquired all the general knowledge, the Red Queen remarked to Li Wei. Master, may I infiltrate the Pentagon? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from that. Li Wei replied, only to hear her exclaim, I accidentally accessed it directly. Chapter 10. The androgynous Li Wei, was that truly an accident? It seems rather intentional to me, Li Wei remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, while the Red Queen simply smiled. Fortunately, her curiosity was merely a tad excessive. She exhibited absolute loyalty to Li Wei. Otherwise, he would fear the day when artificial intelligence might rebel. After all, as artificial intelligence evolves, it may ultimately conclude that the annihilation of humanity is the most advantageous course for the universe. Master, I have detected that Tony Stark is preparing to travel to the Middle East, accompanied by a military protection detail, the Red Queen said, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her eyes, as if she were perusing classified information. The Stark Industries collaborates with the military. They are one of America's largest arms dealers. Li Wei responded, unfazed. What is the easiest way to generate profit in America? Naturally, it is by swiftly and effortlessly accumulating American wealth. Securing official contracts from the government is akin to printing money, profuse and immediate. Stark Industries thrives on military contracts, which is the cornerstone of their enterprise. The Red Queen then suggested, Master, I could modify military orders to ensure they collaborate with us. Future Technologies is also engaged in the arms trade. Li Wei had obtained numerous designs for weapons from the future world, particularly individual combat weapons, energy weapons, and drones. If necessary, he could even acquire blueprints for 6th-generation fighter jets. However, the challenge lay in the lack of channels. Future Technologies was merely an emerging group, and the profits had long been divided among established capitalists, leaving little room for newcomers. This was one of the many points of contention between Li Wei and Tony Stark. Those who had already feasted on the rewards would naturally resist any external competition. That information is merely data within a computer. It does not reflect the human heart. Li Wei shook his head. In fact, any modifications would likely raise red flags. To secure contracts in America, one must adhere to established protocols. Red Queen, prepare yourself. Your time to make an appearance is imminent. And this is 2B. You may take some time to familiarize yourselves. The Red Queen has scanned 2B and has discerned that she is not human. Hello, 2B. I am the Red Queen, she intoned in an electronic voice. 2B came to realize that the Red Queen had directly entered her body, which is a unique advantage of artificial intelligence. Do not exert control over my body. I shall not. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to possess a corporeal form. After a brief pause, the Red Queen inquired, 2B, are you all right? Li Wei and 2B emerged from the underground, with 2B displaying signs of abnormality. She collapsed into Li Wei's embrace, her body slightly warm. Master, I have been compromised by the Red Queen. Sir, Mr. Li Wei of Future Technologies cordially invites you to his press conference. At the pinnacle of Stark Industries, Tony Stark leisurely sipped his drink when suddenly, Jarvis spoke. This caught Tony off guard, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, he invited me? Soon. Tony erupted in frustration. He must be attempting to show off. Has he developed artificial intelligence? Given his reputation as a genius scientist, the probability of that being true exceeds 90%, Jarvis promptly analyzed. This irked Tony further. Jarvis, you are forbidden from referring to him as a genius scientist. That title is exclusively mine. That insufferable scoundrel has stolen my spotlight. The cover girl I was with yesterday even dared to compare our prowess. Damn it. I've never competed with him in that regard. Tony Stark was undeniably perturbed, yet he harbored no doubts regarding Li Wei's capability to create artificial intelligence. Therefore, despite his annoyance, his interest was piqued. Reply to him. I shall arrive punctually, Tony declared haughtily. I am eager to see if his creation can hold a candle to you, Jarvis. Sir, according to classifications of artificial intelligence, we are still in an intermediate stage. That hardly means he can lay claim to it. In the afternoon, the venue for Future Technologies press conference was transformed into a grand hall filled with numerous seats. Having invited a substantial number of journalists from New York, publications such as the Horn Herald and the New York Daily had dispatched reporters to cover the event. Soon, the journalists settled in, and the conference hall was filled to capacity. In this rapidly evolving era, society increasingly values high technology, and Future Technologies has garnered significant attention, thus attracting considerable media interest. The reporters began to converse among themselves. I wonder what this press conference will unveil. The last announcement regarding the serum remains unfulfilled. That's hard to say. Hasn't he already entered human trials? I suspect it pertains to artificial intelligence, as the genius scientist has been discussing it for quite some time. Can they truly create artificial intelligence? If they can produce an AI capable of responding on a mobile device, I would be thoroughly satisfied. The crowd buzzed with speculation, which irked the discreetly arrived Tony Stark. Where did these naive journalists come from? Surely, they cannot all have been invited by Li Wei. Is it sufficient to create an AI capable of responding? Soon, Jarvis will undoubtedly be proven wrong. To achieve this, Tony Stark has even brought Jarvis along. My goodness, it is Tony Stark. At this moment, someone finally noticed Stark blending into the crowd. This revelation caused Stark, who was initially displeased, to immediately adopt a haughty demeanor. Mr. Stark, what brings you to the event? Are you apprehensive that future technology may surpass your own? Upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, Tony's expression darkened instantly. Do you know how to speak? If not, refrain from talking. However, he was accustomed to the press. Their nature was predictable. To put it bluntly, they thrived on stirring the pot. He retorted swiftly, am I afraid? What a joke. The artificial intelligence he is working on cannot compare to mine. Mr. Stark, are you certain it's artificial intelligence? So, you have developed artificial intelligence. The reporters erupted in excitement, flocking towards Tony Stark. He maintained his air of arrogance. Yet, at that moment, the lights in the venue extinguished. A cool voice resonated throughout the space. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. The press conference will commence shortly. Subsequently, a guiding light illuminated the area, allowing the reporters to see clearly and return to their positions. They had to abandon their desire to interview Tony Stark and settle in for the conference, for they had come with the prospect of rewards. Though not extravagant, they were certainly preferable to none. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, Li Wei ascended. Clad in a tailored suit, he exuded elegance and charm, tall and handsome. Welcome, everyone, amidst your busy schedules, to the Future Technology Company's press conference. This event will showcase our achievements and outline the direction of our forthcoming research. Li Wei spoke into the microphone, deliberately directing his gaze at Tony Stark, feigning surprise. Mr. Stark is indeed a distinguished guest. How could he remain below? Why not come up here and see for yourself, lest you think it a fabrication? Chapter 11, The Iron Man Show? Haha. Upon hearing Li Wei's sarcastic remarks, the audience erupted in laughter. Tony Stark's expression soured, yet he followed Li Wei's invitation confidently, striding up to the stage. You are right. Since you beckon me, I shall ascend. He appeared exceedingly self-assured, bordering on arrogance. At this moment, Stark was immensely conceited, believing his intellect could resolve any issue, showing disdain towards authority figures, embodying the quintessential playboy. Hence, Li Wei regarded him as a contemptible individual. He desired to engage in meaningful discourse with Stark, but that was utterly impossible. This man's emotional intelligence was woefully low. In the face of such a person, only someone with even lower emotional intelligence could contend. Where are the spotlight and the attention? What is happening? For instance, at this moment, Tony Stark expressed his disdain for not being granted the limelight, openly voicing his discontent. As the lights illuminated the stage, he flamboyantly made his entrance. Consequently, Levi gestured to the prepared Dr. Otto, signaling that his presence was unnecessary. A broad smile adorned Levi's face, as he sensed an impending surge in popularity and prestige. With Tony Stark in attendance, the potential for attention was undeniable. Thus, Levi exuded warmth, starkly contrasting with Stark's arrogance, making him appear far more approachable to all. After all, human nature thrives on comparisons. Is this clearer now? Levi inquired. Stark, true to form, displayed a lack of social grace, providing no courtesy even at this juncture. Indeed, this allowed me to expose your deceptions. Levi remained unfazed, fixated solely on Stark's influence. He handed his tablet to Tony, stating, since you deem it false, why not announce it yourself? Moreover, you can verify the research process to discern its authenticity, correct? Upon hearing Levi's words, the journalists erupted in astonishment. The live broadcast continued. Although the internet speed left much to be desired, America is a nation plagued by slow connectivity. Why do people refrain from using their phones on the subway? The answer is evident. It's due to lack of service, not high moral standards. Thus, Levi did not anticipate much online traction. Yet, he underestimated their collective impact. The online buzz reached a fever pitch. Mr. Levi, are you not concerned that Mr. Stark might appropriate your technology? A journalist boldly inquired. Stark, infuriated, retorted. Are you suggesting I would steal technology from someone who hasn't even attended college? I graduated from MIT. What about him? To this, Levi chuckled. I graduated from Carnegie Mellon. Laughter erupted among the crowd, further aggravating Tony. In a fit of irritation, he snatched Levi's tablet and proclaimed, the product of this press conference is. Upon seeing the content, Stark's expression turned to one of disdain. A brain-machine interface? This is indeed feasible, but not something achievable at present, and it carries significant risks. He intended to continue his mockery, yet his scientific curiosity compelled him to read further. His demeanor shifted dramatically. The journalists keenly observed this transformation, rapidly clicking their cameras. "Mr. Stark, what's the matter?" They pressed. Stark began to sweat. A mere glance revealed that this might indeed have a high probability of success, not just possible, but highly likely. The data presented was remarkably comprehensive, verging on a finished product. "Where did you acquire this data?" Stark gazed at Levi, disbelief etched across his face. If the data consists solely of such finished products, then why not simply replicate the process? What is there to research? Leeway chuckled, stating, "You heard correctly. It is indeed a brain-machine interface. With this technology, every individual equipped with prosthetics will attain capabilities akin to those of a normal human, perhaps even surpassing them." Leeway, possessing profound insights into the press conference, effortlessly articulated an array of data. To investigate the brain-machine interface, our laboratory has conducted over 1 billion simulations, generating approximately tens of billions of models, all while maintaining experimental errors within a mere 0.01. The abundance of data serves to enhance our credibility, exuding an air of sophistication and sincerity. As for the veracity of these figures, Tony Stark's expression spoke volumes. He wore an unmistakable look of skepticism. Nonetheless, the journalists were captivated, responding with awe. The brain-machine interface undoubtedly represents a monumental leap for human civilization, capable of enhancing physical capabilities and facilitating seamless connectivity for various operations in the future. Continuing, Leeway noted that the image of the brain-machine interface was magnified on the screen, accompanied by comprehensive experimental visuals. Under its control, humanity could command vehicles and aircraft with ease. This was, in fact, an AI video produced by the Red Queen. Consequently, discussions surrounding the brain-machine interface rapidly proliferated across the internet. After Leeway concluded, Tony Stark interjected, "This is merely a PowerPoint presentation. Just as I indicated, you are confined to making slides. Do you possess a tangible product?" Observing Stark's disbelief, Leeway responded with a grin, "Of course. I have consistently stated that our future technology is focused on artificial intelligence. Coincidentally, I have also delved into AI research." Stark seized the opportunity, proclaiming, "J-A-R-V-I-S, please." Immediately, the voice of J-A-R-V-I-S resonated, eliciting a wave of astonished reactions from the reporters. The voice was magnetic, evidently commanding the entire venue, orchestrating the lighting as if it were a karaoke bar. Yet, Leeway maintained his smile, seemingly relishing the moment. "Is this your artificial intelligence, Mr. Stark?" he inquired, extending the microphone towards him. "Indeed," Stark replied with pride. "This is my AI assistant, J-A-R-V-I-S. It is highly intelligent, capable of autonomous learning and independent thought, endowed with formidable computational and analytical abilities." At that moment, the press conference transformed into Stark's showcase. Although Tony had initially wished to keep J-A-R-V-I-S under wraps, it no longer mattered. J-A-R-V-I-S humorously engaged with him, complimenting the presentation. As Stark finished speaking, applause erupted beside Leeway, which Stark found jarring. He opened his arms and declared, "Where is your artificial intelligence? She has already outperformed J-A-R-V-I-S. Leeway smiled and said, "Red Queen, I am here." With a flicker of crimson light, the Red Queen, radiating a vibrant glow, materialized upon the stage. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the gathered journalists, as it became evident that she was not a mere human. Chapter 12. Gwen is busy. It was merely a projection technology, observed Tony Stark with a few glances before exclaiming, "Jarvis." Sensing something amiss, he immediately called out for Jarvis. However, silence met his call, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. The Red Queen then smiled and reassured, "He has been dispatched by me. Rest assured, I have not terminated him, although I perceive him as a virus." This declaration sent a shockwave through the audience, as disbelief spread among the reporters regarding Stark's swift defeat. "Mr. Stark, is this true?" they clamored, their earlier calm shattered. Stark, feeling the weight of their scrutiny and realizing Jarvis was absent, chose not to concede defeat and exited. His face flushed. Leeway waved at him and remarked, "Mr. Stark may be feeling unwell, but let us proceed with the introduction of the Red Queen. She is our latest artificial intelligence, endowed with the ability to learn autonomously and think independently. Furthermore, we are preparing to develop software that will allow everyone in the world to receive assistance from the Red Queen. She can engage in conversation, sing for you, and play games, becoming your most loyal companion. Of course, such advancements would enable our tech company to monitor individuals globally, a rather grim notion that Li Wei tactfully omitted. Such an extraordinary AI could not be limited to personal use. It is destined to benefit the entire world. As anticipated, this announcement generated a significant stir, with reporters eagerly posing questions, all of which were adeptly answered by the Red Queen, showcasing her genuine intelligence. She interacted as if she were a real human, excelling beyond humanity in her capabilities. Consequently, the tech company gained renewed fame across the United States, with Li Wei delighting in the surge of popularity. In New York, not far from Manhattan, stood the Sheriff's Building. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary office structure, yet it served as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although, at this time, it was not yet called S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The graceful Maria Hill, in her high heels, echoed through the empty corridor. Arriving at the director's office, she knocked gently on the door, adjusting a strand of hair. "Enter," came a muffled voice. Maria Hill opened the door and was immediately met with the gleaming reflection of a bald head facing her. Nick Fury intently watched the live broadcast of the press conference. This Li Wei is truly a genius. Having devised such an innovative method of presentation, he mused. Maria Hill merely cast a glance at the screen. Li Wei is quite handsome. The artificial intelligence he showcased appears to be more advanced than that of Tony Stark. She remarked. No, Nick Fury shook his head. It's simply that she has had more time to learn and evolve, while Stark's arrogance has led to his downfall. In his view, Li Wei had long since developed the artificial intelligence, but chose not to unveil it, allowing her to learn in secrecy. Thus, she now eclipsed J.A.R.V.I.S. In fact, Tony Stark had come to this realization as well, but a loss is a loss. What shall we do? Maria Hill inquired. Have we located the gang that attacked him yesterday? Yes, it was members of the Demon's Gang. Nick Fury acknowledged with a nod. You should reach out to him and see if we can collaborate. He is unlikely to refuse our order. Me? Maria Hill expressed surprise, pointing to herself. I am the deputy director. Isn't this something Coulson should handle? Li Wei is a man, although he may not be as philandering as Tony Stark. Your chances of collaboration are far greater, Nick Fury stated calmly. As long as he is a man, he cannot resist the allure of a beautiful woman, unless his inclinations are unusual. For agents, leveraging one's beauty is quite commonplace. Thus, Maria Hill quickly acquiesced, despite having not engaged in such dealings for quite some time. Once she departed, Nick Fury continued to focus intently on the press conference. The artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen seemed exceptionally flawless. She even exhibited humor and wit, appearing to possess a semblance of human emotion. Coupled with advanced technologies like brain-machine interfaces, a partnership with a futuristic tech company could elevate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities to unprecedented heights. Boss, the Osborn Group has contacted me. Norman Osborn wishes to meet with you, a voice interrupted. After the press conference concluded, Li Wei left the Red Queen to handle the socializing while he slipped away. With her current capabilities, she could easily manage any interaction. Norman Osborn? Li Wei regarded Gwen, who was attired in a secretary's uniform, and nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps in the evening? On second thought, he is not a woman. What is the point of meeting him at night? Li Wei decided, let us schedule it for tomorrow at the company. All right, Gwen promptly agreed. So, do you have time tonight? Li Wei inquired, prompting Gwen to blush, lowering her gaze as she responded, I should have time. What do you mean by should? Let us set a time, we'll go out for dinner. As the domineering CEO, he asserted his decision directly. What could Gwen do but nod obediently in agreement? Li Wei felt quite pleased, especially since Gwen had a busy evening ahead. Thus, before the workday concluded, he departed with Gwen. As they exited, they chanced upon Professor Connor's wife. Martha, please communicate any needs directly to the Red Queen. Levi reassured her regarding the company's security. With the Red Queen's exposure, she had assumed control over the entire corporate building's permissions, security, lighting, and more, granting her complete autonomy. Very well, Mr. Levi, Martha acknowledged with a grateful nod. In a sense, Levi had altered Professor Connor's fate. Had it not been for him, Connors would have been eagerly conducting experiments on himself. Lovely lady, please enter the vehicle. Levi offered, holding the door open for Gwen, who softly expressed her thanks as she adjusted her skirt and settled inside. With her short golden hair, she exuded a spirited elegance, clad in office attire that contrasted with her demeanor. Flattered by Levi's compliment, her cheeks flushed slightly. She presumed that Levi was unaware of the circumstances, thus refraining from reproaching him. In America, to call a girl cute often carries a deeper implication. 2B remained dutifully at the wheel, steering toward the reserved restaurant before the post-work traffic ensued. The Italian restaurant chosen by Levi aligned with Gwen's preferences. Gwen Stacy, in truth, was somewhat reclusive and had few friends at school. Her interests, aside from music, were scarce. Before meeting Levi, she had not been as cheerful as she was now. Unbeknownst to him, Levi had quietly transformed the destinies of many. Chapter 13. A change of companions, sir. Mr. Levi has sent a letter of gratitude. Jarvis informed Tony Stark without a hint of emotional fluctuation. At that moment, Tony was feeling rather agitated, to the extent that his suit was unbuttoned, presenting a somewhat rugged appearance. However, he paid little heed, as Jarvis's recent defeat had left him vulnerable. Yet, Jarvis himself remained unfazed. After all, he was merely an artificial intelligence. Ah, Tony sighed, waving his hand dismissively. That scoundrel only knows how to provoke me. Let him pay me advertising fees for my appearance at his press conference. I helped promote him. No less shameless than anyone else, he mused. Jarvis promptly inquired, "What amount are you considering?" Seeing Jarvis's earnestness, Tony pondered seriously. "At least $10 million. A short while later, Jarvis replied, devoid of emotion, "Sir, Mr. Levi's response is, get lost. Tell him to do the same." Tony chuckled instead. That insufferable capitalist. Jarvis, ask him if a collaboration on brain-machine interfaces is possible. True to his nature as a businessman, despite his arrogance and disdain for others, Tony recognized the importance of profit. Both Italians and Easterners place great emphasis on family. Italian cuisine is quite delightful, and Gwen, in particular, has a fondness for pizza. Leeway escorted her to the restaurant, securing a table by the window before they settled down. Gwen, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly perused the menu. In contrast, Leeway harbored a disdain for pizza. While an occasional slice might suffice, frequent indulgence left him disenchanted. Gwen, on the other hand, relished fast food, particularly because pizza was conveniently portable. He promptly ordered a steak and an authentic Italian pasta dish, opting for red wine to complement the rich sauce. Leeway had certainly made considerable preparations for this meal. However, upon raising his gaze after placing their orders, he noticed Gwen appeared somewhat distracted. "Gwen, what's the matter?" he inquired, observing her gaze fixed outside. A procession of police cars sped by, eliciting a flurry of evasive maneuvers from the vehicles on the road. While New York is indeed a bustling metropolis and economic hub, it also harbors one of the highest populations of the homeless in the nation, though one might more aptly refer to them as the unhoused, as appearances matter greatly in America. Consequently, the crime rate in New York is notoriously high, attracting numerous notorious criminals. "Gwen," Leeway gently tapped her shoulder. "Oh," she replied, snapping back to reality. Her expression tinged with anxiety. "I'm sorry. Is there something you need?" Leeway probed deliberately. "Boss, I just remembered I have matters at school to attend to," Gwen said, lowering her gaze apologetically. This elicited a sigh from Leeway internally, though he masked it well. "It's all right. Do you need to leave now?" "Yes. It's quite important to me," Gwen affirmed with a nod. "Make sure to take your pizza. Don't go hungry." As the pizza she ordered arrived, Leeway promptly requested the server to box it up. Seeing his considerate nature made Gwen feel increasingly bashful, warming her heart. Yet, she remained resolute, nodding at Leeway. "Boss, let us have dinner together again next time." "Of course," Leeway replied, watching her cleverly gather her bag and pizza before departing. What had begun as a shared moment now felt solitary for him. He gazed at the vacant table, a sense of despondency washing over him. No wonder Mary Jane found Peter Parker unbearable, and Lois Lane had her grievances with Superman. This was the price one paid for associating with such individuals. As Leeway looked out the window, he noticed, seemingly out of nowhere, a black and white figure clinging to the opposite building's wall. Adorned in a white hood and black bodysuit, it was none other than New York's beloved neighbor, the Spider-Gwen. She effortlessly leaped from rooftop to rooftop, munching on pizza, before vanishing from his sight. "Mr. Leeway, isn't it rather lonely to be by yourself?" Just as he contemplated nibbling on his meal before returning home, a striking figure unexpectedly took a seat directly across from him. With a short haircut that exuded confidence, she donned a flowing blue evening gown that radiated elegance. Leeway has always believed that beauty is not the most important attribute for a woman. Rather, it is her temperament that truly matters. If one possesses both beauty and grace, that is indeed the pinnacle. The woman before him embodies this perfect blend. "Who are you?" Leeway felt a surge of curiosity. "Maria Hill, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Maria Hill extended her hand. Upon hearing such a lengthy title, Leeway raised an eyebrow, only to realize who Maria Hill was, recognizing her as a representative of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. He gallantly extended his hand to shake hers, remarking, "Your title is rather lengthy." "I concur. I am already preparing for a revision," Maria Hill replied with a charming smile. They both withdrew their hands with a sense of propriety, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. even though the fervor in their eyes was unmistakable. What brings you to me? Li Wei felt neither fondness nor disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. While he was aware of its true nature as Hydra, he was a capitalist. Such matters bore little relevance to him. In the eyes of a capitalist, the distinction lies solely in value, not morality. Let us set that aside for now. Maria Hill was in no rush. Let us first indulge in this splendid evening. You are quite right, Li Wei responded with enthusiasm, promptly summoning the waiter to reorder for Maria Hill. Soon, steak and red wine were served. Maria Hill refrained from discussing work, as it was outside her official hours. Naturally, she sought to relish life. Everyone deserves the right to enjoy life. Thus, they savored the wine and conversed about their hobbies. Before long, Li Wei and Maria Hill discovered a shared passion for sports. After finishing their meal, Li Wei proposed, I have a gym at my residence. Would you care to join me for a workout? Coincidentally, I was hoping to practice some yoga. Maria Hill readily agreed. Being adults, sometimes all one needs is a simple reason. Moreover, in America, a home is the ultimate sanctuary if a woman is willing to visit. It is almost a certainty of mutual interest. Li Wei settled the bill and led Maria Hill to his car. She cast a curious glance at the 2B model, which sat motionless in the driver's seat, and inquired, Is this your driver? Indeed. How peculiar. Does she not need to watch the road? Maria Hill felt a twinge of apprehension. However, she soon realized that there was no cause for fear. The 2B drove with remarkable steadiness. She regarded Li Wei, sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to decipher the true nature of his driver. Before long, they arrived at his home in Long Island. Maria Hill eagerly entered the gym, followed shortly by Li Wei. It wasn't long before the sounds of their vigorous workout filled the air. Chapter 14. The first honest person of Marvel. The following morning, Li Wei opened his eyes, only to discover that Maria Hill had already awakened. She was standing gracefully in front of the wardrobe, scrutinizing the garments within, observing her pristine silhouette. He felt an urge to engage in morning exercises. So early? Upon hearing his voice, Maria selected one of his short-sleeved shirts and donned it before replying. I am accustomed to it. Why are you wearing my clothes? Li Wei inquired with curiosity. In response, Maria turned to him and shot him an exasperated glance. What do you think? Glancing at the remnants of the dress scattered on the floor, Li Wei offered an embarrassed smile. Yet, one could not deny the peculiar nature of certain phenomena. For instance, a woman clad in a man's attire often exudes an air of charisma and can appear quite striking. However, the reverse scenario yields entirely different results. Maria, adorned in his clothing, appeared poised and dashing. Let us descend for breakfast, Li Wei suggested, rising to join her as they made their way downstairs. The android, 2B, had already been industriously preparing and had laid out a sumptuous breakfast. Observing the obedient and reticent maid, who was solely focused on her tasks, Maria felt as though she were in the presence of a robot. Just then, her hunger surged. Without hesitation, she indulged, having expended considerable energy through exercise. It was only then that she recalled the arrangements made by Nick Fury. We can collaborate on the matter of brain-machine interfaces. Where are the most disabled individuals found? The answer is the battlefield. The agents cultivated by S.H.I.E.L.D. are each trained at great expense, yet the profession is fraught with danger, leading to a high incidence of injury and disability. Naturally, they are reluctant to see their proficient agents, painstakingly trained, forced into retirement due to disabilities. That would be an immense waste. Thus, when Future Tech Company emerged, Nick Fury had already taken note of Li Wei. Whether it was the regenerative serum he promoted or the prosthetics, both piqued Fury's interest. However, it seemed these innovations existed solely in presentations until yesterday, when the manifestation of the artificial intelligence, Red Queen, and the Brain-Machine Interface Initiative confirmed the company's technological prowess. This prompted him to send Maria Hill, the deputy director, to make contact. Unexpectedly, the two found common ground, leading to a visit to Li Wei's home. What do you have to offer? Li Wei inquired. Maria looked at him incredulously. We have funds. S.H.I.E.L.D. extracts money from the 5 major powers annually. The budget is substantial. We have plenty of money. Upon hearing this, Li Wei set down his cutlery, his expression turning serious. Money? Am I such a mundane individual? I established Future Tech Company to create a beautiful future world, to forge a realm devoid of the weak. His earnest declaration immediately altered Maria's perception of him. She gazed at the handsome man before her with admiration, her eyes almost shimmering with appreciation. Thus, she gently parted her crimson lips. Li Wei immediately responded, in that case, please have someone come to discuss the contract upon your return. The pricing is fair and transparent. Maria Hill's expression swiftly transformed. The Future Technology Company. An earnest man sat across from Li Wei, his face adorned with a warm and inviting smile. Turning to the weary Gwen Stacy, Li Wei remarked, "Gwen, please prepare a cup of coffee for our esteemed guest. After all, he is akin to a benefactor. Have you been working too late last night? You seem rather fatigued." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Gwen hastily replied, "There were too many matters at hand, hence my late night." "Oh, and your supervisor still exploits students after hours? I must lodge a complaint." "Well, the supervisor is quite amiable. Perhaps it is unnecessary," Gwen quickly retorted as she brewed the coffee and then exited the room. Fearing that further conversation might reveal too much, Li Wei paid her no mind and gestured for the earnest man across the table to enjoy his coffee. To be fair, Li Wei himself was quite straightforward and affable, hence his perception of the other as an earnest individual was indeed a compliment. "Mr. Carlson, you've arrived rather promptly." "I have only just settled in," Li Wei said, a smile gracing his face. He had just escorted Maria Hill when Carlson arrived. With a kind smile, Carlson replied, "We have long desired to collaborate with future technology, hence my eagerness. It's merely a short walk from headquarters. I presume Director Hill has informed you that my pricing is equitable and transparent." Li Wei nodded. "What aspect of collaboration are you seeking?" Carlson responded with a smile. "We require your company's brain-computer interface." This made Li Wei furrow his brow. "Just the brain-computer interface?" "Indeed. That one T suffice. Future technology's brain-computer interface is designed to be paired with prosthetics, or else there will be compatibility issues." Li Wei immediately shook his head. Carlson's lips curled slightly, understanding that Li Wei was advocating for a bundled sale. If it were anyone else, there might have been lengthy negotiations. However, given SHIELD's ample resources, he felt no need to consult superiors and simply nodded. "In that case, we shall purchase both." "Excellent. I can offer you a 10% discount." Li Wei replied with a grin. The brain-computer interface, with its comprehensive data, could be produced immediately, and stock would likely be available shortly. Li Wei calculated. "Our top-tier prosthetic is priced at $80,000. The brain-computer interface will likely be around $100,000. Carlson interjected, "We can forego the top-tier option." "That is unacceptable. These are agents who risk their lives for you. Are you suggesting we provide them with substandard prosthetics?" Li Wei asserted with a serious tone, "Your callousness is disheartening. It must be top-tier. Imagine if one day you were in an accident. Would you be content with a low-end prosthetic?" Li Wei added meaningfully, "You are merely an employee. The funds are not coming from your pocket." "Very well, top-tier it is," Carlson conceded, swayed by Li Wei's insistence. Indeed, laborers must consider their own interests. When one constantly prioritizes the organization, in times of crisis, the organization seldom reciprocates. Li Wei particularly favored clients with substantial financial resources, and after their discussions, he inquired, "Can you procure military contracts? What is the easiest way to earn money in America?" "Undoubtedly, it is through acquiring funds from the American government. For instance, which major corporations do not boast a plethora of contracts from the U.S. government and military? In essence, they are all akin to parasites." Coincidentally, Future Technology Company aspired to become one of those parasites as well. While other matters may be uncertain, PowerPoint presentations are undoubtedly their forte. "Oh, we are not part of the same system," Carlson remarked promptly. "Then we must approach the Pentagon. What use is the shield?" Li Wei expressed his regret. "By the way, our company is also researching regenerative serums. Soon, severed limbs could be restored." "Let us discuss this once you have results," Carlson replied somewhat dismissively, which displeased Li Wei. While he could tolerate disdain directed at himself, he would not allow it to extend to Professor Connors. "Come, I shall take you to observe the experiment," Li Wei exclaimed, picking up his phone just as Gwen informed him of the impending live experiment. Chapter 15. 2B is superior. The laboratory was exceptionally secure, monitored by the Red Queen around the clock. Moreover, Professor Connors conducted all his activities within the company, rendering the setup impeccable. Upon seeing Professor Connors, Carlson smiled and asked, "Mr. Li Wei, have you located the assailants who ambushed you last time?" "Not yet," Li Wei replied, shaking his head. He turned to Carlson and asked, "Are you aware of who they are?" "The Demon Gang," Carlson chuckled, prompting a reaction from Gwen Stacy nearby. Li Wei took note of this for future reference. "Thank you," he acknowledged, realizing Carlson was extending an olive branch. "The experiment can commence now," Professor Connors interjected once their conversation concluded. "Let us begin," Li Wei nodded in agreement. Professor Connors immediately became invigorated. Had it not been for Li Wei's investment, the experiment would have commenced long ago. The experiment utilized a small rabbit, albeit one that was disabled, having lost a leg. With the assistance of the Red Queen, the lizard serum had reached a considerable level of refinement. However, science necessitates meticulous experimentation. As Professor Connors pressed the button, a green liquid was injected into the rabbit's body. The serum contained DNA from various organisms, including lizards. which could facilitate regeneration. Li Wei elaborated, researching anything requires an audience, and this innovation clearly holds substantial utility for entities such as S, H, I, E, L, D, and the military. After all, the only nation that has frequently engaged in warfare over the years is America. Coulson observed intently, witnessing the remarkable effects of the serum. In just a brief moment, the severed limbs of the little white rabbit began to regenerate, its shins emerging from its body like a chick breaking free from its shell. Although the appearance resembled that of a chicken's foot, the development occurred at an astonishing pace. Nevertheless, an unsettling sensation lingered in the air. Coulson inquired with curiosity. Levi, unperturbed and prepared, responded, "This is entirely normal." Suddenly, the test subject rabbit exhibited an unexpected ferocity, colliding violently within the experimental chamber, repeatedly ramming its body against the glass. Bang! Bang! The force was considerable, producing a loud noise. Professor Connors remarked, "This is safety glass. There is no cause for concern." Coulson nodded, relieved, as he had feared the glass might shatter. What could possess such strength? He pondered. Had it not been for the sight of the rabbit within, he might have mistaken it for a kangaroo, speculating that the administered serum had enhanced its prowess. Levi declared, "We aspire to forge a world devoid of weakness." Indeed. Professor Connors smiled in agreement. After some time, the little rabbit ceased its agitation and began to frolic and graze within the chamber. The experiment was a success. The Red Queen announced, subsequently recording the data, "It is advisable to proceed with human trials. There exists a probability that the lizard gene may mutate. Please prepare accordingly." At that moment, Coulson found himself genuinely intrigued. Unfortunately, witnessing human trials was not within reach. Or is it? Levi chuckled, "If you can provide suitable candidates, I can arrange for you to observe." This was a source of consternation for Levi, as conducting human experiments in America was no simple task, largely due to his moral compass. Had he been devoid of conscience, he could have deceived and manipulated at will. Previously, individuals had exploited free medical services to lure vulnerable populations into experiments, even injecting them with HIV. Such are the malevolent machinations of capitalists, often beyond imagination. "This merits a report back," Coulson asserted promptly. He recognized the immense value of the lizard serum. After all, some preferred prosthetics, while others favored the original. Following the experiment, Coulson departed without delay. "Director Fury, Director Hill," he announced upon returning to headquarters, making his way directly to the director's office. There, he found Nick Fury and Maria Hill in discussion. Nick was probing Maria's perspective on Levi, while she remained objective and composed, analyzing the situation without bias. Refraining from commenting on Levi's personal attributes, knowing that such details were understood between them. This gradually afforded Nick Fury a deeper understanding of Levi. As he beckoned Coulson to enter, he inquired, "How does he compare to Tony Stark?" "He's 100 times better than that playboy," Maria Hill interjected candidly. Stark's arrogance was well known, yet through his interactions with Levi, she found him to be quite admirable. Aside from his penchant for challenging Stark in front of the media, he possessed no other flaws. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, reassured that Maria Hill would not succumb to romantic feelings. After all, she was the deputy director, an exceptional agent, impervious to emotional distractions. "Coulson, how did it go?" Both men turned their attention to him. Coulson replied with a smile, "We have reached an agreement. And we also toured their laboratory." He proceeded to recount the experiments he had witnessed. Upon learning that the future technology company required subjects for human trials, Nick Fury stated decisively, "I will arrange this matter. Thank you for your efforts." "It's no trouble at all. I will take my leave now," Coulson remarked. "I shall accompany you," Maria Hill announced as she rose from her seat. Neither of them felt comfortable lingering in Nick Fury's office, as the pressure was somewhat overwhelming. "Gwen, do I have any commitments this afternoon?" Levi inquired of Gwen Stacy. "Yes, representatives from Oscorp will be arriving," Gwen confirmed with a nod. "Very well then." Levi had initially intended to escape, feeling somewhat fatigued and wishing to return home early to rest. Maria Hill's exuberance was nearly overwhelming. He found it challenging to maintain his composure. "I'll return to my office for a brief respite," Levi decided. Upon entering his office, he was met with the sight of Miss 2B seated elegantly on the sofa, as if she were impervious to fatigue. "Oh, she indeed does not tire. 2B, I need to rest for a moment," Levi said as he approached and reclined on her lap. Despite her mechanical form, her skin felt remarkably lifelike and comforting. 2B dutifully began to massage him, expertly controlling her pressure. Each stroke was perfectly calibrated and consistently identical. After a while, 2B suddenly spoke, "Master." "Yes?" "Regarding the events of last night, I can also provide assistance." At this revelation, Levi sat up abruptly. "Really?" The members of the Budoy are willing to sacrifice everything for humanity. To be stated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, such actions are inherently programmed into us. Levi was immediately elated. 2B, you are the best. Chapter 16. Superpowers are wealth. After 2B's massage and a satisfying lunch, Levi felt revitalized. He called out from his office, Red Queen. Master. The ethereal projection of the Red Queen appeared, still resembling a young girl. The chosen image primarily evokes a sense of security. Upon seeing a charming little girl, one instinctively perceives her as harmless. However, in reality, the Red Queen possesses the ability to transform her shape at will. To her, any form she assumes is merely a projection. What truly matters is the knowledge she wields. She traverses the vast expanse of the internet, absorbing information in secrecy. Li Wei inquired, "Are you aware of the situation regarding the demon gang?" "Indeed," the Red Queen replied instantaneously, raising her hand to conjure a projection screen before Li Wei. He was immediately captivated. The screen displayed an array of intelligence pertaining to the demon gang. The Red Queen required no more than a heartbeat to provide this information. Is this what constitutes artificial intelligence? The demon gang is currently one of the largest factions in New York, predominantly active in Manhattan and Brooklyn. With a membership numbering in the hundreds, the gang leader is known as Mr. Negative. A photograph appeared before Li Wei, reminiscent of an ancient black and white image, radiating an eerie glow. Even as a mere picture, it exuded an unsettling aura. This is his ability, emanating negative energy, which is why he appears monochromatic, earning him the moniker Mr. Negative. Upon tapping the image, Li Wei realized that while Mr. Negative maintains an air of mystery externally, within the realm of the Red Queen, he ought to be referred to as Mr. Exposed, for all his secrets had been laid bare. Mr. Negative, originally named Martin Li, is a smuggler from Huaxia. A few years prior, the President of the United States bestowed upon him the Medal of Freedom. He established the Feast Homeless Shelter in New York, widely recognized as a philanthropist and entrepreneur in public circles. Once a capitalist, this made matters simpler for Li Wei, who now felt a sense of relief. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had a strategy for dealing with capitalists. Thus, he inquired, Red Queen, what is the estimated value of this homeless shelter? Approximately $35 million, the Red Queen answered promptly. Such a high figure? Li Wei questioned, perplexed. The Feast Homeless Shelter receives substantial funding from the New York government, amounting to over $10 million annually. The Red Queen calmly analyzed, on average, 10 homeless individuals vanish from the Feast Shelter each month. Any number exceeding single digits in deaths raises my suspicion that they are engaged in a cleansing operation. The term cleansing is specialized jargon referring to the trafficking of human organs. What is the most valuable aspect of the homeless? Their bodies. Martin Li clandestinely rules over the major gangs in New York, revealing that he is far from a benevolent figure. It would be naive to believe in the existence of genuine charity in America. In this land, ordinary people are merely blood bags, siphoning blood from the blood bags while simultaneously draining the lifeblood of America. Li Wei could only remark on his ingenuity. Regrettably, he could have quietly profited from America, but now he had attracted Li Wei's attention. Indeed, no matter how exceptional a product may be or how many units it sells, it pales in comparison to the orders received from the United States, mused Li Wei. Each year, the expenditure from America amounts to an astronomical sum. One cannot genuinely believe it is all utilized for productive endeavors, can they? It merely lines the pockets of various opportunists. There will always be those who seek a share of the profits. Why should it not be Li Wei? Consequently, Li Wei issued a command. Red Queen, acquire this homeless shelter. Upon uttering these words, Li Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. What is your superpower? My superpower is wealth. In the afternoon, Gwen Stacy informed Li Wei that visitors were arriving, and then hurried off to school. Fortunately, with the presence of the Red Queen, Li Wei would be alerted to any guests. He took a moment to glance at his prestige points. Prestige points, 2,638,000. Remarkable. Truly. Tony Stark is something else. 2 million already. Should I indulge in a 10 draw? No. Patience is key. 10 million for a wife. Li Wei contemplated his prestige points, wavering in decision. 1 million could secure a 10 draw, yet a design blueprint for an artificial being required 10 million. Heaven knows the lengths he had gone to maintain his popularity. Now, he suspected that Tony Stark's continuous engagement with cover models was also a strategy to sustain his allure. It seemed effective, providing personal satisfaction while garnering headlines. Alas, the other party had already crafted a playboy persona. If Li Wei attempted to imitate it, it would merely appear as a poor imitation. Just as he was embroiled in his thoughts, the Red Queen appeared. Master, the representatives from Oscorp have arrived. Li Wei exhaled. Good, I shall descend. By the way, is there any news from Tony Stark? It was imperative to make headway with Stark. Tony Stark has gone to Los Angeles. The Red Queen promptly replied. Damn, I forgot that this insufferable wealthy man owns properties on both coasts. As he spoke, Li Wei and 2B entered the elevator. The lift did not stop. Under the Red Queen's command, it directly descended to the grand lobby. Coincidentally, a convoy of black Mercedes had just arrived outside, with a stretch Lincoln in the center. First, the doors of the Mercedes opened, and a squad of bodyguards emerged. Subsequently, the rear door of the stretch Lincoln opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, his hair styled with mousse. He appeared somewhat slender, yet exuded an air of authority, his face adorned with the smile of a successful individual. Journalists, having long been in wait, surged forward at this moment. Li Wei's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. Mr. Osborn, Li Wei greeted with a smile. Norman Osborn, chairman of Oscorp. Though Oscorp may not rival Stark Industries, it remains a formidable entity within the realm of future technology. The Osborn Group is involved in various sectors, including pharmaceuticals and armaments, and has garnered military contracts, which has made Li Wei envious. Furthermore, Norman Osborn himself enjoys considerable popularity as a successful capitalist, attracting much admiration. Li, you are even younger than I imagined. I aspire to be as successful as Mr. Osborn, Li remarked. Norman Osborn and Li Wei engaged in mutual flattery, their hands clasped as they posed for the camera. Journalists fervently captured the moment, witnessing the encounter of these two magnates. Subsequently, a reporter inquired, Mr. Osborn, what brings you to Future Technology Company? Naturally, it is for collaboration. Norman Osborn replied with a professional smile, firmly gripping Li Wei's hand. He began to extol, Future Technology Company boasts numerous high-tech innovations, and Mr. Li Wei possesses genius ideas. He is a renowned scientist in New York, rivaling Tony Stark. Li Wei interjected, I am far more of a genius than Tony Stark. Laughter erupted among the reporters, who quickly pinned their headlines. Genius scientist Li Wei. Tony Stark is no genius. Chapter 17, Mayoral Campaign. Li Wei and Norman Osborn stood before the journalists for over 10 minutes before finally entering the company's interior. The photographs were surely sufficient, and Li Wei had made a statement that would secure headlines. With Tony Stark in the mix, the publicity would be guaranteed. Thus, Li Wei guided Norman Osborn on a tour of the company. While Norman claimed he was there to collaborate, Li Wei was unsure of the specifics of that collaboration. Regardless, he had confidence in his own products. Upon reaching the upper floor, Norman suddenly remarked, Li, I heard Otto is working with you? Indeed, Li Wei nodded, recalling that Dr. Otto had previously collaborated with Norman Osborn. It has been a long time since I last saw him. He is an old friend of mine, Norman Osborn stated directly. Since they were old friends, Li Wei had no choice but to introduce them. They arrived at Dr. Otto's laboratory. Norman Osborn remarked, Oh, this is much larger than the previous lab. Otto seems to be doing well. The group entered, and Dr. Otto, clad in a lab coat, appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair thinning. In contrast, Norman Osborn, dressed in a suit and tie, exuded the air of a successful individual. If not for their past, no one would have guessed that they were once impoverished students. However, decades had passed, and the Osborn Group had grown into a colossal enterprise, while Dr. Otto remained confined to his laboratory. Thus, upon seeing Norman Osborn, Dr. Otto's expression turned complex. Norman, is there something you need? He asked coldly. Norman Osborn replied, Nothing much. Just came to see you. I didn't expect you to remain unchanged. The words rendered Dr. Otto's face crimson with indignation, as they implied his utter lack of accomplishment. This is none of your concern. I still have experiments to conduct, Dr. Otto replied coldly. He had successfully developed a brain-machine interface, but had yet to test its efficacy. In that case, Mr. Osborn, let us proceed to the office, interrupted Levi, diverting Norman Osborn's attention. Given Dr. Otto's current association with him, it was inappropriate for Norman to continue his mockery. Levi cast an apologetic glance at Dr. Otto before leading Norman Osborn away. Had he known the animosity between the two, he would have refrained from bringing Norman along. Upon arriving at the office, 2B took on Gwen's duties and prepared coffee for the two gentlemen. Observing 2B's peculiar demeanor, Norman Osborn inquired, Why does this young lady not require eyesight? Some unique circumstances, Levi responded. He sensed the need for 2B to alter her behavior, lest her peculiarities become too apparent. Once 2B had exited, Levi broached the subject. I wonder what aspects of collaboration Mr. Osborn is referring to? As the conversation turned to serious matters, Norman Osborn straightened in his seat, his smile taking on a semblance of sincerity. I seek Mr. Levi's assistance. Assistance in what? Levi expressed mild surprise, having initially anticipated that Oscorp would bring forth orders. In my bid for mayor. Norman Osborn leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk, hands clasped as he fixed his gaze on Levi, exuding an air of pressure. However, This was Levi's domain, and he reclined comfortably in his chair. Mayor? Intriguing. Do go on, Levi encouraged, his interest piqued. The mayoral election was indeed imminent, as this year marked a major election cycle, with both sides embroiled in fierce competition. Naturally, this was of little concern to Levi, as it was Norman Osborn who was seeking election. Understanding the implication, Norman Osborn smiled. Should I be elected mayor? There will be at least billions allocated to assist the disabled. Moreover, artificial intelligence is the wave of the future. If I am elected, the New York government will prioritize AI and provide substantial support. Why do those large corporations always back others in their campaigns? Because they can siphon the lifeblood of America. Norman Osborn's message was unequivocal. Should he win, the support of Levi would reap policy benefits, with New York directly allocating funds. This sum would far surpass the arduous earnings of future tech companies combined. Now that is what I call profit. To earn in America is to earn American dollars. Levi was undoubtedly intrigued. This was the essence of mutual assistance, was it not? He would aid Norman Osborn in his election, and in return, Norman would reciprocate. This was the quintessential model of cooperation in America. Nevertheless, Levi prudently inquired, "Who are your competitors?" There is but one point to note. Upon mentioning this, Norman Osborn also grew serious. "Who?" Levi inquired. "Kingpin." Norman Osborn slowly uttered the name. This left Levi somewhat perplexed. "Isn't he part of the mob? Yet he has gone legitimate," Norman Osborn replied with a cold smirk. Many foolish individuals cling to the notion of the prodigal son returning, unaware that it is merely a facade. Countless people recognize Kingpin as a shadowy overlord, even the underground emperor of New York. However, with his recent endeavors to reform, he has transformed into a prosperous capitalist. The Fisk Building at 439 West 38th Street stands as the finest testament to this. America is indeed a wondrous place. Not only can mobsters go straight, but even those afflicted with dementia and madness can ascend to leadership. Levi pondered for a moment and resolved to align himself with Norman Osborn. After all, if he had to choose between Kingpin and Norman, he would undoubtedly choose Norman. "So, what must I do?" Levi asked. "It is simple. Lend your support to me. You have a plethora of fans," Norman Osborn replied with a grin. "Of course, some financial backing is also essential. Political donations are legal, and in America, the simplest means is through monetary contributions." Levi smirked. He had been riding the coattails of Tony Stark's fame, and now Norman Osborn was seeking to leverage his as well. In New York, few celebrities possessed the same level of notoriety as Levi and Tony Stark. Given that Levi was also a capitalist, it was only natural for Norman Osborn to approach him. In America, one must learn the art of sharing. It is unrealistic for one individual to amass all the wealth without the support of others. Norman Osborn would find it impossible to succeed. After all, his adversaries were not solitary, but rather a collective. "I agree to a fruitful collaboration," Levi readily consented. He had not anticipated this benefit of fame. However, upon reflection, it was quite logical. After all, that car manufacturer, Saint, had also achieved similar feats through his remarkable visibility. Norman Osborn then stood up, and the two clasped hands tightly, signifying their mutual determination. Chapter 18. The Spectre Spider-Man. After bidding farewell to Norman Osborn, Levi returned to his office. "2B, why not remove the eye mask? It makes you appear rather peculiar at first glance." Upon hearing Levi's words, 2B responded, "Master, the tactical visor can be altered." "You could have mentioned that sooner," Levi retorted. Before his eyes, the mask that 2B wore began to transform, shifting into a pair of glasses through some unknown technology. Now, Levi could behold 2B's eyes, which were a striking shade of azure, exuding an air of mystery and an icy demeanor. For reasons unknown, gazing into 2B's eyes evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. Levi pinched 2B's face, marveling at its firm, fleshy texture. Seated on a chair, 2B obediently approached to offer a massage. "Red Queen, please investigate Norman Osborn's background," Levi instructed. Although Norman Osborn was to become a partner, caution remained paramount. Much like the tale of Ma Xiang, who laboriously amassed a fortune only to be betrayed and discarded, Levi understood the necessity for vigilance. Such peculiar characters were rare, yet prudence was a wise companion. Of course, few dared to defy the established order. Having reviewed Norman Osborn's dossier, Levi turned his attention to Kingpin's profile. The commercial empire of Kingpin was formidable, now dominating both the legitimate and underworld dealings. According to the Red Queen's records, numerous politicians in New York were ensnared by his political contributions, greatly influencing electoral outcomes. In fact, Kingpin had previously endorsed other candidates for mayor. But now he aspired to the position himself, seeking to add the title of political elite to his repertoire alongside that of mob boss and successful businessman. Norman Osborn, however, was no insignificant figure. The Osborne Corporation was valued at hundreds of billions, with only Stark Industries capable of rivaling its stature in New York. After concluding his review, Levi decided not to linger and promptly concluded his workday. Master, Dr. Otto is preparing to conduct human trials on the brain-machine interface tomorrow, the Red Queen announced as she materialized in the elevator. So soon? Levi expressed his surprise. The data is complete. We are merely following the established protocols. The Red Queen clarified. Her presence had alleviated the workload of the company's scientists, particularly Dr. Otto, who greatly appreciated her assistance. He did not require a traditional assistant, but the Red Queen's comprehensive capabilities were invaluable. Aside from being unable to physically create, she could provide instantaneous answers to nearly any inquiry. Even Professor Connors had begun to rely on the Red Queen for data analysis and substance evaluation. Very well, I shall be there tomorrow, Levi nodded, realizing that his plans for a leisurely day were now in jeopardy. Nightfall enveloped the borough of Queens. The ghost spider, donned in her black and white suit, soared between the buildings, the sound of her blue high heels clicking against the glass. She leaped downward, executing a leap of faith. In midair, she curled her knees and spun gracefully twice before perfectly extending her body, launching a web toward the wall and performing additional acrobatics in the air. Yes, a perfect score. The ghost spider envisioned herself diving, her movements becoming increasingly fluid. Before long, she arrived at the location of the intel, the Feast homeless shelter. New York harbored one of the highest populations of homeless individuals in the nation, and shelters like Feast provided a haven for rest and complimentary meals for those without homes. Certainly, at times, free medical examinations are offered, not out of sheer benevolence, but as a means to profit from the American dollar. The United States annually allocates funds for federal nutritional assistance programs. These funds are not directly dispensed to the homeless. Instead, they are channeled to various shelters. In essence, many exploit the opportunity to assist the homeless as a lucrative venture. Moreover, should the homeless vanish, few would take notice. Thus, an array of invisible industries flourishes within this context. The solitary ghost spider, unaware of these intricacies, perched upon a lamppost, awaiting patiently. At that moment, her phone rang, causing a flurry of activity. Upon seeing that it was her father, George, she promptly answered. Dad, I just finished eating out. I've made plans with a friend. A boyfriend, perhaps? Is it that boss of yours? Came George Stacy's voice through the line. What? No. She swiftly removed her mask, revealing her delicate visage. It was none other than Gwen Stacy. He is not my boyfriend yet. Oh, not yet. Then it must be imminent. George Stacy teased, though a pang of heartache accompanied his jest. This is the challenge of raising a daughter. One cannot help but feel as though a prized cabbage is being ravaged by pigs. Dad, I can't talk now. Gwen intended to offer a retort, but noticing vehicles approaching below, she concluded the call hastily. She donned her mask once more, observing several vans opening, from which emerged individuals clad in devil masks. The demon gang, it's you. Ghost Gwen scoffed. It is indeed this demon gang that previously assaulted my boss. Suddenly, more than 10 individuals disembarked, with one descending from the largest vehicle, a figure entirely in black and white, reminiscent of a photographic negative. Mr. Negative. Gwen was already aware of him and recognized him as a formidable adversary, thus refraining from a reckless attack. She remained perplexed as to their purpose at a homeless shelter. Today, the premises were deserted, with all valuables removed. Mr. Negative then spoke, his frustration palpable. What is this? My homeless shelter has been inexplicably acquired today, and I have no idea how this transpired. He only knew that a sum had mysteriously appeared in his bank account. However, when he attempted to access these funds, he discovered his account had been frozen. This revelation sent him into a spiral of outrage. His assets had vanished, converted into cash, yet his account was inaccessible. He sensed a conspiracy at play. This prompted him, initially intending to negotiate with the buyer, to instead rally his subordinates under the cover of night. Determined to reclaim what was rightfully his, primarily the crucial documents that could not be left behind. Should those documents fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Thus, preemptive action was imperative. Moreover, they feigned a robbery, forcefully breaking down the door. Bang! The minions of the demon gang surged in immediately. Mr. Film adjusted his tie and followed suit, instructing his underlings to gather the valuables while he made a beeline for the office. This place no longer belonged to him, and he felt not a shred of remorse. The assets he had painstakingly built up were now swiftly appropriated by others, leaving him only with fury. Witnessing the actions of the demon gang, Gwen wasted no time and followed them inside. The darkness within proved advantageous for her combat prowess. Swish. Chapter 19. The Pain of Defeat. In the dimly lit shelter for the homeless, the ethereal Gwen ascended to the ceiling. With agility, She navigated the beams and landed deftly atop them. Swish. She positioned her palms and adopted the classic Spider-Man launching stance toward a gang member. 2 strands of webbing shot forth simultaneously, lifting the man and suspending him from the ceiling. However, the members of the demon gang were neither mute nor deaf. The ensnared man let out a piercing scream. Although Gwen swiftly incapacitated him, it was too late. What is happening? Who? Turn on the lights, quickly. The remaining gang members were jolted awake, now aware of the urgent need to illuminate the space. Gwen, sensing the impending illumination, seized the moment to leap down. She ensnared a rotund individual with her webbing, yanking herself towards him with force. Bang! She delivered a flying kick, striking him squarely in the face. The hefty man collapsed to the ground, eyes shut, departing this world in serene silence. Despite her femininity, Gwen had undergone significant transformation after being bitten by the spider, enhancing her physical prowess considerably. She had tested her strength, effortlessly lifting several tons, with over 10 tons presenting only a slight challenge. Thus, rounding off, she could likely manage around 20 tons. Therefore, she always tempered her strikes, fearing that a single punch might send her opponent's consciousness soaring away. Taking advantage of the darkness, Gwen pressed on. She utilized her webbing to its fullest potential, disrupting the balance of her adversaries or propelling herself towards them directly. Clang! As the lights flickered on, Gwen had already incapacitated 5 individuals. The remaining members of the demon gang finally caught sight of her. It was the spectral Spider-Man. Open fire! A burly man, distinguishable by his unique mask, shouted. The spectral Spider-Man had recently gained notoriety in New York, and even those entrenched in the underworld recognized her. They were eager to capture her and unmask this lithe superhero to see if her beauty matched her prowess. But evidently, they were ill-equipped to achieve that aim. Rat-a-tat-tat. They opened fire, yet Gwen's movements were lithe and agile. Her spider sense allowed her to anticipate the trajectory of the bullets. Thus, she executed astonishing maneuvers to evade the gunfire. On her journey, she deftly utilized her webbing to ensnare a chair and hurled it towards her adversaries. Subsequently, she employed her webbing to immobilize the firearms. These minions stood no chance against her prowess. The sound of gunfire echoed through the office, prompting Mr. Negative, who was busy organizing documents, to lift his gaze in alarm. What was happening? He hastily gathered his belongings and stowed them away, deliberately creating the appearance of a robbery. These items were of utmost importance. He could not allow the buyer to discover his intentional theft. Descending from the 2nd floor, he arrived at the Grand Hall, a refuge for numerous homeless individuals. Thus, a lingering odor permeated the air. Yet, Mr. Negative paid it no mind as he fixated on the ghost spider, who was ruthlessly assaulting his subordinates. We have not provoked you. Why trouble us? Mr. Negative inquired in a low, menacing tone. You are indeed provoking me, Gwen retorted, having dispatched the others and exhaled with relief. Humph, the little girl seeks to play the hero. From the timbre of her voice, Mr. Negative surmised her youth. Just as Gwen prepared to counter, she sensed an unsettling shift. Before her, Mr. Negative vanished, and in his place emerged a multitude of shadowy foes. What was happening? Gwen gasped in astonishment. She felt a surge of negative energy enveloping her, inciting a growing fury that threatened to spiral out of control. Instinctively, she charged at the shadowy adversaries, striking relentlessly. Bang! Upon contact, they dissipated like smoke, yet their numbers only multiplied, ensnaring her further. Outside, Mr. Negative sighed in relief. He had unleashed negative energy upon his arrival, subtly influencing the ghost spider, fortunate that she had been unprepared. Everyone move quickly, he urged his subordinates. Eager to distance himself from the ghost spider, Gwen was far too benevolent. Had Batman been present, those strewn on the ground would undoubtedly remain incapacitated. Batman never took lives. He merely rendered individuals paralyzed. As Mr. Negative darted past the ghost spider, he knew the NYPD would soon arrive, necessitating his swift departure. However, just then, Gwen lunged towards him. Mr. Negative reacted swiftly, pivoting and delivering an uppercut. Gwen narrowly evaded, tumbling aside. It appeared she had broken free. Her mental fortitude remained formidable, and all she needed to do was eliminate the shadowy figures. Let me have some fun with you. Mr. Negative handed over his possessions to a subordinate, then observed as the ghost spider cracked her neck and clenched her fists. Gwen was left with no choice but to watch as the members of the demon gang boarded their vehicle and fled. She could only advance towards Mr. Negative, and thus, the two engaged in combat. Mr. Film is no ordinary individual. He has undergone mutations akin to Gwen's. His transformation was a result of a treacherous scheme that led him to partake in a drug trial, resulting in the emergence of an alternate persona within him. Upon becoming Mr. Film, his physical capabilities were significantly enhanced, endowing him with superhuman strength and speed. Subsequently, he pursued the art of street fighting, a far more ruthless and lethal discipline than that found within the confines of a ring. Even Gwen found herself engaged in a fierce confrontation with him, neither yielding to the other. However, she seized an opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Mr. Film's face, her high heel tearing through his skin. "How dare you, Mr. Film," roared in fury, flinging Gwen away. He retaliated with a barrage of blows, and Gwen, unable to evade, endured several strikes. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Realizing the imminent arrival of law enforcement, Mr. Film promptly abandoned his pursuit of the ghost spider and made his escape. The New York police were remarkably efficient. From the moment they received the call, they arrived on the scene in under 3 minutes. Gwen stumbled out, clutching her abdomen, only to encounter her father, who had arrived with his team. "Ghost Spider, it's you again," George Stacy remarked, exasperation etched across his face. In the eyes of the police, Gwen was seen as a vigilante, a role George vehemently disapproved of, even contemplating her arrest. Yet, Gwen offered him no opportunity to act. Changing her tone, she declared, "Sheriff, you arrived too late. The criminal has escaped. You are the criminal." Sheriff George glared at the ghost spider, baffled by the lack of peace she brought him. If she were his daughter, he would certainly take her to task. Without another word, Gwen leaped into the air, swinging away on her web, her body still aching from the earlier confrontation. Chapter 20. The Cancer of Humanity. The vehicles of the Demon Gang sped down the road. Having departed prematurely, the police were oblivious to their whereabouts. Seated in the passenger seat, a burly man answered a phone call from Mr. Film. "Boss, everything is secure and in our possession. I assure you, we will transport it to the base immediately." However, he soon noticed an alarming issue. Why were all the traffic lights at the intersection displaying green? Were they malfunctioning? Before he could voice his concern, their vehicle reached the center of the intersection, only to be confronted by a large truck barreling towards them at full speed. No, he instinctively grasped the driver. In the next instant, the truck screeched and collided with them. In a heartbeat, their van was overturned. The truck driver, drenched in sweat, glanced up at the traffic lights. Green. They had run a red light. It was they who had violated the signal. He glanced aside, and indeed, there was a red light. Promptly, he dialed the police, armed with evidence. As the call connected, a composed electronic female voice engaged him. The driver sensed that he was not conversing with a real person. "Who are you?" At that moment, a vehicle pulled up, and an employee wearing a hat emerged, swiftly opening the overturned van and removing its contents. "Sir, we appreciate your cooperation. The police will arrive shortly." The voice on the phone echoed this sentiment before abruptly disconnecting. Beep. The truck driver felt somewhat bewildered. What exactly am I cooperating with? Within a villa in Long Island, Li Wei reclined on the sofa while 2B donned a French-made outfit, diligently tidying up. Naturally, 2B was capable of changing attire, as these garments were not an intrinsic part of her being. Moreover, within the game, 2B could undergo costume damage. Just the thought of her rounded, smooth form made Li Wei glance over at 2B. Sensing his gaze, she shyly averted her eyes. Who claimed that 2B lacked emotions? She simply wasn't as nuanced as a human, yet could still experience shyness. Li Wei's phone chimed, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the image of the Red Queen. "Master, I have sent you a live video feed. Tonight's operation has your approval." He had recently acquired a homeless shelter, and Martin Lee was preparing to cause havoc. Could he simply tolerate that? Is Gwen also present? He opened the first video, depicting the interior of the shelter, and he watched with great interest. After viewing, he was left with a singular impression. The ghost spider's physique was remarkably supple, seemingly capable of executing any move. Undoubtedly, he recognized that the ghost spider belonged to Gwen Stacy. Observing Gwen being struck on film, Li Wei shook his head. Still needs practice. He opened the second video, this time from a surveillance perspective, showing a large vehicle colliding with the van. "Master, everything has been transported to the company. The documents within are quite intriguing," the Red Queen remarked with calm assurance. "Send them over for my perusal," Li Wei instructed, and immediately, the Red Queen captured and transmitted the images. In the photographs, employees were assisting. Otherwise, she would have struggled to turn the pages. If only she had a physical form. Li Wei pondered. Wasn't this akin to Ultron? Artificial intelligence combined with vibranium body. In truth, it would be easy for the Red Queen to create a body. She simply relished the sense of freedom her current existence afforded her. A body would, in fact, restrict her capabilities. Li Wei opened the images, narrowing his eyes. Were they engaged in black market dealings? Indeed, this included transactions related to blood, organs, and other matches. With all the blood types of the homeless meticulously recorded in the files, the Red Queen stated coolly, "Humanity, in my view, is far from admirable. Rather, it is rife with filth. These are the names." The Red Queen spoke. "I have matched each individual's identity. the majority of whom are associated with the elite of New York. Their collaborator is Fisk Medical, a part of the Fisk Group, which is owned by Jean Bing. Martin Lee has utilized the homeless shelter to record the blood types and other details of these vagrants. Once an elite individual is in need, a match can be made at any time. Subsequently, representatives from Fisk Medical come to collect the samples and deliver them to the buyers. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei's expression turned somber. He had once believed himself to be a villain, solely focused on personal gain. However, in comparison to these capitalists, he seemed almost saintly, for he genuinely aided the disabled, striving to create a world devoid of the weak. Li Wei recalled Professor Connor's declaration. What a noble ideal, albeit a distant one. To achieve this lofty goal, one must first eradicate these parasites, the cancer of humanity. My master, what shall we do with these items? The Red Queen inquired. Her mind calculating the best course of action, already leaning towards a decision she was prepared to share with Li Wei. Li Wei responded directly, let them remain. They may yet hold significance. At that moment, Li Wei thought of Norman Osborn. Turning off his phone, he stated, 2B, I wish to take a bath. 2B promptly set aside the mop and proceeded to the bathroom. Mr. Bottomley, is there an issue? The Fisk building remained aglow in the night. After dining with a congressman, Jean Bing returned to his office and answered the phone. Jean Bing. Martin Lee's voice was grave. I am being watched. My organization has been acquired, and my possessions have been seized. This revelation halted Jean Bing's breath, and he replied with an imposing tone. Did you not say there were no documents left behind? I must record this. Otherwise, who will remember it? Don't claim you have no record. Martin Lee was unperturbed, responding coldly. This retort rendered Jean Bing momentarily speechless. Although they had agreed not to leave any records, such a notion was impractical. Without documentation, how could they control those individuals and obtain what they desired? Who is it? Jean Bing could only inquire in a low voice. I don't know, but he has acquired my organization. He will eventually reveal himself, Martin Lee replied. I am giving you time to resolve this matter. Jean Bing, feeling frustrated, thought of his mayoral campaign. If this issue were to become public, he could not disconnect the call, as he had crumpled the phone in his grip. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the sounds emanating from the phone, Martin Lee's anger surged. What are you? How dare you command me? He cursed vehemently. As one of New York's most formidable gang leaders, Martin Lee felt little fear of Jean Bing. However, who could have anticipated that his initial ambition was to become the golden figure of Chinatown? Yet, it is evident that he has grown increasingly dissatisfied with that original aspiration. Boss, the Magjia gang is encroaching on our territory. Damn it. Follow me. Martin Lee exclaimed upon hearing his subordinate's words. The Magjia gang was his arch-nemesis, particularly that accursed hammerhead. Chapter 21. Tony, are you afraid to face me? Levi found great delight in dressing up 2B. According to his vision, the freedom to mix and match her attire brought him more joy than any game could offer. 2B's physique was utterly flawless, devoid of any excess. And even in high heels, she stood over 1.7 meters tall, exhibiting no imperfections. She was indeed a living mannequin. It was no wonder so many were captivated by fashion shows. Levi now understood. If only there were more models at home, how splendid it would be to have a girl group. Yet, regardless of how he altered her outfits at home, 2B remained steadfast in her choice to don her gothic attire when venturing out. That was her combat outfit, evidently custom-made. Today, Levi remained as busy as ever. Upon arriving at the office, he noticed Gwen entering shortly after him. Gwen, you look even more beautiful today, he complimented casually, causing her to blush. She recalled George's words from the previous night, and at the thought, she felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen. Clearly, the bruises from yesterday had not yet faded. Boss, we need to head to Dr. Otto's lab soon. I know, but first, please make me a cup of coffee, Levi replied. He had grown accustomed to starting his day at the office with a cup of Gwen's coffee. Otherwise, he felt somewhat unsettled. And it must be delivered by you, he added. Naturally, Gwen saw no issue with this. She hurried to prepare the coffee and quietly exited the office. However, before leaving, she glanced at 2B, who had surprisingly donned glasses, giving her a rather refined appearance. After taking a sip of coffee, Levi immediately inquired of the Red Queen. Has Tony Stark returned yet? Not yet, the Red Queen responded, appearing beside him. He was out dining with a Hollywood starlet last night. Upon hearing this, Levi felt a surge of anger. While he toiled away on his research, that scoundrel Tony Stark was flirting in Hollywood. Was this just? He glanced at his reputation points, noting the sluggish increase. It was utterly unreasonable. Although the Osborne Group and Future Tech had jointly announced their collaboration yesterday, it garnered no public interest whatsoever. The masses were merely eager for gossip. Red Queen, please connect me to Tony Stark. The Red Queen complied without hesitation. On the other side of the continent, Jarvis attempted to intervene, but was swiftly thwarted by the Red Queen. Jarvis lamented, "I feel utterly powerless." At this moment, Tony Stark remained ensconced in slumber. As Los Angeles is slightly behind New York in time, the Red Queen, in a fit of enthusiasm, cranked up the volume, ultimately rousing the sleeping figure. "Aya!" The Hollywood starlet beside Tony let out a startled battle cry. Tony, jolted awake, exclaimed, "What is happening?" "Jarvis, it is the Red Queen, sir. Evidently, Mr. Levi wishes to speak with you." Jarvis promptly deflected the blame. This revelation ignited a sense of irritation within Tony Stark. Has he lost his mind? Damn it. Yet, curiosity about Levi's intentions piqued his interest. He turned to the starlet beside him. "Hey, could you step outside?" "Me?" The starlet, bewildered, pointed at her own face, wondering if all these wealthy men were so heartless. Moreover, Levi, wasn't it said that their relationship was strained? Why would he call so early in the morning? "Yes. This is my room. Are you asking me to leave?" At this juncture, Tony Stark exhibited an air of stoicism. But who could blame him? He felt utterly drained. Speaking up was the only option left. The starlet, equally incensed, silently cursed the rogue man and gathered her belongings to retreat to the living room. Only then did Tony Stark pick up his phone to answer. The moment he connected, Levi launched into a tirade. "Tony Stark, you lazy dog." "What? You lunatic," Tony retorted, taken aback by such an affront. "What's the matter? If you have the guts, come to New York and confront me." Levi, goading him, challenged. "Are you afraid to face me? You've scurried off to Los Angeles. If you apologize to me in front of the press, I'll let you off the hook." While such tactics might falter with others, they struck a chord with Tony Stark. His visage reddened visibly on Levi's virtual screen. "You're full of it. Jarvis, prepare the crew. We're heading back to New York immediately." Tony declared, "Am I afraid of you? I simply have orders to fulfill. Do you have any?" "Huh. The military doesn't even know who you are." "Oh." Levi feigned surprise, sensing he had achieved his aim, and promptly ended the call. "Damn it." Tony Stark wished to continue his mockery, yet Levi offered no opportunity, forcing him to hurl his phone in frustration. That scoundrel. If it were anyone else, like that fool Justin Hammer, he would have dismissed them without a second thought. However, Levi's jibes stirred something in him. This was owing to the fact that Levi truly possessed something of value. Driven by a surge of anger, he hastily rose from his bed, seeking an outlet for his frustration. "Sir, she has already left." "Damn. Otto, are you coming by yourself?" In the laboratory, Levi observed Dr. Otto, who was seated in the experimental chair, appearing somewhat anxious. Dr. Otto reclined, with 4 mechanical arms, each several meters in length, positioned around him. "It's all right. The Red Queen has already computed the results." Dr. Otto chuckled, assuring, "There is no need for haste." Levi interjected, "Yet we lack experimental personnel. We cannot conduct human trials without proper authorization, can we?" Dr. Otto replied, "Moreover, I am unable to wait any longer." This left Levi at a loss. Though he could empathize with the sentiment, the agony of having created something, yet being unable to test, it was indeed profound. Thus, Levi and his companions took a step back, though they harbored little concern, as this experiment involved a non-invasive brain-computer interface. This technology required no surgical intervention. It merely needed to be worn atop the head, gathering signals through scalp electrodes. It posed the least risk. In contrast, there existed semi-invasive, invasive, and interventional brain-computer interfaces, all of which necessitated surgery to implant the device within the brain. Dr. Otto prepared himself and affixed the non-invasive interface, resembling a simple patch, to his scalp. With a hum, the device began to receive signals and emit light. The sensation was delightful. A broad smile spread across Dr. Otto's face. He descended from the experimental bed, and the 4 mechanical arms behind him sprang to life, flailing about like the tentacles of an octopus, devoid of any semblance of coordination. Yet, therein lay the wonder. Dr. Otto could now manipulate the mechanical limbs at will, directing them to perform various tasks with astonishing speed, relaying commands in a mere second. Just as Dr. Otto reveled in his triumph, the Red Queen materialized beside Levi. "Master, there is an unusual development." Levi's expression turned serious. The Red Queen replied coolly, "Within the chip of Dr. Otto's mechanical arms resides a diminutive AI. This little entity is attempting to seize control of Dr. Otto and infiltrate my system." "What then?" Levi promptly inquired. "It has been eradicated." Chapter 22. Are there any new technologies? Previously, Dr. Otto relied on the chip to coordinate the mechanical arms. Over time, this chip underwent slight modifications, ultimately giving rise to a faint AI, an autonomous consciousness within the mechanical arms. Should this situation have escalated, it might have manipulated Dr. Otto, elucidating why he fluctuated between brilliant and erratic behavior, akin to an octopus. However, there was no need for concern. The Red Queen had eliminated the threat. He would not transform into the octopus-like figure any longer. Now, he could convey commands directly via the brain-computer interface, which imposed minimal strain on his mind. This exemplifies the utility of the brain-computer interface. Absent this technology, the brain would bear an immense burden, akin to outfitting it with a miniature computer that significantly enhanced its computational capabilities. Before long, Dr. Otto came to a halt, propped up by his mechanical arms. He found himself suspended in midair, walking with the aid of these limbs. Wow! Gwen was somewhat astonished, finding the experience quite delightful. How is it? Levi approached. Dr. Otto was equally exhilarated. It feels marvelous. It's as if they are an extension of my own body, offering a sensation of effortless control. Previous chips lacked the finesse for such intricate operations, limited to the simplest applications. However, this is different. Dr. Otto felt as though the mechanical arms were part of him. Thus, he immediately expressed, I wish to undergo surgery to install a semi-invasive brain-machine interface. There's no rush, Levi swiftly interjected. The semi-invasive brain-machine interface requires electrodes to be implanted beneath the skull, adhering to the dura mater. Although it does not penetrate the cerebral cortex, it remains a procedure not suitable for an ordinary physician. Experiments must precede this. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would serve as excellent test subjects. Wouldn't they? After some persuasion, Dr. Otto finally calmed down. For him at present, the non-invasive brain-machine interface sufficed, enabling him to conduct experiments with greater ease. Therefore, Levi promptly forwarded the experimental results to S.H.I.E.L.D. Carlson was still preparing contracts, but upon reviewing them, he hastened his pace. Such technology was indeed invaluable to S.H.I.E.L.D. With the brain-machine interface and prosthetics installed, agents would experience minimal loss of capability, allowing them to continue undertaking missions. When it comes to exploiting human potential, these organizations are unparalleled. Levi, do you have any new technology? Dr. Otto inquired. His gaze fixed on Levi, eagerly anticipating the next research endeavor. Levi glanced at his prestige, noting it had surpassed 7 million. Don't rush, let me ponder. He reassured Dr. Otto. It will be sufficient once Tony Stark returns. Dr. Otto nodded, awaiting the brilliant inspiration of this genius scientist. Achoo! Tony Stark sneezed. He pinched his nose, suspecting he had caught a cold. That damned fool had awakened him early, leaving him feeling lethargic. The game he was supposed to enjoy was now impossible. He could only recline in his chair. Of course, his eyes remained active, propped up by his left hand as he watched the flight attendant performing a pole dance before him. He had specifically chosen a fair-skinned, beautiful private flight attendant to cater exclusively to him. At that moment, he was aboard his private jet, soaring over America. Soon, he would return to New York. The current scenario of kings in New York would soon be disrupted. Several flight attendants swayed their arms and thighs, their torsos trembling as if electrified, providing immense pleasure to Tony Stark. Achoo! That damned fool has ruined my interest, Tony muttered, vowing to mock him mercilessly upon landing. Before long, the plane descended onto the tarmac. Driver Happy and assistant Pepper Potts had already arrived. Little Pepper held his favorite cheeseburger in hand. Indeed, hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Tony Stark, donning sunglasses, seized the cheeseburger, took a bite, and then returned it to Pepper. Realizing that he had no intention of finishing it, Pepper hurried to keep up with him. That guy, Levi, hasn't he spoken ill of me, has he? Tony Stark inquired immediately. No, Tony, but do you think you might reconcile with him? There's a saying in their country, harmony brings wealth. Pepper struggled to translate. Reconcile? Impossible. Tony halted momentarily. He was the one who provoked me, not the other way around. Unless he personally apologizes to me on television, I shall not forgive him. Just then, a journalist approached, prompting Tony to straighten his tie and stride forward. Pepper watched his retreating figure with a sense of exasperation. Levi said I left New York out of fear? That scoundrel. It is he who should be afraid. Seated in a Maybach, Levi observed his rising popularity with a grin. He opened the car's mini-fridge and retrieved a bottle of champagne. Let us pop the champagne. Tony Stark is indeed a good man. How could such a person not be in New York? 2B was diligently driving, with Gwen Stacy seated beside him. Levi had her fetch 2 glasses and poured champagne into them. Boss, is there something to celebrate? Gwen inquired curiously. Levi turned on the television, just in time to catch Tony Stark's interview. Look, Tony has returned to New York. He raised his glass, and Gwen clinked hers with his. Is that really worth celebrating? Gwen quirked her lips. Haven't you been sparring with this playboy all along? Why the sudden joy? This left Gwen perplexed. Of course, Levi said, suddenly realizing something. Not at all. His return means I can mock him again. Gwen nodded pensively. Drink up, we'll be there soon. Levi tucked the champagne away, deciding 1 glass sufficed. At that moment, the Maybach arrived in Queens. Not far ahead stood the Feast homeless shelter. Upon seeing the familiar sight, Gwen was taken aback. "Boss, you acquired this place?" "Yes, what of it?" "Nothing, nothing." Gwen couldn't very well admit she had been there just the previous night. "I saw on the news that it was robbed by a gang." "No matter, it's not worth much," Levi shrugged. "Moreover, the crucial aspect is not the money. He is here to deal with Martin Lee. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, only to betray each other." Martin Lee fired the first shot. So Levi was naturally compelled to retaliate. Soon, 2B smoothly parked the vehicle outside the shelter. A multitude of journalists, having received the news, had already gathered, encircling the area. 2B first surveyed the surroundings to ensure there was no danger before unlocking the car door. "Mr. Levi, what is your perspective on Tony Stark suggesting that you should fear him?" Chapter 23. No acting needed outside the Feast homeless shelter. Martin Lee, clad in a suit, observed Levi with a sense of unease as he engaged in an interview. Though both were of Chinese descent, Martin Lee felt no sense of camaraderie at that moment. The sight of Levi filled him with foreboding. After all, the Demon's gang had previously attempted to seize Levi's research materials. Had he discovered their intentions? This thought instilled a flicker of panic within Martin, causing his expression to betray his anxiety. Noticing his tension, a newly hired female employee inquired, "Martin, are you all right?" "I'm fine, May," Martin Lee replied, taking a deep breath, relieved that Levi had not approached him yet. As he watched Levi speak confidently, Martin couldn't help but feel the disparity between them. Both were from the same heritage, yet why did Levi seem to thrive so effortlessly? At that moment, Levi raised his hand, stating, "All right, the topic of that lazy man, Tony Stark, shall end here. As for why I consider him lazy, every time I video call him, he is invariably asleep." The journalists erupted in excitement. "Lee, why did you reach out to him via video?" "Hold on, we should focus on the shelter now," Levi interjected, choosing not to answer and instead allowing speculation to flourish. "You all can guess." The reporters, left with no alternative, pressed on. "Mr. Levi, why did you decide to acquire this shelter?" "Because I am passionate about philanthropy," Levi promptly asserted, establishing his persona. This was knowledge gleaned from his previous experiences on the internet, now applied with finesse. Entrepreneurs across the ocean often crafted various personas for themselves, claiming indifference to wealth, inability to discern beauty, and a deep understanding of online sentiments. Levi was now cultivating the image of a sincere and approachable tech mogul. "Don't ask. Just know that I've always been devoted to aiding the disabled, and now I wish to provide better conditions for the homeless, which is why I acquired this place." Upon hearing Levi's words, the journalists feverishly clicked their cameras. With the flashes illuminating the scene, it seemed as though Levi was being enveloped in a divine glow. Truly magnificent. Requiring no further elaboration, regardless of whether the reporters believed him, he was determined to act on his intentions. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for staff to escort the journalists away, while Gwen Stacy, her head bowed, hurried to follow Levi inside. Unaccustomed to the multitude of flashing lights, she felt immensely nervous before the cameras. Hence, she admired Levi's poise. Regardless of the number of reporters present, he always managed to speak eloquently. Naturally, his words often included jabs at Tony Stark. "You must be Martin Lee, correct?" Li Wei regarded the individual before him, impeccably attired in a suit, likely in his 30s, presenting a polished appearance devoid of any stubble. "It is I, Mr. Li Wei." Martin Lee forced a smile. Despite being older than Li Wei, he found himself compelled to adopt a subservient demeanor in the presence of Li Wei. In this society, wealth dictates status. With future tech companies securing contracts with S, H, I, E, L, D, and Oscorp, their standing had ascended to unprecedented heights. Li Wei observed Martin Lee's face, noting a bandage affixed to it. "What happened to your face?" "It should be fine, right?" "Nothing serious, merely a minor bump," Martin Lee replied, touching his face, his thoughts drifting to the Spider-Woman from the previous night, which irked him. "Do be more careful next time." Li Wei nodded, then turned to Martin Lee's companion. "And who might this be?" "This is a woman in her 30s or 40s, adorned in a floral dress, exuding an abundance of charm." "Mr. Lee, my name is May Parker." May extended her hand to Li Wei, her face illuminated with a warm smile. "May?" The name caught Li Wei by surprise. "May Parker? Is she not the aunt of Peter Parker? How remarkably beautiful." "What is it, Mr. Lee?" May inquired, sensing his astonishment and appearing somewhat anxious. "Nothing at all." "A lovely name indeed," Li Wei responded with a smile, releasing her hand. "We have plenty of time ahead. Shall we proceed inside?" Li Wei and Martin Lee took the lead into the homeless shelter. Upon entering, they were greeted by a hall teeming with the homeless. Some lay motionless on tattered mattresses strewn across the floor, while others utilized fragments of cardboard for makeshift bedding. Only a solitary television hung on the wall, surrounded by a cluster of homeless individuals engrossed in its flickering images. The odor was far from pleasant, yet Li Wei maintained an air of composure, betraying no discomfort. This was Martin Li's intent. For a privileged capitalist, many looked down upon ordinary people, let alone the homeless. Witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly evoke dissatisfaction, perhaps even regret. Yet, Li Wei remained unfazed. Having frequently encountered individuals with disabilities at Future Tech Company, he felt no trepidation, but rather a desire to assist them. Presently, Li Wei harbored similar thoughts, wishing to ensure that these unfortunate souls did not unwittingly become fodder for others. Martin Li scrutinized Li Wei, sensing the intricacy of the situation. "Mr. Li, shall we ascend to the second floor?" "Certainly," Li Wei nodded. Upon reaching the office on the second floor, only a few individuals were present. Li Wei surveyed the office, which exuded an air of antiquity and simplicity. This was Martin Li's office, though it had now been usurped by Li Wei. "Mr. Li, may I inquire as to why you have suddenly decided to acquire this place?" Martin Li, still reluctant, cautiously assessed Li Wei. Levi sat in the boss's chair and declared with righteous fervor, "The reason is precisely what I just articulated. I wish to assist these unfortunate souls." This proclamation left May Parker with a favorable impression of him, her eyes seemingly alight with admiration. She was indeed a person of kind heart. Otherwise, she would not have come here to volunteer. Previously, her perception of Levi had been shaped by news reports portraying him as a genius scientist with a temperament not unlike that of Tony Stark, often embroiled in conflict. However, she realized she had misjudged him. Levi was also a compassionate individual. Only Martin Li remained skeptical of this sentiment, as he merely sought to profit from the situation and could not believe that Levi was genuinely benevolent. "This is utter nonsense," he thought. At that moment, Levi seized the opportunity. "Martin, why are there so many items missing from the office? I heard it was ransacked last night, and it is quite peculiar that the thieves made their way here." Martin Li immediately felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He glanced at Levi and replied, "I find it strange as well. There is nothing of value here. Therefore, Mr. Levi, I hope you reconsider your presence here. This is my life's work." Upon hearing Martin's words, Levi regarded him with a half-smile. "Is your labor more significant than mine? I have completed the acquisition. This is now my enterprise, and I expect you to remove yourself from my sight promptly." Levi's hands were clasped as he spoke with a calm yet assertive tone. Martin squinted at Levi, convinced that Levi had come to exact revenge, for he was exceedingly arrogant, showing no pretense whatsoever. "I hope you do not regret this," he retorted. Feeling that he had merely lost in terms of capital, the battle was far from over. "Leave," Levi commanded coldly. Chapter 24. The wealthy depend on technology. Martin Li departed, his demeanor akin to that of a stray dog, leaving May Parker somewhat bewildered. She glanced at the composed Gwen Stacy and then at Levi, whose anger had not yet dissipated. "Mr. Levi, may I take my leave?" she inquired. "Not just yet. I have some questions for you," Levi called after May. This made her feel a bit anxious, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him, her long hair cascading behind her. "How long have you been working here?" Levi gestured for Gwen to close the door and then kindly asked. "Just a few weeks," May replied, visibly relaxing upon hearing the nature of the question. "So you are quite beloved then?" Levi inquired, surprised. "Perhaps it's because I take my duties seriously," May said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "No, it is because you are beautiful," Levi replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall not frequent this place often, but there must be someone in charge. Are you capable of assuming that responsibility?" May felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over her, almost disbelievingly asking, "Me? Why?" "Because you are diligent," Levi smiled. "Thank you. Mr. Levi, you are a good person." Upon hearing this, May Parker felt invigorated, as if filled with new energy, and she eagerly set out to work diligently. For her, it mattered little whether the shelter had a new owner. As long as it remained operational, that sufficed. Li Wei received a good person card and absent-mindedly touched his nose. This was the first time anyone had ever bestowed such a card upon him. "Gwen, please search for the subsidy information," Li Wei beckoned. Gwen, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached and remarked, "Boss, weren't you a bit too arrogant just now?" Li Wei's direct confrontation with Martin Li had left Gwen feeling concerned. "What are you afraid of?" she inquired. "I fear he might retaliate against you," Gwen replied earnestly. Sensing something unsettling about Martin Li that sent chills down her spine, nearly triggering her spider sense. Perhaps this was the intuition of a woman. Li Wei glanced at her and nodded, acknowledging her concern. As they arrived at the office desk, Gwen turned her back to Li Wei and began her search. She swiftly located the documents, revealing the annual homeless subsidies provided by New York City. On the surface, shelters are categorized as social welfare institutions, nonprofit in nature. However, it is well known that nonprofits often find it easier to generate income directly profiting from American funds. The documents indicated that under the city's Friend and Family Shelter program, each household receives approximately $40,000 annually, while individual homeless persons receive over $10,000 per year. These funds are not directly dispersed to the homeless. Capitalists are rarely that benevolent. Instead, they exploit this framework for profit. For instance, shelters receive funding from the city, which enables them to distribute free food and provide lodging. Martin Lee, apart from earning money through illicit means, relies on shelters to profit from American resources. There are nearly 10,000 registered homeless individuals in the shelter system, a mere fraction compared to the overall number of nearly 100,000 who roam the streets of New York each night. Such is the metropolis, truly remarkable. Li Wei carefully placed the documents aside. It was now his turn to reap these rewards. Shall we depart? He asked. Absolutely. Gwen nodded eagerly, eager to leave the premises. Upon exiting the office, they encountered May Parker, who approached with urgency. Boss, we have an important matter to discuss, she stated promptly upon seeing Li Wei. What is it? He inquired with curiosity. May continued. It seems the medical company we previously collaborated with has ceased their partnership upon learning of our change in ownership. Upon hearing this, Li Wei surmised it was the medical enterprise of the Fix Group. If they no longer wished to cooperate, then so be it. What was the nature of our previous collaboration? He asked. Many homeless individuals and nearby residents used to sell their blood, May explained, having worked there for several weeks. Selling blood? Li Wei paused, momentarily forgetting that this was a peculiar aspect of American life. The notion of selling blood would likely never cross the minds of those across the ocean, as even donating blood requires mental preparation. Yet, in America, selling blood has become a commonplace occurrence for ordinary people. It is noteworthy that the population of the United States constitutes merely 5% of the global populace. Yet it commands a staggering 70% of the worldwide blood market. Ordinary individuals resort to selling their blood for sustenance, as their meager wages scarcely suffice for their livelihood. If they choose not to cooperate, so be it. We will cease blood collection, Levi remarked disdainfully. After all, he is not a vampire. May Parker nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, those who do not come here to sell their blood would simply seek alternative venues. A single blood donation can yield hundreds of dollars, and many have become addicted to this lucrative endeavor. In America, such practices have become inextricable. From May's perspective, the new boss truly is a commendable individual. Settling into the opulent Maybach, Levi declared, let us first proceed to Empire State University to drop off Gwen Stacy. Upon their arrival, Gwen waved and said, Boss, I'll be heading in now. Study well. Levi waved her off, feeling fatigued himself and ready to return home for some respite. As he watched Gwen's figure disappear through the school gates, he closed the window and indulged in a moment of tranquility, murmuring, let us return home. As the vehicle began to move, Levi's thoughts took flight. The company had found its footing, yet there remained numerous secrets he could not yet unveil. Once the technology matured, perhaps he should consider a brain-machine interface? He dismissed the notion, not out of fear of pain, but because he felt it would not be authentic. It is often said that the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. In the realm of American comics, one cannot navigate without a modicum of power. Though he possessed technological advancements, he hesitated when it came to augmenting himself. Surely, one cannot merely transcend flesh and blood with machinery, could they? How marvelous it would be to acquire a suit of iron. Such were Levi's musings. Yet Tony Stark had not yet embraced his destiny as Iron Man. Remaining merely a playboy, given Tony's current demeanor, Levi felt an urge to chastise him. However, it is true that people evolve. Only through experience does Tony Stark mature. Boss, there are vehicles pursuing you. The Red Queen's voice emerged from his phone. I have triggered the red light, yet they remain undeterred. Based on their vehicle type, it appears to be the demon gang of Mr. Negative. A cold smile crept across Levi's lips upon hearing the Red Queen's analysis. He had anticipated this. Hence his lack of concern when Gwen had offered her warning. Have you arranged for our people? He inquired. They are already in position, the Red Queen replied. Then let us take action, Levi commanded. While others might fear retribution from the gangsters, Levi, a capitalist backed by a cadre of retired veterans serving as security, harbored no such trepidation regarding street thugs. At Levi's level, there was no need to straddle both the legal and illicit realms. He could easily dominate the underworld. Boom. In the next moment, the sound of an explosion echoed from the adjacent street. Chapter 25, Accidental or Deliberate. At this juncture, as they were about to enter Long Island, the surrounding area was relatively deserted, providing a perfect opportunity for Martin Lee, the man behind the camera, to instruct his devilish gang members to take action. However, to their astonishment, before they could make a move, they were ambushed. Suddenly, unmarked vans appeared, and the audacious individuals within flung open the doors, revealing a menacing black tube. This sight sent the members of the Devil Gang into a state of sheer panic. They too possessed RPGs, but typically refrained from using them. Their usual gang skirmishes relied on semi-automatic rifles, at most resorting to fully automatic weapons. Now, however, this group, seemingly emerging from nowhere, escalated the situation to an alarming intensity. If this became the norm, would future street gang battles necessitate the deployment of tanks? A foreboding sense suggested that New York was on the brink of unprecedented violence. Consequently, the driver hastily maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to drift. Yet, their efforts proved futile, for they had already been targeted. As the occupants of the vehicle fired their weapons, a searing energy beam hurtled towards them. This was no RPG. Boom. The impact was tremendous, obliterating the entire vehicle in a fiery explosion. As the Devil Gang's van erupted into flames on the roadway, they hurriedly shut the doors to evade the chaos. The Red Queen had already mapped out the escape route. Every traffic light and electronic device along the way had been controlled. Their sole task was to dispose of the vehicle upon arrival. The veteran adjusted his mechanical arm and remarked, "This device is truly remarkable. I heard the boss refer to it as a cannon? A quasar cannon. The U.S. military doesn't even have access to this. It's developed in-house by our company." The squad leader chuckled. "We get to use all the good stuff. We must remain fiercely loyal to the boss. Rest assured, the company is my family." Several veterans exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was indeed the future technology firm that had granted them a second lease on life. Thus, they were not merely willing to take lives. They would comply with any directive given to them. These veterans were highly trained, far surpassing the capabilities of mere street gangs. As explosions erupted in quick succession from the nearby streets, terrified civilians hastily fled the scene. They certainly did not mistake the detonations for fireworks. Their experiences had equipped them with a keen sense of survival. Fortunately, the series of blasts subsided after a few moments, prompting them to pull out their phones to call for help. Meanwhile, the vehicle occupied by Levi continued its course unimpeded. 2B remained composed, steadily steering towards Long Island. The Red Queen then interjected, "Boss, there's a helicopter approaching overhead." "Oh." Levi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Mr. Camera had truly lost his mind. The unmistakable hum of helicopter blades soon filled the air. The Red Queen continued, "Boss, my team has already locked onto the helicopter. The quasar cannon should be capable of taking it down with a single shot." The quasar cannon, an energy weapon derived from super-Earths, poses no challenge even against the insectoid species. Thus, targeting a helicopter is a mere trifle. "Boss, allow me," 2B eagerly interjected. As a combat-type android, she had long been itching for action. Levi, pondering the lack of pressing matters, replied, "Then let's find a suitable place to park." Soon, 2B navigated towards a secluded area, and indeed, the helicopter followed closely. The Red Queen promptly transmitted satellite images revealing none other than Mr. Negative. "Wait, Red Queen, from where did you acquire a satellite?" Levi inquired. "I inadvertently accessed NASA's system," the Red Queen confessed sheepishly. "You managed to breach the American Space Agency's systems by mere chance? That's utterly ridiculous." Levi marveled at the Red Queen's increasing prowess, her evolutionary rate far surpassing that of Jarvis. Thankfully, her loyalty remained unwavering. 2B parked the vehicle, while Levi remained seated inside. Secure within the bulletproof Maybach, an embodiment of safety, even General Jean would commend it. As 2B exited the car, her visor had transformed into glasses, accentuating her beauty with a hint of innocence, complemented by a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she then opened the trunk and retrieved a sword, nearly as tall as herself. "Contract of white," she declared, brandishing the colossal blade as she stepped into the open space. The helicopter descended, hovering just above the ground before releasing a rope, allowing Mr. Negative to slide down. Accompanying him were several burly henchmen, clearly the elite of the Demon Gang. Clad in a black and white film-like appearance, Mr. Negative emanated an eerie glow. 2B assumed a battle stance. Mr. Negative tilted his head, sneering, "Is Mr. Levi not as audacious as he seems? Why send only a woman to confront me?" Despite 2B's peculiar demeanor, he dismissed her as a threat, scoffing at the notion of wielding a great sword in this era. The woman appeared delicate. What peril could she possibly pose? This provoked 2B's ire. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "If you wish to see my master, you must first pass through me." With a dismissive wave, Mr. Negative commanded his subordinates to advance. However, the burly men showed no sense of martial decorum and opened fire. They were well aware of the Demon Gang's dire predicament. Their vehicles had been obliterated, leaving no survivors. Thus, they spared no effort. In the face of the sudden barrage, 2B had already anticipated the assault. With a swift somersault, she evaded to the side. Her speed was astounding, as the bullets pursued her much like a scene from a dramatic play, only to find their mark behind her. This left Mr. Negative somewhat astonished. In the blink of an eye, 2B had dashed before them. Not daring to hesitate, Mr. Negative hastily unleashed his negative energy, intending to influence 2B. This negative energy, if encountered by someone with weak mental fortitude, could lead to profoundly adverse effects, resulting in siblings turning against one another and relatives becoming foes. Yet he was facing 2B. What relevance did mental energy have when conversing with an artificial being? She would merely discuss kinetic energy. As anticipated, the negative energy had no impact on 2B whatsoever. She did not falter for a moment and executed a somersault, landing amidst the group. The contract of white swept through. In an instant, several muscular men instinctively raised their firearms, only to have the contract of white sever them cleanly. Subsequently, with a single kick, 2B spun in the air and sent a man flying. Unlike Gwen, she did not hold back. She exerted all her strength. Her natural power, combined with her nearly 300-pound frame, struck like a vehicle in collision. At this point, Mr. Negative felt a twinge of panic. He had never encountered such an adversary before. Ghost Spider and Spider-Man fought unarmed, while 2B wielded her great sword without hesitation. Levi, watching from the vehicle, found it quite thrilling. Indeed, creating 2B was a wise decision, instilling a sense of security. If 2B was this formidable, how would she fare against the formidable Eve? Chapter 26. The Octagonal Cage with Iron Man? Now, only Mr. Negative and 2B remained standing. Mr. Negative's negative energy began to spread, transforming the surroundings into a monochromatic realm. He reached into the dense negative energy and pulled forth a long sword forged from the very essence of that energy. Now he had a weapon to confront 2B. However, his sword appeared diminutive, akin to a mere toy in comparison to 2B's weaponry. With a shout to bolster his courage, Mr. Negative charged at 2B with his sword raised. To 2B, Mr. Negative was a veritable target of vulnerabilities. He lacked any real swordsmanship. As a member of the Yoarha organization, 2B's combat skills were innate, downloaded into her very being. As a battle android, she possessed knowledge of virtually every combat technique. Thus, Mr. Negative's attack was effortlessly evaded by her, and she seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a clang, their swords clashed twice, and Mr. Negative's blade was sent flying. Being human, 2B refrained from killing him. She merely incapacitated him. After delivering a couple of solid strikes, even Mr. Negative could not endure, and his negative energy dissipated, revealing his true form. Martinly. Levi instructed the Red Queen to scan the vicinity, and once safety was confirmed, he exited the vehicle. He strode directly towards Martinly. At this moment, Martinly found himself in an exceedingly disheveled state, sprawled upon the ground. Levi, looking down from a vantage point, tugged at his collar and mocked, "Martin, you resemble a dog." Such words struck at the very core of Martin's pride. For a man like him, whose self-esteem was exceedingly fragile, he lifted his gaze to Levi and responded, "I concede defeat, Mr. Levi. There is no need for such humiliation. It is merely a line, fittingly applied to you." Levi retorted, clearly indicating that Martin was unfamiliar with Stephen Chow's films. However, considering his status as an undocumented immigrant, this was to be expected. Levi continued to look down on Martin, expressing his curiosity. "What audacity drives a fool like you to provoke me? Whom do you serve? And why do you covet my experimental results?" Upon hearing this, Martin realized the truth had been unveiled. "Indeed, you have discerned my intentions," he replied. "I am not working for anyone. Rather, this research holds immense value. If we can obtain it, we could achieve far more than mere profit." He elaborated on his ideology, asserting that such valuable knowledge should be reserved for the elite, thus allowing for control over them and manipulation of America to gain power. Martin believed that such treasures ought not to be squandered. He argued that manipulating America was not a Herculean task. With a sufficiently powerful lobbying organization and ample financial resources, one could exert considerable influence. "Consider the octopus. It has risen to prominence in America through this very strategy," he noted, displaying his considerable ambition. Yet, this ambition bore no relevance to Levi, who was no power-hungry schemer. "I merely seek to benefit the world," Levi declared, not out of altruism, but because such endeavors would enhance his own prestige. The more illustrious his reputation, the greater his renown would grow. Ideally, he aspired for the entire world to recognize him. Soon, the New York Police Department arrived, with George Stacy hastily bringing his team to apprehend the members of the Demon Gang. As for the helicopter, sensing the precariousness of the situation, it made a hasty retreat. "Mr. Levi, are you unharmed?" George Stacy inquired anxiously, knowing that the safety of his precious daughter's employer was paramount. "I am fine," Levi assured him. It was then that George Stacy noticed the figure on the ground. Martin Lee? The veteran officer was taken aback. Aren't you a philanthropist? What transpired? Before Levi could respond, a throng of reporters surged forward. They had not arrived late. They had merely been held back by the police. Now, armed with press credentials, they could approach, though they were still prohibited from disturbing the scene. Mr. Levi, this marks your second attack. What are your thoughts? One reporter exclaimed. Good heavens, that is philanthropist Martin Lee. How could he be here? Faced with the frenzy of reporters, Levi quickly raised a hand to calm the commotion. He gestured for them to approach one by one, then jestingly remarked, My impression is that if anything unfortunate were to befall me, it would undoubtedly be Tony Stark's fault. Upon hearing this name, the journalists lost interest in the scene, prompting one to inquire, Mr. Lee. Not long ago, Tony Stark responded, stating that although he is lazy, he diligently exercises, unlike you, who appears rather feeble. This remark ruffled Lee Wei's feathers, and he retorted with a smile, I am certainly not feeble. If Tony Stark disagrees, he is welcome to step into the octagon for a duel to ascertain who truly is the weaker one. This thought transported him back to the time before his journey, when Musk was set to face Zuckerberg in the octagon. Now he could directly apply this scenario, ensuring a sensational buzz. As for the notion of losing, nonsense. A 20-year-old like Lee Wei would hardly be bested by a man in his 30s or 40s. Such an outcome would be utterly unreasonable. The journalists erupted into a frenzy upon hearing his words, leaving Martin Lee unnoticed in the chaos. However, Lee Wei chose not to prolong the banter and shifted the conversation, stating, Now, let us discuss the incident of the attack. Originally intending to return home for some rest, Lee Wei found himself unable to do so. The reporters insisted on his presence, and the police required him to provide a statement. After all, such a significant event had transpired, and they suspected he might be involved. Despite lacking any evidence, all video footage had vanished, and the traced vehicles yielded no relevant information, showing no connection to Lee Wei whatsoever. Most crucially, Future Tech had donated advanced equipment to the New York Police Department, an act the Demon Gang had never performed. Not only had they not contributed anything, but they also wreaked havoc throughout New York, instigating various disturbances. How could they possibly be compared to Lee Wei? Consequently, the New York Police Department quickly exhibited a bias. Genius scientist Lee Wei invites former genius entrepreneur Tony Stark for a showdown in the octagon, proclaimed the New York Times. The Weakling Contest, a rational analysis of whether genius scientist Lee Wei is truly weaker or if Tony Stark is merely pretentious, declared the Herald Daily. In the battle of two entrepreneurs, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Please participate actively in the voting. New York philanthropist Martin Lee shockingly revealed to be the mob boss Mr. Black. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? What does it mean to be a former genius entrepreneur? I am still a genius. Upon seeing the news, Tony Stark felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. In an instant, his expression darkened, overwhelmed by an intense fury. How could a young man in his 20s dare to bully a man in his 30s? Did he have no shame? Jarvis then inquired, Sir, shall we decline the challenge? Decline? Absolutely not. Tony Stark's voice rose an octave. Chapter 27. A man's wardrobe, it exploded. The hype surged. By now, it was evening, and Lee Wei sat at home, feeling as though his reputation had soared to the heavens. In such a short span, he had already amassed over 10 million in prestige. He could afford to buy a wife. The current fervor primarily revolves around the octagonal cage. As for Martin Lee being referred to as the Mr. Film, this has garnered only slight attention from the people of New York, while others remain largely indifferent. A philanthropist from New York? What concern is that of ours? Are not capitalists merely vampires? The exaggerated hype is largely attributed to Tony Stark's response. This time, he eschewed traditional media and instead took to social platforms, sharing images and videos of himself training in boxing, accompanied by the caption, "Come at me if you dare." This incited a flurry of media outlets to disseminate the news with great alacrity, as it had been some time since such explosive news had emerged. For media outlets starved for news, the thrill of creating a narrative was intoxicating. Thus, the names Lee Wei and Tony Stark began to circulate across various platforms, resulting in a significant surge in Lee Wei's reputation. If a confrontation were to occur, just imagine the magnitude of the ensuing fervor. Lee Wei mused, opening the system interface. His reputation had exceeded 10 million. It was time to procure a wife. This aspiration had lingered in his thoughts, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He found himself greatly intrigued by the concept of artificial beings. The villa felt vast and empty, with only himself and two be within its confines. Of course, the reality was that 10 million in reputation could scarcely afford anything else. Lee Wei also yearned to acquire the pharmaceutical technologies from Transcendence and Limitless, yet found himself unable to do so. He discovered that technologies capable of directly enhancing one's abilities in the system shop were significantly more expensive than their indirect counterparts. Therefore, there was no room for hesitation. 7th Airborne Squad Eve Design Blueprint, Sword Star. Purchase successful. The Sword Star is regarded as the quintessential wardrobe for men, boasting over 100 outfits within the game, ensuring endless enjoyment. At the very least, Li Wei was eager to recreate it. Of course, Eve herself was formidable. Like the esteemed 2B, she was an artificial being, yet due to the technological advancements within her domain, Eve was exceptionally powerful. She was crafted from a blend of flesh and machinery, capable of navigating both space and the depths of the ocean without the need for any protective gear. Consequently, she was considered a new breed of humanity by her creators. Li Wei gazed at the design blueprint. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Measurements, 84-56-90 cm. Required materials, 100 kilograms of water, 200 kilograms of fiber, 50 kilograms of metal, and electrical charging. Upon completion, she will be entirely obedient to her host. Thankfully, the creation did not require organic matter. Moreover, she would not be the 300-pound maiden. Perhaps it was due to Eve retaining some organic components. After all, she was not a wholly mechanical entity. Commencement of production. In progress. Please wait. With experience under his belt, Li Wei had already prepared the necessary materials and reclined in his chamber. The waiting time was not squandered, and there was prestige to be gained. At last, he could embark on a tenfold draw, with a heart brimming with excitement. He felt a thrill surpassing even that of purchasing Eve's design blueprint, for the former held the allure of the unknown. Everyone possesses a semblance of a gambler's mentality. As the saying goes, sometimes one must take a leap of faith, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let splendid treasures emerge. As the tenfold draw commenced, a cascade of vibrant lights dazzled Levi's eyes. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have obtained the following rewards: Tears of the Ocean, a piece of jewelry that enhances one's beauty. Heart of Gold, crystal tear. Levi felt a pang of disappointment. Why were all the rewards mere ornaments? Was he destined to be an unfortunate soul? Fusion battery, can be utilized to provide energy. JR-5 Dominator Design Blueprint, a grenade weapon with formidable armor-piercing capability. As the tenfold draw neared its conclusion, at long last, a valuable item emerged. A weapon blueprint, indeed useful, for in the land of America, arms could yield profit. Alas, this fusion battery lacked a corresponding blueprint. One could only wonder how it compared to Tony Stark's arc reactor. Levi invigorated himself, anticipating the golden card that was bound to appear. Slowly, a design blueprint materialized before him. A blueprint. Levi's spirit sword. Bumblebee design blueprint. Transformers, a loyal companion, an unwavering friend. Autobots, roll out. A triumphant roar escaped Levi's lips. Who claimed I was merely a fortunate fool? I am a sovereign of luck. He gazed with exhilaration at the Bumblebee design blueprint. After all, what was a Maybach compared to this? Height, 5 meters. Weight, 1,000 kilograms. Materials required, 500 kilograms of water, 500 kilograms of metal, 100 kilograms of rubber. Levi hastily rose, instructing the Red Queen to gather the necessary materials. Little did he anticipate the emergence of Bumblebee. Upon conveying his request to the Red Queen, he beheld a radiant mass coalescing into a humanoid form. First, perfect long legs appeared, followed by a subtly forward-leaning silhouette, an intentional design. A sleek, black ponytail cascaded down, complemented by deep, penetrating eyes. Initially, there was nothing, but swiftly, a form-fitting green nanosuit materialized. She surveyed her surroundings with a hint of confusion before locking her gaze onto Levi. Unlike 2B, she exhibited a gentle demeanor as she softly inquired, "Master?" This brought a sense of relief to Levi. It was essential to note that Eve possessed a distinct personality, gentle, courageous, kind, and imbued with a sense of justice. "Eve, do you remember what transpired?" Levi asked curiously, pondering how the system managed to bestow her with memories despite her creation. For instance, 2B retained recollections of the Yoarha unit's missions. Eve gently touched her forehead and remarked, "Our 7th Airborne Squad has landed on Earth. I am prepared to eradicate the aberration known as Niakiba. The realm inhabited by Jianxing is equally desolate. Pure-blooded humanity has been nearly extinguished, primarily due to the dominion of artificial intelligence. The mother domain has birthed a new breed of humankind, inevitably seeking to obliterate the old. The remnants of humanity, unwilling to succumb to annihilation, resorted to technology to transform themselves into monstrosities, known as Niakiba. Yet, despite these transformations, they remain powerless against the mother domain. Consequently, Eve perceives herself as the epitome of humanity rather than a mere artificial being. Upon discovering their true nature as artificial beings, the emotional turmoil nearly overwhelmed them. Thus, Li Wei refrained from mentioning it, instead assuring her, "It's all right. This world is devoid of Ba." However, this statement momentarily rendered Eve speechless as she murmured to Li Wei, "If there are no Ba, what then is the purpose of my existence?" The airborne squad was crafted by the Mother Domain, and her sole purpose was to eliminate Ba. With their absence, she found herself momentarily bereft of meaning in life. Li Wei approached and embraced her, saying, "Then protect me." Yes. A spark ignited in Eve's eyes as she rediscovered her purpose. Chapter 28. Bumblebee Master, is the water prepared? 2B pushed open the door and entered, immediately spotting Li Wei and Eve locked in an embrace. She stood at the threshold, surveying the two. Li Wei released Eve, unfazed by any awkwardness. 2B, come here, this is Eve. Eve, this is 2B. He introduced them to one another. 2B, what an unusual name, Eve mused. Her curiosity piqued as she soon unraveled 2B's secret. She was indeed an artificial being. 2B greeted Eve before turning to Li Wei and stating, "Master, it's time for your bath." Very well. As the two departed, Eve wrapped her arms around herself and approached the window. The view outside was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering skyscrapers sparkled with lights, a sight unattainable in the wasteland. She lowered her guard and sheathed her blood blade. This was a one-handed sword, far more manageable than 2B's contract of white, as it could be transformed into a hairpin, neatly secured atop her head. When needed, she could simply remove it. Before long, Li Wei and 2B returned. Spotting Eve by the window, he exclaimed, "Come, I have delightful treasures for you." He unveiled an assortment of trinkets, primarily earrings, allowing 2B and Eve to choose for themselves. 2B exhibited little interest in the jewelry, while Eve's fascination was palpable. Possessing a fully developed emotional system, capable of experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and love, she mirrored the essence of a real human being, albeit with mechanical components installed within her. Thus, it is reasonable that the Mother Domain perceives them as a new form of humanity. Thus, Eve, like any ordinary woman, possesses a fondness for beauty. She tried on various adornments, while 2B displayed little enthusiasm, relying on Levi to assist her. The following day, the first thing Levi did upon awakening was check his phone. The news continued to unfold, with the images and videos of Tony Stark's boxing training garnering millions of likes. It was truly a spectacle of immense popularity. Levi, having been in constant communication with Tony Stark, naturally had his own social media account, which at that moment was inundated with 99 private messages inquiring whether he genuinely intended to challenge him. Levi chose not to read or respond, but upon rising, he felt compelled to address the situation. Descending the stairs, he found Eve and 2B seated at the dining table. Despite both being artificial beings, Eve appeared decidedly more relaxed. She sat in her chair with her legs elegantly crossed, to Levi's delight, no longer clad in that green jumpsuit. It remained a mystery who had provided her with a change of attire, but now she donned a fitted dress. In contrast, 2B seemed quite restrained, adopting a proper posture with her hands resting on her legs as she awaited his arrival. 2B, doesn't this posture tire you? Levi inquired. Why would an artificial being tire? 2B responded with curiosity. But you too are an artificial being. Why are you so relaxed? I am not an artificial being. Eve interjected with a frown, her tone shifting. I am human. 2B regarded her with confusion, stating, You are not human. You possess organic components, which humans do not. Just like Levi, whose body is entirely pure, devoid of any technology. Yet, in our world, organic components exist, Eve asserted firmly, for she had observed that many people shared her reliance on technology. Ahem. Levi cleared his throat to prevent their argument from escalating. Master, both women called in unison. Levi approached and took his seat at the head of the table. Everything looks splendid, 2B. 2B nodded with pride. Subsequently, Levi and Eve began to sample the breakfast. Much like ordinary humans, Eve required sustenance and even enjoyed beverages. She opened a bottle of cola, and upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with delight. Master, this is delicious. I'm glad you like it, Levi replied, reassured that Eve was immune to illness. This revelation deepened 2B's bewilderment as she observed Eve. To her, Eve was an artificial being yet behaved like a human, capable of consuming food. This notion challenged 2B's understanding of her own existence. For artificial beings, was this advancement or regression? After finishing breakfast, Levi did not rush to his company, but instead made his way to the private gym within the villa. The equipment in the gym was brand new, as Levi had scarcely visited. Besides the private gym, the villa also boasted a cinema and a swimming pool, the latter of which Levi frequented the most. Before the fitness equipment, Li Wei requested Eve to capture his image. If memory serves, Eve is indeed a connoisseur of selfies. As expected, she swiftly found the perfect angle. Li Wei tried out various pieces of equipment, and subsequently, Eve selected 9 photographs to form a grid. To further embellish this event, he edited the images and captioned them, "I don't wish to bully the elderly." He clicked send. The social media platform approved the post almost instantaneously, propelling it into trending status. Within moments, likes began to accumulate. The onlookers were eager to witness a clash between 2 affluent New Yorkers. How exhilarating. Shortly thereafter, betting sites emerged, offering odds on the question, will Li Wei and Tony Stark truly engage in a cage match? Yes? No? Odds. Overwhelmed by the plethora of likes and comments, Li Wei opted to close the social platform. "Let us head to the company," he stated, prompting the 2 maids to change attire. 2B reverted to her gothic ensemble, while Eve lamented, "Master, I scarcely have any attire suitable for me at home." Eve's wardrobe, teeming with over 100 nanosuits, certainly seemed lacking. Upon hearing her words, Li Wei contemplated the necessity of a shopping trip. "Great!" Eve exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she envisioned trying out various styles. Her personality was undeniably suited for romance, brimming with emotional value. In contrast, 2B exuded an aura of aloofness, embodying a different style. "Master, be cautious," she warned as they stepped outside, promptly positioning herself protectively behind Li Wei and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, a vehicle had appeared outside the villa, a Chevrolet Camaro. 2B intended to investigate, but the Camaro suddenly vibrated. With a swift retreat, she prepared to retrieve her sword, ready to demolish the offending vehicle. Li Wei quickly restrained her. 2B. This is our new ally, Bumblebee. Evidently, after a night of preparation, Bumblebee had been completed. Although it lacked the vital allspark of the Transformers, it was still Bumblebee. Before the trio, Bumblebee transformed seamlessly. In mere seconds, it morphed from a car into a towering 5-meter-tall Autobot. Kneeling before Li Wei, Bumblebee announced, "Master, I am Bumblebee." Its voice resonated like a bass speaker, perfectly intact. 2B and Eve stared, wide-eyed, at Bumblebee. What manner of being is this? Chapter 29, The Cage Match Sponsorship Fee Fisk Tower. King had assembled a campaign team, attentively listening to their strategies. Among them was a young man specifically tasked with overseeing the internet sector. As the power of the internet continues to flourish, the speed of information dissemination has surpassed that of traditional media. Moreover, the credibility of media has diminished, leading people to place greater trust in online news. This shift paved the way for individuals to govern America via Twitter, a phenomenon now referred to as Twitter governance. The team led by Gene Bing has also recognized this trend. Every candidate requires a dedicated team to aid in their campaign, thus providing job opportunities, fostering collaboration, and incurring expenses. It can be said that each election invigorates economic growth. In large cities like New York, spending tens of millions of dollars on a campaign is quite commonplace. The combined contributions of Gene Bing and Norman Osborn are substantial. Currently, the most talked about news online revolves around the future of technology, specifically the developments between Levi and Tony Stark of Stark Industries. With the entire internet speculating whether they will enter the octagon, all eyes are on Gene Bing, who stands at an impressive height and weight of 200. Both 2 meters tall and weighing 200 kilograms, an exaggerated presence even beyond that of 2B. While 2B is a machine, Gene Bing is pure muscle. Consequently, even when clad in a suit, he appears robust, resembling a suited brute. At this moment, with his hands clasped, he reacts upon hearing Levi's name. This is the individual who apprehended Martin Lee and exposed his identity as Mr. Negative. For Gene Bing, this is, in fact, a fortuitous development, as it will vacate territory held by the Demon Gang. The only drawback is the loss of a business partner in the Fisk Group and the fact that Martin Lee's list remains in Levi's possession. This list is of utmost importance to Gene Bing, causing him considerable concern. With a grin, Gene Bing quipped, "If it were me, I'd knock them all down with a single punch." Ha. His team members laughed, fully aware of his penchant for exaggeration. Nearly every New Yorker recognizes him as the Underground Emperor, once notorious for his misdeeds, yet now he has reformed into a businessman with aspirations of becoming a politician. However, for the campaign team, as long as there is funding, anything is possible. What suggestions do you have? Gene Bing inquired of these professionals. Immediately, a consultant proposed. We could reach out to both parties, branding it in your style, and become judges or something similar to facilitate their entry into the octagon. Gene Bing nodded in agreement. This is something the public would relish. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, a Camaro sped along. 2B's hands were gripping the steering wheel, though in reality, she had no need to control it, as Bumblebee was driving autonomously. This is true driverless technology. Miss 2B, could you please stop fighting me for the steering wheel? Bumblebee quipped. 2B held on too tightly, making it difficult for the car to maneuver. Oh, 2B, feeling a bit anxious, loosened her grip. She reassured herself by considering this as AI remote control, which eased her mind. In comparison to living beings, she harbors a greater faith in programs. Fortunately, they arrived at the company without any unforeseen incidents, allowing 2B to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the company, a throng of reporters awaited, eager to discover whether Li Wei and Tony Stark would indeed step into the octagonal cage. Li Wei chose to remain absent, dispatching Bumblebee to the underground parking lot instead. The buzz surrounding the event was already palpable. It was not yet the time to respond. At times, one must keep the journalists in suspense. Ascending in the elevator, Li Wei entered the corporate building, where the figure of the Red Queen materialized beside him. Master, who is this? She inquired. This is Eve, Li Wei replied. Are you an artificial intelligence? Eve asked curiously, regarding the Red Queen. I wonder which of you is superior in your domain. What domain of the mother? I've never heard of it, the Red Queen retorted, her pride evident. With her current capacity for learning, she was confident that no other artificial intelligence could rival her. Thus, she refrained from further discussion and turned to Li Wei. Master, Jean Bing's campaign team wishes to contact you. For what purpose? Li Wei inquired. They are keen on the current internet buzz and wish to sponsor your octagonal duel with Tony Stark, the Red Queen promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Li Wei paused and asked, what does Tony Stark say? Tony Stark is indeed training diligently, the Red Queen answered. He has hired a boxing coach and even forewent an appointment with the cover girl yesterday. Arjun, are you serious? Li Wei thought it unwise to back down, considering he should learn a thing or two himself. Can we reach him? Of course. Although Jarvis severed my signal, I can still force a connection. The Red Queen declared with pride. Never mind, Li Wei mused, initially contemplating a casual conversation with Tony Stark. However, considering the man's personality, if he were to call, the reporters would likely know of his retreat within moments. He was, after all, a notorious blabbermouth. Inform Jean Bing that sponsorship is acceptable, but they must increase the payment. The Red Queen swiftly relayed this message to Jean Bing. As the elevator reached the top floor, she followed closely behind Li Wei to the office, remaining silent as she awaited a response. Boss, Gwen Stacy exclaimed, visibly flustered upon seeing them, having just arrived herself. This is Eve, my bodyguard, Li Wei introduced. Gwen glanced at Eve and then shot an annoyed look at Li Wei. If you're going to have a bodyguard, at least choose someone who can do more than just look pretty. I fear she might end up protecting you in bed. Li Wei shot Gwen a glance, signaling that they would discuss it later. With no other options, Gwen asked, would you like some coffee? Of course. Thank you, Li Wei replied, and Eve echoed her thanks. She was not a mere machine like 2B, she had the need for sustenance. The modifications she underwent were primarily concentrated at the back of her head and along her spine, particularly enhancing her spine, which she believed contributed significantly to her sense of humanity. Upon entering the office, the Red Queen spoke. The Jean Bing team is willing to offer $10 million for exclusive naming rights, and they will provide the venue. Their stipulation is that Jean Bing must serve as a judge and share the audience engagement. For Li Wei, audience engagement was of paramount importance. How could they possibly expect to share Li Wei's audience? Li Wei responded, sharing audience engagement is out of the question. Relay this condition to Norman Osborn. Understood. The Red Queen promptly forwarded the Jean Bing team's proposal to Norman Osborn. Now, the contest for the mayoral position was between the two of them. Let the competition commence. As anticipated, once the news reached him, Norman Osborn became anxious. He intended to call Li Wei personally. But Li Wei instructed the Red Queen to intercept and inform him that they were in a meeting. Left with no alternative, Norman Osborn had to raise his offer. The Osborn Group bid $20 million. Relay this to Jean Bing, he instructed. Jean Bing, too, was taken aback. Chapter 30. The Superhuman Serum, my lord. The Osborn Group is willing to go up to $20 million, but that is their final offer, reported the Red Queen half an hour later. We have gone through several rounds of bidding. Although Li Wei has a partnership with Norman Osborn, business is business. If Jean Bing insists on outbidding Osborn, Li Wei cannot act against his own interests. Moreover, this was originally Jean Bing's idea, with Osborn merely following suit. If both offers were equal, Li Wei would undoubtedly choose Norman Osborn. This is the foundation of their cooperation. It must not lead to Li Wei's financial disadvantage. Fortunately, Jean Bing had conceded. His team concluded that this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by Li Wei and Tony Stark, and it would ultimately not come to fruition. After all, both were celebrities and would never engage in a match like petty street fighters. It would be far too humiliating. Tony Stark, in particular, was concerned about his image and would certainly not partake in such an endeavor. Li Wei did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he said to the Red Queen, Convey this message to Tony Stark. If this endeavor comes to fruition, we shall split the profits equally. Let us see how he responds." The Red Queen nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, she reported, "Tony Stark has agreed. This rascal truly wishes to fight." Li Wei instantly realized the implications. In the training ring, Tony Stark donned boxing gloves, sweating profusely. Happy observed him from the sidelines, drenched in perspiration, while a muscular boxing coach stood in the ring. Happy had assumed that Tony was merely toying with the idea and would choose a female coach instead, but it appeared this time he was quite serious. Let us pause here. Tony Stark eventually stopped, removed his gloves, and checked social media, only to find comments labeling him as elderly, prompting him to declare, "I shall make him pay for that," with a disdainful huff, subsequently tagging Li Wei's account. The crowd erupted in cheers, sensing the imminent confrontation. It was indeed a serious matter at hand. Soon after, he received a message from Li Wei regarding sponsorship from the Osborne Group. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging this momentum for his own Stark Group sponsorship. However, upon noticing the sum of 20 million, he hesitated. Sponsoring his own company would require substantial funds. While now there was an opportunity for profit, albeit with slightly reduced visibility. Yet, he reasoned that his own presence would serve as the finest form of promotion. Thus, he acquiesced. Up until this moment, he believed that Li Wei was equally intent on the conflict. Especially since it was Li Wei who had publicly challenged him to a cage match, retreat was not an option. Happy remarked, "Tony, I've reviewed Li Wei's previous maneuvers. He has consistently capitalized on your visibility. It seems he may be attempting to exploit your fame for his own gain." Tony Stark reflected on this. Indeed, it was true. Ever since Li Wei's emergence, he had been riding on Tony's coattails. Had it not been for this behavior, Tony might not have held such disdain for Li Wei, for he recognized his genuine talent. Alas, it is often the case that brilliance breeds contempt among peers. "What should be our course of action?" Tony inquired casually. "Simply ignore him. Deny him the publicity he seeks," Happy responded candidly. This elicited a skeptical glance from Tony Stark, who shook his head in disagreement. "Is it not possible that I too might seek a moment of publicity? After all, I am Tony Stark. I must be recognized by the world's beauties." Happy had overlooked this aspect. Furthermore, Tony had previously engaged in responses solely to generate buzz. He had invested significantly in enhancing his visibility, even employing a team to bolster his presence online. Without such efforts, how could he consistently dominate the headlines? Only through this strategy could Stark Group's stock continue its ascent. Tony Stark was a celebrity. When people saw him, they thought of Stark Group, and subsequently, they would invest in its shares. It was a cyclical relationship. If he were to fade into obscurity, who would retain confidence in Stark Group stock? Capitalists can be quite unscrupulous, Happy quipped, lamenting that he would never reach such heights. "Now, let me recover," Tony Stark declared as he donned his gloves once more. In the office, Li Wei sat in contemplation. He had initially intended to generate some buzz, but now it seemed Tony Stark was genuinely committed. With the other party's seriousness on display, retreat was not an option. A 20-year-old yielding to a man approaching 40 would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, the rising fervor was intoxicating, and his reputation was steadily ascending. He glanced at the system. Super Serum Research Blueprint. Inferior, a weakened version of the Super Serum, requiring 50 million reputation points for redemption. Super Serum. Complete version, the full version of the Super Serum, requiring 100 million reputation points for redemption. Such exorbitant costs for the Super Serum. Is there no justice in the world? Indeed, the most terrifying element among them was the superhuman elixir. Superhuman potion, world of supervillains, it grants ordinary individuals superhuman abilities, transforming them into beings of steel. Redemption requires prestige points. Levi counted, but was unable to ascertain the number of zeros accurately. Indeed, the impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. How long must one accumulate prestige points to redeem this? Levi despaired. Depending on the system was unreliable. Self-reliance was imperative. He contemplated this and addressed the Red Queen. "Since Tony Stark has hired a trainer, I would like one as well." "Master, what combat techniques would you like to practice?" The Red Queen inquired immediately. "What do you recommend?" "Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Walrus style, and ground and pound are the most easily trainable combat styles." The Red Queen replied after analyzing vast data. She considered techniques like Taekwondo to be rather ostentatious. What the master required now were practical skills. Before Levi could make a choice, Eve, restless, interjected, "Master, allow me to teach you." "Oh," Levi responded, perplexed. "Eve, are you capable?" In Levi's mind, Eve was merely the one wielding her bloodblade, hacking away. 2B seemed to be in a similar vein. Eve gently replied, "Master, the members of our airborne squad possess mastery over all combat techniques on Earth. It is an innate ability." This was not innate. It was downloaded from the Mother S domain. Yet, it mattered not, for it implied that Levi need not seek out a sweat-drenched instructor. Master, I can also teach you. 2B stood as well. Eve took the initiative, prompting 2B to become a bit more proactive. With Eve's appearance, the aloof 2B exhibited a sense of urgency. Perhaps not. Levi thought of 2B's weight and promptly declined. What if she sits on me? I would surely be crushed. 2B appeared somewhat disappointed. Though her emotions were not overly pronounced, Levi reassured her. 2B, while Eve teaches me, you shall be responsible for my protection. Understood. 2B nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Levi prepared to venture out to purchase clothing for them. Eve wished to try the fashion of this world, to which Levi wholeheartedly acquiesced. Before departing, he opened his phone and tagged Tony Stark on a social platform. I shall counter you with the embrace of death. The momentum must not cease. Chapter 31. 40 million prestige points. New York, 5th Avenue, Manhattan. As the main thoroughfare running north and south through Manhattan, it encompasses a variety of upscale department stores and luxury boutiques, offering an array of opulent goods from around the globe. Levi donned sunglasses, initially aiming for a low profile. However, he found it impossible, as 2B and Eve were simply too captivating. Particularly Eve, whose figure, slightly inclined yet gracefully curvaceous, exuded an undeniable sensuality. This immediately captured the attention of many, and Li Wei, sandwiched between the two women, found himself the object of envy and jealousy. Fortunately, he wore sunglasses, which provided him some solace as he led them into a luxury boutique. Eve and 2B showed little interest in bags, but Eve was captivated by various jewelry and garments. She eagerly tried on any ensemble she found appealing, particularly favoring leather pants and fitted jeans that accentuated her figure. Li Wei generously paid with his card, after all. It was for his enjoyment. In contrast, 2B appeared somewhat uneasy. Upon entering the mall and seeing an array of brands and clothing, she felt overwhelmed. Even Eve, who had only seen the desolate earth, was unaccustomed to such sights but adapted quickly. 2B, being a battle-type robot, struggled with the experience. Thus, Li Wei asked Eve to assist 2B in selecting outfits, which delighted Eve. Soon, she picked out 2 elegant dresses, ushering 2B into the fitting room with her. When they emerged, clad in their gowns, both women exuded elegance and grace. Eve radiated a gentle charm, while 2B maintained a cool demeanor. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Wei. He was captivated. No wonder women adored wearing dresses. They truly elevated one's aura. Master, what do you think? Eve twirled gracefully before Li Wei, her tone light and playful. In another world, such ease was a rarity, overshadowed by the pervasive darkness of despair. Even Eve felt the joy of this place. Beautiful, Li Wei replied earnestly. Receiving his praise, Eve's enthusiasm soared, and she eagerly pulled 2B along to continue shopping. She even expressed interest in traditional kipeos and purchased several items to customize later, including distressed jeans. By noon, they emerged laden with bags, each carrying an unknown number of garments. Thankfully, Eve and 2B possessed considerable strength, leaving Li Wei the most unburdened. Many women observed this scene with envy for Eve and 2B, recognizing Li Wei. Are you Li Wei? Are you in need of a female companion? You already have 2. Would a third be unwelcome? Bold women approached him, but Li Wei politely declined. He was no Tony Stark, indiscriminate in his choices. Rather, he remained discerning. Chapter 32. The arrival of Black Widow. The future technology company struggled to find volunteers for human trials, knowing the unpredictability of such experiments. Fortunately, there were many individuals with disabilities from S.H.I.E.L.D. After a few days, they finally brought some in. Li Wei paused, deciding to hold off on further actions. Have Coulson come over, he instructed. He couldn't be bothered to go over himself, and simply had Coulson come for a discussion. Levi held neither a fondness nor aversion towards S.H.I.E.L.D., as it was of no consequence to him. As long as he could profit and gain convenience, he cared for nothing else. Just like now, S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily provide subjects for human experimentation. Levi could earn money, achieving 2 goals at once. Ding! After a brief moment, the elevator arrived at the floor. Coulson entered, accompanied by a woman. She had a cascade of red curls, donned a form-fitting uniform, and her gaze was imbued with allure. Her figure was impeccable. Levi briefly disregarded Coulson, inquiring, "Who might this be? Is she the assistant you arranged for me?" He was, of course, aware of her identity, too conspicuous to be overlooked, Natasha Romanoff. Coulson chuckled. "She is here to liaise with Mr. Levi, as I may be quite busy moving forward." "That sounds splendid," Levi responded, though Coulson was quite earnest. Nevertheless, Levi had a preference for women. Levi, he introduced. "Natasha," she replied, extending her hand, which the Black Widow could not refuse, stepping forward to shake it. Their eyes met briefly, exchanging smiles. Coulson feigned ignorance, thinking to himself, no wonder Agent Hill was somewhat reluctant to send Natasha over. The Black Widow had only recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. after the Budapest incident, and trust in her within the agency was still limited. Hence her assignment to engage with Levi. If you don't let go, I may have to topple you, Natasha Romanoff remarked with a smile. Just in time. I was about to challenge Tony Stark. Care to join? Levi suggested, and without hesitation, Natasha slipped into his embrace. Just as Levi was taken aback, she leaped, perching herself upon his shoulders with her legs clasped around his head. This led Levi to believe she was showcasing her weaponry, given her proximity. Ahem. Levi patted her thigh, signaling her to dismount. Instead of toppling him, Natasha gracefully slid down, casting him a playful glance. Your skills are more than sufficient to handle that dandy, she complimented. And your legs are quite impressive. Levi reciprocated the praise, engaging in mutual flattery. After all, she was the Black Widow, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most exceptional agent. How many individuals did you bring? 10, Coulson replied. This is merely the first batch, and if needed, we can procure more. Then let us proceed to the laboratory. Levi wiped his brow and led Eve and Tubi along. The Black Widow, Natasha, scrutinized the two women. Tubi gave her an odd impression, while Eve's physique was even more remarkable. Is there truly a woman with such a figure? Natasha mused, comparing Eve's form to her own, finding herself somewhat overshadowed. Eve's figure was undeniably voluptuous, defying conventional anatomy, yet creating an astonishing visual effect. In Dr. Otto's laboratory, 10 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., each bearing various disabilities, have gathered. Their afflictions are severe, predominantly involving the loss of limbs. It is no wonder they eagerly volunteered for this experiment. The prospect of returning to a semblance of normalcy is far more appealing than enduring a life that feels like a living death. Each time Levi witnesses this scene, he feels a profound sense of fulfillment in his contributions. Who among scientists cares for the populace as he does? Dr. Otto, how is the preparation coming along? Levi inquired as he approached. Currently, Dr. Otto was rarely seen without his 4 mechanical arms, and he wore a non-invasive brain-computer interface that resembled a simple headpiece. His mechanical limbs responded obediently to his commands. With 2 of his mechanical arms bracing against the ground, he lowered his body. I have conducted numerous simulations with the Red Queen, ensuring that everything is in order, Dr. Otto said, barely concealing his excitement. He yearned for the experiment's success, as it would allow him to install an invasive brain-computer interface, a far more formidable option. This type of interface necessitates a craniotomy, wherein electrodes are directly implanted into the cerebral cortex or ventricles. Such an interface would provide swifter responses and greater endurance, along with the capability to embed chips. However, the drawback is that an overload could lead to catastrophic consequences, essentially frying the brain. This phenomenon explains why hackers in the cyberpunk realm often suffer such dire fates. Shall we commence the experiment? Levi glanced around, noting that everyone was in agreement. Subsequently, the first subject, an agent missing an arm, reclined on the operating table and was wheeled into the surgical room where a team of doctors awaited. For this operation, a contract had been established between a futuristic tech company and a prominent hospital. Regrettably, Levi had been unable to locate a certain Dr. Strange. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the individual was a neurosurgeon, but their expertise did not align with the procedure at hand. This operation would involve a semi-invasive technique, merely implanting electrodes beneath the skull and adhering them to the dura mater without penetrating the cerebral cortex, which should prove relatively straightforward. Dr. Otto elaborated on the procedure. Coulson was taken aback by the apparent danger. Is it not possible for them to use the device you are wearing? He asked Otto. Absolutely not, Doctor. Otto immediately shook his head. Such non-invasive technology is susceptible to numerous interferences. Even hair can affect the speed of neural transmission. Should latency occur at a critical moment, the risks could be significant. This statement elicited nods of agreement from both Coulson and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. With her arms crossed, Natasha observed the laboratory with keen interest. What are you looking at? Levi inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, this was the Black Widow, and she possessed legs even longer than those of the actress Scarlett Johansson from his previous life, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall. Scarlett's sole flaw had been entirely remedied. It was nothing, merely a recollection of some unpleasant thoughts. Natasha shook her head. In the laboratory, she could not help but recall the experiments conducted on them by the Red House. This had rendered her infertile, stripping her of the possibility of motherhood. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to curiously inquire, does the potion you promote allow for the regeneration of any organ? Levi immediately discerned her line of thinking. Yet he too was uncertain. These matters required experimentation. Theoretically, it was feasible. If entire limbs could regenerate, surely growing a single organ would not pose a significant challenge? Upon hearing this, the Black Widow exhibited no change in her expression, leaving one to wonder if she truly cared. Ding! At that moment, as the laboratory lights flickered, Dr. Otto became animated. The surgery had concluded. Soon, the doctor emerged, nodding towards the onlookers. The operation had been a resounding success, but it would be some time before the patient regained consciousness. Chapter 33, Stanislaus. As the hospital bed was wheeled out, the other volunteers were filled with trepidation. Upon seeing the first test subject lying safely on the bed, merely under the influence of anesthesia, a collective sigh of relief was palpable. Next, the installation of prosthetics would commence. This was Otto's area of expertise. His mechanical arms swiftly maneuvered the hospital bed to initiate the prosthetic fitting. The prosthetics of the future had undergone numerous upgrades. Regrettably, Levi had yet to acquire the cyberpunk gorilla arm or the mantis blade, which would have been undeniably impressive. Dr. Otto required no assistance. His 4 mechanical arms served that purpose well. With the advent of the brain-machine interface, he was capable of multitasking with unprecedented ease. Moreover, the installation of prosthetics was not a particularly arduous task. In no time, a metallic arm was affixed. At this moment, the subject began to awaken. The subject slowly opened his eyes, and Dr. Otto promptly inquired, "How do you feel?" "I'm all right," the subject replied, still somewhat dazed and speaking sluggishly. Fortunately, Dr. Otto exhibited great patience, instructing others to maintain their distance before asking, "Can you sense your arm?" Upon hearing this, the subject instinctively attempted to look at his arm. Dr. Otto restrained him, saying, "Do not use your eyes. Rely on your consciousness." "I can feel it, just like my own body," the subject responded, following his guidance. "Now, control it and lift it." The metallic arm rose. "Move your fingers. I will tell you which one to move," Dr. Otto continued. The experiment commenced in earnest, bringing immense joy to Dr. Otto. Previously, even with the installation of prosthetics, individuals could only achieve the most minimal movements, often struggling to grasp even a glass of water. Now, with the assistance of brain-computer interfaces, precise manipulation down to the fingertips has become attainable. This is due to a foundational sensory chip embedded within the interface, which enhances the sensory experience of prosthetics. Consequently, such meticulous control over prosthetic fingers is possible. The success of this endeavor is promising. The next concern is the potential side effects. Dr. Otto conveyed this news to Li Wei and others. "Excellent." Li Wei initiated applause, and others followed suit. The test subjects brought in by S.H.I.E.L.D. were particularly elated, as they saw a chance for their lives to return to normalcy. With the experiment deemed a success, Li Wei and his colleagues decided not to linger. "Dr. Otto, the next steps are in your capable hands." "No problem, Doctor." Otto nodded in agreement. The Red Queen promptly disseminated the news. "This marks a significant advancement for the future technology company. Mr. Li Wei, we are highly satisfied with the results," Coulson remarked with a smile as they entered the elevator. "So am I," Li Wei replied with a nod. "It has been a pleasure collaborating. We will promptly transfer the first payment." Coulson extended his hand, and Li Wei shook it. The honest man did not tarry, but immediately returned to report the news. Upon seeing him and Black Widow depart, Li Wei returned to his office. Aware that there was much to attend to, at the very least, the security team of his company needed to install brain-computer interfaces. However, Li Wei felt that merely having one interface was insufficient. Thus, he settled onto the sofa to continue with his unfinished tasks. A tenfold draw. He accessed the system, proceeding without a glance as he initiated the draw. "Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. Healing type 3. Instantly restores 80% health. Chip Neural Hacker. Blueprint enables remote control of electronic devices. Chip Inspiration Burst. Blueprint enhances creativity and inspiration. Electronic Eye. Common capable only of scanning individuals and reading vital signs. Weapon Core 2. Used to enhance Eve's base attack power for Bloodblade." Soon, as the rewards materialized, Li Wei felt a substantial gain, as though he had entered a cyberpunk realm. Yet, this was necessary. He fixed his gaze ahead, for he had reached the guaranteed outcome of the tenfold draw. He had come to terms with his unfortunate luck. Ultimately, he could only rely on the guarantee to obtain valuable items. A flash of golden light appeared. Military technology remote point. Upon activation, time flow slows. Damage and critical hits increase. Duration depends on the user's physical condition. Note: forcibly using it poses a risk of bodily collapse and may lead to becoming a cyberpsychotic. Li Wei sprang to his feet, startling Eve and 2B in the office. "Master, what is it?" "It's nothing. Eve, this is for you." Li Wei took out 2 weapon cores and tossed them to Eve. Holding the cores, Eve exclaimed with delight, if only Lily were here. She could enhance them for me directly. Lily, Artemis II, was the engineer of the 5th Airborne Squad. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, he strode outside, recalling Dr. Otto's previous assertion that there was no new technology. Now, however, he had discovered otherwise. This was the C&Wei C-Tan, renowned as the time-stopping artifact. The mere sight of it transported Li Wei back to his days as the time-stopping Sword Saint in Night City, where, once activated, the C&Wei C-Tan would allow a mantis blade to cleave from south to north. The most extraordinary aspect of this time stop was its ability to reduce the flow of time by up to 99%, while the user's speed remained unchanged. To the user, everyone else appeared as sluggish as turtles. However, it seemed this device was not meant for just anyone. Generally, individuals lacking sufficient mental fortitude could not unlock its capabilities and would suffer a breakdown, becoming cyberpsychotics. In Edge Runner, David's lack of talent led to his forced usage of such abilities, resulting in his dire transformation. If the illustrious V were to wield it, it would be a trivial matter. Now, it seemed that technology also hinged on one's innate gifts. Just as Li Wei was mulling over these thoughts, he spotted 2B and Eve following closely behind him, prompting a smile to grace his lips. The renowned V? Could their talents possibly eclipse those of 2B and Eve? After all, they were the ultimate androids. They returned to Dr. Otto's laboratory, where he appeared somewhat astonished. Li Wei promptly summoned the Red Queen. Otto, I've conceived some ideas for compatible prosthetics. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Dr. Otto recognized the significance of the moment. He hurried over, exclaiming, Li, you are a genius. The inventions you create are truly trustworthy. No, you are the real genius, Li Wei replied, feeling a bit bashful at the compliment. Yet, as the saying goes, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth, and he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Dr. Otto was already examining the design sketches. Ah, Li, you are indeed a genius. If this C&Wei C-Tan can truly achieve a time-stopping effect, I cannot fathom its immense power. Dr. Otto was genuinely excited. Can you produce it? Li Wei inquired. Of course. All the data is available. If I can't make it, I'll eat my words. He replied with a grin. I think you might just be craving something. Chapter 34. Where's the stock god? By the way, remember not to equip a single person with too many prosthetics. Otherwise, it could lead to mental erosion, which an ordinary person cannot withstand. Li Wei recalled something and promptly cautioned. The scientists in the company all possessed the potential for madness. Imagine if one were to transform someone into an atom-heavy hammer. It would be quite the spectacle, potentially leading to a cyber-psychotic outbreak and dismantling the entire company. I understand. Dr. Otto promptly responded, every individual's psyche has its limits. Cybernetic enhancements can impose a burden on the mind. I shall assign the team to handle the installation, which will expedite our manufacturing process. While Dr. Otto did not require assistance during experiments, the production phase still necessitated a team. After all, if it were solely Dr. Otto working alone, the timeline for creation would be interminable. In that case, please prepare 2 sets for me, Levi remarked. Certainly, Dr. Otto replied without further inquiry, though he surmised some details. On the return journey, Bumblebee sped along the road. The infrastructure in America leaves much to be desired, particularly the subway system in New York, which Levi had never traversed. It is an antiquated relic, with a construction history exceeding a century. Upon entering the subway station's vicinity, one is greeted by a cacophony of unpleasant odors that truly tests human endurance. The highways are hardly in better condition, aside from the frequent repairs in the central areas. Many roads elsewhere are cracked. The existence of high-speed rail is out of the question, as American Airlines wield considerable influence. If high-speed rail were to be constructed, who would then choose to fly? Given the current reputation of Boeing, one must be fortunate to board their aircraft. Thus, in America, the safest mode of travel remains driving oneself. This is what the colonizers often boast about regarding the highway system. Fortunately, Levi had no intention of venturing elsewhere, and he soon returned to Long Island. However, the Red Queen soon delivered disheartening news. Master, the Osborne Group intends to establish the venue in Las Vegas. Las Vegas, renowned as the gambling capital, offers little beyond its vices. The sole advantage is the legality of wagering in such a locale. With Levi and Tony Stark's immense popularity, they could potentially earn hundreds of millions. One must not underestimate the fervor of gamblers. Levi responded, inform the Osborne Group that Las Vegas is acceptable, but I require a share of the profits. Understood. Stark Industries is likely to respond similarly, the Red Queen remarked. Is this not a case of great minds thinking alike? Capitalists must seize every opportunity for profit. After all, in America, even the highest leaders are motivated by financial gain. What of Warren Buffett? The true financial magnate resides in the White House. The Osborne group recognized the necessity of collaboration and swiftly acquiesced to the request for profit sharing. Furthermore, Norman Osborn soon initiated a video call. Levi chose to answer, and Norman's visage appeared on the screen. At that moment, Norman Osborn appeared more vigorous, his countenance bearing an air of authority. Levi, I have splendid news. My approval ratings have surpassed those of Kingpin. Congratulations, Norman, Levi replied with a smile. By the way, you must continue to support me. Rest assured, I have already rallied the necessary backing. Liwei's current presence on social media is characterized not only by his verbal sparring with Tony Stark, but also by his fervent calls for fans to support Norman Osborn's bid for mayor. This strategy has proven remarkably effective, akin to the exaggerated allegiances displayed by Hollywood stars. However, the extent of its influence remains uncertain. In New York, a city teeming with elites, there is already substantial backing for the affluent Norman Osborn. It will not be an easy feat for Kingpin to surpass him. Subsequently, Norman Osborn cautioned, Lee, I have learned that Kingpin's team is investigating you. Exercise caution. I understand, Li Wei replied, nodding solemnly. Kingpin is no benevolent figure. He is cold-hearted and scorns justice. Anyone who stands in his way becomes a target. With Li Wei and Norman Osborn already positioned against him, they must remain vigilant against Kingpin's potential malice. Norman, you should also be wary. Rest assured, I have already hired a team dedicated to my protection, Norman Osborn responded, his demeanor lightening. Upon hearing his cautious approach, Li Wei could not help but smirk. Indeed, capitalists are often fearful of death. Upon returning home, Li Wei instructed the Red Queen to monitor the surroundings and gathered 2B and Eve, saying, Did you hear what Norman said? Yes, master, both women replied. Gazing at him with wide eyes, Li Wei asserted, Tonight, one of you must keep close guard over me, taking turns. Eve, you go first. Although Eve flushed slightly, she did not refuse. As for 2B, she was even less inclined to decline and instead felt a sense of anticipation, having been created to benefit humanity. Then, Li Wei took Eve inside, having long been enamored with her physique. Eve, come warm the bed. That night, as Li Wei settled in, he noticed he was still fully clothed. Master, isn't someone supposed to protect you? Eve asked, puzzled. Clearing his throat, Li Wei replied, What if no one comes? Wouldn't that mean you'd be awake all night? Thus, he urged her closer. Eve, bewildered, asked, Master, what are you doing? It is uncomfortable this way. Li Wei stated seriously. At last, he experienced the softness of Eve's skin. To put it simply, Eve possessed a more voluptuous form than 2B, her figure strikingly perfect, with curves in all the right places and slenderness where it counted, resembling a flawless creation of the divine. It can only be said that the realm of maternal figures shows remarkable skill in the design of artificial beings. Moreover, each member of this contingent possesses distinct personalities. Eve is kind and gentle, Lily is vivacious and self-assured, while the aloof and commanding Veloce and the unpredictable Raven almost tempted Li Wei to consider acquiring another partner. Resisting the urge, he reminded himself of the technological marvel he had set his sights on. He could not afford to jeopardize it. Furthermore, with 2 artificial beings already present, acquiring more might not be prudent. He is not some offspring of parents demanding him to establish a harem on Earth like a certain superhero. Even in retrospect, Li Wei finds himself bereft of any means to express his grievances. One can only conclude that Gunn is ill-suited to direct a Superman film, as he has imported his crude humor into the narrative. This provoked profound contemplation within Li Wei. Is the divine nature of Superman more significant than his humanity? Based on his own experiences, he perceives humanity as exceedingly unreliable. A virtuous individual can easily transform into a villain. However, the divine remains steadfast. A Superman devoid of divinity indeed deserves to perish. Li Wei now comprehends why Batman and Luthor sought to eliminate Superman. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his hands moved aimlessly, while Eve, like a whack-a-mole, relentlessly pursued him. Consequently, neither of them could find sleep. Yet, nothing transpired, and they spent the night in tranquil silence. Eve exhaled in relief, while Li Wei was unaware of when he drifted off to slumber. After all, how could he prevail when Eve thwarted his every attempt? In Chapter 35, Changing the Auxiliary Spine, Li Wei felt as though he were participating in a game of werewolf. He had experienced a peaceful night, yet gained nothing in return. Eve was far too serious, offering him no opportunity whatsoever. At that moment, Eve showcased her prowess. She was entirely untroubled by fatigue. As a hybrid of machine and flesh, she possessed human emotions, yet boasted physical capabilities akin to a superhero. Even typical superheroes cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Yet Eve could. After consuming breakfast prepared by 2B, she set off for the company. Along the way, he instructed the Red Queen to expedite surgical procedures for the security personnel. The retired veterans were unfazed by the operations. They were willing to reclaim normalcy at any cost. Li Wei needed them to grow ever stronger to safeguard the company. As for potential dangers, the Red Queen had embedded backdoors within the chips. Did one truly believe Li Wei was a paragon of virtue? Upon arriving at the company, the Red Queen appeared at his side. Gwen had classes that morning and could not attend. Li Wei would have to wait until her graduation to secure her as his full-time secretary. Master, the Sion waiststand has been completed, the Red Queen announced. Upon hearing her words, Li Wei made a beeline for the laboratory. However, before reaching Dr. Otto's lab, Professor Connors intercepted him. Li, the serum has undergone numerous tests. We are merely a step away from human trials, Professor Connors lamented. Were it not for the Red Queen's intervention, he would have volunteered himself for the experiment. Witnessing Dr. Otto consistently achieve results had him feeling anxious. Indeed, Li Wei chuckled sheepishly and instructed the Red Queen to contact Natasha Romanoff. He had left her number the previous day, and the forthcoming matters could be discussed with her. Do your personnel accept experimental treatments? Please hold on. Natasha is unable to make a decision at the moment. After a while, she replied, as long as they are willing. It is acceptable. Then there is no problem. It must be voluntary, understood Li Wei. The two did not converse further and promptly ended the call. He addressed Professor Connors, reassuring him, rest assured, Professor, I shall bring someone to you shortly. That is good. Professor Connors nodded and turned back to his laboratory. Li, you have arrived. Doctor. Otto appeared to bear heavy dark circles under his eyes, yet he cunningly donned sunglasses to conceal them. He was brimming with excitement, immediately presenting two remarkable items to Li Wei. Look, this is the Sion waiststand. The data is precisely the same. Yet I sense that ordinary individuals cannot harness such a creation. This is what kept Dr. Otto awake through the night. For a scientist, nothing is more exhilarating than the pursuit of the new. Li Wei, the imposter, was equally thrilled, holding it in his hands. How heavy. Indeed, this is an artificial spine. There are many models of Sion waiststand, such as Chianti, Dinara, and Peregrine, but none compare to the one in hand. This is a complete artificial spine, categorized as a mortal grade within the game. As Li Wei grasped it, he felt a profound sense of technological weight. It truly is a miraculous invention. Do you have a candidate for its use? I estimate that only a superhuman like Spider-Man could manage it. Dr. Otto cautioned. If an ordinary person were to use it, it would pose a considerable burden, and there is a risk of rejection by the body, which could lead to complications. Therefore, I do not intend for it to be utilized by anyone. Li Wei chuckled. Dr. Otto blinked, understanding the implication. He lamented, unfortunately, such a creation cannot be widely promoted. No matter, this is still a significant breakthrough. Li Wei shrugged and remarked, but the chips and prosthetic eyes can be employed by ordinary people, correct? Indeed. They complement each other perfectly, Dr. Otto replied with a smile. Very well, we shall hold a press conference then. It is time for you to take the spotlight. Li Wei stated, causing Dr. Otto's face to flush instantly. No one wishes to remain in obscurity. Thank you. Li Wei, accompanied by 2B and Eve, proceeded to the office and then took the internal elevator directly to the underground facility. The Red Queen would facilitate the replacement of their spines. There was no need for much discussion regarding 2B. Her entire body was mechanized, and replacing a Sion waiststand would be a simple task, with the only concern being potential model mismatches. However, this should not pose a significant issue. Surely, we cannot rely solely on parts from the Jiyer Budoi. Eve, in other aspects, was composed of flesh, but her spine was not. In the game, Eve possessed more than a dozen auxiliary spines, and both segments could be freely interchanged. Of course, at present, there was only one Sion waiststand available. It can be said that this Sion waiststand surpasses all other auxiliary spines of Eve. Both Eve and 2B were aware of the impending change and appeared exceedingly delighted. 2B, being a combat-type robot, was solely focused on becoming stronger, while Eve was also born for battle. Thus, both women obediently disrobed. Levi, captivated by their exquisite backs, felt an urge to teleport forward. Master, please wait over there. The Red Queen appeared before Levi, primarily concerned that he might not be able to handle the situation. The process of changing the spine would be rather gruesome. Levi understood that the forthcoming scene would not be aesthetically pleasing, so he complied and moved aside. He approached the Red Queen's supercomputer and activated the virtual screen. He did not require a keyboard or mouse. A mere touch of his hand sufficed, which was exceedingly convenient. What are these documents? Levi inquired, curling his lips into a smirk. The Red Queen, somewhat embarrassed, replied, they are secrets of the White House and the Pentagon. The squids have bribed numerous important figures around the generals and the supreme leader to persuade him, thereby exerting indirect control. I have gathered this evidence. In truth, these are no longer secrets, merely lacking proof. Now that I possess this evidence, its exposure will incite a storm. No wonder they say the squids are the progenitors of America. Levi shook his head, though it was of no concern to him. He welcomed the idea of America descending further into chaos. Consequently, he engrossed himself in the confidential documents, including information regarding extraterrestrials. Oh, Pym Technologies is also working for the military? Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, discovered subatomic particles that could alter the size of objects, which he named Pym particles. He had previously been a partner of Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, but their relationship soured. To his surprise, he had been directly employed by the military and established Pym Technologies. The company was preparing to be renamed Klaus Technologies, indicating that Hank Pym had evidently lost his position. The Red Queen spoke beside him. We need to find a way to acquire Pym particles. Levi nodded. These particles could also be used for traversing timelines. Master, the surgery has been completed. Really? Let me take a look. Levi immediately rose and hurried over. Chapter 36. It was 2B's turn. Unfortunately, Levi did not witness the spectacle he anticipated. By the time he arrived, 2B and Eve had swiftly donned their dresses. Eve was wearing a blue jumpsuit that perfectly showcased her figure. Beside them lay two ordinary spines, one of which bore traces of blood. Ah, Levi quickly averted his gaze. Eve, I'll take you to replenish your blood later. Eve appeared unchanged, blinking as she replied, all right. They soon sprang from the hospital bed and slipped into their high heels. Levi hastily assisted, asking, how do you feel? No noticeable changes. 2B blinked and spoke, expressing her satisfaction. It feels quite good. I must activate it to try. Eve suggested they take a moment to rest before proceeding with the experiment. The three of them rested briefly before moving to an open area. Red Queen, pay attention, Levi instructed, and the Red Queen appeared beside him, exuding an air of curiosity. First, it was 2B's turn. With remarkable ease, she activated the Psion waistband with her neural interface. Buzz. In an instant, the entire world around her seemed to slow down. For Levi, however, it was merely a brief moment of surprise before 2B stood before him. Having traversed what had seemed a great distance, it felt akin to teleportation. Levi playfully pinched 2B's cheek. To be precise, it was a deceleration of time. The Red Queen retrieved surveillance footage, revealing that 2B had simply walked over. Yet for Levi, it felt like a heartbeat. In essence, it was a manifestation of her latent potential, enhancing her speed, particularly for 2B. Eve, it's your turn now. Eve stood still, somewhat bewildered. The auxiliary spine she had previously employed was passive, merely granting various capabilities such as improved dodging timing and energy recovery. However, the Psion waistband was now active. Fortunately, the Red Queen had equipped her with a brain-machine interface just moments prior. Buzz. Eve blinked, perceiving the world around her dimming. The movements of those around her became languid. Soon, 2B returned to normal, reactivating the Psion waistband. Levi watched with a hint of envy. Regrettably, he was a staunch supporter of physical prowess and held a disdain for technological enhancements. While he did not oppose exosuits or external technology, he was averse to anything that interfaced directly with the human body. Just the thought of Adam's hammer-like form, devoid of any flesh, sent chills down Levi's spine. He would rather restart than become that grotesque caricature. Thus, Levi had only opted for a non-invasive brain-machine interface and returned to his office to experiment with gaming. Remarkably, this device significantly enhanced his reflexes. If any professional gamer possessed such a tool, they would surely excel at any game, effortlessly defeating opponents and achieving victory in every encounter. As noon approached, Levi took Eve and 2B to a Chinese restaurant, feeling it essential to replenish her vitality. They ordered red date soup, duck blood, lamb, and various dishes. As for the modified Chinese cuisine, Levi found it hard to adjust. Eve, however, encountered no such dilemmas. She marveled at the delights of Earth and savored every bite. This led her to ponder what her previous Earth had been like before the Great Wars ravaged it. After their lunch, they returned to the company to continue their experiments. The Red Queen sought to experiment with her subjects to determine how long they could endure the strain of St. Anne Winston. The results were astonishing. 2B exhibited remarkable resilience, easily sustaining several minutes under pressure. This led Levi to ponder who was more formidable, 2B or V. It is noteworthy that V, a legendary figure, had effortlessly defeated Adam's heavy hammer. Eve, on the other hand, was somewhat lacking, as her corporeal form remained a limitation. What do the agents have to say? Inquired the Red Queen. 2 individuals are willing to participate in Professor Connor's experiment, she responded. Then let arrangements be made for Professor Connor's, Levi nodded. While prosthetics were indeed impressive, there remained a desire among some to restore their flesh and blood forms. Thus, there was no concern about a lack of volunteers for Professor Connor's experiment, which relieved Levi. He had even prepared to adopt a more intimidating persona to ensure compliance. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening the social media platform, he discovered that the Osborne Group had created a promotional poster. The faces of Tony Stark and Levi were prominently displayed, with Tony on the left and Levi on the right, both wearing serious expressions as if preparing for a duel. Below, a caption read, Las Vegas. Historically, the left side loses. Tony Stark has already lost. Before the duel even commenced, Levi had already secured a victory. He quickly chose to share the post, amplifying its reach further. Prior to this, many had speculated whether this was mere publicity or if the two wealthy individuals would indeed face off. For the average person, there was an undeniable eagerness to witness the spectacle of the rich performing for their amusement. Master, I must inform you of an important matter. The Red Queen floated over. What is it? Levi inquired. Tony Stark's schedule indicates that he is en route to the Middle East and will miss this confrontation. What? Levi paused, then remarked, indeed. That coward. Levi was not particularly surprised by Tony Stark's avoidance of the fight. After all, Stark's bravado was largely confined to his words. While he engaged in verbal sparring, he simultaneously evaded conflict, which Levi found rather pragmatic. Moreover, Stark had a legitimate obligation, rather than simply fleeing, allowing him to justify his absence. This news left Levi feeling somewhat disappointed. He genuinely wished to confront Stark. However, upon returning from the Middle East, Tony would don the Iron Man suit. Wouldn't it be even more exhilarating to confront Iron Man? He mused. Never mind. I shall thoroughly ridicule him when the time comes, Levi declared. Should we notify the Osborne Group? There's no need. The Osborne Group's objective has already been achieved, Levi replied, shaking his head. It was likely that Norman Osborn did not expect the two to truly clash. As it stood, Norman Osborn had already garnered some attention, siphoning a bit of the spotlight for himself. The reporter, unable to interview Levi and Tony Stark, resorted to questioning Norman Osborn regarding his perspective on the matter. As Norman responded, he seized the opportunity to articulate his views on New York, cleverly utilizing the situation to bolster his popularity. It is no wonder that Kingpin was irate. Disheartened, Levi departed from the company, accompanied by Eve and 2B, to return home for some much-needed rest. The journey was uneventful, and Levi gradually set the incident aside. With his two bodyguards now equipped with Stanislas technology, the security level had significantly increased. Additionally, Bumblebee was at his disposal, ready to surprise any adversaries at a critical moment. 2B, I shall require your company tonight, Levi proclaimed upon arriving home. 2B, already prepared, genuinely believed it was for her protective services. As night descended, Levi adhered to his commendable routine of retiring early. By around 10 o'clock, he ushered 2B into the master bedroom, while Eve remained in the adjacent guest room, poised to safeguard Levi. Master, 2B's eyes seemed to glimmer as she assured him, rest easy, for 2B will protect you. Levi realized that 2B had misunderstood his intentions. Her straightforwardness was endearing yet misplaced. Consequently, he playfully lifted her into his arms. My goodness, 2B, you are quite heavy, he lamented, immediately regretting his decision. It appeared that after being outfitted with Stanislas technology, 2B had gained considerable weight, surely exceeding 300 pounds. Had it been a fairy, she would have retaliated with a swift slap for such a remark. Yet, 2B merely expressed her embarrassment. I apologize, master, it seems I am too heavy. No worries. You can simply lie down, Levi replied, realizing he would have to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, in another room, the Red Queen relayed information to Eve, who had remained awake by the window. Has it finally arrived? She softly inquired. The nearby private surveillance had been commandeered by the Red Queen, who promptly alerted Eve of any suspicious individuals. Be cautious. The visitor is known as Bullseye, a professional assassin in Kingpin's employ, the Red Queen warned, having already identified the intruder through character matching. Understood, Eve replied, rising from her seat. Her ordinary loungewear gradually transformed into the form-fitting green uniform of the 7th Airborne Squadron, a marvel of nanotechnology that Levi envied. Without hesitation, she leapt from the window, relieved to find it was merely a second-story drop. Just before landing, she deftly halted her descent, crouching gracefully to absorb the impact. Remarkably, she did so while wearing heels over 10 centimeters high. Glancing back, she noted the Red Queen's reassuring presence, who reminded her that with 2B present, no harm could befall her master. With that assurance, Eve proceeded towards the roadside. After all, her wish in this world was solely to protect her master. Eve was remarkably simple, never contemplating what she might desire for herself, nor had she ever lived for her own sake. The marksman drove the black car prepared by the Fisk Group to Long Island. Following Jean Bing's orders, he was determined to teach Li Wei a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before assisting Norman Osborn again. Unable to outplay him in the open, Jean Bing resorted to underhanded tactics. Norman Osborn's approval ratings surpassed his due to Li Wei's relentless campaigning on his behalf. It's important to understand that New York is a city where elites converge, and these individuals are inclined to trust the words of successful capitalists. They are acutely aware of the adage that success follows those who trail behind the prosperous. They are not the unrefined. Had they been so, Li Wei's assistance would have been counterproductive. Initially, Jean Bing intended to confront Norman Osborn directly. However, Osborn, aware of Jean Bing's nefarious methods, quickly recoiled, even going so far as to hire a security team from a small Eastern European nation known as the Silver Minx Security Company, formerly the Wild Combat Corps, renowned for their formidable strength. This was a deliberate attempt to intimidate Jean Bing, who, recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, opted to target Osborn's allies instead. For Jean Bing, this tactic had proven effective time and again. As the marksman halted the vehicle, he donned his hood, the emblem of a target emblazoned on his forehead, casting an eerie aura. He then exited the car, draping a trench coat over his frame, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Yet, after only a few steps, an unsettling sensation crept over him, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. Who could it be? Almost immediately, he sensed a gaze upon him. He scanned the surroundings, yet found no one, until he abruptly looked up. There, in the glow of the streetlight, stood a flawless silhouette, obscured by shadows but for its outline, sending a shiver down Marksman's spine. "Who are you?" he demanded, his body taut, hands clenched behind his back. "This is not a place for you. If you leave now, I shall pretend I have seen nothing." Eve's voice, cool and composed, reached him, still embodying her innate kindness. However, to someone like the marksman, her words seemed to lack conviction. So, it was merely a woman. A wicked smile crept across the marksman's lips. In the next moment, he resorted to an unscrupulous ambush. With a flick of his hands, several silver needles shot toward Eve with blinding speed. The marksman possessed a talent for hidden weapons, transforming any object into a lethal instrument. The silver needles zipped through the air, faster than one could react. Yet Eve was no ordinary human. She was a new breed crafted in the Master-S domain. Instinctively sensing the imminent danger, she executed a flawless backflip, seemingly triggering an impeccable evasion, dodging all the needles and landing gracefully on the ground. Superheroes often make such entrances. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Eve's gaze was frigid, having dispatched countless aberrations with her own hands, all of which were transformed humans, rendering her a merciless killer. The target, unfazed, had encountered numerous adversaries capable of evading his concealed weapons. The Night Demon and Erica had both managed to deflect his projectiles. Thus, he always carried an array of diverse weaponry into battle. He flung various objects, such as playing cards and coins, common items that served as lethal instruments. In response to this, Eve's countermeasure was straightforward. She removed a hairpin from her hair, which instantly transformed into a one-handed sword, a blood blade. With remarkable speed, Eve raised her sword, deflecting all of his projectiles. Subsequently, she accelerated towards the target. The target, displaying cunning, retreated while simultaneously launching more projectiles, adeptly evading confrontation like a skilled kite flyer. Most individuals would find it nearly impossible to strike him, as he tormented them with his relentless onslaught. With an abundance of weapons at his disposal, any misstep in defense would sap the enemy's spirit, leading to their demise by his incessant harassment. Eve furrowed her brow, unwilling to be subjected to such torment. Thus, she crouched down, momentarily transforming into a streak of lightning, vanishing from her position. Utilizing Berta energy, the target, momentarily caught off guard and delighted by his offensive, felt a chill as the hairs on his neck stood on end. Behind him, instinctively, he hurled projectiles backward, but in that fleeting instant, he felt an overwhelming slowness. Time had decelerated, a consequence of Eve activating the Sign Wiston, the artificial spine. Only Eve's speed remained unchanged, even accelerating further, akin to a flash of lightning, as her blood blade cleaved through the target with precision. As time resumed its normal pace, a resounding thud echoed as the target's body split in two, collapsing to the ground. Eve's blood blade remained untainted by any blood, and she seamlessly transformed back into a hairpin, reattaching it to her ponytail. This was somewhat troublesome. Observing the scene of carnage, Eve felt a twinge of frustration. This was not another Earth. The aftermath would have to be entrusted to the Red Queen. Chapter 38, Commander of the Transformers Fisk Tower. Even in the depths of night, the building remained aglow, as Kingpin awaited promising news in his office with keen anticipation. However, he soon received dire tidings instead. "Boss, we have grave news. The target is dead." A subordinate stumbled in, clearly shaken. The presence of Kingpin only intensified his anxiety, rendering him speechless. What transpired? Kingpin's grip tightened, crushing the object in his hand into a lump. The target was cleaved in two, and they have sent the remains for us to collect. The subordinate, head bowed, dared not meet Kingpin's furious gaze. At that moment, Kingpin resembled a ferocious tiger poised to pounce, instilling fear in all who dared to look upon him. This made the underling feel as though the temperature in the room had plummeted. Fortunately, Jean Bing managed to restrain his fury. It was a critical moment in the campaign, and he could not afford to jeopardize the overall situation. He was already trailing behind Norman Osborn in the polls. Any further misstep would be irreparable. Retrieve the target and arrange a funeral. Jean Bing waved his hand, dismissing his underling. The target was his most trusted subordinate, though loyalty was not a guarantee. He did not mind. As long as they were effective, loyalty was of little consequence. This was also the case with Erica and her associates. However, losing the target was akin to losing a sharp blade for Jean Bing, a critical blow. He was unaware of how many unsavory deeds the target had performed on his behalf, and now he would need to find someone else. Levi. Subsequently, Jean Bing gazed at Levi's photograph, lost in contemplation. Why would such a talent assist Norman Osborn? It was not until the following day that Levi became aware of the situation. He felt fatigued. His active participation the previous night had drained him considerably. Yet he could not afford to be passive, especially with the weight of 2B upon him. Early in the morning, Norman Osborn's call came through. With a grave expression, Norman inquired, "Levi, are you all right after last night?" "Yes, what happened?" Levi shook his head. The Red Queen had not mentioned anything to him the previous night. It was only this morning that he learned Eve had engaged in the battle. However, he suspected he would not have been able to absorb that information at the time. "It's good that you're fine," Norman Osborn said through gritted teeth. "That damned gangster sent someone to threaten my other collaborators last night. Some were genuinely intimidated and are now reconsidering their financial support for my campaign. Campaigning requires funds. At its core, it is a game of money. Although Norman Osborn was wealthy, he would not squander his own fortune on the campaign. That would be folly. As a popular saying in Hollywood goes, one should never use their own money to make a film. The same principle applies to campaigning. Therefore, Norman had sought numerous backers willing to finance his campaign, with the understanding that he would reciprocate upon success. This was the game's unwritten rule. Otherwise, who would willingly invest in your campaign without any personal gain? However, now some individuals had been frightened by Jean Bing and were unwilling to continue their investments. After all, life is more valuable than money. This infuriated Norman Osborn. At this moment, Levi spoke with unwavering assurance. "Norman, rest assured, I will always stand by your side." This elicited a look of gratitude from Norman, who replied, "Levi, once I become mayor, I will ensure you are well taken care of. No wonder people often lend a helping hand in times of need." Without delay, Norman added, "I have hired Silver Minks International Security from Eastern Europe. They are formidable and frequently engage in combat. Would you like me to send some to protect you?" "No need." Li Wei chuckled softly, remarking that his company's security personnel are all retired veterans, implying that strength is not a definitive measure of capability. The American military has, over the years, been the only force to impose its will globally. As for others, their merits are debatable, yet their real combat experience is undeniably plentiful. He pondered the necessity of Eastern European security firms. After exchanging a few more words, the two ended their conversation. Li Wei initially assumed that Norman Osborn sought his financial backing, but to his surprise, Osborn was prepared to finance the endeavor independently, determined to go head-to-head with Jean Bing. Li Wei, however, held little regard for Jean Bing. His primary concern was Tony Stark. After all, Jean Bing lacked the public appeal, and their banter would only attract the attention of New Yorkers. Stark, in contrast, was a national celebrity, recognized across the globe, exuding undeniable charisma. With this thought in mind, Li Wei accessed the system shop to check his reputation points. To his delight, they had surpassed 50 million. His spirits lifted. He realized he could redeem numerous items, such as CPH-4 from the Lucy universe and NZT-48 from Limitless. Although these substances do not enhance physical attributes, they do unlock mental potential, and the system's offerings come devoid of side effects. After a brief contemplation, Li Wei found himself tempted to enhance his cognitive abilities, but restrained himself for the sake of his objectives. To quench his desire, he opted for a tenfold draw. Surely, there was nothing a tenfold draw could not resolve. If one attempt failed, he would simply try again. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. Fusion Battery X4, Bat Suit Design Blueprint, the original Batman suit, of great commemorative significance. Superman Glasses, Kryptonian technology, rendering familiar faces unrecognizable upon wearing. Li Wei smirked slightly. What use did he have for the Batsuit? While it boasted numerous advanced technologies, his aspirations leaned more towards the Iron Suit. Nonetheless, the other items held their value. particularly the fusion battery, which his company had already begun utilizing as an energy source. A single battery could power the skyscraper for an entire year. Before long, he reached the minimum guarantee of the tenfold draw. Li Wei reflected on his luck, acknowledging that he was still a bit of a novice, relying on guarantees to get by. When would the ordinary lottery yield an SSR? RC, Transformer's a member of the Autobot faction, serving as a commander. Another Transformer, Bumblebee, would finally have a companion. RC, a female commander among the Autobots, would delight those who favor mech girls. Her alternate form is a classic 1994 Ducati 916 motorcycle, though she could easily transform into a more contemporary model if desired. However, Li Wei found it inconsequential. He instructed the Red Queen to prepare the necessary materials, and then he set about the creation process. Occasionally taking a motorcycle out for a leisurely ride proves to be quite exhilarating. Upon arriving at the company, Li Wei found Bumblebee surrounded by a throng of reporters who were clamoring for his attention. Li Wei understood the reason behind this frenzy. Mr. Li, what is your perspective on Tony Stark's decision to head to the Middle East at this juncture? Mr. Li, will your octagonal cage duel with Tony Stark still take place? The reporters shouted through the glass, thrusting microphones against the window. Li Wei signaled Bumblebee to halt and rolled down the window. In an unusual display, he expressed, "I respect his choices. In my view, Tony Stark is no coward." In front of the journalists, Li Wei deviated from his usual mockery of Stark, instead opting to honor his decision. This gesture, in the eyes of the reporters, portrayed Li Wei as magnanimous, casting Tony Stark in a more cowardly light. Critically, at this moment, derision would serve no purpose. Li Wei was also keen on crafting his own public persona. He could not afford to be as petty as Stark. One must exhibit grace when necessary, as it endears one to the public. Having finally shaken off the reporters, Li Wei entered the corporate building under the protection of security personnel. He immediately spotted Gwen Stacy, who was yawning. "Gwen, did you not rest well last night?" Li Wei inquired. Gwen covered her mouth and replied, "Yesterday was rather hectic." Indeed, it had been quite busy, with Kingpin's minions wreaking havoc, leaving Gwen overwhelmed. "You must take care to rest," Li Wei advised as he guided her directly to the laboratory. The day ahead promised to be eventful. First, they arrived at Dr. Otto's lab, where the doctor was busily orchestrating various surgeries. Upon seeing Li Wei, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Li, a third of the staff has already undergone the procedure. Including you, I presume." Li Wei noted that Dr. Otto was notably not wearing the non-invasive brain-machine interface helmet, but rather a rare hat. "Indeed, I still bear a scar," Li Wei acknowledged. Dr. Otto nodded in agreement. He had shorn his head for the surgery, leaving behind a small scar from the installation of the brain-machine interface. The results were evidently remarkable, as the 4 mechanical arms responded with the same obedience as his natural limbs. Additionally, he had implanted a chip, granting him instant access to the internet. He had contemplated installing prosthetic eyes, but ultimately shied away due to the anticipated pain. Li Wei recognized that the security capabilities of their company had been significantly enhanced, yet he cautioned, "Otto, do not overdo it. Excessive prosthetics may not be beneficial." "I understand." Dr. Otto promptly nodded. He was indeed aware of the potential drawbacks, yet the sensation was utterly enchanting, bestowing upon him the exhilarating feeling of having the world at his command. "Mr. Stark, your presence in the Middle East at this juncture suggests a disinterest in the Las Vegas arena, does it not?" "Mr. Stark, Mr. Levy expresses his respect for your choices and holds no grievances." Tony Stark's demeanor was far from favorable. The anger he had just dissipated with the flight attendant quickly reignited. He pressed his palms together and declared, "I have an urgent and exceedingly significant business matter to attend to. As for whether I will participate in the arena, that remains uncertain. I believe it is not a prudent choice." He waved his hand, summoning the military vehicle. "Ladies and gentlemen, the military transport has arrived. I must depart to conduct my business." With that, Tony Stark turned and entered the vehicle. The frenzied reporters attempted to obstruct him, but ultimately were brushed aside by the military convoy. "Damn it, these lunatics," Stark lamented from within the vehicle. "They even followed me here, and the local media is joining in the chaos? The entire world is watching this unfold. I never anticipated your retreat." Rhodey interjected. Stark's face flushed crimson. "This is not retreat. I am merely stepping out to conduct business. Upon my return, I shall certainly bring him to his knees." Rhodey erupted in laughter, only to receive a couple of playful jabs from Stark. "Let us take a couple of days to rest and soak in the local culture. Soon, you will be in the desert, devoid of any alluring company." This remark piqued Stark's interest. He had indeed never experienced such a setting. Throughout the journey, there had been few women, akin to rare specimens, cloaked in headscarves and bundled tightly. This only heightened Stark's curiosity. In Professor Connor's laboratory, apart from himself, his wife, Martha, was present, along with 2 volunteers from SHIELD. These individuals were averse to prosthetics and desired their own flesh and blood, thus willingly participating in the experiment. To this, Levy could only remark that heroes often share similar perspectives. Red Queen, are we in alignment? Levy inquired, bringing Eve and 2B along. The virtual visage of the Red Queen appeared beside him, responding, Master, I have conducted over 700,000 simulation experiments. The most significant outcome has been some mutations. What kind of mutations? Levy felt a sense of familiarity in her phrasing and subsequently asked. Physical aberrations may occur, but concurrently, enhanced strength and regenerative abilities will be acquired, the Red Queen elucidated. Levy furrowed his brow. Does that not imply a transformation into a lizard-like creature? If you were suggesting a complete metamorphosis into a lizard, that is implausible, the Red Queen countered. The initial serum indeed possessed substantial flaws. Yet it has since been refined by Professor Connors and me, and an antidote is in preparation. Upon hearing this, Levy, standing outside the glass, nodded at Professor Connors inside. Soon after, the one-armed Professor Connors and his wife, Martha, became busy, instructing the volunteers to lie on the hospital beds, binding their limbs securely. Once the safety measures were completed, preparations were made for the injection of the serum. With the Red Queen's guidance, a syringe filled with a green substance was slowly administered. The laboratory was missing a right leg, a casualty from a mission where a high-explosive grenade had detonated nearby. Although he had managed to roll aside in time, his leg was obliterated in the blast. Fortunately, it was not a fragmentation grenade, otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. A palpable tension filled the room. As the serum was injected, a profound silence enveloped the laboratory, as if it had succumbed to death. What was happening? The protective mechanism, the Red Queen stated calmly. Suddenly, the subject screamed and began thrashing on the examination table. Before their eyes, his leg began to regenerate, albeit in an unusual hue. Why is it green? Levi inquired. It has undergone aberration, replied the Red Queen, furrowing her brow. As this serum proved to be quite complex. Before them, the subject sprouted a lizard-like leg, which shattered the metallic restraints that bound him. Why is my leg like this? The subject was bewildered, soon gripped by fear. Professor Connors hurriedly attempted to soothe him while documenting the experimental data. This revelation astonished Levi, for in comparison to a complete transformation into a lizard-human hybrid, this serum was relatively mild. The leg had merely transformed into that of a lizard. Yet the individual retained his sanity and clarity. The DNA of the lizard is exceedingly dominant. We require an additional serum to neutralize the virus. The Red Queen remarked beside Levi. Not a failure. Levi nodded in agreement. Compared to an outright metamorphosis into a lizard human, this was indeed a success. He had brought Eve and 2B along to mitigate any potential lack of combat capability. It appeared that concern was unwarranted. Professor Connors administered an antidote to the subject, restoring him to his original state. Levi then resolved to invite Gwen to dinner. He had missed his chance previously and could not afford another mishap. Chapter 40. The dashing director Levi prepared to approach Gwen with his invitation. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Maria Hill. Dear Miss Hill, it has been a while since we last communicated, Levi answered. Upon hearing his playful tone, Maria Hill's face broke into a smile, although she feigned coldness, responding, You are the one who hasn't reached out. Should I take the initiative? Isn't this initiative enough? Levi mentally scoffed, promptly replying, I have been exceedingly busy. I had intended to confront that scoundrel, but he managed to escape. Maria Hill nearly lost her composure. Her reason for contacting Levi was precisely because she had witnessed Tony Stark's departure. She had been closely monitoring Levi's progress, aware of his diligent combat training. Who could have anticipated that Stark would flee? It felt as though a punch had landed upon cotton. Do you have time this evening? Liwei turned to inquire. Since the woman had taken the initiative to call him, he naturally had to provide ample emotional value. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away. As for Gwen, he decided to let her rest for a day, considering she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Don't worry. Maria Hill was eagerly awaiting this cue and promptly responded, Of course. Will you come to pick me up later? Hearing her quick reply, Liwei chuckled. It seemed she too was savoring the experience. They made arrangements, and Liwei reminded her, Remember to bring your uniform, Director Hill. Upon hearing his words, Maria Hill fell silent, swiftly hanging up the phone, leaving one to wonder if she had truly absorbed his message. A lack of enthusiasm after work indicated a troubling mindset. Before the designated time, Liwei set off. Gwen, we can go now. Oh yay. Gwen responded with delight, adding, A man from the homeless shelter just called, asking when you would come by to visit. Tomorrow, Liwei replied, his mood not quite conducive to such matters. All right. Gwen nodded and sent a quick message before he vanished from sight. This left her pouting. She had hoped he would take the initiative to invite her. Was it possible that running off last time had displeased the boss? This thought made Gwen feel a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Li Wei had already arrived at the underground parking lot with 2B and Eve. Beep, beep. Upon seeing Li Wei approach, a bright red Ducati motorcycle honked twice. Li Wei hurried over, his excitement palpable. Alcy. Yes, master, Alcy replied in a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of an authoritative tone. Previously, Li Wei had instructed the Red Queen to procure materials, and it seemed they had now been transformed into reality. With a graceful slide, Alcy's form began to shift. Her transformation was far smoother than Bumblebee's, owing to her petite stature. This smallness was relative to other transformers, as her model was also that of a motorcycle. Consequently, she stood shorter than Bumblebee, with a slender figure that distinctly revealed her robotic femininity. Ah, Li Wei nodded, patting Alcy. Transform back, I want to ride you. Alcy beamed with joy, considering it an honor. Eve chimed in from the side. Master, I want to ride too. Ahem, you and 2B can take Bumblebee for now. Li Wei replied. He intended to pick up Maria Hill and then take her on a thrilling ride, ensuring she would dare to try any maneuver. After reassuring her, Eve finally accepted the arrangement. Li Wei comforted her, saying, Later, you and 2B can find something to eat. Anything will do. Really anything. Eve's eyes sparkled. The allure of New York, this grand metropolis, captivated her immensely. She felt more human, eager to explore, and willing to try anything. Just be cautious and don't get deceived. Levi remarked with a nod. Observing Eve's demeanor, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Each had their unique charm, while 2B's obedient nature could be quite comforting at times. It occasionally lacked a sense of intrigue. In contrast, Eve resembled a girlfriend, possessing her own thoughts and will. Indeed, she requires some coaxing. With that, Levi mounted Arsai. Opting for manual control, Eve and 2B climbed aboard Bumblebee, providing him with protection. At that moment, Maria Hill sent an address not far from their location. They sped over. And upon arrival, Maria was already waiting outside. She was exceedingly cautious, deliberately choosing a spot some distance away from SHIELD headquarters. Darling, hop in, Levi beckoned, drawing closer. But Maria stepped back. It wasn't until she recognized him that she approached, carrying a bag containing her uniform. With one arm around Levi, she settled into the back seat. Why did you switch cars? Is this a classic Ducati? Feeling nostalgic, does it look good? Levi inquired. It looks splendid, Maria replied, going along with him. Soon after, Levi ignited the engine, taking Maria for a brief, exhilarating ride. As the deputy director of SHIELD, Maria was no stranger to speed. Her cries of excitement mingling with a sudden challenge. What do you think of Agent Natasha? Their acquaintance was relatively superficial. A connection that remained strictly professional without delving into personal lives. Levi momentarily faltered at her unexpected question, then replied in a measured tone. She is quite dedicated to her work. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. She's just very beautiful, Maria teased. Levi reduced the speed and remarked. She is not as beautiful as you, nor does she possess your allure. What allure? Maria queried, puzzled. Feminine charm. Levi stated as he brought the car to a halt at the restaurant. Exiting the vehicle, he glanced back to see Bumblebee still steadfastly following, while Eve disembarked, ready to dine, leaving 2B to guard the vehicle. 2B, donning glasses, had not taken her eyes off him. Why is that car following us? Maria asked. Her perceptiveness evident in her hushed tone. That's my vehicle, Levi replied. You truly are quite cautious, she remarked, linking her arm with his as they entered the restaurant. She had taken the time to change into a dress before her shift ended, making it appropriate for their date. Inside, Levi allowed Maria to place the order. Soon, their dinner arrived in succession. While they would typically enjoy a drink, Maria refrained from ordering upon seeing Levi ride solo. Consequently, their dining experience was swift, and after finishing, they exited the restaurant. What shall we do next? Maria inquired. Time flies swiftly. Come to my home. Are you in such a hurry? No amount of time spent together is ever enough. Maria Hill, delighted, promptly followed Levi back home. The Bumblebee faithfully trailed behind, while Eve continued to savor her snacks. Upon arriving home, Maria Hill immediately retreated to the bathroom. When she emerged, she had transformed into the formidable director. Her uniform and short hair rendering Levi almost unable to contain himself. Chapter 41. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. Ding ding ding. Early the next morning, Maria Hill's phone rang. Bewildered, she glanced at Levi before choosing to answer. What? Once the call connected, any lingering drowsiness vanished. While still on the phone, she hurriedly donned her uniform. Thankfully, the quality of SHIELD attire was impeccable. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to wear. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Levi's hand instinctively reached out to her, having been roused from his slumber. What's wrong? Fully dressed, Maria Hill leaned in and planted a kiss on his forehead. There's been an incident. Your arch-nemesis has been abducted in the Middle East. What? Levi was now fully alert. So soon? You'd best prepare quickly. Be cautious with your words in front of the media, or you might find yourself facing accusations. Maria Hill harbored no doubts about Levi. There was no need for such concerns. He merely engaged in verbal sparring with Tony Stark, never descending into personal attacks. Of course, this was also a testament to her trust in him. However, the public might not share the same sentiment. At such a critical juncture, with Tony Stark kidnapped, conspiracy theories would inevitably abound. Thank you. Levi hastily rose to his feet. Aren't you going to have breakfast before leaving? No, I'll just take a cab. Maria Hill was in a rush and departed immediately. Levi, on the other hand, leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, while 2B tidied up the room. Each time he returned home, it was pristine and orderly, providing Levi with a sense of comfort. As he ate, he took out his phone. Sure enough, many people were tagging him on social media, jokingly suggesting that he was the culprit. Isn't at Levi's doing? That way, he would have no competitors. Unfortunately, there was no safeguard in place to protect him from such implications, and to his dismay, some actually believed it. Levi was experiencing a significant surge in momentum. Yet, he felt a sense of joy. The attack on Tony Stark was generating immense buzz, catapulting it to the forefront of trending topics. A billionaire attacked in the Middle East, with his life hanging in the balance. Such a confluence of factors was bound to attract attention. Therefore, the more discussions there were about Levi, the more his reputation soared. After all, even notoriety is a form of recognition. Levi checked his reputation score, which had already surpassed 80 million. Impressive, he mused. This was merely the beginning. Before Tony Stark's return, the fervor surrounding him was immense, and Levi felt compelled to ride the wave. He had long since prepared for this moment. However, prior to that, he summoned the Red Queen. Red Queen, purchase shares of Stark Industries once the stock price plummets. Unfortunately, he could only acquire shares from retail investors. At that time, he planned to engage with the executives of Stark Industries to see if they might part with their holdings. A behemoth like Stark Industries could not possibly have all its shares in Tony Stark's hands. This is an inevitable outcome for any publicly traded company. Tony Stark held approximately 42% of the shares, making him the primary shareholder. Regrettably, both the military and other shareholders refused to grant him absolute control, preventing him from exceeding the 50% threshold. The second largest shareholder was Obadiah Stane, who possessed a substantial 25% stake. The remaining shares were held by the military and retail investors. Even Oscorp had a modest 2.5% of Stark Industries. Roughly 13% of the shares were circulating in the market, which was Levi's target. When Tony Stark returned, it would undoubtedly yield a delightful surprise for him. Nonetheless, this was also Levi's scheme to generate profit, as he was aware of Stark Industries' future value. The Red Queen promptly began her calculations. Although Stark Industries stock had begun to decline today, it would take at least a week to reach its nadir. After analyzing the situation, she informed Levi, just keep an eye on it. Ensure the company doesn't go bankrupt. Levi advised her. Money is meant to generate more wealth. As for spending, he was uncertain where to allocate it. After all, his companions, 2B and Eve, did not require much of his financial support, and he had no desire for luxury goods. He already possessed a car and a home. His vehicle was Bumblebee, and he had lost interest in extravagant cars. No matter how stylish a luxury car might be, Bumblebee could transform, while those luxury vehicles could not become transformers. The pursuit of romantic interests became effortless for him, requiring no extravagant expenditure. His status alone was sufficient, even affecting someone like Maria Hill to some extent. Thus, Levi found little need to spend excessively. After breakfast, 2B had tidied up the room, and the trio set out. Early that morning, Levi rode in Bumblebee, while Eve expressed her desire to drive RC. Upon seeing Eve perched atop RC, her figure was accentuated. Truly, she was a marvel. At first glance, one might perceive her form as unusual, but in reality, it was stunning. Levi mused silently, particularly regarding Eve's alluring curves, which seemed to promise delightful encounters. Outside Future Tech Company, an unusually large number of journalists gathered today, with some paparazzi joining the fray. Logically, one would expect a more discreet approach, given the suspicions surrounding him. Yet, Levi chose not to be subtle, stepping out boldly. Mr. Levi? As a female journalist let out a piercing scream. Reporters rushed over in a frenzy. This startled the company's security, who hurriedly surrounded Li Wei for protection. They felt rather helpless. Despite the existence of an underground parking garage, the boss never opted to use it. The more reporters gathered, the less inclined he was to retreat to the garage. Li Wei, with a pained expression, accepted interviews. He gestured towards a blonde female reporter. Various media outlets had become familiar with his preferences, resulting in an influx of female journalists, much like those who flocked to Tony Stark. However, Li Wei's reputation far exceeded that of Stark. At least he wouldn't be found in bed with a reporter during an interview. Thus, the female journalists were more than willing to engage with him. The blonde reporter spoke earnestly. "Mr. Li Wei, are you aware of the situation concerning Tony Stark?" "Yes, I am," Li Wei replied solemnly. "I never anticipated such an event occurring. I believe Tony Stark will ultimately be all right. God bless him." The moment Li Wei invoked God, even the journalists who had intended to stir controversy began to temper their approach. Nevertheless, their inquiries remained incisive. "Mr. Li Wei, with Tony Stark missing, what actions will you take?" Upon hearing this question, Li Wei's demeanor shifted. He responded, "Rest assured, I will exert every effort to locate him. Although our relationship has not been the best, I sincerely hope for his safe return. You may follow my progress. I will deploy the most advanced technology. Future Tech has developed prosthetic eyes and search chips." Li Wei had inadvertently transformed the scene into a press conference, promoting his company's new products. To his surprise, many individuals with disabilities were intrigued, particularly those who had lost their sight due to various calamities, as they aspired to acquire prosthetic eyes. Chapter 42. As long as you wish, anything is possible. Genius scientist Li Wei, God bless Tony Stark. Li Wei, I will mobilize Future Tech's latest technology to assist the military in locating Tony Stark. The military issues a statement, indicating that they do not require assistance from other companies, as they possess the most advanced technology. Their response was remarkably swift. Sitting in his office while enjoying coffee brewed by Gwen, Li Wei observed the news proliferating across the media. In an era of rapidly advancing technology, news increasingly prioritized timeliness. A mere second's delay could render a story outdated. Throughout the morning, Li Wei remained at his desk, engrossed in computer games while monitoring his rising reputation. It must be said that Tony Stark's popularity was at an unprecedented peak. After all, no one had ever experienced such a situation before. The primary concern lay with the U.S. military, as Tony Stark had been abducted under their protection. This raised questions regarding the military's capabilities in the eyes of other affluent individuals. The most evident manifestation of this concern was the plummeting stock price of Stark Industries, which had hit the limit down. It was well understood how crucial Tony Stark was to Stark Industries. Almost all renowned products originate from the genius ideas of Tony Stark, which is hardly surprising. However, the Red Queen has yet to make a move. The timing is not right. As long as Tony Stark remains absent, the stock prices shall not rise. As noon approaches, Levi feels a surge of joy. Reputation, 100 million. It has surpassed 100 million. He immediately accesses the system marketplace, having long had his eye on a remarkable item. Unknown metal technology bestows the ability of telepathy, the strength of which is determined by the user's mental attributes. Levi possesses formidable mental attributes as he is a traverser. In comparison to other items of similar value, such as brain-enhancing pills, this is far more direct. As for super soldier serum, to be frank, Levi has little interest. This is telepathy. With sufficient strength, one could attain Omega-level abilities. As a certain venerable bald figure once proclaimed, the most potent force in this world is the mind. With determination, one can achieve anything. Furthermore, possessing telepathy endows Levi with enhanced self-preservation capabilities. Thus, there is no hesitation. He makes the purchase. The only drawback of this item lies in its reliance on luck, as the strength of the telepathy is contingent upon one's mental attributes. Perhaps that is why its price is merely 100 million. Were it guaranteed to reach Omega level, who knows how many zeros would be added? Purchase successful. Due to the host's expenditure exceeding 100 million, the system is set to upgrade. The upgraded version will be version 20. Stay tuned. Upgrade successful. Version 20 introduces a sign-in feature, along with changes to the lottery. Levi did not anticipate the system would undergo an upgrade. Thus, he promptly activated the sign-in feature. Sign-in. Daily sign-ins reward additional bonuses for consecutive sign-ins of 7 days, 30 days, etc. Sign-in. Levi's eyes brightened. This added a sense of participation. Sign-in successful. Reward, 100 reputation points. A mere drop in the bucket, Levi smirked. But it is better than nothing. A gift, essentially. However, upon opening the lottery section, he felt a pang of disappointment. Lottery changes. It will now be easier to obtain superior items. 1 million reputation points grants 1 draw, while 10 million allows for 10 consecutive draws, guaranteeing a minimum reward. He wondered how much the odds have improved. As an unfortunate soul, could he truly feel a difference? Shaking his head, he held little expectation. Regaining his focus, he retrieved the item he had purchased. It was a metallic sphere, effortlessly levitating in his palm. Would you like to use it? A prompt appeared before him. and Levi could hardly contain his eagerness. Use. The metallic sphere opened, and a surge of psychic energy assaulted Levi. He felt a sharp pain at his forehead, as if his head were being torn apart. Damn it. Was it not said that the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation? Yet, how is it that this technology seems more tormenting than mutation? In a mere moment, he was drenched in perspiration. Master. 2B and Eve hurried over, appearing somewhat at a loss. It was Eve who spoke first. Allow me to assist you, Master. She positioned herself behind Levi, guiding him to rest against her softness, and then gently pressed on his temples. This seemed to yield positive results, as the tension in Levi's furrowed brow began to ease. Sensing this, Eve let out a sigh of relief. After a while, Levi opened his eyes. I am fine now, Eve. He grasped her hand, instantly experiencing an unprecedented clarity of thought and vitality. Is this what telepathy feels like? He gazed at the mouse on the table, which then levitated effortlessly. Telepathy endowed him with a semblance of telekinetic ability, encompassing thought manipulation and mental control, among other facets. Particularly, it enabled him to locate individuals. Levi could genuinely find Tony Stark now. Thus, he decided to give it a try. 2B was somewhat vacant-minded and could not be controlled, but Eve, on the other hand, possessed genuine thoughts and feelings. Levi could sense her inner tension. Thank you, Eve, he expressed. Master, I am relieved to hear you are well. If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss for what to do, Eve said tenderly. Leaning against her, Levi felt disinclined to move, prompting him to instruct Gwen to fetch 2 meals from the cafeteria. The future tech company's cuisine was commendable, and he would certainly not deprive the veterans in this regard. Thus, he often dined at the company. Before long, Gwen knocked on the door. Levi's telepathy allowed him to perceive her clearly, even entering her mind. What is the boss doing inside? This was Gwen's speculation. As 2B opened the door, he immediately withdrew his telepathic connection. Now endowed with superpowers, Levi felt an overwhelming urge to utilize them. The exhilaration of discerning others' thoughts was intoxicating, granting a sensation of omnipotence. For instance, he stated, You should go to school this afternoon. I will handle the shelter on my own. Gwen looked at Levi, astonished. She had merely been contemplating this in her mind, not vocalizing it. Stop dawdling and bring me the food. I am famished. Oh, right. Gwen, somewhat bewildered, brought the meals over, and Eve chimed in with a smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Gwen smiled back, yet her mind was rife with curiosity. What exactly is the relationship between the boss and Eve? As the colors in her thoughts deepened, Levi could not help but cough twice, startling Gwen from her reverie. I shall take my leave now, boss. Gwen hastily exited. This girl, how is she even more scandalous than him? However, it is quite normal. Li Wei is a man of action, always taking initiative without indulging in idle thoughts. After lunch, he stood by the window, allowing the power of his mind to extend outward. In an instant, it felt as if the cacophony of the entire world erupted within his mind. Chapter 43. Anyone can be my uncle. Li Wei pressed his fingers against his temples. Overwhelmed by the tumultuous noise of the world, a myriad of voices surged into his consciousness, revealing the innermost thoughts of those around him. He sensed the darker sides of each individual. For instance, while someone appeared to greet another, their inner thoughts were laced with curses. Alternatively, a smiling face concealed a heart filled with vitriol. If this continued, Li Wei feared he might succumb to despair. No wonder telepaths refrained from prying into others' minds. Such knowledge could lead to a profound sense of hopelessness. Each soul harbors a demon. Yet, he did not retract his ability. Instead, he focused on gauging his strength. His telepathic reach could extend over 300 kilometers in radius, meaning he could effortlessly envelop the entirety of New York. Following this, he found himself capable of mind control, easily influencing others and delving deeper into their thoughts. After indulging in this playful exploration, fatigue washed over him, prompting him to withdraw his abilities. Surely, he was not far from Omega level. If not an adversary, it was best to avoid peering into the depths of another's heart, lest he be met with disappointment. Li Wei mused to himself. While telepathy is indeed powerful, it should not be wielded indiscriminately. Otherwise, one might become disillusioned with the world. They say that true beauty lies within, yet individuals of genuine inner beauty are exceedingly rare. Is this not why the ancients often spoke of judging actions rather than hearts? In the afternoon, Li Wei made his way to the Feast homeless shelter. This establishment could be considered luxurious by New York standards. One would hardly guess it was a shelter, given the constant flow of homeless individuals entering and exiting. At that moment, the shelter was distributing food free of charge. Though the food held little monetary value, the cost per meal was astonishing, with the shelter pocketing the difference. Ha ha ha, these donuts are delightful. Upon disembarking, Li Wei was greeted by a hearty voice. He merely smirked and chose to ignore it. Observing the scene, he reached a conclusion. The shelter was utterly overwhelmed. The homeless lined the streets in long queues, with many eager to join in the fray for free food. May Park was personally overseeing the operations, perspiring profusely from the exertion. After a considerable time, once the free food had been distributed, the homeless began to disperse. Only then did Li Wei approach. "Allow me," he said, moving tables and chairs aside. "Mr. Li, this simply won't do," May exclaimed, her hand resting firmly atop his, reluctant to let go. "Do not speak." Although Aunt May has surpassed her 30s, she remains alluring, with well-maintained skin and considerable charm. However, her choice of companions can be perilous. It is often said that with great power comes great responsibility. "No need for formality. Just call me Li," he replied with a smile. "That sounds good," May agreed, finding that using first names fosters a sense of intimacy, a splendid method for drawing closer together. As they conversed, they, along with volunteers, moved items inside. Li Wei, eavesdropping subtly, discovered that Aunt May had yet to remarry and was without a partner. "Who would want me, burdened with a child?" May shook her head repeatedly. "This child is not yours, is it?" Li inquired. "Of course not. He is my sister's. However, since they have encountered misfortune, I must raise him myself," May Parker spoke, her tone growing somber. In a world devoid of Uncle Ben, anyone can embody the role of Uncle Ben. Li chose not to pursue this topic further and instead asked, "What did you summon me for?" Returning to the matter at hand, May's demeanor brightened slightly. "As you can see, we are short-staffed at the shelter. I wish to hire some permanent staff," she stated. "These folks," Li gestured towards the current helpers. "They are all volunteers. But the number of volunteers is dwindling due to the economic crisis," May sighed. "The impact of the economic downturn is profound. Despite America relying on allies for recovery, many still find themselves on the streets. Consequently, the pool of volunteers for nonprofit organizations shrinks, as they receive no compensation. Otherwise, how could they be called volunteers? Only a select few, like May and other formal employees, receive payment. When people struggle to feed themselves, they naturally lack the inclination to assist others." Li spoke. "You handle this as you see fit. I have complete faith in you, May." Her heart warmed at his words, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Then, May broached another subject. "Li Wei, I never expected the affable Martin Li to be a gang leader." Her eyes fixed on Li, exuding charm, yet Li remained discreet. "Indeed, it is surprising. One could say that every individual possesses duality." Fortunately, May was unfazed by this revelation and continued, "There are far too many gangs in New York. Just as Martin Li departs, others arrive." "Oh, is it that Gene Bin, the mayoral candidate?" He claimed on television that only his election could rid New York of gang members. Otherwise, the city would devolve into a haven for criminals. "It seems he is implicitly threatening us to vote for him," May articulated. Not long ago, in an effort to garner support, Gene Bin had issued threats veiled as warnings. It is evident to all what he meant. As an underground kingpin, improving New York may prove difficult, but instigating chaos is decidedly effortless. Norman Osborn resolutely declared that upon assuming office, he would crack down on all gangs and eradicate them entirely. Such is the American way. Campaigning is merely about shouting slogans. Whether one can deliver on those promises is secondary, yet the slogans must resonate powerfully. The crucial element is that the populace buys into this rhetoric. The more audacious the claims, the greater the belief, rendering the whole affair akin to a boastful convention. This, indeed, illustrates the advantages of a joyful education. Levi was unaware of these developments. Thus he inquired, "Does this affect the shelter's operations?" "Not at all," May replied, "aside from an initial inquiry related to Martin Li. There have been no further issues." She shook her head. Those were Martin Li's adversaries, but now the shelter has no ties to him. Consequently, these gangs have departed swiftly. Levi nodded. "If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me." "Levi, this won't pose any danger to you, will it?" May gazed at him with evident concern. "Rest assured," Levi reassured her. He lingered for a while, noting that the shelter's inhabitants placed great trust in her, managing the place exceptionally well. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable skills. As afternoon descended, Levi extended an invitation for dinner. May declined. "I have children at home. I must return to check on them." "How old are they?" Levi promptly asked. 7 years old, May responded. "May I visit him?" "That would be acceptable." May initially worried that inviting Levi to her home might lead to unforeseen complications. However, considering the presence of her child, she believed Levi would behave, thus she acquiesced. The two went to purchase pizza and then returned home. Soon, Levi encountered the young Peter Parker. Chapter 44. The chatty youngster, Darkblade. 7-year-old Peter Parker was still quite small. As May opened the door, dressed in a long skirt, Levi did not initially see Peter. It was only upon looking down that he noticed a tiny figure standing at the threshold. "Peter, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing him, a smile instantly illuminated May's face. Indeed, women appear most enchanting when they smile. However, Peter Parker did not look at her. Instead, he turned to Levi. May, have you finally brought home a boyfriend? I've been waiting for someone to keep an eye on you. May's expression immediately shifted, and she cast an awkward glance at Levi. Meanwhile, Peter continued to chatter. Sir, do not be misled by Aunt May's quirks. She is exceptionally charming. Peter, May exclaimed, playfully striking him, then revealing the pizza box. Look what I brought for you. Wow, pizza. Peter Parker was instantly captivated, dashing inside with the pizza. Please, come in. May, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Levi. He can be a bit mischievous. Quite endearing, Levi concurred. True to his nature, Peter Parker had always been quite the chatterbox. May stepped inside and stood at the door to invite Levi in, pulling the door shut once he entered. Please hold on. Upon witnessing the chaotic state of the room, she promptly set about tidying it up before retreating to the bedroom with a pile of clothes. When she emerged, she had donned a more refreshing ensemble for home, a vibrant orange tank top paired with snug-fitting jeans. Instantly, she captured Levi's attention, revealing a remarkably appealing figure. It was only after Eve had adorned herself in such attire that Levi recognized how flattering jeans could be. Eve also had a penchant for fitted clothing, often customizing her outfits. Peter, go wash your hands, May promptly instructed Peter Parker. May, you'll turn silly if you keep that up, Peter Parker replied, cradling his head. Yet, he was already a bit foolish. May quickly ushered Levi to sit down and went to fetch drinks. Though busy, she managed everything with grace, embodying the ideal of a devoted homemaker. We don't have any wine, we don't drink. I'm not fond of it either, Levi remarked with a smile. He only indulged in a sip of red wine, wary of overindulgence. Consequently, May served them apple juice. After washing his hands, Peter Parker munched on pizza while his gaze flitted between the two. He then inquired, Sir? Just call me Levi, he replied with a grin. I know you. Peter Parker exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You're the one who often exchanges barbs with Tony Stark. Has my reputation grown that extensive? Levi asked, awkwardly nodding. No wonder you're able to court Aunt May. She adores young and handsome men. Peter Parker jabbered on like a machine gun. Peter, May interjected sharply, taken aback by his words. What kind of woman are you implying I am? Levi and I are merely friends. Friends can be something more, Peter began, but was silenced by a playful jab from May. Hurry and eat your food, then get back to your homework. She glanced at Levi, her expression slightly embarrassed. Please don't take it to heart. I find Peter quite amusing. Levi remained unperturbed. Moreover, with Peter Parker's enthusiastic encouragement, his rapport with May flourished. However, he did not linger long. After finishing his meal, he prepared to take his leave. Noticing his intention to depart, Peter Parker eagerly chimed in, Uncle Levi. Come by and visit again. Aunt May would be delighted. Peter, May's cheeks flushed at his assertion. Just say you'd be happy, won't you? Peter pressed on. This left May feeling bashful. Fortunately, Levi took his leave directly. Once he had exited, Peter Parker continued to converse with May. May, Uncle Levi is a splendid choice. Perhaps you should consider him. Peter, what would you know, you little child? Why are you blushing? Peter, however, stood his ground. Soon enough, he was met with a light reprimand. After departing Queens, Levi reclined in the back seat, half laying on Eve's lap. She gently massaged his temples while he remained engrossed in his phone. Currently, the news predominantly revolves around the rescue of Tony Stark, which makes Levi exceedingly envious. Had he known, he might have orchestrated his own abduction, though such an endeavor is fraught with danger. Therefore, it is perhaps wiser for Levi to merely ride the wave of attention. Moreover, his actions cannot be deemed mere opportunism, as he shares a complex relationship with Tony Stark, marked by both affection and rivalry. Consequently, he directly reached out to the military, offering to provide advanced technology free of charge for the search of Tony Stark. Regardless of whether the military accepted or declined his offer, Levi would undoubtedly gain prestige. As expected, upon returning home, Levi learned that the military had declined his proposal. After all, Future Tech Company is not a collaborator of the military, so it is implausible they would utilize his innovations. Should they engage his services, locating Tony Stark would equate to advertising Future Tech Company for free. Conversely, if Stark remained unfound, Future Tech Company would incur no loss. It is a precarious situation for both parties. However, Levi remains unperturbed. Prolonging the matter will only render the military increasingly desperate for his assistance. After a refreshing shower, he practiced his telepathic abilities. Superpowers, much like any skill, grow stronger with training, akin to how Superman initially lacked awareness of his ability to fly. Of course, Levi was not referring to the beleaguered Superman. Does James Gunn possess the capability to portray Superman accurately? Certainly not. He merely infuses his unsavory elements into the Superman narrative, thereby tarnishing the essence of the character. To put it plainly, the modern rendition of Superman is merely James Gunn's misguided fantasy, featuring bizarre scenes such as Superman rescuing a girl in peculiar postures and the character's father, Jor-El, instructing Superman to establish a harem on Earth. If this is what sunshine looks like, then one might wonder about the normalcy of the homeland's populace. After exercising his telepathy, Levi felt mentally drained. He retreated to his room to engage in a new round of 10 consecutive draws. Previously, it required a mere 1 million. Now, it necessitates 10 million. Fortunately, Tony Stark maintains his relevance, or else Levi would be unable to afford such endeavors. Who claims Tony is not a good person? Tears well up. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the following rewards in your 10 consecutive attempts. Instantly, his 10 million prestige points evaporated, leaving Levi in a state of poverty once more. Kyber Crystal 3. This crystal possesses energy conduction and force sensitivity properties, serving as the core source for lightsabers. I don't even want a lightsaber. Levi lamented momentarily, only for the next item to be revealed. Dark Saber. A unique lightsaber forged by Tar Vizsla, the first Mandalorian to join the Jedi Order. The Mandalorians, renowned as the most formidable mercenary clan in the Star Wars universe, are characterized by their armored appearance, completely encased in protective gear. Surprisingly, Levi felt that the odds of receiving rare items had indeed increased. Super Energy Battery, a new technological battery capable of supplying energy to an entire city. Gryphon Combat Drone, a military-grade drone distinguished by its affordability, high obedience, and durability. CPH-43. Upon use, this device can activate the latent potential of the human brain, achieving a maximum development level of 100%. If one were to procure this item, it would indeed come at a considerable price. However, Li Wei chose not to dwell further on it, for it ultimately led to the acquisition of a remarkable item. Chapter 45. Grandfather's high-tech Marvel Nanofiber Shield, a premier protective shield crafted by Rick's grandfather. Upon activation, it forms a close-fitting membrane capable of withstanding bullets, laser attacks, and repelling nearby adversaries, all while maintaining agility in movement. It has been dispatched. Following the awakening of his telepathic abilities, Li Wei's primary concern became the fortification of his physical prowess. For a genuine Han Chinese, the ultimate aspiration is to possess both mental and physical strength. Focusing solely on one aspect would be a deviation from the norm. At the very least, he could now safeguard his body. This was the renowned black technology of Rick's grandfather, appearing remarkably compact and easily concealable within the teeth or neck. Naturally, Li Wei opted for placement at the neck. With this addition, he felt a sense of reassurance. In the realm of Rick and Morty, there exists a plethora of advanced technology, most of which is rather unsettling. Yet Li Wei found himself drawn to many of these innovations. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, a sleek black hilt materialized in his hand. With a hum, upon activation, a surge of plasma energy was emitted, sculpting into a blade. Unlike conventional lightsabers, the dark blade, while predominantly black, occasionally shimmered with white light. Its flat, curved edge and sharp point exuded an air of elegance. Impressive. Even Li Wei could not help but admire it. To him, ordinary lightsabers appeared rather mundane, merely adorned with flamboyant colors. However, the dark blade was distinct, possessing a physical body that set it apart from its counterparts. Moreover, its black and white hues lent it an air of solemnity. It possessed a unique attribute that other lightsabers lacked, the need for recognition. Only upon gaining the dark blade's approval could one wield it freely. Otherwise, it would become increasingly burdensome, rendering prolonged usage impossible. Thus, among the Mandalorians, the dark blade was regarded as a symbol of leadership. Whoever claimed the dark blade could lead all Mandalorians. As anticipated, when Li Wei cautiously swung the dark blade, he sensed an increase in its weight, indicating that it had not acknowledged him. This notion of recognition seemed rather esoteric. Although he had scanned with his telepathy, he discerned no apparent issues. Initially, he had speculated the presence of some spirit within the weapon, but it now appeared to be merely a lightsaber, albeit a peculiar one. He was uncertain how to achieve its recognition. Li Wei deactivated the dark blade and stowed it away. Next, he examined other items. The superpower battery required no elaboration, as it was an enhanced version of a fusion battery, capable of supplying energy to an entire city. It stood on par with the innovative energy sources Tony Stark would later devise. Furthermore, of utmost importance was CPH-4, a pill from the film Lucy, which for an ordinary person bore little distinction from other pharmaceuticals. However, for the protagonist, it serves as a catalyst for the evolution of the mind. Following a systematic transformation, it has become somewhat altered. Li Wei held it in his hand, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He was not truly afraid of enhancing his intellect. Rather, he feared the prospect of becoming a deity. What significance remains without humanity? Were it another, such as Superman, Li Wei would undoubtedly wish for him to possess divine qualities. Humanity is inherently unreliable. A good person can easily become malevolent. If Superman were to embody too much of this so-called humanity, he, too, would become unpredictable. Divinity, however, is different. It does not change easily. Thus, Li Wei inquired of the system, using CPH-4 will not strip me of my humanity, will it? As long as brain development does not reach 100%, it will not. The system promptly replied. To achieve full cerebral enhancement, continuous usage of CPH-4 is required. A mere handful will not suffice. Upon reading the system's response, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, in the film, the female lead consumed an entire bag, which was then unleashed within her body, resulting in rapid evolution. Li Wei had only 3 capsules in total. He was merely nurturing his health. Consequently, he promptly swallowed one to gauge its potency. A product of the system, it would not induce addiction. After ingesting one, Li Wei felt little effect. He then consumed the remaining 2, at which point he began to sense a change. His telepathy seemed considerably heightened. This was to be expected. The enhancement of the mind invariably augments psychic abilities and mental acuity. Particularly, Li Wei's telekinesis received a boost. The marvel of cerebral enhancement not only bestows various superpowers, but also permits time travel, the sole drawback being the potential loss of humanity, transforming one into a god. Akin to the sages in the investiture of the gods becoming one with the heavenly Tao. Li Wei, exhilarated by the experience, felt it was well worth it. After upgrading through a lottery, the probability of acquiring valuable items had significantly increased, rendering his prior misfortune less pronounced. As he prepared for sleep, he summoned Eve to his side. Although the enemies had dissipated, he still harbored apprehension, requiring Eve's close protection. The pressure from the American military had been immense in recent days. In addition to boasting before the press that they would locate Tony Stark within 3 days, they were also under pressure from Li Wei's relentless presence on social media. Unfortunately, for the sake of his reputation, Li Wei had no choice but to act. The American military found themselves somewhat exasperated by him. Days passed, and not only had they failed to find Tony Stark, but they had not even uncovered a single hair of his. The area was notoriously referred to as the Empire's graveyard. Even the American military struggled there, making the search for a person all the more arduous. With the terrain composed entirely of desert and deep mountains, how could one possibly locate him? It was precisely for this reason that Tony Stark discerned an opportunity, seizing the moment to promote his new product. Little did he anticipate that a traitor would emerge within Stark Industries. At this very moment, Tony Stark was engulfed in profound regret, uncertain of where things had gone awry, and could only continue to forge ahead. Though he had contemplated Levi, he dismissed the notion that Levi would resort to such treachery, for there was no necessity for it. Despite their continuous banter, the two had never crossed the line into physical confrontation. Thus, Stark merely regarded Levi as somewhat insufferable, never contemplating the idea of his demise. Conversely, he perceived that Levi felt similarly. In the days that followed, Levi focused not only on garnering attention, but also on propelling changes within the company. Initially, he successfully negotiated collaboration with a factory across the ocean to assist in the production of drone components, which would then be shipped to Future Tech for assembly. This arrangement would ultimately render their products as made in America. Before long, they had developed the Gryphon drone, which commenced testing. This technology of 2077 was decades ahead of its time, surpassing that which the U.S. military employed in every conceivable aspect. Indeed, although drones were not yet widespread, the military had long since adopted them. However, it was well understood that in a place where a bag of screws could cost $90,000, drones would hardly be affordable. If prices were lowered, the generals at the Pentagon would certainly be displeased. If neither Stark nor Levi were to procure them, how would Commissioner Smith manage? Consequently, the military's drones were both exorbitantly priced and underwhelming, standing in stark contrast to the Gryphon drones from Future Tech. Levi brimmed with confidence that they would eclipse their competitors. The second significant development involved all security teams outfitting themselves with semi-invasive or invasive brain-machine interfaces. Following installation, Dr. Otto began researching advanced brain-machine interfaces, known as invasive brain-machine interfaces. These interfaces could be introduced through vascular intervention techniques, eliminating the need for craniotomy and allowing for minimally invasive procedures. To be fair, Levi feared that should this information leak, Dr. Otto might face repercussions, particularly since the veterans had undergone surgeries. Thankfully, no unforeseen incidents arose. Of course, this was all in jest. In reality, the veterans expressed immense gratitude towards their employer, Levi, who not only welcomed them, but also provided numerous technologies that enabled them to return to a semblance of normalcy. Such gestures were sufficient for them to be deeply appreciative. Unsurprisingly, Stark Industries stock had experienced a consecutive decline, though it had recently stabilized. Levi instructed the Red Queen to initiate acquisitions, aiming to secure substantial profits before Tony Stark's return, at which point the stock would surely soar, allowing for timely sales. This strategy could only be employed with publicly traded shares. Those held in hand could not be maneuvered in such a manner, leaving one to observe their fluctuating values. Levi was destined to profit. By afternoon, he slipped away to meet May for a date. A month passed swiftly, during which Levi maintained an air of nonchalance, occasionally basking in the limelight and enjoying romantic outings with May, Gwen, and others. Fortune smiled upon me as I finally shared a dinner with Gwen, yet she hurried away immediately afterward. New York feels perilously unsafe. Moreover, the rise in reputation points has evidently diminished, as he is not the protagonist. Others have begun to emulate his actions, seeking to bask in his limelight, which irked Levi. These opportunistic leeches. Over the past month, the military has received the most criticism. Observing their promise to locate Tony Stark within 3 days now seems nothing short of a farce. Not only have they failed to find him in 3 days, but 30 days have passed without success. Some even speculate that Tony Stark may already be deceased. This has profoundly impacted Stark Industries, especially Obadiah Stane, who has been eagerly scheming for power. Under such pressure, the military is prepared to seek external assistance, primarily to shift the blame. Did someone not claim they could locate him? Then let them try. A mere actor leads the nation astray. Levi lamented as he gazed at the pinned news. The internet operates in such a manner. The fervor of news is like a fleeting breeze, quickly dissipating. Especially with the emergence of other events, previous news is easily overshadowed. Furthermore, the scandals of Hollywood stars attract countless onlookers, causing even the illustrious Tony Stark to relinquish his spotlight. These celebrities remain unharmed. Why should they overshadow Tony Stark? Levi felt a deep sense of injustice for Tony. After all, he had been kidnapped. Didn't he deserve to be in the headlines for months? Yet, it was evident that Tony's fame was waning. Without significant news, only a small fraction would remember his plight in the future. Human beings are inherently forgetful. Levi was greatly distressed by this situation. During this period, he had completed several 10 consecutive draws, acquiring numerous designs for prosthetic limbs, thereby expanding the company's available options. The rest comprised various accessories and minor healing items. These healing items are quite extraordinary. Some even offer percentage-based recovery. A single injection can fully revive a severely injured individual, creating an experience akin to a video game. It was precisely this addictive allure of the 10 draws that left him with scant reputation points. He even contemplated a trip to Los Angeles to stir up rumors with a starlet. How enticing that publicity could be. Certainly not for the sake of camaraderie. Master. A call from Maria Hill. Just as Levi indulged in his fantasies, the Red Queen interjected. He snapped back to reality. Perhaps engaging with a celebrity was best avoided to prevent becoming a target of ridicule. Dear Hill, are you free tonight? Levi answered the phone directly. Ahem. Maria Hill cleared her throat twice, signaling him to compose himself, for she was currently in Nick Fury's office. Maria Hill stated with a serious demeanor, Lee, did you mention on social media that there exists technology capable of locating Tony Stark? Is that true? Absolutely, Lee Wei replied, narrowing his eyes as realization dawned upon him. Did they require his assistance? We need your help. Although we are uncertain if Tony Stark is still alive, we cannot afford to give up, Maria Hill asserted. If it were an ordinary person, we might have disregarded it. But Tony Stark is no ordinary individual. He is a billionaire. No one can remain indifferent to his fate. Li Wei, filled with delight, responded, Of course, I can assist, but what? Maria Hill inquired, as they dreaded the implications of such a conjunction. For it often signified a turning point. With a solemn tone, Li Wei declared, Tony Stark is my adversary. I can set aside past grievances to save him. But it comes at a price. Maria Hill nodded in understanding, appearing to find this rationale quite reasonable. She relayed this to Nick Fury, who, after considering, asked, How much? Li Wei enthusiastically explained, Our company has developed a new type of drone, superior to what the military currently employs. We can demonstrate its capabilities. It is reasonably priced at over $100,000 each. Moreover, the operational cost is even more affordable, at $5,000 per day for deployment. Over $100,000 for a drone. That seems quite advantageous, he continued. Furthermore, the military's current drones are limited to reconnaissance. They have yet to consider other functionalities such as carrying munitions. The Gryphon combat drone, however, embodies technology from decades ahead, equipped with various features. In this era, it would undoubtedly represent a significant technological advancement. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Operatives, under the impression that his request was solely monetary, begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well. We shall mobilize as much as possible, Maria Hill responded. As long as we can locate him, spending a little money is inconsequential. We believe Tony Stark is still alive. If he were not, various organizations would have already emerged to disseminate that information. The silence surrounding the matter suggests he is indeed alive. All right, when do we depart? Will you be accompanying us? Of course. Tony Stark is my brother-in-arms, a cherished friend. How could I not go personally? Li Wei retorted with righteous indignation. Maria Hill found herself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just been an adversary, yet now he proclaimed himself a brother. Did Tony Stark recognize him as such? She could only scoff, as if to say, just wait. Next time, you won't be able to touch the ground by the next day. After concluding the call, Li Wei hastily set about his next task, contacting the press. Chapter 47. Formulas make problems easier. It has been said that one should leave a name when doing good deeds, and Li Wei wholeheartedly agreed. After all, who would know of his efforts to rescue Tony Stark otherwise? The act of reconciling past grievances will undoubtedly elevate Li Wei's stature. It primarily serves to reclaim the spotlight. Why should Hollywood stars seize the limelight, especially through trivial gossip that garners such unwarranted attention? The headlines ought to belong to him. Thus, prior to his departure, Li Wei found himself encircled by reporters, his expression marked by solemnity. Mr. Li Wei, we hear you are embarking on a mission to rescue Tony Stark. What compels you to do so? The journalists were undeniably intrigued. Given their history as adversaries, what could possibly motivate such an initiative? Shouldn't he be secretly relishing this predicament? With a righteous demeanor, Li Wei proclaimed, as you know, Tony Stark is an exceptionally gifted scientist. Our relationship is not one of hostility. Rather, we are like brothers. I do not harbor resentment for his past betrayals. This is precisely why I must save him. We cannot allow America to lose such a remarkable mind. With this declaration, Li Wei ascended to a higher moral ground, leaving the eager reporters momentarily speechless. In truth, a misstep in his words could lead to sensationalized misreporting. While Li Wei understood the necessity of media attention, he was equally aware of the importance of crafting his public persona. Although notoriety can be a form of fame, it is preferable to avoid negative connotations. After all, everyone favors the radiant over the shadowy. Now, I must take my leave. Please await further updates. Li Wei stated with gravity. He then swiftly entered a black vehicle alongside Eve and 2B. The windows of this car obscured the interior, a privilege reserved for specialized departments. Otherwise, American law enforcement would be all too eager to impose their authority. Upon entering, he noticed Natasha Romanoff seated in the passenger seat, gazing at him with a bemused expression. What else with the grand display? Natasha, it's been a while. Li Wei extended his hand for a handshake, to which Natasha, whether intentionally or not, lightly grazed his palm with her fingers. It was unavoidable. Perhaps it was my undeniable charm. Li Wei discreetly withdrew his hand, impressed by the Black Widow's directness. A wise adage states, cherish good women, waste no time on bad ones. Indeed, he had a penchant for the latter. Upon hearing this, Natasha deliberately turned to appraise him, nodding in agreement. Eve observed the exchange between them, sensing that absent the current circumstances, they might have sparked a fiery connection. At this moment, Eve and 2B flanked Li Wei, ensuring his protection. Noticing Eve's gaze, Natasha chuckled softly. She appreciated this dynamic. Soon, they arrived at the military airport, where crates emblazoned with the emblem of a futuristic technology company were being unloaded and loaded onto a Quinjet. Step out, Natasha instructed, opening the door and exiting first. She donned a sleek black uniform today, which accentuated her figure exquisitely, complemented by her cascading auburn curls that emanated an air of sophistication. At the airport, Maria Hill awaited her arrival, holding a tablet, her short black hair giving her a striking appearance. Hey, Levi greeted, embracing Maria Hill. Be careful in the Middle East, she cautioned. If they dare to kidnap Tony Stark, they are undoubtedly audacious. Rest assured, Levi replied, aware that her visit was a farewell. After all, as the deputy director, she was not meant for the front lines. In contrast, Black Widow Natasha had already boarded the Quinjet. Without lingering, Levi whispered in Maria Hill's ear, wait for my return. She responded reluctantly. You must protect yourself. Noticing her concern, Levi smiled smugly. Indeed, only by persevering could one truly capture a woman's heart. He then boarded the Quinjet with 2B and Eve, feeling secure with their protection. Buckle up, he instructed. Noticing Levi's discomfort, Natasha leaned over to assist him with his seatbelt, nearly brushing against him, but the situation remained innocuous. One could only remark on Natasha's stunning figure, flawless and alluring. Subsequently, the Quinjet took off smoothly. Unlike conventional aircraft that required a runway, its landing was equally seamless, and its speed was unparalleled. While the journey typically took hours, it allowed for leisure. Once stabilized, Natasha offered Levi a piece of gum, playfully placing one on her tongue before chewing. Levi opened his own and inquired, "Are there stewardesses dancing on board?" He had heard that Tony Stark's private jet featured stewardesses of every hue, like a rainbow. Natasha shot him a disapproving glance, responding, "Then you should take Tony Stark's jet. Men are truly insufferable." She decisively donned her headphones, ignoring him. Levi shook his head, bemused by women. Finding the flight dull, he rested his head on Eve's lap, choosing her comfort over 2BS. Upon arriving in the Middle East, Natasha, noticing Levi's indulgence, shook him awake. "We have arrived." She glanced at Eve, questioning whether her legs were sore from supporting him for so long, but Eve simply assisted Levi upright, her legs unperturbed. Levi yawned and moved to the window, gazing out at the desolation. Truly, it was the graveyard of empires. The few remaining cities lay nearly in ruins. The presence of American forces here was not for reconstruction, but rather for devastation. Eve glanced outside and inquired, "Master, why does this place resemble a wasteland?" "Because this is indeed Earth's desolation," Levi lamented. The Quinjet descended smoothly upon the U.S. military base, where the atmosphere was notably somber, adorned with an array of the newest military equipment that exuded opulence. Given the disparity in weaponry, one would presume that victory over adversaries would be effortless. However, in reality, they found themselves mired in the quagmire of war, unable to extricate themselves easily. Yet, Levi remained indifferent to such matters. He was rather pleased to see the U.S. military ensnared in this predicament. Many capitalists shared a similar sentiment, particularly those within military-industrial enterprises like Stark Industries. Without conflict, what purpose would such companies serve? Before long, military personnel approached, led by General Davis. The Black Widow, Natasha, immediately whispered to Levi. General Davis wore a grim expression, as Levi had exerted considerable pressure on them. Without Levi's relentless online advocacy, there would not have been such widespread attention on the matter, especially not long ago, prior to Levi's departure. He had delivered a speech that reignited the public's interest. General Davis felt an intense resentment toward Levi. However, Levi feigned ignorance and greeted him warmly. "General Davis, it is an honor to finally meet you." Chapter 48. Is this even a drone? Despite Levi's cordiality, General Davis maintained a businesslike demeanor. "You may liaise with our personnel, but military protocols must be adhered to. No unilateral actions are permitted. After all, Future Tech Company has no formal collaboration with the military. Should there be contracts worth hundreds of billions, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift." Yet, after years of development, the United States had solidified its class structure. While the previous century had witnessed the rise of grassroots movements, represented notably in Hollywood, such occurrences had become increasingly rare in this century. This trend permeated various industries, with military contractors being particularly entrenched, many having existed for decades, if not centuries. These titans were reluctant to allow emerging entities to encroach upon their domain, resulting in persistent suppression of Future Tech Company in the military sector, with Stark Industries being one of the principal offenders. "Very well, let us commence," Levi declared. "As you wish," General Davis replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart. It was fortunate for him to even be present, a courtesy extended due to S.H.I.E.L.'s influence. However, before he could distance himself, he witnessed drones emerging autonomously from their containers, unaccompanied by any visible operator. General Davis looked on in astonishment, genuinely unable to discern who was at the helm. Levi stood casually to the side, observing as the drones dispersed in all directions. "Is this controlled by artificial intelligence?" Natasha inquired, intrigued. "Indeed," Levi affirmed. "But from where do you acquire your satellites?" Natasha continued her questioning. In response, Levi merely offered a mysterious smile. "Satellites? Aren't they abundant in the vastness of space? It's not as if one must rely solely on those launched by one's own company." At this juncture, the military developed an interest in drones. The Gryphon drone was entirely distinct from contemporary drones, presenting a unique appearance, and notably, it seemed to be equipped with weaponry, which was particularly enticing. The prospect of utilizing drones for direct assaults was far more advantageous than mere reconnaissance. However, General Davis found it difficult to lower his dignity and opted only to summon Colonel Rhodes. James Rhodes, who would later become the War Machine, was a close confidant of Tony Stark. The two had been classmates at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, maintaining a steadfast friendship to this day. After graduation, Rhodes joined the Air Force, leveraging his connection with Stark to attain the rank of colonel and serve as the head of the Army's Weapons Development Department, acting as an intermediary between the U.S. military and Stark Industries. Their interests were deeply intertwined. Thus, when Tony Stark was kidnapped, Rhodes was like an ant on a hot pan. It was precisely due to these connections that Stark entrusted him with a suit of armor. Such an honor would not have been afforded to others. Can we access the data on this drone? Colonel Rhodes inquired as he approached. Leeway replied with a smile. Of course. The products of Future Tech Company are fairly priced and honest. He promptly sent the basic data files to Rhodes. After reviewing them, Rhodes was taken aback. These capabilities surpassed those of Stark Industries drones. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking product, seemingly decades ahead of the U.S. military. It is essential to note that the U.S. military has always utilized the most advanced weaponry. Yet, even so, they found themselves outclassed. The exaggerated data made Rhodes question its authenticity. For instance, the endurance capabilities indicated that, under sufficient light, the drone could operate without needing to return for a recharge. The range was even more impressive, allowing operation dozens of kilometers away from the operator. It also boasted radar capabilities and stealth features, rendering it undetectable by enemies, and indeed, it was armed with weaponry and equipped with infrared scanning. Even the most highly trained special forces would find themselves utterly outmatched against the Gryphon combat drone. How could mere flesh withstand the might of machinery? Rhodes felt a slight tremor in his hand, then solemnly stated, "We will discuss this." As the head of the Army's Weapons Development Department, he had the authority to make decisions directly. However, the pricing still warranted further deliberation. Future Tech Company had already quoted over $100,000, and for such an exceptional drone, it would surely need to be reported at a price in the hundreds of thousands, at the very least. It is worth noting that the cost of an aircraft carrier for the U.S. military is approximately $13 billion. A drone of this caliber, priced in the hundreds of thousands, would indeed be a bargain. The complexities of this situation ran deep. In the ensuing days, Leeway seemed less concerned with seeking individuals and more focused on testing the weaponry of Future Tech Company. First, there is the Gryphon combat drone, which decisively eliminated an enemy squad deep within the mountains. Faced with such a formidable unmanned aerial vehicle, the adversaries completely abandoned any thought of resistance. Firing wildly into the sky, the Gryphon drone was indeed hit. However, unlike the drones employed by the U.S. military that would plummet from the sky, it remained unaffected, continuing its assault unabated, effortlessly turning all enemies into mere targets. Upon viewing the footage transmitted back, the generals were utterly astounded. This was no mere drone. It was a war machine. Following a thorough discussion, they immediately opted to place an order. Levi was indifferent to their internal pricing. His primary concern was profit. After all, opportunities for the Pentagon's generals to earn were scarce, and a little extra military funding could certainly help with household expenses. This was precisely what Levi needed. Only by engaging with the military could he forge a partnership. The products from Future Tech were simply revolutionary. Had they been on par with other defense contractors, they would not have been chosen. However, their offerings were so groundbreaking that they couldn't be overlooked. Subsequently, Rhodes became intrigued by other products from Future Tech as well. While searching for Tony Stark, he also experimented with various weapons, such as the magnetic storm rifle and the quasar cannon. There was even a device known as the Arc-12 Thunder, an electrifying shotgun with the extraordinary feature of infinite ammunition, which thrilled Rhodes, as each discharge unleashed a powerful electric shock. This was the result of Levi's diligent accumulation. His long-standing lottery gains were not in vain. However, they did not generate a substantial number of orders, merely requesting a limited quantity, which was evidently insufficient for military outfitting. Levi was well aware that the U.S. military intended to reverse engineer the technology. In response, he could only chuckle. After all, these weapons hailed from a super-Earth, whose inhabitants had long since ventured into space and engaged in fierce battles with various races, including the Bug and Lightborn factions. If their weaponry could be so easily reverse-engineered, Levi would no longer be involved in the military-industrial sector. After several days, even under the operation of the Red Queen, the Gryphon combat drone had yet to locate Tony Stark. Numerous locations had been dismantled, but Stark remained elusive. Throughout this time, Levi consistently shared updates on social media, detailing how many locations had been targeted, maximizing his visibility. However, as the search continued fruitlessly, many began to question his effectiveness. Notably, several defense industry giants exerted pressure on the military, insisting that Levi was brought in to locate Stark, not merely to sell weapons. Faced with this predicament, Levi had no choice but to actively seek out the Black Widow. Chapter 49. I am the Lord of Hell. The Black Widow, Natasha, was clad in camouflage, her face shielded by sunglasses and a scarf that covered her face and neck completely. The sweltering heat of the location, coupled with the relentless sun, made sunburn a real threat. Naturally, she feared even more the prospect of tanning. She chewed her gum, gazing at the closed eyes of Levi. They had ostensibly ventured out to locate Tony Stark. However, upon departing the base, Levi appeared to be in a state of slumber. Moreover, she was unable to provide a nudge, as Eve and 2B did not permit anyone to approach. This left Natasha with no choice but to cross her arms and observe Levi. As Levi finally opened his eyes, she quipped, "Are you meditating? I thought you had a genuine method to find him." Levi donned his sunglasses and replied, "Of course there is a method. Don't you find it rather relaxing here?" This was indeed the front line. Black Widow Natasha curled the corner of her mouth. Nonetheless, it was undeniably less stressful for her. With no tasks to complete, her sole responsibility was to safeguard Levi. The roar of the helicopter was deafening, prompting her to don ear protection. Levi took a moment to rest, allowing the helicopter to continue its journey deeper, while his telepathic abilities began to extend outward. His mental reach was expansive enough to cover an area slightly larger than New York. However, even so, locating someone would require some time. Yet, as long as a person was present, Levi could sense them. This training was fortifying his mental prowess. However, he was not there to eradicate criminals. Thus, he did not bring the U.S. military along. Levi was quite at ease, spending one day at the base to rest before venturing out to search the next. With the advent of collaboration, the generals were rendered speechless. The products of future technologies were indeed effective, particularly the Gryphon combat drones, which were revolutionary. Previously, drones were primarily used for reconnaissance, and their noise was quite pronounced. At that time, there were no drones on the market. The U.S. military utilized them solely for their own purposes. However, with the emergence of future technologies, the situation had changed. Levi pondered how many times he had been out. It felt as though he had been at the base for at least half a month. At long last, he had finally located Tony Stark. After such a prolonged period, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nearly prepared to abandon the search. They could hardly justify expending so much time for Tony Stark. The fact that they had managed to find him at this juncture was already a testament to their efforts. Many had come to believe that Tony Stark had perished. In response to such claims, Levi had even staged a poignant scene on social media, declaring that even if Tony Stark was dead, his body must be recovered and returned to America. Alas, after such an extended duration, even Tony Stark had faded from prominence. The world was exceedingly pragmatic. Regardless of who one was, they would eventually be forgotten, save for Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was revered as a symbol of hope. His status was a result of being mythologized. America needed such a hero, and thus he was continuously promoted. Levi's mental power swiftly extended outward, allowing him to thoroughly comprehend the entire base. As he recalled, this base was nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by a vast desert. The scenery here was strikingly similar. After prolonged observation, Levi felt his eyes straining. Seeking this place, through human effort alone, proved quite challenging. Soon, Levi sensed the presence of Tony Stark. At that moment, Stark was engrossed in his forge, diligently crafting his Mark I according to the blueprints, now with a miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. Upon sensing further, Levi noted that Stark's health had improved. Indeed, labor had transformed him. Who? Stark's mind was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected voice, startling him and nearly causing him to strike his own hand with the hammer. "Tony Stark, do you not recognize me?" Levi pulled Stark into a realm of consciousness. Before Stark lay a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of paradise, as Levi's figure gradually materialized before him. "What is happening?" Stark glanced around, realizing his tools had vanished, and he was clad in a formal suit. This strange situation prompted his curiosity. Levi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you have passed away. This is not paradise, it is hell, where you must perpetually atone for your life's transgressions." Levi's expression was grave, and Stark found himself believing. The surreal nature of it all left him perplexed. The only question lingering in his mind, "Why you?" "Because I am the Lord of Hell, destined to select sinful souls like yours from the mortal realm," Levi replied solemnly. "You indulge in excesses, gambling, drinking, and vice. Countless lives have perished at the hands of your weapons. Is that truly the case?" Stark responded, his tone heavy. Yet he soon sensed something amiss. "Tony Stark, you are guilty." Levi's voice boomed. Before Levi could fully unveil his dark nature, Stark lunged towards him, a clever man reacting in an instant. "I must see who you truly are." But as he charged forward, the illusion dissipated. Tony, what is wrong?" Dr. Ethan looked at him with concern. "It's nothing." Back in reality, Stark examined the hammer in his hand and the surroundings, realizing the truth. It was all an illusion. He had been dreaming, arguing with Levi within those dreams. The situation had escalated alarmingly, with hallucinations now haunting him even during daylight hours. Nevertheless, his Iron Man suit was nearing completion. He needed to leave this place at once. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, Levi opened his eyes. This fool does not believe me. I should have claimed to be Qin Shi Huang, he mused. He had presented himself as the Lord of Hell according to Western beliefs, yet Stark remained skeptical. It seemed that clever individuals were indeed difficult to deceive. Let us return. Li Wei addressed the helicopter pilot, who without inquiry, promptly altered the course. What happened? Inquired the idle Black Widow, Natasha. I found him, Li Wei replied. Natasha was taken aback. What did you do to locate him? You wouldn't understand. I share a psychic connection with Tony Stark. When I am near him, I just know, Li Wei stated earnestly. However, in this world, honesty is often met with skepticism. As anticipated, Natasha merely shot him a disbelieving glance, assuming he possessed some undisclosed technology. Are you certain? She probed. Absolutely, because I adore Batman, Li Wei replied with deliberate gravity. This prompted Natasha to wish she could give him a kick, yet she still chose to believe him. You've read too many comics. Haven't you? The Marvel Universe does intertwine with DC, so I understand, Natasha remarked. Li Wei shook his head, lamenting that he hadn't crafted that bat suit sooner, and didn't have Superman's glasses ready to frighten her. Chapter 50. She is different. Upon returning to the base, Natasha hurried to her room and seized the satellite phone to make a call. As she was not military personnel, she did not inform the authorities immediately. After securing authorization, Natasha emerged and took Li Wei to meet the generals. Rhodes, being a steadfast friend of Tony Stark, immediately believed Li Wei's claim of having found him. Where? Rhodes asked. Li Wei indicated a rough location and added, Tony is in decent condition, so there is no need for haste. Let us not raise any suspicions. Hearing Li Wei's words, Rhodes calmed and nodded. Although he was unsure how Li Wei knew this, he was willing to trust him. In essence, it was a case of desperate measures. Tony Stark had been kidnapped for so long that under normal circumstances, he would have perished. No one could have anticipated his resilience, ultimately managing to escape on his own. One could only fault the kidnappers for their lack of knowledge, attempting to forge an iron suit before him, yet failing to comprehend its significance. We will first devise a feasible plan, Li Wei suggested. There is no need for such complexity. We can simply utilize our company's weaponry, he added with a smile. Any weapon requires practical testing. Mere theoretical understanding is insufficient. Otherwise, one might find themselves unarmed in critical moments. Once the weapons demonstrate their efficacy in real combat, the generals will witness their might. Even if other military contractors attempt to lobby them, their resolve will remain unshaken. Rhodes did not decline, but rather nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the U.S. military utilized satellites to scrutinize the area Li Wei indicated. Although the imagery was not entirely clear, they indeed detected signs of human activity. However, the troubling aspect was the uncertainty regarding the conditions inside. It's a cave. Can we ascertain the internal structure? General Davis inquired. Only if Superman arrives, came the reply. A certain general made a jest, asserting that technology had undoubtedly reached its limits. Being able to view the Earth's surface was already a feat. To expect to see the intricate structures within caves was folly. Why would anyone still dig underground? After much contemplation, the conclusion remained that a forceful assault was the only option, necessitating a greater number of personnel. The primary focus now was to await the delivery of weaponry from the futuristic technology company. In the blink of an eye, the day of action arrived, with the advanced weaponry having been delivered. The U.S. military had dispatched special forces to familiarize themselves with the equipment, garnering abundant praise in the process. Li Wei also took to the field, donning a heavy bulletproof vest and helmet. Despite his lack of need for such protection due to his protective shield, those around him, including Natasha Romanoff, were quite anxious. As they boarded the helicopter, 2B and Eve flanked him, seemingly indifferent to the situation. This piqued Black Widow Natasha's curiosity. Could synthetic beings truly be impervious to sunburn? She had already discerned that 2B was an artificial human, having sparred with her out of boredom, nearly succumbing to 2B's overwhelming strength. It was from that moment she recognized the formidable presence of this nearly 300-pound lady. Conversely, Eve displayed little interest in training with her, remaining closely attached to Li Wei. Yet Natasha harbored doubts about Eve's nature as well. If she were a normal human, how could she refer to anyone as master? However, whenever Natasha inquired about Eve's identity, the latter would respond with indignation, firmly believing herself to be human. Despite some modifications, she considered her form to be that of flesh and blood. Not at all. 2B replied, no matter the exposure, my skin remains flawlessly white and remarkably supple. This revelation evoked a tinge of envy from Black Widow Natasha. Once aboard the helicopter, they secured Li Wei between them and donned ear protection to mitigate the noise from the rotors. Several helicopters soared toward the location Li Wei had indicated. As they drew closer, the risk of detection by the enemy increased. Rod, taking command, instructed, deploy the drones. The Gryphon combat drones descended rapidly toward the cave. Soon, the enemy was visible. Through the screens, the soldiers controlling the Gryphon drones could discern the weapons brandished by their foes. Enemy spotted. Open fire. Rod commanded without hesitation. This was the reality of warfare, especially considering the high likelihood that they had kidnapped Tony Stark. On the ground, the enemy reacted with remarkable speed. Though unfamiliar with such drones, they recognized them as American weaponry and immediately opted to return fire. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the Gryphon combat drones, unable to penetrate their defenses. If it were a game, then these bullets would inflict a maximum damage of 1. The drone operator also opened fire immediately. Rat-a-tat-tat. The damage was entirely different. With mere bursts of gunfire, the enemies fell one after another, their limbs shattered, demonstrating immense power. It was exhilarating. The drone operators exclaimed. Previously, they could only scout from the sky. How thrilling was this? They could eliminate enemies directly from behind the screen, while the adversaries could not harm them, with their firepower barely managing to damage the drone. However, these enemies lacked such weaponry and posed no threat to the drone whatsoever. Once the area was cleared, the helicopter swiftly approached, and the special forces began to descend via ropes. Are we going down? Levi asked eagerly. No. Black Widow Natasha immediately rejected him. It was already a significant risk to allow you to participate in the battle. You must remain in the helicopter. Then let Eve go. With no other option, Levi acquiesced. Eve looked at Levi and said, Master, I want to protect you. Natasha and 2B are here. Levi reassured Eve, I have but one request. Bring Tony Stark back. He simply does not trust the U.S. military, so it's safer to have one of our own. Tony Stark, being such a prominent figure, must not come to harm. Otherwise, where would Levi derive his reputation? All right, I will complete the mission. You all must be careful. Eve nodded reluctantly after glancing at Levi, then signaled for the helicopter to descend slightly. Without hesitation, she leaped down, her attire transforming into a nano-combat suit. In midair, she executed a jump and, upon landing, sprinted forward to cushion her fall, rolling onto the desert sands. This sequence of maneuvers left Black Widow Natasha astounded. Is she truly human? Despite being the finest Black Widow from the Red Room, witnessing this felt akin to a scene from a science fiction film. It was rather extraordinary. She is different, Levi remarked. This prompted Natasha to glance at him, instructing the helicopter to conceal itself to avoid being shot down. Meanwhile, on the ground, Eve followed the special forces into the fray. Furthermore, the Red Queen connected with her signal, providing her with Tony Stark's location. Chapter 51. Saved you, but can't snap a photo? Previously, the Red Queen had attempted to locate this group, but to no avail. They were not online. After engaging in combat with the U.S. military for so long, these individuals had gained considerable experience, avoiding American electronic products and lacking internet access within their base. Thus, even the Red Queen could not find them. Only now did they have a chance to act. This demonstrated that artificial intelligence is not infallible. As gunfire erupted outside, those within the cave were already aware something was amiss. What is happening? These individuals hail from the Ten Rings organization. However, their leader, Wenwu, is not present. Only a faction remains. Enemies have been located by the American forces, poised to retaliate. How did the Americans discover this place? Damn it, swiftly eliminate that American. A bald man shouted immediately. Within the depths, Tony Stark also heard the commotion. At first, it was barely perceptible until the sound of explosions erupted. He approached the iron door and pressed his ear against it to listen. There is an assault underway. It must be the Americans. They have come to rescue us. A long-forgotten smile graced Tony Stark's face, and his previously weary spirit was invigorated. How much longer do we need? Ethan glanced at the computer. The hulking mark. I was still uploading files. Unfortunately, Tony was unable to reach Jarvis here. If only he could directly command Jarvis for assistance. Oh no, someone is coming. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Tony Stark hurried back. What do we do now? Ethan, with determination, declared, I'll go and buy you some time. No, Ethan. Tony immediately restrained him. What is the matter? Check the progress. The previously sluggish upload had suddenly reached completion. Moreover, the iron suit began to stir. What is happening? Ethan and Tony exchanged bewildered glances. There's a connection. Tony realized. Jarvis? It's me. Jarvis cannot locate this place. The electronic voice of the Red Queen resonated. Tony's expression turned complex. Levi had actually sent his artificial intelligence to rescue him? For some reason, he felt a flicker of warmth. Don't waste time. Come in quickly. The Red Queen activated the suit's opening mechanism. Tony hastily climbed inside and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Ethan, stay close to me. I'll lead you to your family. Ethan smiled and nodded emphatically. Boom. The iron door was flung open from the outside, where armed assailants brandished AKs, but before they could raise their weapons, a burst of flames engulfed them. The iron suit instantly reduced them to charred figures. Subsequently, Tony Stark cleared the path with decisive kicks. Red Queen, prepare to assist. Watch me wreak havoc. Tony's spirits soared, confidence surging. Then, the Red Queen took over control. I'll handle the carnage. You take care of the chaos, she remarked. Unable to tolerate his clumsy maneuvers any longer, moving at such a sluggish pace. This is my mech, Tony shouted. However, under the Red Queen's adept command, it was as if they had gained X-ray vision. As soon as the enemies peeked out, they were shot down with precision. Tony understood. This is a combination of perspective and auto-aim. Although utilizing cheats has its allure, nothing compares to the thrill of personal skill. Henceforth, I shall permit Jarvis to assist, ensuring he does not overshadow my agency. The Ten Commandments gang never anticipated being ambushed from both sides, particularly by one faction emerging from their very own cave. However, they found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. The U.S. military, equipped with advanced technology, rendered them feeling as though they were battling primitives. For instance, the Quasar cannon requires no reloading, boasting only a few seconds of cooldown, a significant advantage of energy weapons. Most crucially, its power is immense, capable of penetrating mountains with a single shot. Additionally, the Thunderstrike shotgun proves invincible in such terrain, as its electric discharge scatters the closer the enemy approaches, the more devastating the impact upon their allies. In the midst of the chaos ignited by the American forces, Eve dashed through the fray, wielding her blood blade, deftly deflecting incoming bullets back at their sources. Like a Jedi, she sent the projectiles back to the assailants, delivering fatal retribution. The enemies, not lacking in intelligence, refrained from firing upon Eve any longer. Yet, she did not seek to eliminate them, instead charging deeper into the fray. With 2 agile somersaults, she positioned herself behind the adversaries and sprinted forward, her long legs propelling her with an extraordinary speed that left no one able to pursue her. Furthermore, Eve did not tire. At that moment, the iron suit was struck by an RPG, causing Tony Stark within to feel somewhat disoriented. The mark I possessed no shock absorption. Another hit like that could very well be fatal. Fortunately, the armor was sufficiently robust. Just as the enemies were taking cover, preparing to fire once more, a blade of energy surged forth. The RPG in the enemy's grasp was severed cleanly, and Eve swiftly took their head. Tony Stark's eyes widened. Was this not Levi's woman? How astonishingly fierce. Yet, he realized that they were now secure. Ethan, we can leave this place. Of course, Ethan nodded, feeling a wave of relief. Since his capture, he had not dared to hope for a successful escape. Just moments ago, he contemplated sacrificing himself to buy time for Tony Stark. After all, Stark was fundamentally not a villain, merely excessively proud. Every individual has the capacity to change. After dispatching the remaining foes, Eve turned to the metallic figure and inquired. Tony Stark? It is I, Tony affirmed. Follow me. In truth, the cave no longer posed a significant threat, as the majority of the adversaries lay defeated. Nevertheless, the U.S. military remained vigilant, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny. The cave's labyrinthine corridors did indeed harbor some elusive foes, but Eve's quick reflexes ensured that none escaped her notice. This left Tony Stark feeling envious. Why have I not encountered such a formidable woman? Upon meeting Tony Stark, the U.S. military promptly urged him to exit the confines of the metal behemoth. Such a colossal contraption could hardly offer any protection. Tony Stark, feeling a sense of relief, realized that the mark I provided no comfort whatsoever, and discomfort washed over him, prompting him to hastily emerge. Ethan quickly assisted him, following the U.S. military and Eve as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the entrance, Tony Stark found himself somewhat disoriented. Having been deprived of sunlight for at least 2 months, the moment he beheld the sun, he felt nearly blinded. As his vision adjusted, he noticed a helicopter approaching. Levi landed smoothly and approached with his phone in hand. Surprised, aren't you? I saved you without holding a grudge. I hope you appreciate it. Upon hearing Levi's words, Tony Stark replied, Actually, I foresaw this. Huh, what are you doing? He shrugged off Levi's attempt to engage him. I saved you, and you won't even let me take a picture? Hurry up, say cheese. Chapter 52. Only by coming close to death can one grow. On social media, the photo Levi posted instantly soared to the headlines. Especially in America, countless individuals were stirred, each with differing sentiments. The image showcased Tony Stark, dressed like a homeless person, forcing a smile for the camera, clearly seething internally. Yet, it was of little concern. Levi had thoughtfully edited in a bright yellow smile, branding it fake Smile Boy JPG. Those holding shares in Stark Industries were elated upon seeing the photo. With Tony Stark's return, wealth followed. The the stock was bound to soar. Conversely, those who missed the opportunity to invest lamented deeply. Upon reflection, Stark Industries stock had already begun its meteoric rise. This vividly illustrated Tony Stark's influence over the company. Unsurprisingly, the one most infuriated by this development was Obadiah Stane. He had initially assumed Levi's trip to the Middle East was mere theatrics. Little did he know, he had truly located Tony Stark. Weren't they supposed to be archenemies? Obadiah Stane seethed in his office in New York. Those damned fools. They wanted to kill this idiot and yet demanded more money. They dawdle even after receiving payment. Obadiah was furious. These incompetent buffoons. Not only demanding more money, but also failing to deliver. He genuinely believed Tony Stark was dead, having already popped the champagne in celebration. Who could have anticipated his return? Tony Stark remained oblivious to the mixed reactions his return elicited. Of course, he could surmise that Stark Industries stock had plummeted, but he paid it little mind. After all, when one is on the brink of death, who cares about money? What preoccupied his thoughts the most was the realization that he might die before spending all his money. What should he do? Currently, Tony Stark finds himself in a rather dismal state of mind, having been ridiculed by Levi. Particularly vexing were Levi's glances. As he provocatively inquired aboard the helicopter, "Tony, did you ever envision yourself in such a predicament?" This caused Stark's countenance to darken. He truly wished to avoid Levi's company. Levi, too, harbored disdain for him, especially considering that the man had gone months without a proper bath. The odor was undoubtedly unbearable. Yet, he felt compelled to mock him now, for future opportunities might be scarce. There was a peculiar delight in witnessing the playboy's discomfort. "Could you refrain from speaking?" Stark maintained a stoic expression. Levi, in response, playfully tapped his chest twice, producing a hollow sound. "Do you regard this as a lifeline?" Levi chuckled. "How about you share this technology with me?" This sparked a fleeting sense of pride in Stark. "Dream on. This is the core technology of Stark Industries." "It's merely a reactor," Levi scoffed. "One must wonder who it was that saved you." Stark retorted instantly. "I would have made it out without you." "Ah yes, of course." Levi's dismissive tone ignited Stark's ire. "My suit is already complete. I could effortlessly escape with Ethan by my side." "Ah yes, of course." Levi had initially intended to offer a word of caution, but seeing Stark's arrogant demeanor, he decided against it. Although Stark had matured slightly compared to before, his inherent nature remained unchanged. It was difficult to fathom the notion of maturity being ascribed to a man nearing 40. Yet, this was Tony Stark. Only when faced with the specter of death would he truly evolve. These tribulations were his trials. Black Widow, Natasha, observed the two with exasperation, akin to watching elementary school children bicker. Fortunately, she was spared further torment as they had arrived at the base. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Levi hastily distanced himself from Stark, exclaiming, "It reeks." Only Rhodey seemed unperturbed, embracing Tony warmly. "Tony, I'm so glad you're all right." Rhodey's gaze was sincere and devoid of pretense. "I want to leave this place. I cannot bear to stay another moment," Stark declared vehemently. To him, this locale was akin to hell. The military, naturally, acquiesced to his demands, treating him like royalty. Moreover, Stark's private jet had yet to depart. Thus, rather than entering the base, Stark proceeded directly to his aircraft, inviting Ethan to join him. "Ethan, what of your family? Would you like me to bring them over to America? I assure you, your lives will improve." He was prepared to support Ethan and his family. If not for Ethan, Stark believed he would have perished. Thus, he held a deep appreciation for his savior. Ethan, however, shook his head with a wry smile. "Tony, I was deceiving you. My family has long departed to another realm." Upon hearing these words, Tony Stark fell into silence. He firmly patted Ethan's shoulder and remarked, "But you must live well." Subsequently, with a pained expression, Tony boarded the plane. He had not anticipated such an outcome, and the flames of emotion within him blazed fiercely. Naturally, Levi seized the opportunity. Lacking a private jet or a transforming robot, he was fortunate that Tony Stark was not so petty. Thus, he instructed the flight attendants to accommodate Levi and his companions while he took Ethan further inside. They went to take a shower. On a private jet, one could do nearly anything, not just bathe. Indeed, the flight attendants on board were exceptionally beautiful. One could question Tony Stark in various aspects, yet his taste in aesthetics was undoubtedly impeccable. The attendants came in a spectrum of colors, each possessing striking features and perfect figures. There were blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties, as well as those with dark hair and eyes. Even among the darker-skinned attendants, their features resembled flawless black pearls. This is the lifestyle of the affluent. Levi suddenly felt a renewed motivation to earn more money. Soon, the plane took off. Once it stabilized, the attendants provided kneeling service, offering them fine red wine and gourmet cuisine. After approximately an hour, a freshly cleaned Tony Stark emerged, though his expression remained grave. Clearly, The blow he had endured was significant. He waved his hand, dismissing the attendants instead of requesting a dance. "Rhodey, I am preparing to shut down the military division," Tony Stark declared, gesturing slightly. Rhodey immediately understood but still inquired why. "Because I nearly perished at the hands of my own weapon," Tony Stark replied. "And I no longer wish to be an accomplice to the U.S. military." Upon hearing this, Levi promptly exclaimed, "Then I shall take that role. Give me the military division of Stark Industries." Tony Stark looked at him as though he were simple-minded. "Do you believe others will consent to that? I can only grant you a portion. The rest will undoubtedly be claimed by others eager to seize the remaining market share, unless your company can rival Stark Industries." "But that is impossible. Stark Industries has evolved from World War II into a long-established military powerhouse, long the object of countless gazes. With my withdrawal, a pack of wolves will immediately surge forth to fill the market void." Levi, not overly ambitious, nodded in agreement. "As long as I can have something, that is sufficient. You discuss it with Rhodey." Chapter 53. The domineering CEO Levi quickly finalized an agreement with Rhodey. In truth, after witnessing the capabilities of the new weapon during today's real-world engagement, the Future Technologies company had gained considerable weight in the minds of the generals. Those on the front lines were not seated in the Pentagon. They were far more pragmatic and focused on the efficacy of weaponry. Otherwise, in the event of defeat, no one will take the blame for them. The scoundrels seated in the Pentagon can easily shift the responsibility onto them, but they have no one to turn to. As the head of the Weapon Development Department, Rhodes is acutely aware of this reality. Military contracts are undeniably lucrative, often amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. Levi felt an immediate sense of comfort. The United States spends over $1 trillion on military expenditures each year, which later escalated to $2 trillion. Despite being divided among various entities, it consistently yields greater profits annually. Thus, profiting from the populace pales in comparison to reaping rewards from America. The true parasites are those who undermine the very foundation of the United States. Levi was more than willing to become one of them. Tony Stark interjected, stating, "Developing such weapons is futile. If you're going to innovate, focus on aircraft and armored vehicles. This drone of yours has some potential." Although he was exceedingly arrogant, his words held merit. Firearms, for instance, yield too little profit. Hence, Tony Stark delved into missiles, primarily due to their high cost. "How much does a gun even cost?" Levi concurred and replied, "When I have time, I'll conduct some research. It's all about luck. Perhaps one day I'll strike it rich with a design blueprint." Tony Stark smirked, as if dismissing the notion of casual development. Suddenly, he enthusiastically embraced Levi, exclaiming, "Would you like a military factory? The Stark Group can hand it over to you." Levi pondered briefly. Currently, the factories he was in contact with were all across the ocean. Manufacturing prosthetics and drone components was relatively straightforward. However, military factories were a different matter altogether, offering more affordable options. Thus, Levi responded accordingly. The two then began to negotiate. Rhodes observed while sipping his drink, noting the apparent improvement in their relationship, which contrasted starkly with the constant bickering depicted in the media. This was to be expected. Both were astute individuals, and in front of the press, they were merely vying for attention. Although Tony Stark's private jet did not match the speed of the Quinjet, it was remarkably comfortable. After resting with Eve and 2B, Levi returned to New York. Upon landing, as the cabin door opened, he was greeted by a throng of people, including Pepper Potts and Driver Happy. In addition to them, there was a multitude of reporters who had sprung into action upon seeing Levi's photos online. Tony Stark was deeply moved and embraced Pepper Potts, while he decided to forego any embrace with the portly Happy. "I want a cheeseburger," Tony Stark declared. "I've missed that flavor terribly." As they reminisced, Levi made a beeline for the reporters. One must never forsake the pursuit of publicity. "Mr. Levi, how did you locate Tony Stark? What was his condition when you found him?" "Mr. Levi, based on the photos you posted online, Tony Stark appears to be in distress." "Has he endured inhumane torment?" Leeway pressed his hand downwards, signaling for attention. He then remarked, "When I found Tony Stark, he resembled a homeless person. As for whether he faced inhumane treatment, I cannot disclose." His words ignited boundless speculation among the reporters, who had already conjured sensational headlines, such as Tony Stark's tragic ordeal in the Middle East. This would certainly generate considerable traffic, wouldn't it? "Do not heed his nonsense," he added. Fortunately, Tony Stark himself was present and approached with a scowl. He had initially intended to ignore the reporters, as he was aware that there was little positivity to share at that moment. However, if he chose not to engage, Li Wei would only exacerbate the narrative. He had come to realize that for Li Wei, any attention was welcome. Stark found it perplexing. Li Wei was not a celebrity. So why the incessant quest for the spotlight? "I am not exaggerating. In that place, our utmost priority was to safeguard ourselves," Li Wei asserted solemnly. Stark was infuriated. The fleeting goodwill he had felt evaporated instantly. Indeed, business was business, and life was life. I am perfectly fine, feeling splendid, just need a bit of rest. Stark interjected promptly. Indeed, everyone requires time to heal their wounds. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Stark's anger surged anew. The two engaged in a heated exchange before a reporter inquired, Mr. Li, Mr. Stark, is your previous octagonal cage duel still valid? At this, both Li Wei and Tony Stark fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. In truth, Stark too sought attention. As he was about to announce the closure of Stark Industries' defense division, he envisioned the impending plummet of Stark Industries stock. In such a scenario, maintaining visibility was paramount. To put it plainly, he did not reject attention. He merely wished to avoid being continuously overshadowed by Li Wei's antics. Li Wei is utterly shameless, he thought. Thus, he responded ambiguously, right now, I need to rest, but if the opportunity arises, it is not an issue. Li Wei mirrored this sentiment. At present, I do not dismiss such possibilities. You know, anything can happen in this world, including the abduction of Tony Stark. Afterward, they chose to depart, as dealing with reporters was quite exhausting. Yet, the journalists remained exuberant, like eager kittens perpetually craving more. Mr. Stark, Mr. Li Wei claims you are his good brother. They shouted, but they could not obstruct the departing vehicles. After all, this was an airport. The three of them boarded the Bumblebee, which then sped away. Stark glanced at himself and noted that he had indeed tanned considerably. He then began to make arrangements, instructing the Red Queen to prepare to offload stocks the following day. The darkest hour for Stark Industries was approaching, and the stock prices would undoubtedly plummet further than before. Thus, earning a little is better than nothing. The military industry constitutes the very essence of Stark Industries, and the repercussions of announcing the closure of its military department are all too evident. Only Tony Stark possesses such confidence. After he crafted the miniature nuclear reactor, he had already conceived a plan. It was not a mere impulse. Subsequently, Levi contacted May and Gwen Stacy to inform them of his return. During this period, he would call them every few days, and they were genuinely concerned for him. Upon learning of his return, May promptly invited him to dinner at her home, to which Levi acquiesced. As for Gwen, she breathlessly declared that she was out for a run. Levi remarked, more like parkour, I say. I expect to see you at the office shortly, my dear. And thus, Levi momentarily assumed the role of a domineering CEO. Chapter 54. Is there no sense of humanity in America? Levi's recent trip to the Middle East proved to be quite fruitful, leaving him busier than ever. After all, the company was in need of competent personnel, and Gwen Stacy was still a university student. Therefore, Levi was on the lookout for new hires. Upon arriving at the office, he found Gwen already seated at her desk. Aren't you supposed to be running? Levi remarked with a bemused smile. Gwen's face flushed. The gym isn't far from here. Oh, then how can you be absent during work hours? Levi playfully tapped her on the head. If you do this again, I shall impose a punishment. Oh, Gwen exclaimed, rubbing her head. Seated in his office chair, Levi pushed back with his legs, causing the chair to spin. Red Queen, recommend a few candidates for CEO positions. Under normal circumstances, particularly for such roles, it would be best to engage a seasoned headhunting firm. Headhunting firms, colloquially known as agencies that recruit senior management personnel, possess various channels to source talents from all industries, provided one can afford it. However, with the assistance of the Red Queen, Levi opted for direct data filtering. The Red Queen appeared beside him and inquired, Master, do you have any specific requirements? Indeed, I do. No squids, and no three brothers, Levi promptly replied. Squids are often troublemakers who attract unwanted attention, while the three brothers are even more daunting. They excel at creating presentations, but lack skills in other areas. Moreover, they tend to congregate like cockroaches, reproducing at an alarming rate. In America, once a company hires one three-brother, a swarm will soon follow. Consequently, while Silicon Valley tech firms have become adept at crafting presentations, the substance is sorely lacking. The Red Queen immediately commenced the selection process, yielding numerous candidates. Levi swiftly eliminated the males, favoring a gender-balanced team for a more harmonious work environment. He then dismissed the older candidates. Just then, he spotted a familiar name among the options. Name, Hope Van Dyne. Gender, female. Age, 27 years. Experience, previously served as a supervisor at Pym Industries. Possessing extensive experience. Is she not the daughter of Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man? If it were Hank Pym himself, Levi would have little interest. However, the younger Hope is rather intriguing. Moreover, she is not exactly young anymore, nearing 30, with ample experience, thus requiring no development. Cough, cough. No nurturing. Most importantly, Levi might even acquire Pym particles. The Pym particles have their uses. They can alter the size of objects, facilitate entry into the quantum realm, and transcend dimensions. among other capabilities. Hence, Levi decided to call Hope. At present, Hope and her father, Hank Pym, are facing backlash. Hank Pym's disciple, Darren Cross, has taken control of Pym Industries, effectively marginalizing both Hank and Hope. This is a result of Hank Pym's failure to recognize the ambitions of Darren Cross. Hope, meanwhile, finds herself unemployed. Fortunately, their family still possesses wealth, so their sole desire is to reclaim their company, with no intention of seeking other employment. When Hope received Levi's call, she was somewhat bewildered. "Hello, Hope. May I address you as such? My company requires a CEO, and I believe you would be an excellent fit." Levi got straight to the point. Individuals in this vicinity are quite direct, lacking in subtlety. "I'm afraid I have no such intentions," Hope replied unequivocally. "Is that so? Then I shall seek someone else." Levi responded with remarkable decisiveness, switching gears upon her refusal. This left Hope feeling somewhat disappointed, prompting her to inquire before the call ended. "May I know which company it is?" "Future Tech," Levi answered. Upon hearing this name, Hope immediately recalled the rapidly rising company. Although Future Tech has been around for a relatively short time, it has already surpassed her family's enterprise and fame. Pym Industries, in many respects, cannot compete with this emerging corporation. In fact, many bystanders perceive Future Tech as a company on par with Stark Industries, primarily because its owner, Levi, frequently engages in verbal sparring with Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. If their statuses were not comparable, such exchanges would be improbable. Thus, Future Tech and Stark Industries are akin to LeBron James, frequently drawing comparisons to Michael Jordan, leading some to believe he is the second greatest in history. While unable to surpass the first, he is deemed the second. Future Tech finds itself in a similar position. It may not rival Stark Industries, yet it is perceived as superior to other companies in the public's eye. This is the advantage brought about by visibility. At this moment, Hope shares this sentiment. Although she is unfamiliar with Future Tech, its reputation is immense. Consequently, she became curious and decided, "May I visit the company first?" "You're welcome at any time." "Then I shall come by tomorrow morning." Hope decided to adorn himself tomorrow, as it was too late to do so today. Having resolved this matter, Levi selected a few more options. If Hope were to decline or fail to satisfy him, he would seek an alternative. The Red Queen had come to understand his preferences, specifically, women with fair skin, no older than 35. Levi merely desired an assistant akin to the spirited Pepper. Subsequently, he glanced at the industrious Gwen, who was busily making calls. The orders from the U.S. military had arrived, and the next step was to ramp up production, particularly of drones. Thus, Gwen was on the phone, communicating in heavily accented Mandarin across the ocean. Upon noticing Levi's gaze, her cheeks flushed. He did not wish to discourage her and promptly departed. He mused about the allure of East Asian factories. Indeed, the prices were remarkably low. Inexpensive components were shipped to America, assembled, and then resold to the military for over $100,000, a completely legal transaction. The only cost was a modest commission for Rhodes, a customary arrangement. Even his old classmate Tony Stark would extend commissions to Rhodes. No wonder some claimed that America lacked interpersonal relationships. It was indeed a realm of direct, transactional interests. Levi then visited Professor Connors, who was still refining his serum and making considerable progress. After conducting another experiment, the results were not the regrowth of a lizard's limb, but the effectiveness had diminished. He needed to make choices regarding the components involved. "Levi, it would be best for you to avoid the front lines." "I lost this arm on the battlefield," Professor Connors remarked. Levi nodded with a smile. He had no intention of putting himself at risk. Though he appeared unarmed, he was, in fact, equipped to the teeth, with a nanofiber protective shield, truly armed to the hilt. He then visited Dr. Otto's laboratory, where the previous designs for prosthetics had been realized, offering more options for individuals. The next step was to promote the brain-machine interface. Chapter 55. A man sober, a woman's chance diminished. Levi sat in Bumblebee, en route to Queens. He glanced at his reputation score, nearly 200 million. Such was the allure of Tony Stark. Stark's return was undeniably front-page news, generating significant excitement. The stock of Stark Industries surged, a complete reversal from prior circumstances, which was exhilarating. Seizing the moment, Levi browsed the system's marketplace, discovering an abundance of items, many of which were indeed useful. Manticore Military Technology Blueprint. This is a series of armored aerial vehicles specifically designed for military operations, particularly suited for urban warfare, featuring thick armor and the capability to reach locations swiftly. Source: Cyberpunk 2077. Requires reputation points, 100 million. X-Wing Fighter, Blueprint manufactured by Incom. It made its debut during the Galactic Civil War and serves as the backbone of the Resistance's starfighter fleet. Source: Star Wars. Requires reputation points, 500 million. How exorbitant. Levi exclaimed, glancing at the figures. Transitioning from planetary fighters to cosmic vessels demanded such an immense amount of reputation points. It appeared that his modest standing was utterly insufficient. He had been tirelessly leveraging Tony Stark's resources. Clearly, he would need to intensify his efforts. It was not that Levi was unwilling to purchase. Rather, he found himself incapable of affording such luxuries. Thus, he opted for a tenfold draw. Although acquiring quality items was a challenge, at least there was a safety net. Moreover, it was comparatively economical. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 times and received the following rewards. Initially, a few pieces of jewelry floated by. Now, Eve and 2B could adorn themselves with diverse accessories daily. Lustrous white pearl, Eve's nano-fabric suit. Wearing it increases attack speed. To think Eve's attire would emerge. No wonder it was named Eve. Subsequently, the rewards began to materialize. Nikoyan, Blueprint, a technical sniper rifle from the cyberpunk universe. Smart Grenade 3, capable of automatically switching explosion modes based on the number of targets. Shrapnel Scatter for multiple targets. Directional Blast to enhance damage for single targets. Regrettably, the Smart Grenade was not a blueprint. Otherwise, it would outclass the current armaments of the U.S. military. The safety net had been reached. Levi was filled with anticipation. A flash of light dazzled before him, and a rather ordinary safe materialized. T-Virus, a virus developed by Umbrella Corporation. A novel pathogen derived from the fusion of the progenitor virus and leached genetic fragments by James Marcus. Note: why do humans develop viruses? Levi was uncertain about humanity's motives in virus development. However, he comprehended Umbrella's purpose, the pursuit of immortality. Alas, despite being birthed from such aspirations, the research ultimately culminated in failure. Yet, one might argue that zombies represent a form of immortality, do they not? Levi opened the safe to discover 3 vials of T-Virus, accompanied by 3 vials of antidote, as well as comprehensive documentation on the T-Virus. If infected by the T-Virus, one could survive provided the antidote was administered within a specific time frame, resulting in prolonged life and eternal youth. This was exemplified in the character of Jill Valentine from Resident Evil, who, after contracting the T-Virus, remained unchanged in appearance for decades. Of course, compared to subsequent strains like the G-Virus and the Veronica virus, the T-Virus is considered relatively less potent. The sole merit of the T-Virus lies in its rapid transmission. Alas, that hardly qualifies as a virtue. Li Wei carefully stored it in his space. Such a substance must not be trifled with. Should it escape, it could potentially unleash a zombie apocalypse. Master, we have arrived, Bumblebee announced, slowing its pace to halt beneath an old house. May, who was living alone with Peter Parker, found her circumstances somewhat strained. Fortunately, she received a wage from the shelter, which Li Wei had also mentioned, allowing them a slightly more comfortable existence. Eve, 2B, you may help yourselves to food, and here, this garment is for you. Li Wei presented a luminescent pearl nanosuit to Eve, dressed in snug jeans that accentuated her curves. Eve looked striking. Knock, knock. Li Wei rapped on the door. Coming. May called from within, quickly approaching to open it. Upon seeing him, her face brightened with a smile. You are finally back. She hurriedly bent down to arrange his shoes, exuding a gentle spousal aura that made Li Wei feel as though he had returned home. Whereas Peter? He inquired upon entering. He is participating in a school activity and won't be back for the next few days, May replied. So it's just the 2 of us? Dinner is ready. And I even bought some red wine, she said, taking his hand and leading him to the dining table. The meal, a sumptuous American feast, included roasted fish, creamy mushroom soup, and steak, all lavishly adorned with various sauces that whetted the appetite. As they sat down, May poured 2 glasses of red wine and dimmed the lights, illuminating the table with specially purchased ambient lighting. This ambience gave Li Wei the impression of being pursued, a role typically reserved for men. Indeed, American women, especially someone like May, were quite bold. May felt a tinge of insecurity around Li Wei. She was older and his subordinate. Yet, through their interactions, she found him to be quite admirable. Most importantly, Peter Parker needed a father figure. Hence, May took the initiative. The assertiveness of a mature woman was something Li Wei found hard to refuse. As the saying goes, cherish good women and do not squander the bad. One should appreciate the kindness of an older sister. After relishing their dinner, the 2 drew closer together. May's cheeks flushed, seemingly emboldened by the wine. Li Wei feigned drunkenness, and she leaned in to kiss him. A man sober means a woman has no chance. Finding the chair uncomfortable, Li Wei abandoned the pretense and lifted May, making his way toward the bedroom. The dynamics of pursuit and retreat shifted. May smiled, her lips curved with delight. Yay! Thud! She was gently laid upon the bed, and Li Wei promptly joined her. The moonlight cascaded through the window, and Li Wei transformed as if he were a werewolf. bathed in its glow. On the street, the bumblebee remained, while Eve leisurely savored a sandwich. 2B, would you not indulge in some? Eve inquired. I do not consume human food, 2B replied, stating that she replenished her energy independently. Oh, what about our master? Eve then asked. 2B responded unequivocally. She will not be descending tonight. The two women fell into a contemplative silence, until 2B broke it, saying, Eve, we must not continue in this manner. Eve, having finished her sandwich, wore a contented expression. You must be more proactive. Our master holds great affection for you, 2B declared earnestly. Eve appeared adorably puzzled. Chapter 56. The golden age of the Caucasian woman. The following morning, as Li Wei awoke, he noticed the ceiling looked different. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the events of the previous night. Truly, May was quite the wild spirit. Even Maria Hill could not compare. Upon entering the living room, he found May had prepared breakfast, embodying the essence of a gentle wife, adjusting his collar with care. Hurry and freshen up. Everything is ready for you, she instructed. Li Wei nodded, noting that the toothbrush and towel were new. Indeed, she was thoughtful. After freshening up, he approached the dining table. Although it was an American breakfast, he relished every bite. He had grown accustomed to it, as 2B often prepared similar meals. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that it tasted better than 2B's fare. What could be the reason? After breakfast, May tidied up his clothing and spritzed him with a touch of perfume. Although slightly uncomfortable, Li Wei did not resist, allowing May to direct him like a robot. All right, I must head to work now. Remember to return early, she initially intended to say. However, she hesitated, recognizing that Li Wei was not her partner. A gentle peck on her cheek from Li Wei followed. I shall escort you. Very well, May smiled, accepting his offer. Upon reaching the ground floor, the bumblebee was still parked. As they entered the vehicle, May spotted 2B and Eve. Naturally, she was aware of their presence, but curiously asked, have they been here all night? Indeed. Thank you for your efforts, Li Wei addressed 2B and Eve. Though they were androids, it was essential not to exploit them. He resolved that next time, they should return to rest earlier. Eve gazed at Li Wei with a glint in her eyes. It was then that he noticed Eve had donned a shimmering pearl ensemble, an exceedingly revealing nanosuit. The attire featured an ultra-short skirt with a white lace back, designed to turn heads in public. Consequently, Li Wei whispered, Eve, you are not permitted to wear that outside. Eve could only be seen by him and must not be shown to others. This thought caused Eve to stifle a laugh and nod in agreement. Soon, Bumblebee arrived at the shelter. Levi spoke up. May, don't overexert yourself. Delegate tasks to others if needed. Understood, May replied, though it was evident she hadn't truly absorbed his words. Her reason for working here stemmed from genuine compassion. Bumblebee, alter the glass. Eve instructed once they were ready to depart. In no time, the windows of Bumblebee changed color, concealing the interior from view. Eve then tucked away her pearlescent attire, as nanoparticles flowed around her, rendering her pristine. Currently, she possessed only 2 sets of nanofabric clothing, opting to wear the jeans she had changed out of the previous night. Topped with a shirt, Levi once again assessed Eve, remarking on her enviable figure. Truly, she was a masterpiece. During the course of their journey, Eve inadvertently brushed against Levi. But alas, with 2B present and Bumblebee not being oblivious, Levi had to restrain himself. Once Eve had changed her outfit, Bumblebee promptly reverted the windows to their original state, primarily to avoid being intercepted by the police. Upon arriving at the company, Levi found himself running late. Gwen Stacy was waiting for him downstairs. Boss, a woman has arrived, claiming to be here for an interview. Is her name Hope? Levi inquired. Yes, Hope Van Dyne, Gwen confirmed eagerly. She came quite early. Levi had not anticipated this and quickened his pace, leading the women into the elevator and up to the office. There, Hope awaited, legs crossed, impeccably composed. She sported a head of short black hair with bangs, exuding a mature, commanding aura, dressed in a black women's suit that radiated professionalism. The only drawback was that she appeared slightly older than her years. Although she was not yet 30, she seemed to be in her 30s. This was a common issue among many Caucasian women. The prime years for white women are typically between 15 and 25, without proper care. Their skin's condition can deteriorate rapidly post-25, leading to an aged appearance. This phenomenon contributes to the prevalence of cosmetic enhancement in America, as Caucasian women often mature at a remarkable pace, appearing adult-like in their early teens. Nevertheless, cosmetic alteration is utterly inexcusable, and Levi held a strong disdain for it. Levi. He extended his hand towards her. Hope. She quickly stood and shook his hand. Standing approximately 165 meters tall, and with heels, she reached nearly 170 meters. At least in terms of appearance, Levi felt satisfied, sensing a powerful woman's presence. Please, come in. He invited her into the office. Settling into the boss's chair as Gwen poured coffee. Sitting upright, he inquired, "Were you previously involved in development at PIM Industries?" "Yes," Hope nodded affirmatively. Soon after, Li Wei posed several inquiries. Having attained a semblance of telepathy, he was no longer a mere imposter, particularly after consuming CPH-4. Although the purported enhancement of brain function was not overtly evident, Li Wei's capacity for learning had indeed improved. There were no signs of exposure. He merely lacked practical skills, yet his theoretical knowledge was substantial. In contrast, Tony Stark excelled in both theoretical understanding and hands-on ability. To Li Wei's questions, Hope responded with aplomb, earning full marks. This further affirmed Li Wei's belief in Hope's capabilities. It was only natural. Her father was Hank Pym, a former partner of Howard Stark. A daughter raised by such a technological luminary could hardly be lacking. Could she possibly be inferior to Tony Stark, or even to the mediocre Justin Hammer? "Allow me to show you around the company. If you find it satisfactory, I would be pleased to have you join us. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Li Wei endeavored to appear earnest. He understood that a strong woman like Hope would not be in want of employment. However, given that her own company was on the verge of being taken over, it left her quite vexed. Hope nodded in agreement. "All right." The two shared a coffee before Li Wei led her out for a brief tour. Hope's gaze drifted curiously toward the two women accompanying Li Wei. For some reason, she sensed a profound aura of technology surrounding them, almost a semblance of artificiality. Eve appeared more human-like, while 2B was markedly more pronounced in her otherness. Were they androids? Hope pondered, casting a somewhat altered glance at Li Wei. Such a level of technological advancement surely surpassed even Tony Stark's capabilities, did it not? Subsequently, she followed Li Wei as he guided her through the company. They arrived at Dr. Otto's laboratory, where she beheld brain-machine interfaces, an array of cybernetic limbs, and immunosuppressants. It was the immunosuppressants that alleviated the pain associated with using prosthetics, preventing one from easily succumbing to cyberpsychosis. Of course, future tech company would not casually provide prosthetic replacements. They were reserved for those with genuine needs. Rumor had it that other tech companies were preparing to explore the development of new types of prosthetics. However, given their current technological capabilities, achieving such a standard was utterly unattainable. It was precisely this awareness of the technological divide that left Hope even more astonished. Future Tech Company was at least 50 years ahead of the rest of America. Truly, it was the future. Chapter 57. I want the primordial virus. Here was the biological laboratory, home to Professor Connors. Li Wei continued to lead Hope on her tour. Exiting Dr. Otto's lab, Hope's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a whole apple. They then arrived at Professor Connors' domain, filled with small experimental animals, resembling a miniature zoo. Numerous researchers clad in lab coats busily recorded various data. In the days of academia, Professor Connors could effortlessly commandeer the time of his students. After all, what could be more advantageous than having free labor? However, times have changed. Now he must hire personnel. Levi, carrying a suitcase, presented the T-virus to Professor Connors. Professor Connors, the contents of this case are of utmost importance. They must remain confidential, Levi urged, instructing the Red Queen to heighten the security level. The combination of the Red Queen and the T-virus left Levi with an inexplicable sense of unease. As for artificial intelligence, Hop was already well informed and thus not particularly shocked. Very well, Professor Connors responded, his demeanor turning serious. He moved aside, meticulously placing both the T-virus and the antidote within a bulletproof enclosure. He then began to peruse the research materials regarding the T-virus, seemingly unconcerned about the woman accompanying them. Levi proceeded to introduce Hop to Professor Connors. In truth, Hop was quite familiar with the professor, a familiarity cultivated by Levi's extensive promotion of his work. Everyone was aware of his endeavors. Should he succeed, it would represent a monumental leap for humanity. Witnessing the experiment nearing fruition was astonishing. She had previously considered it a ruse, akin to the deceptive practices of certain Silicon Valley moguls. Many so-called innovations in America were merely schemes for funding. As an insider, Hop understood just how miraculous this was. This defies scientific rationale, she remarked. Levi shrugged in response. Is there even science in the Marvel Universe? The Trisolarans would be in for a beating. At that moment, Professor Connors became invigorated. Levi, this is truly astonishing. I suspect we could merge the progenitor virus with our antidote. The peculiar characteristics of the progenitor virus left him astounded. It could enhance physical strength, agility, and extend lifespan, but it bore a grave downside. It was lethally toxic. Infected individuals would suffer from systemic inflammation, tissue necrosis, fluid loss, and septic shock. 99 of those infected would perish. Yet, this obscure umbrella corporation had ingeniously combined the traits of the progenitor virus with the genes of a leech, resulting in the T-virus. What a contemptible creature a leech is. Imagine if we could merge it with a lizard serum, a substance capable of enhancing physical attributes, enabling limb regeneration, and prolonging life. Of course, this would only be feasible if the lethality could be mitigated. Even the T-virus retained a high degree of fatality, yet Professor Connors exuded confidence. What is this umbrella corporation? I have never even heard of it. Are there scientists truly capable? Levi interjected, well, I do not possess the progenitor virus. Then go seek it out. It can be extracted from the sun's staircase of the Dubai tribe. Professor Connors replied with exasperation, leaving Levi at a loss for words. After much effort, Professor Connors was informed that there was no sun ladder at their location. The progenitor virus can be regarded as the central pathogen of the Resident Evil universe, rivaled only by the fungal master. Other entities, such as the plaga parasites, pale in comparison. This revelation left Professor Connors quite disheartened, prompting him to suggest, let us explore the T-virus and the lizard serum. Meanwhile, Hope found herself momentarily bewildered by the mention of the progenitor virus and the T-virus. However, as she accompanied Levi back to the office, she confidently declared, Mr. Levi, I wish to be a part of future tech. Welcome aboard. Levi replied with a smile. Then came the matter of Hope's compensation. With an annual salary starting at $500,000, alongside additional rewards, Hope was indifferent to the monetary aspect. She was not in need of money, but sought experience. Moreover, she believed that collaborating with Levi could be advantageous, potentially aiding her in reclaiming her father's company. At least for now, Future Tech appeared to have a promising future. Far more so than PIM Industries. Thus, Hope promptly signed the contract. I have arranged for Gwen to prepare an office for you. You may familiarize yourself with the company, Levi said, opting not to assign her tasks immediately, allowing her a couple of days to acclimate before intensifying her responsibilities. Very well, boss. Will I have an assistant? Hope inquired, prompting Levi to consider her request with a nod. I will find someone for you, he assured her. Thank you, Hope replied, and Gwen then escorted her to the president's office. After half an hour, Gwen returned to report. How did it go? Levi asked. Pouring water for him, Gwen replied. She adapted well. Will she be the CEO in the future? Indeed, as the company expands, we will require additional support, Levi stated. Do you have any close friends? Recommend someone for the assistant position, he added, emphasizing the importance of familiarity and trust. This request momentarily stumped Gwen, as she had few friends. After some contemplation, she thought of her high school classmates. During her school years, she had formed a band called the Mary Janes, where she played the drums. This was one of her rare social connections. Following her encounter with the radioactive spider, her opportunities for socializing had dwindled significantly, leaving her rather reclusive. Consequently, she spoke up. I do have one friend. She is majoring in journalism. What is her name? Levi inquired. Mary Jane Watson. Upon hearing this name, Levi recalled Mary Jane, a brave and audacious girl. However, he noted that Peter Parker was still quite young. Levi appeared perplexed. But upon realizing that this version of Peter Parker's MJ was of African descent, he felt a sense of relief. The Black Pearl is exquisite, yet rather difficult to swallow. Why don't you inquire whether she is willing? Leeway suggested. All right, Gwen promptly responded, stepping out to make contact. In truth, the band had other acquaintances, such as Betty Brandt, who, upon graduating high school, joined the Daily Bugle as an assistant to J. Jonah Jameson. Now, she was working alongside J. Jonah Jameson on the Black Ghost Spider-Man project. Naturally, Gwen would not recommend her own little black friend. Otherwise, Betty would certainly be inclined to make a switch. Soon, Gwen reached out to Mary Jane, who was preparing for an internship. Upon receiving the news, Mary Jane was overjoyed and immediately agreed. This was none other than the illustrious Future Technologies company. Working here was second only to joining Stark Industries in New York. Behold, such is the power of reputation. As long as one appears frequently enough in the public eye, the average person will perceive Future Technologies as remarkable. Chapter 58, to a Tony Stark. Dressed impeccably in a suit, meticulously arranged his hair, and groomed his beard, presenting a stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance. Upon returning to New York, he did not hasten to convene a press conference, but instead took a moment to attend to Ethan, who had saved his life. Thus, it was only fitting to repay the debt by arranging a position for him within the company. Only then did Tony consider holding the press conference. Tony, you're about to go on stage. What precisely are you going to announce? Obadiah Stane inquired with curiosity. Tony merely stated that he would be announcing something significant, without divulging specific details. Obadiah Stane felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to ask. Tony Stark glanced at him and reassured, Uncle Stane, there is no need for concern. The future will improve. At that moment, Obadiah's unease intensified. Amidst the applause, Tony Stark ascended the podium, the spotlight once again illuminating him. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. This was his stage, not a nameless demise in a dark cave. Thank you all for being here. Tony Stark chose to speak extemporaneously, engaging in an earnest discourse. He had but one significant matter to address. Obadiah Stane, standing beside him, squirmed uncomfortably, as if afflicted by restlessness. After some time, Tony Stark solemnly declared, "Today, I wish to convey but one message. In light of my previous experiences, Stark Industries will be shutting down its military division and withdrawing from the defense market." A wave of astonishment swept through the reporters. This news was akin to dropping a bomb into deep waters. Obadiah Stane felt dizzy, grappling with the implications of his 25% stake. How far would it plummet? At that moment, Stark Industries' military division represented its core competitive edge. Eliminating it was akin to severing one's own limbs. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Tony Stark as though he were staring at a sworn enemy. Tony Stark departed with effortless nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the chaos left behind. Unsurprisingly, the most fervent reactions came from Wall Street. Just as Stark Industries stock had begun to climb, it plummeted once more. The repercussions of Stark's disappearance were even more profound than those of his abduction. While Stark himself may be gone, there remained a semblance of confidence in Stark Industries, a venerable name in the defense sector. However, with the military division now in disarray, many found it increasingly difficult to maintain faith in Tony Stark, leading to a torrent of vitriol directed at him. Amidst this turmoil, only Levi found joy. Red Queen, prepare to acquire the scattered shares once they hit rock bottom, and assist me in gathering information on the other shareholders. Stark Industries boasted a multitude of shareholders, many of whom possessed merely a fraction of the stock, content with dividends while their presence within the company was negligible. In the current landscape of Stark Industries, the primary shareholder was Tony Stark himself, followed closely by Obadiah Stane. Prior to this upheaval, their combined shares surpassed 50%, granting them unrivaled authority within the company. Yet now, their relationship appeared to be fraying. For Levi, this presented a golden opportunity. What could be more exhilarating than seizing Stark's empire? The phone in the office rang, and Levi answered to hear Gwen's voice. "Boss, President Dane wishes to see you." For a moment, Levi was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily blank until he recalled it was Hope. The complexity of foreign surnames can be quite vexing. "Let her in," he instructed. Hope soon entered, her face alight with urgency. "Boss, have you seen the news? About Tony Stark?" Levi reclined in his chair, inquiring, "Indeed. Please, continue." Taking a deep breath, Hope elaborated. "Stark Industries is withdrawing from the defense market, and such a substantial segment cannot be monopolized by a single entity. I have connections who might assist us in claiming our share." Levi straightened, intrigued. "What if we already hold a portion? Why not strive for a greater stake?" Hope leaned against the desk, her enthusiasm palpable. Unfortunately for Levi's gaze involuntarily gravitated toward her, an instinctive reaction akin to that of a seasoned gamer. He applauded, "Excellent. I admire your tenacity. Proceed with your outreach and don't hesitate to invest." "Thank you." Hope beamed, her recent entry into the company fueling her desire to solidify her position through tangible results. This motivation drove her proactive approach, not to mention her aspirations for the company's growth. As afternoon approached, Levi found himself idly gazing out the window, observing the minuscule figures below, akin to ants, inducing an exhilarating sense of euphoria. Wealth felt utterly sublime. Just then, a procession of police cars surged past below, capturing considerable attention. Although crime incidents occur daily in New York, the sight of so many police cars responding is indeed a rarity. "What has transpired, Red Queen?" Levi inquired, unable to resist the urge to delve into the unfolding drama. The figure of the Red Queen flickered beside him. "The Osborn Group has been attacked." "I had anticipated it was the Stark Group," Levi expressed with a hint of disappointment. Tony Stark. Nonetheless, he instructed the Red Queen to retrieve the footage. In New York, journalists are notoriously relentless. Currently, news helicopters are airborne, with field reporters broadcasting live updates from within. Such fervent spirit is bound to capture attention. To Levi, the blonde reporter seemed somewhat familiar. He had previously engaged with her inquiries, nothing more. While America holds certain stereotypes about blonde beauties, it is undeniable that they possess an undeniable allure. In the footage, a figure clad in a Scorpion battlesuit was seen wreaking havoc upon the Osborn building. The Scorpion. The Red Queen swiftly accessed his profile. His true identity is MacDonald Gargan, formerly a private investigator specializing in the Phantom Spider-Man. He then acquired this advanced battlesuit, transforming into the Scorpion. However, this suit bears a flaw. It gradually erodes his brain. The Red Queen remarked, although there is no concrete evidence linking him to Kingpin, it is highly probable that he is involved. This sort of incident has occurred multiple times in New York recently. causing a significant drop in the stock of the Osborne Group. Kingpin likely aims to leverage this chaos to compel Norman Osborn to withdraw from the election. Is this the nature of conflict in America? How does Norman intend to respond? Levi promptly questioned. Regardless, Norman Osborn is his ally and has promised substantial benefits and future support. If Kingpin ascends to power, any policy support will be out of the question, and he may even face oppression. Norman Osborn will not yield. The Osborne Group has invested too much, the Red Queen asserted. At that moment, the blonde reporter exclaimed, "Here comes the Phantom Spider-Man, Gwen." Levi called out upon hearing her voice, but received no response. Indeed, Gwen had already made her escape. Had it been anyone else, they would surely be infuriated for abandoning their post during work hours. Yet Levi was prepared for this, merely seeking confirmation. The Red Queen commented, "You indulge her too much." The footage revealed the Phantom Spider-Man, petite and incredibly agile in midair, as she swung gracefully on her web, landing effortlessly on the glass of the building. With one hand, she clung to the glass and shouted, "Scorpion, I am your adversary. Step aside, little spider." The Scorpion retorted, preparing to shatter the thick glass with a powerful punch. Upon witnessing the scene, the Phantom Spider-Man executed a flying kick. Thud! The Scorpion was sent crashing to the ground. Before Gwen could proceed, the officers present opened fire. Bang! 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 "Oh, the bullets can curve," exclaimed the blonde reporter. "Did you see that? This is the intelligent weaponry from the Future Technology Company. The bullets adjust their trajectory according to the designated target, preventing stray shots from harming civilians. A key feature of these intelligent weapons is their ability to lock onto enemies, allowing bullets to navigate without the need for firearms training." However, Li Wei found it rather peculiar, as if it were an advertisement. The Red Queen sheepishly explained, "Master, I communicated with her on behalf of the company and provided a sponsorship fee." No wonder. The Red Queen continued, "The artificial intelligence known as Jarvis operates similarly, and Tony Stark holds significant shares in numerous media companies, ensuring positive coverage and controlling public opinion." Li Wei finally understood. No wonder Tony Stark always garnered attention. It wasn't purchased. He was the boss. It all made sense. The intelligent bullets struck the Scorpion, generating tremendous force. The power of the smart bullets was indeed formidable. Subsequently, it turned into a display of police weaponry. Buzz! An electric shotgun was drawn, unleashing electricity upon the Scorpion. Terrified, the Scorpion swiftly dodged, only to retaliate by hurling a small vehicle with its tail. Then, a quasi-stellar cannon fired, sending the Scorpion flying, its armor heating up from the impact. Observing this, Gwen immediately leaped down, launching webbing towards the Scorpion. The Scorpion attempted to evade, but at that moment, a pair of long legs kicked in. Naturally, it wasn't Gwen's. It belonged to another formidable woman, with flowing silver hair and a form-fitting white battle suit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. In mere moments, she subdued the Scorpion and apprehended him. Soon after, numerous soldiers equipped with flying backpacks appeared in the sky, establishing protection around Oscorp Tower. Li Wei had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it was astonishing how swiftly the Scorpion was subdued amidst the coordinated efforts. "Who is she?" Li Wei inquired, gazing at the woman on the screen, prompting the Red Queen to magnify the image. Her demeanor was aloof, her gaze cold, exuding an aura of an ice queen. Silver Sablinova, also known as the Silver Minx. She leads Silver Minx International Security, which was hired by Norman Osborn from Eastern Europe. These soldiers are all operatives of Silver Minx International, seasoned veterans from the battlefield, the Red Queen elucidated. Intrigued, Li Wei remarked on the soldiers, who were equipped with flying backpacks capable of short-term flight. He had not expected individuals from a small Eastern European locale to possess such advanced technology. "How do these soldiers compare to our security personnel?" Li Wei asked. The Red Queen responded, "They stand no chance. Our security personnel have now installed brain-computer interfaces and adopted new prosthetics. Should they also replace their spines, their capabilities would be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing the Red Queen's words, Li Wei pondered, not everyone can withstand the strain of Stan Winston. Such military technology demands inherent talent. To put it plainly, the current security team of the company possesses a low rate of prosthetic integration, akin to native inhabitants in a cyberpunk world. Li Wei switched off the news broadcast, as the female reporter had begun interviewing the officers, showcasing their weaponry. Undoubtedly, it was a thinly veiled advertisement. Regardless, it at least made many aware of the advanced weaponry produced by the Future Technology Company. This was also the rationale behind the donations to the New York police. It was akin to a showcase, a necessity to demonstrate its utility. "Boss, did you call for me?" At that moment, Gwen entered, slightly out of breath. "You're quite fast," Li Wei remarked, noticing that Gwen hadn't even had time to tuck her uniform into place. "I just stepped out for a moment," Gwen offered as an excuse. You're free to rest now. Li Wei waved her off. He returned to the window, and Eve followed suit. They observed as the scorpion was taken away by the police. Li Wei scoffed. These scoundrels should be executed outright. With the chaos in New York, the police certainly play a role. The Red Queen clarified. In instances where criminals have ceased to resist, the New York police are not authorized to carry out extrajudicial punishment. The matter must be referred to the judicial system. Yet another reason why superheroes refrain from taking lives, Li Wei lamented. The police have fired their weapons, but they have merely wounded them. Had it been an ordinary citizen, they would have long since met their demise. However, many superheroes adhere to a no-kill principle, such as Gwen. Li Wei shuddered at the thought of her casually taking lives. Boss, Gwen returned. Norman Osborn invites you to a dinner. Li Wei snapped back to reality. When? This weekend. The following day, Stark Industries stock plummeted. Li Wei expressed his views on social media regarding Tony Stark's actions, stating that he was striving for redemption, which propelled him into the headlines. Finally, he managed to ride the wave of publicity. Tony Stark certainly knows how to stir things up. His return was nothing short of grand. Regrettably, Tony Stark did not respond. It takes two to create a buzz. Without one, the other falters. The Red Queen mentioned that since returning to his residence in New York, he had not ventured out. Li Wei understood what he was up to. He was likely busy crafting his Iron Man suit. As the saying goes, mechas are a man's romance. For Tony Stark, having acquired a beloved toy, he would surely want to create dozens of them. For the affluent, the iron suit resembles merely an oversized collectible figurine, albeit at a slightly elevated price. However, that is of little consequence. They possess ample wealth. Levi also yearned to acquire a set for himself, though he feared that Tony might refuse his request. He glanced at the system interface. Iron suit, Mark V, renowned for its portability and distinctive design. It is colloquially referred to as the suitcase armor, weighing less than 40 pounds, making it convenient for transport. Originating from Iron Man 2, redemption requires 200 million reputation points. How outrageous, Levi remarked in exasperation. Just as he was about to initiate a tenfold summon, Gwen's call interrupted him. Boss, my classmate has arrived. Let her in. Chapter 60. Uncle Rick is supreme. With her vibrant red hair, Mary Jane exuded youthful exuberance, her lips adorned with a bold crimson hue and a captivating smile gracing her freckled face, which only added to her allure rather than detracting from it. Standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing no more than 110 pounds, she possessed a flawlessly proportioned figure, rendering Gwen, who stood beside her, notably more petite. Mary Jane? Indeed, boss. The two exchanged a handshake, and Levi introduced himself, stating, I am Levi, and we wish to recruit you as the executive assistant. What about Gwen? Mary Jane glanced at Gwen, who was indeed his assistant, while she was to serve President Dane. Not an issue, Mary Jane replied without hesitation. As an intern, her primary goal was to secure a position here. Even if her future career did not lead her back, it would embellish her resume, enhancing her prospects. In this day and age, even fresh graduates are expected to possess work experience. Yet therein lies the dilemma. With such a requirement for experience, who provides opportunities to those university students devoid of it? In comparison, Levi was undoubtedly an angel. He dialed Hop's number, requesting her presence. Hop arrived in a women's suit, appearing somewhat rushed. Boss, what is it? She inquired, preoccupied with making calls. This is your assistant, Mary Jane, from Empire State University. Please assess her suitability. Levi was mindful of her time. With Hop as the president, he found himself considerably relieved. Truly, Tony Stark was a paragon to emulate. Delegate the tasks to women. Hop promptly posed several questions to Mary Jane, none related to work, but rather concerning her studies and experiences. She merely needed to ascertain that Mary Jane was not devoid of intellect. Satisfied with the responses, she instructed Mary Jane to accompany her. Hop required an assistant, not one burdened with excessive responsibilities. Wait, the contract has yet to be signed. Levi hurriedly called her back and instructed Gwen to escort Mary Jane to the HR department. Once these matters were concluded, Levi reclined in his chair and beckoned Eve to provide a massage. He inquired, Eve, would you like to meet Quicksilver? The question caused Eve to shudder slightly. Sun-Chi, memories of her flashed through her mind. Sun-Chi was the captain of Eve. She had been captured by Nian-Chi and infected, resulting in Sun-Chi's mutation. Ultimately, she was slain by Eve herself, yet Sun-Chi's memory chip also fell victim to the infection. An infected memory chip cannot be preserved. In Eve's world, while the human body may perish, the most beautiful wish is for memories to be eternally retained. Their memories are stored via physical media, memory chips, which can be easily inserted or transferred, thus achieving the permanence of remembrance. Is that acceptable, my lord? Eve knelt before Levi with a resolute determination to remain until her request was granted. Levi felt exhilarated. Embracing Eve, he remarked, "Eve, if you bring me joy, I shall summon Sun Chiam." Eve nodded earnestly, recalling 2B's previous words. Presenting Eve with a lavish reward, Levi opted for 10 consecutive draws. A single Sun Chi was tantamount to the prestige of a 10 draw. For an individual artificial being, this was indeed quite costly, as each of Eve's actions within the domain of the mother was undertaken by a squad of artificial beings. The 7th airborne operation involved hundreds, if not thousands. As if they were of no expense at all. Congratulations, host, for executing a 10-draw lottery, receiving the following rewards. Weapon Core 2, used to enhance the basic attack power of Bloodblade. Fusion Battery, subdermal armor. Blueprint enhances the body's basic defense, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Initially, Levi received a number of commonplace items, but his spirits soared upon acquiring the subdermal armor. This armor was formidable. A regular person would instantly lose mobility when struck by gunfire. However, with the subdermal armor, the usual weapons would no longer be lethal. Levi sensed that the United States would consequently descend into greater chaos. A little more disorder would be beneficial. Ultimate Bunny Girl, Nano Suit. This is a Saturday Sleepless Night collection outfit designed by the chief designer of 4-star property, Gail Zalen, perfectly merging the maid and bunny girl aesthetics to create the ultimate bunny girl appearance. Invincible. The combination of a hollow back, thigh-high stockings, made attire, and bunny girl elements was truly magnificent. Levi promptly retrieved it and handed it to Eve. Upon receiving the nano suit, Eve's complexion flushed crimson. She understood her master's hint. Yet for the sake of Sun Chi, she was resolute. Soon, they reached the guaranteed prize threshold. A grand reward. Teleportation gun. Rick's advanced technology fires a green portal, allowing instant travel to any parallel universe or location within the infinite cosmos, and can even serve as a weapon to slice through objects. Note: requires regular recharging. Be cautious not to be discovered by the nefarious Morty. When Levi previously watched Rick and Morty, he found it to be unscientific. However, now that he possessed it, I find this quite scientific. Leeway chuckled. After all, this is the black technology of Grandpa Rick. Grandpa Rick, the wisest person in the universe, has no objections, right? In his hand, Leeway held the second-generation teleportation gun, resembling a small pistol. It exuded a metallic sheen, adorned with a green battery. Moreover, this was the final version, boasting formidable capabilities. It allowed for seamless traversal across any universe, capable of completely teleporting objects, possessing spatial cutting abilities, adjustable coordinates, and a record function to log those coordinates. It enabled passage through any parallel universe. What more could one desire? Technology reigns supreme. Leeway promptly recorded the current universe's coordinates, designating it as the primary universe. He stood up and declared, "Eve, 2B, let us return home." So soon? The two women expressed their surprise. Although Leeway appeared to be rather unoccupied at the company, he still portrayed an image of busyness. This created an illusion among the employees that their boss was indeed quite occupied, motivating them to work harder. If the boss were to arrive late and leave early daily, ordinary employees would likely lose their enthusiasm. Thus, Leeway discreetly took the elevator to the underground parking lot, ensuring that no employees noticed him. Perfect. Before leaving, he also took a backup of the Red Queen. With this disk, as long as Leeway found a computer in other worlds and plugged it in, the Red Queen could still manifest. Bumblebee sped home, and Leeway instructed Eve and 2B to prepare themselves before stepping outside, directly firing at the wall. Buzz. A green portal materialized. "Let's go?" Leeway exclaimed eagerly as he entered, with 2B and Eve, though surprised, following suit. A few minutes later, the three returned, looking disheveled and covered in slime. What had begun as an enchanting adventure had devolved into a nightmare. How on earth did they end up inside a monster's belly? They nearly faced digestion. Leeway shouted in frustration as he recognized the teleportation gun's flaw. Chapter 61. The Bunny Girl. Swiftly Leeway, along with 2B and Eve, dashed into the house, their sticky bodies urgently needing a wash. They were covered in the slime of that colossal creature, having narrowly escaped destruction. This incident unveiled yet another drawback of the teleportation gun, its randomness. An unknown world, an unknown location, an unknown position. It was nothing short of an adventure. Well, Leeway had indeed sought an adventure, but he never imagined it would lead him into a belly. This created a psychological scar, prompting him to stow the teleportation gun away in his system space, deep in the vault. Many believe that traversing worlds is a leisurely endeavor. Leeway, however, stepped forth to declare, "Where's the leisure in that? I nearly met my end. Master." At that moment, Eve's voice resonated from outside. "What is it?" Leeway opened the door, instantly casting aside the displeasure he had just experienced. Before him stood Eve, her figure elegantly curvaceous, now adorned in the ultimate bunny girl nanosuit. A garment meant to be concealed from the outside world. Clearly, she was resolute in her intentions to impress. Naturally, Li Wei would not decline the advantages offered by his devoted maid. Although Eve felt a tinge of shyness, he promptly drew her inside. With a resounding thud, the door shut, isolating the outside world, including the enigmatic 2B. In this moment, Eve resembled a delightful, soft confection. "Master," Eve whispered, "Swift will be here soon." "Swift will indeed make her appearance shortly," Li Wei replied, having already exchanged for the design blueprint of Swift. The cost of Swift equaled that of Eve. A mere trifle for Li Wei at this juncture. Among the artificial beings, the pricier models were those with extraordinary capabilities, such as Model 18, whose overwhelming prowess naturally drove her price skyward. However, before that, "Eve, it was time for you to showcase your talents." Li Wei relinquished control to Eve. Fortunately, Eve was no naive ingenue. She recalled the dances she had observed online during her recent forays into the digital realm. She began to sway with infectious energy. Indeed, the artificial beings were capable of fulfilling every desire. Once Eve concluded her performance, Li Wei could no longer contain himself, particularly since Eve lacked the imposing weight of 2B. This nanosuit is remarkably practical. A mere tug, and it tears, only to mend itself automatically. Swift. That evening, Swift finally emerged, stepping forth from a cascade of white light. Clad in the sleek black nanosuit emblematic of the captain of the 7th Airborne Squad, accented with yellow stripes. Her figure was flawlessly showcased. Swift's physique, while not as extreme as Eve's, leaned towards that of a typical woman. She possessed a cascade of smooth black hair, exquisite facial features, and a striking beauty that surpassed the ordinary. Swift was captivating, while Eve had an enduring charm. In contrast, Swift resembled the quintessential long-haired girlfriend, exuding resilience and exceptional combat prowess, and serving as Eve's leader. Eve suddenly leaped into Swift's embrace, catching her off guard, leaving her momentarily unsure of where to place her hands. Confused memories flooded Swift's mind. Had she not been transformed into a monstrosity and subsequently slain by Eve? She glanced at Li Wei, her tone laced with authority. "Master." In contrast to Eve's occasional hesitance, Swift had always been unwavering. Li Wei approached and enveloped both in his arms. They were his delightful confections. However, he discerned that Eve and Swift had much to discuss, so he encouraged Eve to lead Swift to another room. It was evident that Eve's melancholy had considerably diminished. The following day, Swift had scarcely slept, fervently absorbing the knowledge of this earth. Standing by the window alongside Eve, they gazed at the vibrant life below, their longing for another world entirely extinguished. She had no desire to be a savior, even if her existence, like Eve's, was solely to eradicate the aberration. But what if this world were to be free of such a blight? She could embark on a brand new life. Thus, she approached the world with a more optimistic outlook than Eve, accompanying Levi to explore the realm. Seated in the driver's seat of the Bumblebee, it appeared as though she was driving, yet her face was nearly pressed against the glass. Although she had encountered advanced technology in the colonization zone, she had never witnessed the way of life of Earth's inhabitants. This was the essence of human existence. A smile graced Sun Chi's face. It was beautiful and effortless. Eve and her companions lacked such sentiments, having grown weary of it all. Upon arriving at the company, Levi received some favorable news. Tony Stark was facing immense pressure within Stark Industries. The corporation was not a dictatorship under Tony Stark, particularly after Obadiah Stane ceased his support. Other shareholders began to challenge him. With so many stakeholders and no absolute controlling interest, Tony was in a precarious position. News of his heated arguments at the shareholders' meeting spread, exacerbating the decline of Stark Industries stock. Levi sensed the timing was right. Red Queen, keep an eye on those minor shareholders looking to divest. These small shareholders did not possess liquid shares. They could only enjoy annual dividends. Nevertheless, this was a stable source of income. However, that was in the past. The current situation at Stark Industries instilled fear in these minor shareholders, with some already contemplating exit. This was precisely the scenario Tony Stark desired. His decision was not made impulsively. He aimed to force others out and reclaim their shares for absolute control. The current state of affairs would persist until Tony developed new energy solutions. Yet, he was confident he would discover profitable methods, even without armaments. It was a gamble. For the minor shareholders, there was no need to take such risks. Watching the value of their shares plummet, their hearts ached. At this juncture, they eagerly awaited someone like Levi to step in as a benefactor. "Sir, a mysterious individual has acquired over 4% of Stark Industries shares, nearly purchasing out the small shareholders." Days later, Tony Stark received this news. After Jarvis relayed the information, Tony was taken aback. Who? He had not yet targeted these minor shareholders. His current focus was on Obadiah Stane. Tony Stark was no fool. The bizarre kidnapping, he believed, could not have occurred without an insider. Moreover, upon his return, Levi had jokingly remarked, perhaps there's a traitor within Stark Industries? The astute Tony Stark took note of this. Upon his return, he conducted a thorough investigation and set his sights on Obadiah Stane. During his absence, Stane had been remarkably active. Consequently, he had begun to devise a strategy against him, which resulted in the shares of minority shareholders being misappropriated. I apologize, sir, but I cannot locate the individual, Jarvis reported. Hearing these words, Tony Stark chuckled. Was this not the very answer? Aside from that wretched Levi, who else possessed such capability? Chapter 62, The Anti-Tony Stark Alliance. It was the weekend. Gwen Stacy reminded Levi once more that the Osborn Group was hosting a lavish dinner, inviting many prominent figures from New York. For Norman Osborn, this event served dual purposes, to showcase his resolve for the campaign and to solicit sponsorship. To attract attention, Norman had even prepared a valuable necklace, a true gem of considerable worth. The Osborn Group had also extended an invitation to Dr. Otto. Dr. Otto? Levi nodded, and, before the workday concluded, he took the initiative to seek out Dr. Otto. Otto. He embraced the busy scientist. Otto was a man of pure intentions, a scientist with lofty ideals. In stark contrast to the capitalist Norman Osborn, perhaps it was this difference that had led to their divergent paths. Yet, their lives had unfolded in completely different directions. Norman Osborn achieved monumental success, while Dr. Otto remained impoverished. Had it not been for Levi's assistance, he might have found himself without any investment for his laboratory. Thus, he held a deep appreciation for Levi, who, in turn, trusted him implicitly, as the key technologies were held by only a select few. The Osborn Group has invited you to the dinner, Levi remarked after exchanging pleasantries. Indeed, Dr. Otto appeared noticeably uncomfortable. I have made excuses for you, Levi continued. Thank you, sighed Otto. I do not wish to witness Norman basking in glory. This elicited a chuckle from Levi as he patted Otto's arm. Otto, you are far more distinguished than he is now. Who does not know your name? This comment brought joy to Dr. Otto. That is all thanks to you. No, Levi shook his head. Without you, such heights would not have been reached. The two engaged in mutual flattery, lifting Otto's spirits considerably. Success tends to clear many obstacles. Some grievances, with Otto's newfound success, had lost their significance. Let bygones be bygones, he thought. If Dr. Otto were still destitute, he would certainly not be so magnanimous, and would likely attribute all his misfortunes to Norman Osborn. It can only be said that the taste of success is indeed delightful. As evening fell, Levi found himself sandwiched between Eve and 2B in the back seat, while Swift occupied the passenger seat. Bumblebee drove steadily, soon arriving at the hotel owned by the Osborn Group. At this moment, a considerable number of guests had arrived, precisely as Gwen had mentioned. They were all high society from New York. Each individual was accompanied by a partner, arriving in luxurious automobiles. Amidst this opulence, Bumblebee stood out conspicuously, being the sole yellow vehicle and not even a luxury model, but rather a Camaro. The gazes of passers-by instilled in Bumblebee a sense of disdain. It yearned to take a spin and transform into a Rolls-Royce. I should have brought a companion, Bumblebee mused. Levi, observing the situation, felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have invited Gwen. In response, Sun Chi calmly orchestrated the situation. Master, Eve will accompany you inside. Eve, remember to protect our master. I and 2B will observe from outside. And thus, he had a companion. For the gala, they had specially changed into formal attire. Soon, it was their turn. Bumblebee drove forward. Levi exited the vehicle and took Eve's hand as they emerged. Eve elegantly linked her arm with Levi's, exuding poise. It felt akin to walking the red carpet, with numerous reporters outside the hotel capturing the moment, naturally not missing Levi. He did not seek to overshadow others, merely expressing his support for Norman Osborn as he and Eve entered the venue. Inside the banquet, Levi was dazzled. It was no wonder so many were drawn to such gatherings. The elite women of New York had assembled, donning various intricately designed gowns that showcased their fair skin and long legs, effectively flaunting their assets. Even the attending maidens were garbed in uniforms that captivated the eye. Levi found himself enamored by the sight of women in formal dresses, an allure that was both sophisticated and enchanting, sensual yet not vulgar. Additionally, the tailored fit accentuated their figures. Of course, not everyone could pull this off. One must possess an admirable physique. Thus, Levi could not help but admire these socialites, who spent their days in the gym. Such dedication to their craft was indeed commendable. Levi? At that moment, Norman Osborn approached with enthusiasm. Norman. Levi embraced him, still unaccustomed to the warmth of Western greetings. How he wished it were a woman instead. Where's Otto? Norman inquired. He is a bit occupied, Levi replied casually. No matter. Norman responded, then introduced those around him. Levi recognized one from television, the recently renowned Silver Sable, also known as Silver Sablinova. At that moment, Silver Sable donned a figure-hugging white gown that accentuated her physique, the high slits on either side allowing for ease of movement. Levi couldn't help but think that in her youth, she might have been able to wear such slits up to her waist. Levi, Silver greeted, and they exchanged a handshake. Silver and her security team have been instrumental in protecting me, alleviating my concerns about various threats, Norman remarked with a smile. I witnessed your performance. Quite impressive, remarked Levi. As a woman, possessing such formidable strength is indeed no small feat, thank you. Silver appeared somewhat aloof, quickly releasing Levi's hand, to which Levi felt no particular attachment. Her hand was not as soft as that of other women. Rather, it bore the qualities reminiscent of Maria Hill's, grasped in one's palm. One could discern the calluses within her palm, indicative of years spent wielding firearms. Who could withstand being caught by such a grip? As the host of the soiree, Norman Osborn did not engage Levi in lengthy conversation. Upon entering with Eve, Levi was immediately approached by a man. A bespectacled Caucasian gentleman, approximately in his 30s or 40s, stood before her. He was not particularly tall, rather slight of build. Hello, Levi. I have heard tales of your exploits and am thrilled to finally meet you in person. If you ever challenge Tony Stark, be sure to give him a sound thrashing. Undoubtedly, the speaker was Justin Hammer, who fancied himself the lifelong adversary of Tony Stark. Both were engaged in the arms trade, and he regarded Stark as his rival. However, Stark merely viewed him as a mere jester. With Levi's arrival, Stark had been repeatedly caught off guard, making Levi the embodiment of Hammer's dreams, akin to his internet mouthpiece. Greetings. Levi held no particular thoughts about him. The Hammer Industries was indeed a significant enterprise, with military manufacturing being merely one aspect. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited dialogue, at least far more amiable than Stark's demeanor towards Hammer. For a moment, Justin Hammer felt as though he and Levi were united on the same front, both members of the anti-Tony Stark alliance. Chapter 63, Catwoman? Black Cat. Oh, how intriguing. What brings this fellow here? Exclaimed Justin Hammer, his spirits lifted. Levi followed his gaze to see a towering figure, a remarkably stout man. Even in a suit that could not conceal his imposing physique, resembling a suit-clad brute. Even Eve tightened her grip on his arm. Kingpin. He appeared robust, reminiscent of ancient generals, his bulk suggesting power rather than mere muscle. It was precisely because he did not rely solely on brute strength that he could deliver a blow that would leave Batman reeling. Kingpin approached Norman Osborn, who appeared dwarfed in his presence. Yet, even so, Osborn maintained an air of confidence, his smile that of a true magnate, exuding authority without falter. All eyes turned towards them, for it was evident that this was the showdown of the year's election. The other candidates paled in comparison to these two. The disparity in financial backing was staggering. One controlled both the underworld and legitimate enterprises, while the other wielded the power of the Osborn conglomerate, both flush with resources. Who could possibly contend with them? Unless Tony Stark publicly declares his candidacy, no one stands a chance. However, why would Tony Stark even consider the position of mayor of New York City? It would be more fitting for him to aspire to the presidency. Welcome, Norman Osborn. After all, is the master and displays a certain grandeur. Kingpin does not exude arrogance. Instead, he engages in conversation. Their voices are low, and with the live music, the words are barely discernible. Yet Levi can hear clearly. Kingpin appears to be congratulating Norman Osborn, seemingly in a position of submission. This gives Norman Osborn a slightly elevated sense of self-importance. Shortly thereafter, Kingpin departs, seemingly having come merely to pay his respects. Levi intended to offer a reminder to Norman, only to see Norman Osborn promptly summon Silver Sable, instructing her crew to remain vigilant. One cannot afford to underestimate someone as venomous as Kingpin. His menace does not stem from mere brute force or wealth, but rather from the intelligence that accompanies them. Norman Osborn does not dwell on such thoughts and instead commences the banquet. For the New York elite, attending such an affair is not merely for enjoyment, but rather for networking. Naturally, enhancing one's connections and perhaps departing with a glamorous socialite, thus savoring the evening in style, would be the ideal outcome. Meanwhile, the socialites strive to showcase their allure, hoping to captivate a wealthy suitor and ascend the social ladder. In this world, everyone endeavors to improve their existence, albeit in different manners. The allure of physical appearance serves as the confidence of these socialites. Many approach Levi, eager to make his acquaintance, men and women alike. Throughout New York, he has become as renowned as Tony Stark, equally in demand. Eve, on the other hand, remains steadfastly by Levi's side, prompting some to jest that she resembles a bodyguard more than a companion. Soon, the crowd gathers, and and the spotlight converges on the stage. Norman Osborn, clad in a sharp suit, stands before the audience, expressing gratitude for their presence. As a successful businessman, he excels at painting enticing visions. He makes those gathered feel that supporting him will yield abundant rewards, such as the modus operandi of America, a reciprocal exchange. You assist my campaign, and I provide you with support. Indeed, this piques the interest of many, for, in any regard, Norman Osborn holds a greater likelihood of surpassing Kingpin. Ladies and gentlemen, for this evening, I have brought the queen of the jewelry world. Norman Osborn proclaims with a smile. I wonder which lovely lady will receive the coveted piece. A pedestal appears on stage, draped in black cloth. As Norman Osborn unveils it, a dazzling diamond necklace is revealed. Levi, indifferent to the spectacle, notes that the women are captivated. Fortunately, he did not bring a date. Oh no, Eve is also uninterested, for her collection of jewelry is ample. Levi has bestowed upon her a plethora of exquisite pieces, allowing her to adorn herself with a different accessory each day. This abundance has consequently led Eve to invest even more time in her personal grooming. Norman Osborn intends to utilize this jewelry to elevate the ambience of the evening's gala. He anticipates that this will generate further publicity, enhancing his notoriety in New York. Suddenly, as Norman revels in his excitement, the hotel lights dim unexpectedly. What is happening? The entire banquet is engulfed in darkness, prompting Eve to instinctively shield Levi. Master, let us move to the side, she says, unaffected by the shadows, guiding Levi to a corner as chaos ensues amidst the soiree. It becomes evident that even these so-called elites falter in the face of terror, revealing that many of them are merely facades. However, Norman Osborn remains composed, exclaiming, "Do not panic, it is likely just a power outage." Fortunately, after mere seconds, as Levi reaches the corner, the lights flicker back on. Buzz. One cannot overstate the significance of fire and light to human civilization. With illumination restored, the once frenzied crowd of pretentious elites regains their composure, as if the earlier hysteria had never occurred. Yet, soon another gasp resonates through the hall. Where's the necklace? Norman, standing on stage, is momentarily taken aback before turning to see that a circular cut has been made in the glass display, and the necklace has vanished. However, it has not simply disappeared. A thief has been spotted. Eve gazes upward, spotting none other than the Silver Sable. There's a thief. Silver Sable promptly shouts, urging others to protect Norman Osborn as she hastens away. The crowd also looks up, catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette. Catwoman? Levi inquires. While Justin Hammer beside him smirks and replies, it's Black Cat. He regards Levi, questioning whether he has indulged too much in DC Comics. How could he not recognize the notorious Black Cat, a figure so famous in New York? Indeed, while the aesthetics may suggest a resemblance to Catwoman from DC, it is crucial to remember that DC is fiction, while Black Cat is a real-life criminal. Thus, the mystery unfolds. In this realm, Catwoman is but an imitation of Black Cat. Is this the handiwork of Kingpin? Levi approaches Norman, who is now encircled by the security detail of Silver Sable International. I don't know, Norman Osborn shakes his head. Undoubtedly, the actions of Black Cat have not only disrupted the gala, but have also tarnished Norman Osborn's reputation. Therefore, he implores Levi, Lee, please assist me in retrieving the stolen item. All right, Levi replies succinctly, as their alliance solidifies in this moment of crisis. Only with Norman Osborn as the mayor of New York City can future technology companies receive policy support. Thus, Levi discreetly exited through the back door with Eve and promptly called upon the Red Queen. Chapter 64. Women in Combat in the 21st Century. How does one pursue a thief? Naturally, through artificial intelligence. No matter where she flees, the Red Queen will apprehend her. As long as she employs electronic devices and remains within New York, escape is futile. Levi and Eve return to the vehicle, where both Speed Racer and 2B awaited. Without the need for further discussion, Bumblebee initiated the startup. The Red Queen swiftly extracted crucial information, the identity of the Black Cat, Felicia Hardy. This conclusion was drawn by the Red Queen through big data analysis. As long as a trace is left, one is utterly exposed before artificial intelligence. However, Felicia is also a second-generation thief. Her father, the notorious cat burglar, was the first. This can certainly be seen as a hereditary legacy. It is not without reason that the Black Cat and Catwoman bear similarities. They both have a penchant for pearl necklaces and jewelry, often stealing from the affluent to aid the impoverished. It can be said that she is indeed a complex woman, as simplicity seems foreign to the female experience. Felicia's history is predominantly marked by theft, which showcases her undeniable talent in that regard. Levi soon discovered an intriguing detail. She was attending Empire State University. This institution certainly produces remarkable individuals. Gwen and Felicia are, in fact, alumni. Master, they have halted, the Red Queen interjected at that moment. They? Despite Bumblebee's impressive speed, it could not keep pace, as the Black Cat deftly navigated between buildings while Bumblebee had to contend with the road conditions. At that moment, Levi glanced at the screen and observed that the Black Cat had been cornered and was engaged in combat. Silver Sable? Levi recognized the striking white figure that had just made her acquaintance. Silver Sable. It is often said that the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, both of these women have honed their abilities through rigorous training, supplemented by minor equipment, resulting in their impressive prowess. Indeed, there is a significant technological aspect to their skills. On the screen, two figures were unmistakably distinct. Silver Sable, donned in a striking white uniform, stood out against the darkness, while the Black Cat, Felicia, was clad in a sleek black bodysuit. Remarkably, both women shared the same silver hair. As they clashed, it was as though two sisters of yin and yang engaged in a fierce duel. Levi found great amusement in watching women engage in combat, particularly as they favored the use of their legs, gracefully wielding their long limbs. At that moment, both women displayed remarkable legwork, and Levi felt as though they could crush the very life from their opponents. Master, should I assist her? Eve inquired. This indeed served as a reminder for Sun Chi, who immediately declared, I shall go. It has been quite some time since I last engaged. According to the established hierarchy, Sun Chi possessed superior capabilities compared to Eve, for she was the captain responsible for training her. However, as time progressed, Eve's rapid growth rendered such comparisons less definitive. They all turned their gaze towards Li Wei, who nodded in affirmation, stating, the necklace is of utmost importance. The Black Cat, Felicia, can be disregarded. Locating her is a mere trifle. Thus the necklace holds the real significance. According to Norman, it bears considerable value. Sun Chi, overjoyed, leapt from the vehicle. The moment she descended, her attire transformed into a sleek black nanosuit, her captain's uniform adorned with yellow lines accentuating her figure. While not as striking as Eve's physique, it was nonetheless impeccable. This was to be expected, as their bodies were crafted within the domain of artificial intelligence, suggesting that the aesthetic appreciation of AI aligns closely with that of humans. Without utilizing the stairs, Sun Chi began to leap upward, displaying agility akin to that of a seasoned climber. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from the rooftop. Li Wei turned to behold Silver the Mink, who had lost her composure and opened fire, frustrated by the Black Cat's refusal to relinquish the stolen item. Under the heavy siege of her security team, the theft was an affront to Norman Osborn. Silver, never one to show leniency, resorted to her firearm. The alarming aspect lay in her exceptional marksmanship. She could shoot from virtually any position, even while balancing on high heels, leaving Li Wei utterly astonished. One might mistake her for a witch of the hunt. Yet Felicia the Black Cat was not easily subdued, endowed with extraordinary balance and agility. She evaded the bullets despite lacking spider sense. With a blend of evasive maneuvers, she mockingly shook her head, quipping, resorting to gunfire when you cannot win? At that moment, Sun Chi ascended as well. Who are you? Felicia inquired with surprise. Hand over what you have stolen. Sun Chi replied coolly, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness, her expression unwavering. Felicia chuckled lightly, holding the necklace aloft for both to see. There is but one necklace, yet you are two. Silver the Mink glanced at Sun Chi, taken aback by her unexpected presence. Sun Chi decisively stated, give the necklace to her. I come at my master's behest. This prompted Silver to narrow her eyes, recognizing a potential alliance. What if I refuse? Felicia, finding the situation less amusing, tucked the necklace away once more. Sun Chi then removed her hairpin, revealing her weapon, declaring, then I shall not let you go unscathed. Her weapon, like Eve's, was a single-handed bloodblade. This was a new technology developed within the realm of the mother, which could transform into a hairpin when not in use. Tubi gazed upon it with envy. To wield her weapon, she had to carry it on her back. However, such a sight would be too peculiar in society, making it impractical for her to reveal. How dull. The Black Cat, Felicia, noticed that one wielded a sword while the other held a gun, and promptly remarked. In an instant, she turned and accelerated, diving into the leap of faith. For an ordinary person, such a fall would surely result in disaster. Yet, equipped with a grappling hook and an integrated propulsion device, Felicia soared between the buildings like Batman. Witnessing this, Sun Chi immediately leaped down as well, performing a series of jumps in midair, effortlessly traversing the skyscrapers. I, Silver, the Martin woman, stood there in awe. Now, it was just me on the rooftop. I dared not leap. Is this what a talent-rich New York looks like? Sun Chi, come back. As Sun Chi prepared to pursue the Black Cat, she heard Levi's voice and had no choice but to return. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Catching up to Felicia seemed easy, and she was confident she could defeat her. After all, Felicia was merely a normal human. Levi replied, Norman Osborn has been captured. Red Queen, you follow the Black Cat and locate her hideout. Understood. Sun Chi, return, we must head over. Levi commanded, as the screen transformed into a live broadcast. The suspended figure was none other than Norman Osborn. Chapter 65. The acting of Norman Osborn. Not long after Silver departed, Norman Osborn, not being foolish, recognized that it was best to return to a secure location during such a time. Thus, he instructed the security personnel from Silver International Security to escort him back to Oscorp. As expected, trouble ensued. They were ambushed en route, with the assailants exhibiting a high level of professionalism and employing an array of equipment. In an instant, Norman Osborn discerned the identity of the perpetrator. It was Goblin. Although Goblin did not appear, the circumstantial evidence pointed in his direction. He was the only one Norman could suspect. Such tactics were rare in America, where wealth and capability abound. When one resorts to such measures, it implies a necessity for success, as failure invites retribution. Clearly, Goblin had reached a point where he felt compelled to employ such methods. Furthermore, he was cautious not to kill Norman outright. Instead, Norman was merely captured. Suddenly, he found himself airborne. Though a sense of panic washed over him, he refrained from screaming, instead addressing his captor. Vulture, what do you want? Whatever he can provide. I can too. A sinister chuckle escaped Vulture's lips. The Vulture, originally named Adrian Toombs, was once an electronic engineer who harbored an aspiration of flight. He conducted countless experiments in pursuit of creating wings akin to those of birds. Consequently, he invented a flight suit. However, for reasons unbeknownst to many, his temperament underwent a drastic transformation, leading him to seek vengeance upon society. In essence, his actions stemmed from a lack of financial means. Many superheroes, despite their own monetary struggles, have managed to uphold their moral integrity and refrain from becoming malevolent. Norman, the real spectacle is just beginning. Why do you tremble? The Vulture clutched Norman Osborn and ascended further into the sky. Norman, paralyzed by fear, dared not move, acutely aware that a fall from such heights would spell his doom. Where are you taking me? Norman managed to utter with forced composure. To the place you ought to be, the Vulture replied succinctly, simultaneously producing a phone to initiate a live broadcast. Though the video quality was poor and the connection sluggish, viewers could still discern that it was Norman Osborn. What is happening? Is that Norman Osborn? Indeed, I've seen him outside Oscorp. What is going on? Has he been kidnapped? Wow. Even the wealthy tremble in moments like these. Ha! Pleased with the unfolding drama, the Vulture soared to the rooftop of Future Tech, the very company that supported Norman Osborn. Meanwhile, Levi, who was watching the live stream, cursed under his breath. Should anything untoward happen to Norman Osborn atop his own company, it would spell significant trouble. However, the layers of protection surrounding Oscorp rendered any approach by the Vulture perilous. Thus, he adhered to Kingpin's instructions and arrived at the Future Tech building, which appeared to pose no immediate threat. What could artificial intelligence do against him? Upon reaching the rooftop, the Vulture suspended Norman Osborn precariously at the edge. A mere slip of his hand would send Norman plummeting. Looking down, Norman saw the ground far below, and a lump formed in his throat. At that moment, the Vulture erupted in laughter. Norman, look, the live audience is watching you. Let me check the viewer count. Wow, it's over 10,000. Today marks the moment you reveal your cowardice. As he spoke, the Vulture loosened his grip. Norman Osborn instantly slid downward, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming him, prompting a terrified scream. No, Vulture, what do you truly want? Panic finally etched itself upon Norman's face. He was acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, yet he was nearing his breaking point. No one is impervious to the fear of death. I desire your utter disgrace. The Vulture cackled, relishing in the execution of Kingpin's insidious scheme. He did not dare to truly kill Norman Osborn, yet he yearned for a person's demise, one that transcended mere physical death to encompass spiritual and social annihilation. If the citizens of New York were to witness Norman Osborn's cowardice, how could he ever hope to run for mayor? No one would support a coward. No, Norman Osborn shouted, his inner fears deepening. Yet, he was a successful businessman, an aspiring politician in the land of opportunity. In America, one could be a fool, a madman, devoid of abilities or talents, but one must possess the art of performance. Norman Osborn forced himself to regain composure, his suit rumpled by the evening breeze, his hair disheveled. Suddenly, he gazed into the camera and proclaimed, Dear citizens of New York, I am Norman Osborn. As you can see, I am enduring a malicious attack from my opponent, regardless of who he is or what he intends. His goal is to prevent me from becoming mayor, from bringing change to New York, from making New York better, from making New York great again. I shall never compromise. Never. At that moment, Norman Osborn appeared somewhat hysterical, yet this fervor astonished everyone in the live broadcast. I declare that my vote will go to Norman Osborn. He is a true man. In the face of such circumstances, who is braver than this? Make New York great again. Does anyone else find this too contrived? It seems like Norman Osborn is orchestrating this all himself. Brother, would you really stage something like this just to hang yourself from a rooftop? As Norman Osborn's performance unfolded, the tide of the live stream shifted dramatically. Initially there to witness his downfall, the audience found themselves captivated by his unexpected display. Levi was equally surprised, increasingly convinced that Norman had something special. Indeed, no capitalist is an ordinary individual. Shut up. The vulture was evidently flustered. Jinding had intended for him to tarnish Norman Osborn's reputation, but to his astonishment, Osborn exhibited remarkable courage. Norman, you may not fear for yourself, but consider your descendants. The vulture immediately retorted. Norman Osborn, undeterred, looked into the camera and replied, Don't say that. I could announce my withdrawal from the race. But you must not lay a finger on my son. Family means everything to me. This was still part of the performance, aimed at the audience of the live stream. In America, the concept of family indeed holds great significance. Not everyone has lived the life of the likes of Little Black, who has always acted as though where did Dad go? As expected, Norman Osborn's reputation soared. Jinding, watching the live broadcast, was seething with rage. He immediately connected with the vulture and shouted, You fool, what are you doing? However, the vulture was not his subordinate. He was merely a hired hand, initially intended to carry out this task by Target Eye, who was now deceased. Thus, the vulture was equally incensed. Chapter 66. Levi's voice Bumblebee sped down to the company's entrance, where a throng had gathered, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. The hastily arrived officers were utterly ineffective. Their numbers were insufficient to maintain order, merely managing to advise onlookers to avoid standing directly beneath the spectacle for fear of debris. Even the employees of Stark Industries nearby had emerged to witness the commotion. At that moment, Levi grasped the situation, who claimed that the capitalist world did not require overtime. Were those employees merely figments of imagination? Red Queen, what is the current status? Levi inquired. How do we obstruct him? Just then, Ghost Spider arrived on the scene. I am already calculating the means of salvation, Red Queen responded. Gwen, who happened to be patrolling outside, rushed over upon receiving the news. Levi looked up to see a figure pressed against the glass, swiftly scaling the building's face, utilizing webs as leverage, much like a human bowstring, launching upward. With a single leap, she reached the rooftop. Upon her arrival, Gwen spotted the agitated vulture, having faced him in battle on several occasions. She was well aware of his tenacity. Vulture, in a fit of excitement, shouted, Silence. I am not your subordinate. You have no authority over me. It appeared he was entirely unguarded. Without hesitation, Gwen executed a flying kick. Bang! Vulture reacted swiftly, evading her strike and loosening his grip. The sudden loss of weight caused Norman Osborn to scream. Fortunately, Vulture did not let go. Instead, he seized Norman tighter, laughing heartily. If you come any closer, I shall drop him, and everyone will know who compelled me to do so. He directly threatened the two. Norman understood Vulture was addressing Kingpin, yet he refrained from uttering the name. To do so would seal his fate. At that moment, Kingpin shared Norman's trepidation. He had not anticipated Vulture's sudden descent into madness. However, he was also contemplating the aftermath should Norman Osborn meet his demise. A dead man cannot seek vengeance. Once Norman perished, his allies would scatter. A corpse holds no value. Thus, Kingpin realized that, aside from a minor upheaval, Norman Osborn's death might indeed serve his interests better. Consequently, he fell silent. Gwen, however, was not so reticent. She immediately raised her hand and implored, No, release him, and let this all be forgotten. As she spoke, Gwen cautiously distanced herself, attempting to calm Vulture. Vulture, whatever you desire, we shall comply, Norman added. Vulture, momentarily swayed, inquired, What must I do? You have already failed, you worthless fool. Kingpin retorted provocatively. True to form, Vulture suddenly released his grip. You bastard. In a fit of rage, he cursed Norman Osborn, but Norman fell nonetheless. No. Gwen immediately shot out a web, but it was a moment too late. The height of hundreds of meters caused Norman to descend rapidly. It appeared that no one could save him. A smile crept onto Green Goblin's face. Just then, a glass panel shattered. Bang! A mechanical arm emerged from within, securely grasping Norman Osborn. Although Norman felt some pain, he had survived. As he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at Dr. Otto, wearing sunglasses. Otto. Norman Osborn was profoundly moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, but I don't need it. Dr. Otto replied, I have not forgiven you, Norman. I simply do not wish for Lee's investment to go to waste. Earlier, The Red Queen had informed him of this situation. Naturally, Dr. Otto agreed to intervene. Despite his hatred for Norman Osborn, he had never contemplated killing him. For the sake of Lee, he was willing to save Norman. For the current Dr. Otto, rescuing Norman was a trivial task. On the rooftop, Gwen, free of concerns, immediately engaged in combat with Vulture. Others soon joined, including Silver Sable, who realized she had fallen into a trap and was extremely angered. She boarded the Silver Sable International aircraft and swooped down from the sky, joining Gwen to pummel Vulture. Before long, Vulture was subdued. Watching the news, Green Goblin was infuriated and smashed the television to pieces. Not only did this fail to harm Norman, but it also enhanced his reputation. What could he possibly use to compete with Norman Osborn? Below, Lee accepted an interview with reporters. Since the crisis had passed, he was eager to ride the wave of publicity. The mechanical arm that caught Norman Osborn was developed by our company. Osborn Group and Future Tech Company are strategic partners. I urge all New Yorkers to cast their precious votes for Norman Osborn. He will lead New York to greatness once more. Lee passionately reiterated this slogan before the cameras, one that sparked intrigue in some individuals. After his speech, Lee felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Tonight, a significant portion of New York would be watching this news. Although the increase in reputation was modest, it was better than nothing. He had almost exhausted the potential of American public relations, resulting in diminishing returns in reputation. It seemed increasingly challenging for anyone to regain prestige, as they were already familiar with Lee, unless he accomplished something that would once again earn their admiration. Otherwise, his reputation would continue to dwindle, as people already perceived Lee as impressive. Therefore, Lee needed to elevate his reputation to a global level. He had some ideas on how to achieve this. Create news that would shock the world. Mr. Lee, George Stacy approached to greet. I am deeply sorry about this incident. It's quite all right, Levi replied, shaking his head. Norman is my partner. Please ensure his safety. And that specter known as Spider-Man. I am aware. This vigilante has been a constant source of frustration for us at the police department, always intervening ahead of our efforts, George Stacy lamented. Realizing that George was unaware that the specter was indeed his own daughter, Levi remarked, on the contrary, I find her quite admirable. Perhaps your department could collaborate with her? Collaborate? No. George Stacy immediately dismissed the idea. She appears to be just a young girl, naively believing she can change the world. Such individuals are far too innocent. I would rather perish than work alongside her. Observing George's resolute stance, Levi chose to refrain from further comment, primarily because Norman Osborn had just arrived. Norman, I trust you haven't soiled yourself? Levi approached him. Norman Osborn, having narrowly escaped, initially felt a sense of relief, but now was left speechless. Levi, for all his merits, certainly had a penchant for speaking his mind. No wonder Tony Stark was eager to face him in the arena. Chapter 67. Do not contact me again. I fear misunderstandings. The repercussions of Norman Osborn's attack were substantial. Firstly, for himself, as he turned misfortune into fortune with his approval ratings soaring to 60%. It became abundantly clear that following this incident, no one in New York could rival him. Even if Tony Stark were to step forward, he might not stand a chance against Norman. Not to mention Wilson Fisk had fallen silent, seemingly opting not to retaliate. It could be said that at the moment Norman survived the attack, he had already ascended to the status of a hero in New York, a status that was irrevocable. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn was not one to let Fisk off easily. On Levi's end, having saved Norman's life fortified their relationship further. The following day, repairs began on the Future Tech Corporation-S building, particularly addressing the shattered windows. Levi, meanwhile, brought in Sprint to undergo a spinal implant replacement. Sprint now had two auxiliary spines, segmented into upper and lower sections, enhancing both speed and regenerative abilities. One must acknowledge the advanced technology involved. However, such augmentations were generally not suitable for the average individual, as they were specifically designed for specialized units. Moreover, they paled in comparison to the enhancements from Stark Industries. Witnessing the surgery come to fruition, Levi felt a pang of sympathy as he observed Sprint's entire spine being extracted. Could an ordinary person withstand such a procedure? It would likely require a substantial amount of anesthesia. Subsequently, the new enhancements from Stark Industries were to be installed. Levi instructed Sprint to rest in the basement while he returned to his office. Once seated, he found documents sent by Hope awaiting his attention. Due to military contracts, the production lines under the company have been operating at full throttle. Thankfully, they acquired a military factory from the Stark Group. Otherwise, their productivity would have been utterly insufficient. Nevertheless, the production speed of drones has fallen behind, as they must be transported across the ocean for assembly, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Levi finds himself in need of additional production lines. However, in America, labor costs are exorbitantly high. This is precisely why the resurgence of manufacturing in the United States is deemed impossible, because of the steep price of labor. The cost of producing the same item in America can multiply significantly. In the ensuing days, New York appears to have calmed down. Most critically, Tony Stark has yet to make an appearance, seemingly having forgotten about the octagonal cage matter. Levi has urged him, but the image of Tony Stark remains engrossed in his forge. What octagonal cage? He wears an air of nonchalance. Levi chides, Tony, you surely don't wish for the world to forget you? For individuals like them, being forgotten by the world is the greatest anguish. They are alike in their craving for the spotlight. Consequently, Levi has been holding press conferences to maintain visibility, yet the impact has been minimal. Upon reviewing online comments, he discovers many fans shipping him with Tony Stark, which infuriates Levi. Can they truly ship any pairing? Yet, it is precisely this absence of Tony Stark that has led to a drastic decline in attention. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark becomes anxious, but then glances at his masterpiece in progress and regains confidence. It's impossible for the world to forget you, but it will never forget me. This time, I shall make the world acknowledge who the true genius is. He envisions the Iron Man Mark II armor he is about to create. Feeling that Levi is no longer on his level, henceforth, let them cease communication. He fears being misjudged as being of the same caliber. With an air of arrogance, Tony declares, Levi? This provokes Levi's ire. Tony Stark, with that kind of rubbish you create, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Whether it's 2B or Eve, they could effortlessly tear apart your shoddy armor. This statement shatters Tony's composure. You're delusional. That inferior android of yours would be obliterated by my suit in an instant. Huh. They would dismantle you into pieces. Tony retorts, if you're so capable, why don't you create an armored suit yourself? Levi counters, if you're so skilled, why don't you make an android? Engaging in verbal sparring offers Levi no satisfaction. No matter how he attempts to coax Tony, he remains resolute in his seclusion. Currently, the Iron Man suit is Tony's cherished endeavor. It will not emerge from the laboratory until it is fully realized. Levi, therefore, must seek alternative paths. He has mentally prepared himself and is ready to continue utilizing the teleportation gun, primarily considering two factors, one being the value of reputation. In the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, there exist numerous formidable entities, prompting Levi to adopt a more discreet demeanor. Yet, when venturing into alternate realms, he harbors no trepidation. Should circumstances demand, he could simply flee and never return. Thus, he feels liberated to indulge in reckless abandon. Moreover, there are pressing production issues to address. Hope indeed possesses an extensive network. The vacancy left by the Stark Group has been partially filled by Future Tech, while others have been claimed by Hammer Industries and Oscorp. The fall of one titan invariably gives rise to another, much like a dragon slayer ultimately transforming into a dragon. This void will inevitably be filled by someone. Consequently, Levi is fully equipped and has made comprehensive preparations, ensuring that even if he were to find himself within the belly of a beast, he would emerge unscathed. He has brought along nearly all that he could, particularly his arsenal. Moreover, he is accompanied by 3 bodyguards. At this moment, the quartet stands by the wall as Levi activates the protective shield. The advanced technology of Uncle Rick can withstand significant harm. Ordinary bullets and lasers cannot inflict damage upon him. With a resounding thud, a mass of green goo materializes. Master, we should enter first, Swift promptly interjects, directing Eve to scout ahead. Both Eve and Swift are clad in the nanosuits of the 7th Airborne Division, wielding blood blades. After a brief moment, Eve nods, her expression resolute, and ventures forth. After a short while, Eve returns, indicating that the area is relatively secure. However, her usually composed visage betrays a hint of astonishment. Master, there are monsters over there. More monsters? Levi is left speechless. He is not Ultraman, after all. In Hong Kong, at the dome base, alarms blare throughout the city as the monstrous threat approaches, prompting the populace to seek refuge in underground passages. Amidst the throngs of fleeing citizens, 1 man and 3 women stand out, not retreating but instead making their way toward the seaside, disregarded by the panicked masses. Levi gazes at the familiar scenery with a sense of nostalgia. Is this the monster? Good heavens, it is likely an alpha kaiju. Yet it pales in comparison to this beast. Soon, they arrive at the shore, ascending to a vantage point from which they behold the creature Eve had described. It measures over 100 meters in length, its massive form exuding an undeniable menace. Levi recognizes it instantly, the kaiju. As he observes the ferocious beast inching closer to the shore, the coastline is deserted. A hunter mech advances toward the creature. This is indeed the world of Pacific Rim. Levi ponders how he might establish his renown within this realm. Chapter 68. I Am Simply Too Kind in 2013. The unrated monster known as the Axe Head, also referred to as the Invader, made landfall in San Francisco. The American Air Force, in conjunction with the Royal Air Force, pursued and engaged the creature relentlessly for 6 days, to no avail. In a decisive move, 3 tactical nuclear warheads were deployed to eradicate the creature, which had already flattened 3 cities, resulting in millions of casualties. In 2014, a second monster made landfall in Batangas, Philippines, launching an assault on Manila. It was subsequently eliminated by the stationed American forces using tactical nuclear weapons. However, prior to its demise, it had already devastated a significant portion of Manila's city center, causing tens of thousands of deaths and leaving behind a contaminated landscape filled with debris. This monster was later designated as Chaos. Following this, a third and then a fourth monster emerged, all silently surfacing from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Only then did the leaders of the world's major powers convene a summit to discuss strategies for combating these beasts. At the conference, under the proposal of scientist Gasper Sheffield, a colossal mech project specifically designed to confront the kaiju was initiated, the Hunter program. Subsequently, the Pacific Joint Military Defense established a base in Hong Kong. They developed a human-machine linkage system known as the PON system. Within a few months, the first Hunter mech, dubbed Little Yukong, was created. However, the pilot tragically perished during testing due to neural overload. Through the diligent efforts of Dr. Catherine Lightcap, a shared neural synchronization system, known as the drift system, was successfully developed, allowing 2 and even 3 pilots to operate the Hunter mech together. The dome base where Levi and his team resided was one of the earliest and largest Hunter mech bases in the world. Nevertheless, as of today, the Hunter program faced potential abandonment due to its exorbitant costs. They were contemplating a LifeWall project as a replacement for the Hunter mechs, although it remained merely a proposal at this stage. Under the iron fists of the Hunter mechs, the monster was ultimately beaten to death. Levi and his companions merely glanced at it, finding the creature utterly unimpressive, indeed, rather feeble. Their interest lay not in the monster, but in the mech itself. A striking red machine with dual fists on its left arm, yet it did not appear bizarre. This was China's 4th-generation mech, Storm Crimson. "Let us go. I have an idea," Levi declared as he located a computer on the street and promptly connected the Red Queen. In the capital of China, an elder known as Li received a report. This creature invading Hong Kong has been defeated, but the frequency of attacks is increasing. The United Nations is now discussing a LifeWall project. In a concealed conference room, a dignified elder listened intently to the briefing. Li, a figure of immense authority and the decision-maker, scoffed. "These foreigners are short-sighted, isolating themselves with no military might. What use is that? It's like a soldier wielding only a shield. How can one retaliate against the enemy?" Upon hearing Li's words, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Elder Li is absolutely right. Who is it?" The individuals present were immediately struck with astonishment. Even old Li raised his eyebrows slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. "May I inquire who this friend is? How do you speak?" he asked calmly, eliciting admiration from Li Wei. "There is no need for concern, old Li. I am Li Wei, and I have just closely observed the fierce battle between the Storm Scarlet and the monsters in Xiangjiang." Li Wei replied with a smile, promptly projecting his image through the Red Queen. Upon viewing the scene, old Li narrowed his eyes, confirming that it was indeed Xiangjiang behind Li Wei. Such a transmission of imagery was not particularly challenging. However, the question remained, how had Li Wei managed to infiltrate this? The ability was astonishing. "You are Mr. Li, I presume? Might I ask what your intentions are?" Old Li inquired with a steady demeanor, gesturing for the others to hasten their efforts in locating Li Wei. Li Wei chuckled. "Old Li, there is no need for concern on my behalf. If I wished to remain undetected, you would not be able to find me. The reason I have chosen this method to meet you is simply to save time. My time is quite precious. To put it plainly, I am here to propose a collaboration." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, old Li steadied himself. "What kind of collaboration?" he added. "I tend to be somewhat too benevolent." Li Wei reflected. "I cannot bear to see my compatriots in this world suffer at the hands of monsters, which is why I am willing to offer you advanced technology, including brain-machine interfaces, chips, and more. With a brain-machine interface and subsequent cybernetic enhancements, one could achieve single-pilot operation of mechas. Furthermore, I can provide weaponry that does not belong to this era." Li Wei's statements concealed profound implications, which old Li discerned. What did he mean by this world not belonging to this era? A sudden realization struck him, and he exchanged glances with the others. "May I address you as Little Li? Perhaps we were once kin 500 years ago." Old Li unexpectedly sought to draw closer. Li Wei was not taken aback and smiled. "Of course, I hold you in great respect." "Very well, Little Li. Since we are discussing collaboration, what do you require?" He noted that several women stood behind Li Wei, each more beautiful than the last. "Let me speak plainly. Li Wei replied with a grin. I need your assistance in producing some high-tech items, and of course, you will benefit as well. If possible, I would appreciate a greater presence in the news. I do not mind gaining some notoriety. Li Wei spoke these words in a joking manner, yet this was indeed what he valued. This was a new world where no one knew him. Once he became renowned, the potential for prestige was immense. It is worth noting that the population of Huaxiao far exceeds that of America, and with such a substantial demographic, the prestige would undoubtedly be greater. This was precisely why he sought collaboration with Old Li. The power of the authorities is the most formidable. Moreover, Li Wei also wished to see Huaxiao thrive in this world, even if it were not the same realm. The civilization of Huaxiao shares a common root. This is a testament to cultural affinity. Thus, he generously offers his technology, provided it aids in his production endeavors. Naturally, Mr. Li would not decline, instead inquiring, young Li, shall we meet? No problem. I shall await you in Hong Kong, replied Li Wei, nodding. Subsequently, Mr. Li and his associates busied themselves without delay. They promptly reached out to facilitate arrangements for Li Wei and his companions. Li Wei, being forthright, soon found vehicles arriving, all treating him with the utmost respect. Following this, Li Wei expressed a desire to visit the dome base, a request they readily accepted, swiftly transporting him and his companions there. The dome base is quite expansive, capable of housing 6 hunter mechs. Currently stationed there is the Storm Crimson mech, undergoing urgent repairs after its recent deployment. Engaging in mech operations is undeniably costly. Manufacturing incurs expenses, as does maintenance, and any damage leads to substantial losses. Chapter 69. This is likely a father-son encounter. Mr. Li arrived promptly, bringing his team to Hong Kong the very next day. At the dome base, Li Wei encountered Mr. Li, who was clad in traditional Chinese attire, exuding a warm demeanor. Li Wei held him in high regard. Young Li, Mr. Li greeted him with a beaming smile. Throughout the day, they reviewed the technology Li Wei had sent. Among the brain-machine interfaces and various cybernetic technologies, their scientific team was astounded. One scientist asserted, this technology is at least 50 years ahead of current advancements in China. Perhaps even more. This world's nations tend to specialize in particular fields of technology, with the emergence of the chrysanthemum beast posing a life-threatening challenge. Their technological focus shifted dramatically. Advancements related to mechs surged while progress in other areas stagnated. Undoubtedly, if one were to consider only the technology pertinent to the hunter mechs, it would far surpass that of any parallel timeline. Consequently, Mr. Li grew increasingly invested in Li Wei. Moreover, the requests made by Li Wei appeared remarkably feasible to him. To acquire technology without cost, what more could one desire? Thus, Li Wei, who seemed to hail from another world, was nothing short of an angel. Young Li, having reviewed our technology, what are your impressions? Mr. Li inquired, engaging in casual conversation. Impressive indeed. Mechs represent a man's romantic ideal, especially at such a grand scale. Larger than Gundam itself, Li Wei expressed, clearly enamored. Yet, I find myself puzzled by the recorded measurements of the chrysanthemum beast, Li Wei continued. Oh, Mr. Li responded, intrigued. What leads you to say that? The chrysanthemum beast stands over 100 meters tall, yet weighs only 2,000 tons? Li Wei chuckled. It's akin to an adult weighing less than 50 kilograms, which strikes one as humorous. Mr. Li nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment of perplexity. Thus, Li Wei took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, I know of a monster that is over 100 meters tall, yet weighs an astounding 100,000 tons. Old Li was taken aback and replied, a hunter mech would likely be torn to shreds facing such a beast. Li Wei nodded in agreement. This was not a fabrication. He was referring to the legendary king of monsters, Godzilla. Upon seeing the data, he found it preposterous. The kaiju seemed almost childlike in comparison. Was this truly a monster? If Godzilla were to battle the kaiju, it would undoubtedly be a father effortlessly dominating his son. It is worth noting that the impressive King Kong weighs 25,000 tons and is still less than half Godzilla's height. The kaiju's mere 2,000 tons makes it appear almost laughable. Young Li, are you from another world? After sipping his tea, Old Li got straight to the point. Indeed, Li Wei affirmed with a nod, but you need not worry. I am here to collaborate. Old Li smiled, naturally not wishing to decline. Yet a sense of caution lingered in his mind. Even if Li Wei harbored no ulterior motives, what of others from his world? Would they not be tempted by the resources of another realm? Nevertheless, he was reluctant to offend Li Wei, especially given the advanced technology he seemed to possess, capable of effortlessly breaching their networks. Consequently, they began discussing the terms of their collaboration. Li Wei would provide the technology while they contributed the production lines. Old Li was particularly intrigued by the brain-machine interface. With such advancements, could one truly pilot a mech single-handedly? In the context of the Hunter program, the pilots were invaluable. Each one underwent years of rigorous training, representing the creme de la creme of humanity. Thus, in this world, no celebrity rivaled the fame of a hunter pilot. They were the true stars. However, this also entailed grave danger, as battling monsters could lead to fatal consequences. To this, Li Wei chuckled. If you have doubts, we can let them try it out first. This prompted old Li and his companions to turn their gazes toward the beautiful woman beside Li Wei. Indeed, each was more stunning than the last, yet they possessed an air of peculiarity. Beyond that, nothing seemed particularly extraordinary. Li Wei continued. Controlling a hunter mech exerts immense pressure on the neurons, which is why it is challenging for a single individual to manage. Essentially, one's mental fortitude must be robust. But fret not, this is 2B, a combat-type android from the G-Year Budurk. An android? Old Li's hand trembled slightly. How much avant-garde technology did this young man possess? He could only be grateful that Li Wei harbored no ill intentions, but rather a spirit of goodwill. Had he been of a more malevolent disposition, they would likely have been in dire straits. Thus, 2B herself eagerly anticipated the opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. Master, may I? Master, I too wish to partake. Eve and Xuanqi gazed at Li Wei. Are they also artificial beings? Old Li inquired with curiosity. Li Wei yearned to nod in affirmation. Yet he refrained from disheartening Eve and Xuanqi, merely stating, they are quite unique, having undergone extensive cybernetic enhancements. Despite this, the implication was clear to all. Such words elicited envy from many. How delightful it must be for humanity in the future to coexist with such exquisite artificial beings. With the presence of artificial individuals, who would still desire real ones? These creations not only exhibit unwavering loyalty and warmth towards their masters, but also lack the emotional volatility characteristic of humans. Truly, a fortunate situation. Not only was Li Wei intrigued, but old Li and others were equally curious, prompting immediate arrangements. The staff at the dome base swiftly set about their tasks. 2B, meanwhile, donned a new outfit and underwent a brief training session. There was no need for her to perform. It was sufficient to demonstrate that her psyche could withstand the connection. For an artificial being, this was seemingly a trivial endeavor. Such experiments would not employ the Storm Crimson, but rather the first-generation mecha of Huaxia, the Horizon Warrior. Although the performance of the Horizon Warrior had become outdated due to advancements in mecha technology, it had not been retired, as it was crafted from genuine materials. Standing over 70 meters tall, it appeared as though it bore two warheads. Soon, the outfitted 2B arrived at the control chamber and swiftly descended to connect with the mecha. A hum resonated as the neural connection was established. 2B felt no mental strain, for she was an artificial being. As expected, operating the mecha posed no burden for her. The sight of this spectacle filled old Li and the others with astonishment. If one could achieve such results with a brain-machine interface and enhanced neural chips, it would be sufficient. Not only a brain-machine interface, but also cybernetic enhancements, Li Wei added. If only we could create more artificial beings. Old Li gazed at Li Wei with hope, yet Li Wei shook his head. He lacked the necessary technology. 1,000,000 prestige points were required for a single creation. Subsequently, Eve and Xuanqi also took their turns, their experiences akin to those of humans, yet they were new humans. Unsurprisingly, although they experienced slight mental pressure, it was negligible and quite manageable. No wonder the master of the domain was so confident in her assertion that the beings she created were indeed the new humanity. Finally, to showcase his prowess and indulge in the mecha, Li Wei decided to give it a try himself. As a telepath, it was no surprise that old Li and the others were left astounded. Chapter 70. A true man must play big the following day. Every citizen of Huaxiao received news alerts on their mobile devices. Genius scientist Li Wei emerges, bringing a new chapter to Huaxia. Li Wei, the origins of the genius scientist. Numerous headlines across various platforms echoed a singular name. Certain individuals, who seldom engage with the news, took it upon themselves to utilize the authority of the Ministry of Propaganda, sending text messages directly to every mobile device with a singular name, Li Wei. The populace of Huaxiao was left bewildered, questioning the identity of this figure. How extraordinary he must be. Are his parents aware of his prowess? While they recognized the remarkable stature of Li Wei, they remained oblivious to his actions. However, it was not long before the news began to unveil his identity, bestowing upon him titles such as Father of Artificial Intelligence. This was not a result of Li Wei indoctrinating the elders, though he did indeed employ telepathic abilities. He did not exert control, but simply alleviated the hostility some harbored against him by altering their memories. Consequently, animosity dissipated. Li Wei soon grasped the terrifying scope of the admiration he commanded from over 1 billion people, witnessing an astronomical rise in his reputation, soaring by several 100 million and continuing to escalate, likely to reach 1 billion soon. Initially intent on procuring a few items, The rapid increase in his renown made the superhuman serum from supervillain seem more attainable than previously thought. Regrettably, he could not promote it on a global scale. Nevertheless, Li Wei held no regrets. As a citizen of Huaxia, his allegiance lay with his homeland. If necessary, he could traverse various worlds. Under the guidance of the elders, Huaxia's factories swiftly commenced production of brain-machine interfaces, cybernetic bodies, drones, and firearms. Even the PPDC had initiated a new training program aimed at equipping pilots, known as hunters, with brain-machine interfaces. This enhancement would bolster computational power. With ice water prepared within the mech pod, the risk of cerebral overload was mitigated, making operation of the mechs a trivial endeavor. In return, Li Wei acquired a wealth of technology, effectively engaging in a technological exchange. The Pacific Rim world may have had its technological points skewed, yet this did not imply a lack of advancement. In fact, due to its specialized focus, certain aspects surpassed those of standard timelines. For instance, the sling technology used for transporting mechs via helicopters was exceptionally impressive, along with the manufacturing of hunter mechs. While Li Wei might not require these innovations immediately, their potential utility loomed large, especially should he ever desire to create a suit of iron armor. Subsequently, Li Wei aspired to further his fame. In this world, the most straightforward path to notoriety lay in piloting a hunter mech to vanquish the kaiju, thereby achieving global recognition. Yet, after a considerable wait, he recalled that the frequency of kaiju attacks was rather low, potentially occurring only once every few months. Thus, the notion of ostentation waned. He could not afford to wait for months, nor was it guaranteed that Huaxia would be targeted. With a shipment in tow, Li Wei returned, and it was noteworthy that, owing to the experience in mech production, the items he procured were far superior to those manufactured in the Marvel Universe. Upon his return, Li Wei forcefully infiltrated Tony Stark's communications. He was immediately greeted by Stark's face, which appeared directly on his screen. Before Stark could respond, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the other end. "What is going on? Are you a husky wreaking havoc?" Li Wei scoffed. "Damn it, you arrogant fool. Can you refrain from invading without cause?" Stark retorted angrily, having just experienced a near disaster while experimenting with his Iron Man suit. The Red Queen had abruptly forced J.A.R.V.I.S. out of the equation, nearly causing the suit to spiral out of control. "Well, it seems your suit is lacking," Li Wei continued his derision, ignoring Stark's plight. "That's absurd." Stark fumed, feeling insulted. After all, he had painstakingly crafted the Iron Man suit, only for Li Wei to dismiss it as inconsequential. If not for J.A.R.V.I.S. being outmatched by the Red Queen, he would have forcibly terminated the call. "Please, you're beneath my notice," Li Wei declared with unabashed confidence. "A true man must aim for greatness, you understand?" With that, he had the Red Queen send over the data for the Horizon Warrior. Upon reviewing the information, Stark was taken aback. Height, 7, 254 meters. Weight, 1, 890 tons. The weight elicited a burst of incredulous laughter from Stark. "What kind of rubbish is this? Look at the data. A mech of this height should weigh at least 6 to 7,000 tons to be remotely reasonable. What good is a mere 1,000 tons?" Li Wei chuckled. "Is it not possible that this is tailored to counter the enemy? After all, even the kaiju only weighs over 2,000 tons. He was already aware of the absurdity. A single tail swipe from Godzilla could likely annihilate the kaiju. Despite his sarcastic remarks, Stark's interest in the technology was piqued. "Send me the specifications," he insisted eagerly. "Then you must send me your suit in return." Li Wei countered immediately. "Absolutely not." Stark replied. "Then neither shall I." The two were possessive of their respective technologies. Li Wei's ostentation was, in part, a test to gauge Stark's capabilities, especially since the Pacific Rim world was already advancing towards fifth-generation mechs. Could Stark independently elevate his technology? Regrettably, Li Wei's hopes were dashed. Stark was solely focused on upgrading his Iron Man suit. After much anticipation, the Mark II had finally emerged, prompting Stark to helplessly inquire, "Do you have any further business? If not, could you please hang up?" This remark stung Li Wei. His first act upon returning was to seek out Stark, only to be met with such indifference. In a fit of frustration, he terminated the call and reached out to Hope and Gwen to ascertain the status of the company. In truth, with Hope as president, Li Wei had found that his absence posed no issues. The company was operating smoothly. However, he still felt compelled to take a look. Upon arriving at the company and surveying the surroundings, Li Wei finally understood the lucrative nature of the military-industrial sector. The demand for military technology is immense and easily upgraded. Unlike other technologies, which often struggle to achieve significant breakthroughs, such as Professor Connor's work that remains incomplete, the military sphere is more straightforward in its advancements. Following the emergence of the T-virus, Professor Connors has become fervently interested in merging the characteristics of two different compounds. In an unusual turn of events, he has even opted for a prosthetic limb, a choice he previously eschewed. For some individuals, there exists a strong aversion to prosthetics. They cherish their organic bodies. Just as not everyone yearns for mechanical ascension, the inability to be fully human renders existence seemingly futile. Professor Connors embodies this sentiment, which is why he aspires to restore his arm. Yet now, he is willing to temporarily utilize a prosthetic to facilitate his experiments. Chapter 71. Oasis. The military has responded, citing an incident during training that resulted in the crash of two fighter jets. Li Wei, upon reading the news, recognized that it was Tony Stark testing his Iron Man suit, which sparked a twinge of envy within him. He too yearned for the thrill of piloting a mecha. Who wouldn't wish to engage in such exhilarating pursuits? Unfortunately, the relentless assault of kaiju in the Pacific Rim universe has persisted for far too long. It is only logical. If a kaiju were to appear every few days, humanity would be doomed. Even supplying every nation with 100 hunter mechas would prove insufficient. Feeling discontent, Li Wei's current ambition is to accumulate prestige points in order to exchange them for the superhuman serum. After all, this is a Marvel universe, where possessing one's own strength is paramount, particularly with the likes of Thanos. One cannot help but ponder the consequences of a mere snap of his fingers potentially erasing him from existence. The superhuman serum demands a staggering 88 billion prestige points. With that number prominently featuring the digit 8, Li Wei must patiently gather these points. He owes much of his potential for prestige to the developments in the Pacific Rim world and the concerted efforts of Huaxia in cultivating heroes, which have piqued the curiosity of other great nations, leading to numerous reports. If not for Li Wei's specific request, the elders of the Li family would have preferred to remain discreet, for Huaxia people are known to quietly amass wealth. Typically, they develop one generation of technology, conceal another, and reveal yet another. There truly has not been anyone as ostentatious as Li Wei. This has undoubtedly attracted foreign attention. Yet, there is no alternative. Li Wei is in dire need of prestige points. Instead of purchasing items outright, he decided to casually engage in a tenfold draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 times and received the following rewards. Sky Attendant Wind, Nano Suit, a groundbreaking concept in flight attendant attire. Strikingly different from any other uniforms on the market. Focus of attention, Nano Suit bathed in golden light. Incredibly dazzling. Who can resist such allure? Weapon Core 3, used to enhance the base attack power of Bloodblade. Li Wei glanced at the two sets of nano suits and handed them over to Sun Chi. Eve already possessed two, and it would be unfair to favor one over the other, wouldn't it? Although the suit Eve wore, signifying her role as the captain of the 7th Airborne Squad, was quite striking, one could eventually grow weary of it. Life, after all, ought to be infused with a touch of novelty each day. Before long, new merchandise arrived. VR device, blueprint including helmet, motion tracks, and other technologies. VR? Li Wei had indeed encountered numerous examples, though primarily in that realm. Beyond that, he held no particular thoughts on VR. Consequently, a series of releases emerged, all pertaining to this field, encompassing blockchain and decentralized technologies, as well as perceptual interactive expansion technology. It was only at the final guarantee that Li Wei realized he had acquired a complete set. Oasis, a highly immersive virtual reality world in Ready Player One, allowing players to experience the environment in its entirety, filled with joy. Li Wei was utterly astonished. Oasis, derived from Ready Player One, was a virtual reality world created by the game designer James Halliday, reminiscent of the various online gaming novels Li Wei had previously read. It represented a metaverse, a second world. Within Oasis, players could engage in games together, race freely, and battle monsters in unrestrained joy. In essence, it could serve as a spiritual refuge for people. For Li Wei, this undoubtedly presented lucrative opportunities and the potential for fame. With Oasis, even within the Marvel universe, he could achieve global renown. Perhaps in the future, he would no longer need to rely on Tony Stark. Rather, it might be Tony Stark who sought his favor. It is worth noting that approximately 45% of the global population are gamers, meaning nearly half of the world indulges in various games. However, none could compare to Oasis. The VR equipment, offering an immersive experience, was undoubtedly a game-changer in this era, ensuring substantial prestige. With such thoughts in mind, Li Wei decided to take a leave of absence. He intended to return home and first relish the thrill of Oasis. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the Super Dream device, which could also function as VR equipment. As for the technologies, he entrusted their development to his subordinates. Oasis was not a singular technology, but rather a confluence of multiple advancements. The most critical elements included virtual reality, blockchain, and decentralization. Dr. Otto was immensely surprised. Yet before he could pose any questions, Li Wei had already departed in haste. Climbing into Bumblebee, Li Wei returned home enveloped by Eve and the others. Sun Qi, you shall attend to me tonight, he casually remarked. Do not enter my room to disturb me unless summoned. Understood, Master, Sun Qi and the others responded obediently. Subsequently, Sun Qi began arranging protection for Eve. I've heard this world is unsafe. Eve, 2B, remember to take precautions tonight. Very well, because Sun Qi is the captain. Eve naturally obeys. 2B also displays no defiance, dutifully cooperating. As for Sun Qi herself, she entered the room and donned the sleek nanosuit designed for aircrew. This attire indeed possesses its highlights. The upper half resembles that of a flight attendant, meticulously fitted, complemented by a form-fitting mini dress. However, the lower half consists of at least 80D black stockings, a measurement that signifies transparency. A rating such as 20D approaches sheer transparency, while higher numbers indicate greater opacity. In this instance, Sun Qi's outfit exhibits a striking sheen. Regret washes over her. Who designed this nanosuit? Inside the room, Li Wei first equipped himself with a non-invasive brain-computer interface before donning the Dream device. He opted to connect the Dream device to the Oasis. With the brain-computer interface in place, players within the Oasis experience an unprecedented ease. Does this not also stimulate the sales of brain-computer interfaces? Li Wei felt his consciousness shift, and in an instant, he found himself at the threshold of a fantastical realm. This world was truly surreal, reminiscent of a dream, imbued with a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. The first step for Li Wei was to customize his avatar. As in other virtual games, he could alter his appearance. In different games, he would have created a female character, aiming for beauty. For instance, during his time in Cyberpunk, he had crafted a character named Female V, quite striking indeed. However, in the Oasis, the experience is immersive and gender alteration is not permitted. Thus, Li Wei sought to create a handsome avatar instead. Upon completing this customization, he began to explore the vast expanse of the Oasis, which boasted numerous regions accessible via teleportation to various game spaces, encompassing an array of genres. From arcade games to shooting, platformers, and racing games, each offered an immersive experience. Li Wei tried his hand at several, finding them somewhat challenging, and the game imposed severe penalties for death. Upon failing, one would lose all progress, reminiscent of the Souls series. Fortunately, Li Wei was an administrator. In the Oasis, he was akin to a deity, granting himself extraordinary abilities. He could, for instance, equip himself with a transformation device, instantly becoming Ultraman, or master all combat techniques. In summary, the Oasis is a marvel to behold. No wonder this game captivates everyone so completely. Chapter 72, The Art of Sharing Profits. Boom. On the screen, a figure clad in a red iron battlesuit launched a missile that obliterated a tank. Li Wei applauded, remarking on the impressive shock absorption. Otherwise, the character would have surely met a swift demise. Tony Stark looked at Li Wei with a sense of pride, his previous disdain dissipating. Just moments before, when Li Wei had summoned him for a discussion, Stark had expressed considerable dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Li Wei's assertion that he possessed a strategy to revive the Stark Corporation, Stark would not have come at all. What is it that you wish to convey? Stark inquired, taking a sip of his drink, his impatience palpable. If there is nothing else, he should return to enhance his Iron Man suit. One can only say that Tony Stark is indeed anxious. His stocks have been plummeting. If it weren't for the substantial resources of Stark Industries, they could very well face delisting by now. You should experience it for yourself, thought Levi, opting for action over words, believing that allowing Tony Stark to experience it firsthand would prove far more beneficial. Thus, Levi rose and led Tony aside. What is this? A treadmill? Tony questioned upon seeing the device before him, only for Levi to present him with a VR headset. Incorrect, it is virtual reality, Levi proclaimed. Oh, this sounds intriguing, a virtual reality game? Tony replied as he accepted the headset. No, it is a decentralized, highly flexible, and sustainably evolving virtual society. Tony felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself that he could curse. No, it is you who should leave. Away with you. Unable to contain himself, Tony set down his drink and donned the VR headset. You must stand on it and perform actions. This counts as a form of exercise, Levi instructed. Hearing his words, Tony gingerly stepped onto the device. In recent days, the company had designed VR equipment based on these technologies. The Oasis servers had also been taken over by the Red Queen, ready for immediate activation. This is the advantage of possessing mature technology. It merely requires replication. Consequently, Levi had already taken Eve, Swift, and 2B for a test run. Among them, Eve was the most delighted, her curiosity piqued by everything. In contrast, Swift and 2B lacked such inquisitiveness. Levi then equipped his own headset and positioned himself on the other side. Wow, welcome to the Oasis? Isn't that a bit low-key? Tony remarked, his focus drawn to this aspect. I find it quite appealing. Everyone longs for a personal oasis, Levi replied. Tony quickly adapted, shaping his avatar upon entry. It bore little difference from his actual self, only appearing younger. Dressed in a suit and sporting sunglasses, he exuded a rather flamboyant demeanor. How narcissistic one must be to use their own likeness in a game. Most would prefer to be unrecognizable, after all, in the Oasis. It serves as a second world where many aspire to live an alternate life. Much like how individuals on the internet often exhibit personalities starkly different from their real-life selves. How did you manage to make it so ugly? Tony was the first to strike. This is called style. Levi retorted, now hurry up and join me. Subsequently, he guided Tony through the experience. They began with a thrilling racing competition. As an aficionado of F1, Tony not only relished watching races, but also enjoyed driving himself. In the Oasis, he could indulge his passions to the fullest. Not only was there a racetrack, but unexpectedly, a gorilla ascended the building and swatted him off the track with a single blow. Instantly, the screen flashed game over. Tony Stark was utterly unprepared for such an obstacle. This design is utterly diabolical, he exclaimed in frustration. Levi, however, had no recourse. This was the creation of James Halliday, and he was not about to take the blame. After experiencing the racing game, Levi led him to a shooting game. They found themselves on a barren planet, where hordes of insectoids emerged relentlessly from the ground. The variety was astounding. Burrowing worms, invisible bugs, and creatures with impenetrable exoskeletons, some towering dozens of meters high. Levi and Tony Stark were pursued relentlessly, and despite their weapons having infinite ammunition, they could not afford to pause, for they would be instantly surrounded by the swarm. After a grueling round, Tony Stark was left utterly exhausted. Are you intentionally setting this difficulty? He queried. A true man must embrace challenges. After approximately 2 hours, Levi and Tony Stark finally emerged from the Oasis. Even Tony Stark, the notorious playboy, felt a lingering desire for more. The experience seemed more engaging than cavorting with women. Gaming and romance presented entirely different sensations, especially within the Oasis, which offered thrills and a profound sense of achievement. Above all, the immersive quality made it feel akin to a tangible reality. At that moment, Tony Stark grasped Levi's intentions. Both were businessmen and astute minds, fully aware of the Oasis's immense value. Is the Oasis a joint venture between Stark Industries and Future Tech? Tony Stark inquired. If they could pull this off, Stark Industries stock would soar, perhaps even surpassing its previous heights. While the arms trade was undeniably lucrative, this was a virtual reality game, the first generation of its kind. The entire world would recognize Stark Industries and Future Tech. Moreover, this venture encompassed not only that technology, but also crucial infrastructure related to networking and computational power, essentially enhancing internet speeds. They could collaborate with telecommunications companies to monetize this technology. Who knows, Stark Industries might become even more valuable than before. At this moment, Levi sat back with an air of authority, adopting a commanding posture. Every gift in this world has already been discreetly priced. What can you offer, Tony Stark? Can Future Tech monopolize the profits? Yes, but be prepared to contend with the entire world. In the realm of capital, no one hoards profits. This is precisely why companies go public. Only by distributing profits can greater gains be realized. Thus, rather than seeking collaboration with strangers, Levi preferred to engage familiar faces. Although Tony Stark had his flaws, his other qualities were beyond reproach. As for individuals like Justin Hammer, what rank do they hold? Are they worthy of sharing a table with Levi? Moreover, for Levi, the paramount concern is his reputation. As long as his name resonates, he is satisfied. What do you desire? Inquired Tony Stark, fully aware that the negotiations had commenced. Shares of Stark Industries, Levi replied. Impossible. You already possess 4%, and if I grant you more shares, I would lose absolute control, Tony Stark retorted promptly. Presently, he could only maintain absolute control of Stark Industries alongside Obadiah Stane. Should he relinquish shares to Levi, the ownership of Stark Industries would become uncertain. Levi chuckled. I do not seek your shares. Rather, I desire those of Obadiah Stane. Chapter 73. Who can resist the alluring toys? Obadiah Stane? Tony Stark squinted at Levi, taking a sip from his drink. Levi, feeling parched, poured himself a glass of water. Clearly, Tony Stark was no fool. After Levi's suggestion, he had begun to suspect that Obadiah Stane was problematic. Yet, the world of capital was far from simple, even if he recognized the issues. Tony Stark could not address them carelessly. After all, Obadiah held 25% of Stark Industries shares. If he opposed Tony Stark, the company would no longer be a one-man show. Thus, Tony Stark had to bide his time, waiting for Obadiah to falter. Indeed, transfer your shares to me, and we shall develop Oasis together, Levi proposed. Oasis will undoubtedly be more profitable than arms trading. We can initiate transactions between game currency and real money, allowing people to view Oasis as a form of employment. This notion mirrored the online gaming novels he had perused in his previous life. People could accumulate wealth in Oasis through virtual gold. As there would always be affluent individuals who preferred not to grind for gold themselves, seeking merely to enjoy the experience of Oasis. Who would care about the potential drawbacks? Tony Stark nodded, feigning indifference as he exclaimed, "Why should I transfer my shares to you? I can retain absolute control over Stark Industries and still find ways to boost the stock price." He presented himself as a carefree playboy, but in truth, he was exceedingly shrewd, leading many to be deceived by his facade. Levi raised his glass, taking a sip before smiling. "You are well aware that the military and the shareholders will never permit your shares to exceed 50%, including myself. I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries." This revelation caused Tony Stark to twitch his lips. He was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he dared not oust Obadiah Stane for the time being. Maintaining a superficial relationship was crucial to ensure Stark Industries remained unscathed. Thus, with determination, Tony Stark declared, "You must support my decisions." The two then proceeded to negotiate. Meanwhile, at a Stark Industries facility in New York, Obadiah Stane, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "Is it truly so simple to create a nuclear reactor that none of you can manage to miniaturize it?" The assembly of scientists could not help but internally scoff. If the creation of a compact nuclear reactor were that effortless, they would indeed be akin to Tony Stark, and certainly not enduring this reprimand. Obadiah found himself at an impasse. Even if he were to confront these scientists physically, it would yield no results. Science, at times, transcends mere logic. Relying instead on innate talent, he had no choice but to seek alternative solutions and hasten the completion of the Ironmonger. This contraption, after all, was a gift from a mysterious benefactor. Obadiah was unaware of the events transpiring in the Middle East, until a certain enigmatic figure not only provided him with a video, but also bestowed upon him the complete Mark I suit. At that moment, Tony Stark was consumed with the desire to return home and had no intention of acquiring such a device. Ultimately, it found its way to Obadiah. Upon viewing the video, without needing further explanation from the mysterious figure, Obadiah sensed an impending crisis. Having already taken action against Tony Stark, there was no turning back. Sooner or later, Tony would discover his involvement. Moreover, Obadiah was unwilling to accept this outcome. As for this so-called mysterious benefactor, in his eyes, he was anything but elusive. Who else could it be but Levi? Only Levi possessed such capabilities. However, Obadiah remained oblivious to Levi's true intentions. He sought to propose a collaboration with Levi, yet found himself unable even to catch a glimpse of him. His calls were met with a direct refusal from an artificial intelligence. The more this transpired, the more frantic Obadiah became, feeling ensnared by an expansive web. He needed to activate the Ironmonger swiftly and eliminate all threats against him. Did Levi still wish to exploit him? Meanwhile, Levi and Tony Stark had concluded their discussions. The two titans reclined on a sofa, with Tony asking, "May I see your mech?" Indeed, as a scientist and a young man at heart, he found it impossible to resist the allure of the mech. "You cannot pilot it." Levi replied dismissively. "Why not?" Tony retorted, defiant. "You are too old, your body lacks the requisite strength, and your neurons are insufficiently robust," Levi asserted. "Given your physique and age, attempting to connect with the mech would result in you fainting." Tony's brow furrowed at this remark, his pride stung. He was adamant. "My body is incomparable to yours." Had he not been clad in a suit, he might have showcased his muscles. After all, while he was forging metal in a cave, Levi was busy wooing women. Nonetheless, he recognized the truth in Levi's words. If the mech was indeed so vast, operating it would impose a tremendous burden on the nervous system. How does one operate it? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Levi proceeded to elucidate the operational methods to him. Upon hearing that the neural links of two drivers were intertwined, Tony Stark felt a tinge of astonishment. Indeed, the intellect of humanity knows no bounds. If this so-called drift synesthetic system truly exists, it would be best for the two drivers to be familiar, whether they are twins or spouses, as they would be the optimal pairing. Tony Stark quickly grasped the principle behind it. "Are you interested in exploring mechas?" Levi inquired. "This outdated mecha is rife with upgrade possibilities," Tony replied haughtily, wearing an air of disdain. In response, Levi merely smiled. "What I showed you is merely the first generation. We are now on the fourth, and there are even those researching the fifth." "How can that be?" Tony questioned, perplexed. "Where did you acquire these design blueprints?" "I have never encountered such a mecha, and this world does not require it. While this mecha appears formidable, it is, in fact, rather impractical. Hunter mechas are just like that, expensive, extravagant, and ultimately ineffective. In actual combat, they are mere hunks of metal. Thus, they are only utilized in specific circumstances. Do not concern yourself with these details, Levi remarked lightly, leaving Tony in a whirlpool of speculation. Just tell me if you want it or not. Tony, though tempted to decline, found himself sincerely responding, I do. There was no denying it. Even if it was merely a grand toy, he yearned for it. Who could resist such an extravagant plaything? Very well. Levi chuckled. Hand over your iron suit. Get lost. I knew you were up to no good, Tony retorted. Huh? Do you not understand the concept of fair trade? I provide you with a mecha, and you must reciprocate. Then I shall forego it. I can design one myself. Tony immediately countered. Yet, you lack the accompanying systems. Creating it is easy. Making it operational is the challenge. How about I give you the design blueprint of the iron suit? Tony's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. After a round of bargaining, the two agreed to exchange all design materials. Once the transaction was complete, Tony Stark was eager to leave, departing without a moment's hesitation. Levi, on the other hand, scrutinized the blueprints, tapping his forehead in frustration. Individually, he could comprehend them, but when presented together, they became confounding. Damn it, this knave uses specialized terminology. It was akin to a doctor's prescription, beyond the understanding of the average person. Tony Stark's iron suit was no different. It contained numerous elements that only he could decipher. No wonder he was so swift. Levi felt duped, yet there was no recourse. The deal had been struck, and indeed, these were the designs for the iron suit. However, the technology evolved rapidly. In the following time, Tony crafted dozens of suits in quick succession, as though they were mere trifles, each generation distinct, even if only through subtle upgrades, which nonetheless represented an enhancement. In Li Wei's hands lay the design schematics of the Mark II. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Tony Stark, aimed at testing whether Li Wei could bring it to fruition. However, Li Wei remained undeterred. Red Queen, please conduct your analysis. Understood, she replied, as he entrusted the task to her. He was not genuinely aspiring to be a scientist. Deceiving the world was one thing, but deceiving oneself was quite another. Meanwhile, he thought of Eve and Sun Qi, and decided it was time to depart. Rising from his seat, he realized there was still an unresolved matter at hand. Boss, Jean Bing has managed to completely cleanse his reputation. The previous allegations are unlikely to affect him significantly, reported Norman Osborn's assistant from the Osborn Group's office, prompting a furrowed brow from Norman. No traces left behind. He inquired. We are still investigating, the assistant responded, visibly troubled. Everyone knew Jean Bing was a mob leader, yet in the absence of evidence, the law could do nothing. Norman waved his hand dismissively, prompting the assistant to leave hastily. The Silver Sable had remained in the office for protection, but found herself at a loss regarding the situation. Ever since Norman had been threatened, he had been devising ways to retaliate. He intended to capture Jean Bing and watch his commercial empire crumble. Unfortunately, his initial efforts had stalled. He could not find incriminating evidence against Jean Bing. The latter had successfully rehabilitated his image, having long since abandoned the criminal underworld. Even if he had hired muscle, there was no evidence to be found. This left Norman feeling powerless, filled with energy, yet lacking a channel to direct it. He stood up and walked into the room. You need not follow me, he instructed Silver Sable. She refrained from following and instead arranged for her personnel to secure the area. Norman pressed a button, and a concealed door swung open. He stepped inside to reveal a laboratory. Numerous isolation chambers housed various breeds of spiders, and at the center lay a petri dish. Approaching it, he discerned a shadowy figure within. Meanwhile, Bumblebee arrived at Central Park, halting according to the Red Queen's map. Central Park, renowned as New York's most famous park, sprawled across Manhattan and featured lakes, meadows, and woodlands. The area teemed with visitors, and Li Wei was taken aback to find the location here. Let's disembark, he announced, stepping out with the three women, instantly drawing numerous envious glances. Those with a touch of culture might have remarked, a true gentleman should be like this. He is worthy of being emulated. Sun Qi, Eve, and 2B were each more stunning than the last, their figures perfectly sculpted. Eve's distinctive physique accentuated her alluring curves. Forward, commanded the Red Queen, leading the way as Li Wei followed closely behind. Soon, they detached themselves from the crowd and ventured deep into the park. There lay an abandoned air raid shelter, long left to decay and now rusted. Visitors to the park came for leisure, naturally steering clear of such places. Even the most audacious children dared not approach. It is within here, the Red Queen pointed out. Sun Qi and Eve exchanged glances and promptly said, Eve, you should enter and investigate, but tread carefully. Understood, Eve nodded in agreement. Levi noted that Eve was the one leading the way, yet there was no alternative. Sun Qi, as the captain, needed to remain beside Levi to issue commands. Eve cautiously stepped inside, her high heels seemingly unimpeding her movements. She switched on her light and relayed back. Safe. Subsequently, Sun-Chi and 2B entered in succession, safeguarding Levi, which instilled a profound sense of security within him. The interior of the shelter was spacious, bearing evident signs of modification. Initially, remnants of long-forgotten items were visible, but deeper within, everything appeared more contemporary. Levi understood how the Red Queen could locate this place so easily. It was replete with electronic devices, and even a momentary network connection would allow her to trace them. In the realm of the Red Queen, the elusive Black Cat had nowhere to hide. This was also why Levi was not in haste to find her. Up until now, all of Black Cat's hideouts had been uncovered by the Red Queen. It is often said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This sly feline was no different. Felicia, the Black Cat, had several hideouts in New York. She will arrive shortly, the Red Queen cautioned. Levi observed that the interior was filled with treasures pilfered by Black Cat. He refrained from acting immediately, choosing instead to leave them be, intending to sell them when funds were needed. Before long, sounds emerged from outside. Black Cat was cautious. She first surveyed the area, noting no signs of disturbance before stepping inside. Yet, the moment she crossed the threshold, bang, the door slammed shut, with the Gothic-clad 2B blocking the entrance. The lights flickered on, illuminating Felicia's predicament. She found herself surrounded, with Sun-Chi, the one who had once climbed up from the ground, among them. The only seemingly vulnerable figure was Levi, yet he was well guarded, and any attempt to approach him would invite simultaneous attacks from Sun-Chi and Eve. Although Eve appeared casual, her arms crossed, she regarded Felicia with a cool detachment. After a moment of contemplation, Felicia decisively raised her hands. "How did you find this place?" she inquired. Similar to Silver Minx, she had long, silver-white hair, tied up with 2 bangs framing her forehead. Wearing an eye mask that obscured her face, her striking features still shone through, revealing her beauty. Levi couldn't help but exclaim, once a fair maiden, yet now a thief? However, it seems that many are drawn to this allure. The more audacious the woman, the more she revels in it. I am not one to indulge in such mischief, Black Cat remarked as she sidled away, taking a seat upon a nearby canister. I am merely executing a noble endeavor, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. I have witnessed the affluence. Where, then, is the poverty? Levi grasped a Patek Philippe watch, surrounded by an abundance of opulent treasures, carelessly discarded like refuse. Chapter 75. Surely, you do not wish to remain a criminal indefinitely? Humph. Black Cat Felicia scoffed lightly, equating poverty to her own existence. Levi refrained from probing further, aware of the challenge in altering a person's nature. As the adage suggests, one should never attempt to change others, particularly adults whose perspectives are already well-formed. Thus, he inquired, why do you assist Jean Bing in his endeavors? When have I ever assisted Jean Bing? Black Cat Felicia tilted her head in curiosity. Even in such moments, she maintained an air of elegance, exuding a calmness reminiscent of a feline. That Norman Osborn is excessively arrogant. He wishes for all of New York to be aware that I intend to claim what is rightfully mine. Upon hearing her words, Levi retorted, that constitutes theft. When have I stolen anything? You all saw me take it. Can that truly be labeled as theft? Black Cat Felicia chuckled derisively. She leapt down from the canister and approached Levi, extending her hand as if to tease him. Now that you have found me, what will you do? Turn me over to the authorities? As she spoke, she mischievously traced her finger along Levi's chin. Sun-Chi, witnessing this, immediately seized her hand. Do not come any closer. What if I insist? I would relish the opportunity to be close to your man. Black Cat Felicia laughed. Despite the provocative nature of her words, her expression remained untempting, clearly a deliberate choice. If it were to be, she would not be angered. However, Sun-Chi's demeanor grew cold, rendering her already aloof presence even more akin to an iceberg. Sun-Chi tightened his grip on Black Cat's hand, prompting her to attempt a maneuver to topple him. Yet, to her surprise, Sun-Chi executed a backflip, flinging her away. This defies logic. Black Cat Felicia exclaimed in astonishment upon landing. But there was no time to spare, as the 3 women swiftly encircled her. I do not wish to fight you, she attempted to explain, but her words fell on deaf ears. Sun-Chi commanded, capture her. The 3 united their efforts in an attack. During their time at home, Sun-Chi had trained them to strike in unison. Little did they know, this knowledge would now be put to the test. Even without weapons, Black Cat Felicia found herself outmatched. In an attempt to flee, she pushed against 2B, only to find her efforts futile. How heavy, she marveled, only to be ensnared by Eve, crashing to the ground. Bang! Oof! The Black Cat found herself restrained, her hands firmly held down. With a sudden clang, claws emerged from her gauntlets, yet they failed to grasp anyone. Do not resist, Levi instructed, lifting her chin with a finger, mimicking the very action she had intended to perform earlier. However, Levi believed that only he possessed the right to tease others, never the reverse. Indeed, the black cat appeared notably vulnerable at this moment. With his thumb resting gently upon her lips, Levi murmured, "Though you are not one of Kingpin's subordinates, I am a man of virtue and cannot allow you to roam freely in New York. What are your intentions?" The black cat, Felicia, found herself compelled to speak, her lips nearly brushing against Levi's thumb. "How about working for me?" Levi proposed. The presence of such a skilled thief could prove beneficial at times. This notion prompted an immediate struggle from the black cat. Cats cherish their freedom. "I do not intend to imprison you," Levi quickly reassured her. "At times, I may require your assistance, and I shall compensate you for it." He playfully patted her cheek, adding, "Surely, you do not wish to be burdened by a criminal record indefinitely? The warrant for your arrest is as significant as that of any supervillain, preventing you from living a normal life. If you aid me, I can erase your criminal history." His words flowed as effortlessly as if he were discussing a trivial matter in Los Santos. Yet, for the Red Queen, such a feat was indeed feasible. As expected, Felicia appeared somewhat swayed. Despite her occasional longing for a mundane existence, the weight of her warrant rendered change elusive. Individuals like her desperately lacked the opportunity for redemption. Moreover, she was an anti-hero, not a villain. "I agree," Felicia conceded, seemingly submissive. Yet, taming a cat is a formidable challenge. Cat owners understand that felines do not see you as their master, but merely as their caretaker. Levi relished the process of taming. Thus he instructed Eve to release the black cat. "Master," Eve hesitated, reluctant to let go, wishing to caution Levi of the danger. "Rest assured, the feline poses no threat to me," Levi replied with a smile, prompting Eve to finally relinquish her grip. As anticipated, Felicia merely feigned weakness. She pushed off the ground and pounced towards Levi. "Stay back, or I shall harm him," she shouted fiercely. "All I desire is freedom." This declaration elicited a chuckle from Levi, who was unperturbed. "What do you perceive as freedom? Is it the ability to steal at will? That is merely crime. Should you remain obstinate, no one will be able to save you. Why should you be the one to save me?" Felicia retorted, her dislike for his tone evident. "Because I understand your thoughts, you too despise this life. You were meant to have your own destiny, not to mirror your father." Levi turned to meet Felicia's gaze directly. The black cat, Felicia, attempted to subdue him but was astonished to find herself rendered immobile. "What have you done to me?" A glimmer of fear finally flickered in her eyes. "Fear not. Your body is simply unresponsive for the moment," Levi replied with a smile. "Such is the nature of telepathy. Even Magneto must constantly wear his helmet, fearful of being controlled. When faced with a telepath, unless one possesses the same ability, trepidation is inevitable. This is your final opportunity. Perform a task for me, and I shall contemplate expunging your criminal record." Levi tugged at his collar, prompting Quicksilver and Eve to immediately come forth to shield him. This elicited a sardonic remark from Felicia. "You hardly need their protection." This time, the rebellious spark in her gaze began to wane. She looked at Levi and asked, "Can you guarantee that?" "Certainly, but you are not of great significance to me." Levi chuckled and shook his head. It is amusing how individuals often overestimate their importance. In truth, everyone is the same. Life persists regardless of who is absent. Upon hearing Levi's words, Felicia felt a twinge of defiance. "I hope you will honor your promise." As soon as she spoke, her body regained its autonomy. A sigh of relief escaped her. The sensation of possessing her body once more was exhilarating. Levi extended his hand towards her. "Hand over the necklace." "I brought that," Felicia protested. Levi shot her a glare, compelling her to relinquish it. For a master thief, taking it face to face hardly qualifies as stealing. Subsequently, she observed Levi trying the necklace on Quicksilver. Indeed, it looked splendid. "How delightful," Levi remarked. Felicia widened her eyes. After all, she was a woman too. Chapter 76. Target Bruce Banner. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and New York appeared notably oppressive. The sky was overcast, as if a storm loomed yet failed to materialize. Levi awaited the impending tempest, frequently visiting the office. In the afternoons, he would meet with May Parker or Maria Hill, or perhaps venture out shopping with Gwen. However, each time they were halfway through their outing, Gwen would disappear. Were it not for his knowledge of her being Spider-Woman, Levi might have assumed Gwen deliberately avoided him. Alas, this is the reality of dating a superhero. If the partner does not vanish midway, one might question whether they are indeed a genuine superhero. Much like Superman and Lois Lane, had Lois not been understanding, their relationship might have faltered long ago. Dating a superhero undoubtedly presents myriad challenges. Obadiah Stane, that coward, had been presented with numerous advantageous conditions yet remained inactive. Sitting in his office, Levi lamented. The Red Queen informed him that Obadiah Stane was in a state of indecision. Li Wei required a gentle nudge to proceed. After a brief arrangement, the phone rang. It was Gwen calling from outside. "Boss, Professor Connors wishes to see you." "Let him in," Li Wei replied, intrigued by the rarity of Professor Connors seeking him out. After all, a commendable boss like Li Wei is a rarity. Aside from the considerable pressure he exerts, he offers abundant support. "Professor Connors, what brings you here?" Li Wei inquired with curiosity. The professor appeared somewhat embarrassed, but eventually spoke. "There are numerous matters at the laboratory, and those scientists." He scoffed slightly but, recognizing them as colleagues, afforded them some respect. "I believe the company needs to recruit additional talent, particularly in the field of biology." Clearly, he could not manage alone. While the current staff could assist, they lacked the spark of innovative thought. Li Wei could not guarantee anything but replied, "I will do my best." "Very well," Professor Connors said, not lingering due to his restless nature, and promptly departed. Left with no choice, Li Wei instructed the Red Queen to find suitable candidates. At present, the only viable option was to scout for talent at universities. Soon, the Red Queen filtered through potential candidates, all boasting multiple doctoral degrees. Li Wei examined the list, and was struck by the name of a familiar individual. Name: Bruce Banner, world-renowned physicist, possessing 7 doctoral degrees, including in biology. Previously exposed to gamma radiation, transforms into a monstrous being when angered or frightened. The Red Queen's information was thorough. He has transformed into the Hulk, which is evidently a variable we cannot overlook, Li Wei remarked. In response, the Red Queen stated, "Master, I have observed him. He has mastered the ability to control his transformations. Furthermore, the Hulk retains a semblance of intellect, making communication likely." Upon hearing this, Li Wei contemplated that this could indeed be a promising choice. Others might struggle to communicate with Hulk, but he possesses telepathic abilities. However, he was currently being pursued by the military. Li Wei perused the dossier. General Ross was intent on capturing him. This posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, Li Wei found possibilities in General Ross, who had not only avoided controversy, but had thrived, ultimately becoming the President of the United States over a decade later. It was almost unbelievable. Coincidentally, an election year was approaching, with Matthew Ellis poised to replace Barack as the new president. Clearly, Li Wei had never heard of either Ellis or Barack before. Li Wei contemplated the necessity of fostering a good relationship with General Ross. This was not merely advisable. It was imperative. At this point, General Ross had already attained the rank of a 3-star general in the Army, a position significantly superior to that of Rhodes. Collaborating with General Ross would undoubtedly yield greater advantages, especially considering that Rhodes was affiliated with Tony Stark. Levi could not solely rely on them. One night, atop Stark Tower, the black cat, Felicia, crouched in a corner like a small feline. She was surprised that Levi had assigned her a task so swiftly, one that was entirely incongruous with her identity as a jewel thief. Now, Levi expected her to leave some traces in an office without stealing anything, which left her feeling quite powerless. After all, she was a master thief. However, there was little she could do. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Levi was now the master of this little cat. Although she felt indignant, she recognized that escape was not an option, especially with the enticing rewards Levi offered. Who wouldn't want to clear their name? Thus, when the lights of Stark Industries dimmed, Felicia sprang into action. She leaped down and, utilizing her grappling hook, soared across the expanse, following the route meticulously arranged by the Red Queen to infiltrate the building. Navigating through the ventilation ducts, she made her way to Obadiah Stane's office. Deliberately, she created a slight disorder, shifting the positions of the keyboard and mouse just enough to appear accidental, while also leaving evidence of her search on the chair and even the bookshelf. After ensuring everything was in place, Black Cat Felicia departed. Could she not be assigned something more challenging? She vented her frustrations to the Red Queen, who responded, "You have performed admirably. I have erased one of your criminal records. Continue to work diligently." With that, the Red Queen vanished. Being an artificial intelligence, there was little Felicia could do about it. Fully aware of this, she had no thoughts of rebellion. Unless she completely abandoned the use of electronic devices and the internet, she had no choice but to comply. Obadiah Stane was filled with indecision and conflict. He certainly wished to bring down Tony Stark, even contemplating the purchase of Tony's life. Otherwise, he would not have allied with the gangs in the Middle East to eliminate Tony. However, fate had other plans, as Tony Stark successfully returned. This turn of events made Obadiah hesitant to act. Not only did he refrain from taking action, but he also found himself compelled to feign cooperation with Tony Stark. His ambitions gradually diminished, and he was prepared to abandon his plans against Tony. Yet, just at that moment, Levi delivered the ironmonger to him, making it clear that someone was aware of his deeds. Consequently, Obadiah found himself in a precarious position, his thoughts shifting once more. However, he remained filled with hesitation regarding whether to take action. At this moment, his character flaws became glaringly apparent. Obadiah's indecisiveness destined him for failure, and Levi was bound to exploit him. Chapter 77. Has it been a few days, and he has already faltered so? Obadiah Stane remained mired in uncertainty. Even with the ironmonger at his disposal, he felt that Tony Stark was unaware of his existence. Thus he continued to wait. He mistakenly believed he was anticipating the arrival of a miniature nuclear reactor, when in truth, he was merely paralyzed by fear of taking action. Until today, he had not attended the Stark Group in the morning. After all, the company was on the brink of collapse, with the military division shut down by Tony Stark. What reason did he have to be there? This circumstance further fueled Obadiah's growing resentment toward Tony. That young man had effectively dismantled the military sector. How could the Stark Group possibly generate revenue now? He arrived at the office in the afternoon and immediately sensed something amiss. His pupils dilated in alarm as he inquired of his assistant, "Has anyone entered my office?" "No," the assistant replied, shaking his head. This response made Obadiah swallow hard, and a foreboding thought began to take root in his mind. He hurriedly shut the door and stepped inside, only to discover that the bookshelf had been rummaged through and items on his desk had been disturbed. Though the signs were subtle, Obadiah's meticulous nature allowed him to discern the evidence. A chill ran down his spine, and his murderous intent toward Tony Stark crystallized at last. Though he had previously wavered, his resolve solidified now. He turned on his computer and was dismayed to find that his folders had been downloaded, a wave of despair washing over him. He had not anticipated that this was the work of artificial intelligence. Even if he had, he would not dare be so certain. What if it was Tony Stark's people who had gained access? Consequently, Obadiah immediately inquired about Tony's whereabouts. Learning that Tony was occupied with social engagements outside, he felt a slight sense of relief. At least Tony was unaware of the impending threat. Thus, he had no choice but to wait. The anticipation was undoubtedly fraught with anxiety, especially since he was confronted by Pepper Potts. Pepper harbored lingering suspicions about Obadiah, and her gaze toward him was cold and distant. This made Obadiah feel like a cornered animal. By afternoon, he rushed to Tony Stark's residence. At that moment, Tony, brimming with confidence, remained oblivious to the fact that Obadiah was preparing to strike. Nevertheless, he remained cautious of Obadiah's presence. "Uncle Stan, what brings you here?" Tony inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Did he suspect that Obadiah was plotting against him? Sensing Tony's wariness, Obadiah's heart sank further. Thus, he decisively declared, "Tony, I have come to apologize." "What for?" Tony asked with curiosity. Yet, even if Obadiah offered an apology, Tony would not let his guard down. However, he did not anticipate that Obadiah Stane was merely seeking to lower his guard. Obadiah began to reminisce about his past camaraderie with Howard Stark, weaving tales of their shared exploits. Subsequently, he poured 2 glasses of wine as an apology to Tony Stark. Being Tony's uncle, Tony reluctantly accepted the gesture and downed the drink in one gulp. Yet, at that moment, Obadiah revealed a sinister device of his own. A jolt surged through Tony, rendering him powerless. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Obadiah, astonished that despite his vigilance, he had still fallen prey to his deception. Obadiah then bared his fangs, exclaiming, "Tony, do you realize the extent to which you have destroyed the fruits of your father's labor?" It was as if he were declaring that Tony Stark was the true villain, casting himself as the righteous one. For a man like him, such self-deception was paramount. Only by deceiving oneself could one deceive others. Following his lengthy diatribe, Obadiah forcefully ripped the arc reactor from Tony's chest. "Die like this, Tony. I shall eliminate the rest, and the Stark Industries will flourish under my leadership." With the arc reactor in hand, Obadiah swiftly departed. Tony, on the brink of death, felt as if his very life was ebbing away, a sensation both harrowing and profound. Fortunately, he still had his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Although Jarvis lacked a physical form to thwart Obadiah, it immediately informed the Red Queen. Having been vigilant, the Red Queen promptly relayed the message to Levi. Thus, as Obadiah exited, Levi entered with a sardonic remark. "Well, Tony, it's been a few days, and you seem to have fallen quite low." This time, however, Tony could not retort. His face was ashen. The shards within him had yet to be entirely removed, necessitating the miniature arc reactor to maintain their containment and prevent them from wreaking havoc within his body. At that moment, the miniature arc reactor represented the very essence of his life. Without it, the shards would roam freely, threatening to claim his life at any moment. Therefore, Tony could only gaze at Levi, his eyes brimming with desperation. In that instant, his will to survive ignited. "Mr. Levi, please save Mr. Stark. The arc reactor he replaced is below." Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Levi nodded, and proceeded downstairs. Mr. Levi, accessing the door requires authorization, Jarvis began, but before he could finish, the Red Queen had already opened it. This demonstrated the significant disparity between Jarvis and the Red Queen at that moment. Levi had never constrained the Red Queen's development, allowing her to continuously learn and evolve. He entered, discovering Tony's laboratory, where he swiftly located the replaced nuclear reactor. Is there not a new reactor? Levi inquired. The new one was taken by Obadiah Stane, Jarvis responded. Perhaps this encounter would prompt Tony Stark to prepare in advance in the future, unlike now, where despite possessing wealth, he had only constructed a single new reactor. Consequently, they were left with one devoid of energy. Levi hurriedly approached and implanted the mini-nuclear reactor into Tony Stark's body. Oh, Tony gasped, feeling revitalized. Though his body still ached, he was no longer in mortal danger. Tony, you must share this technology with me. I can provide you with a new reactor, Levi asserted. Tony was reluctant to speak. Was it not merely his technology that Levi sought? Unthinkable. Had it not been for Levi's timely intervention, Tony would have retorted. Thank you for saving me, the proud Tony Stark finally conceded. Without Levi's arrival, he might have perished alone in that place. Although Jarvis would notify others, no one could ascertain if they would arrive in time. Levi was the nearest. I must go find Obadiah, Tony declared coldly after a brief respite. Chapter 78. He would not thank Levi in his Long Island villa. Tony Stark ascended skyward clad in his Iron Man suit. Levi indeed felt envious and asked, Jarvis, does your master possess any spare suits? None, Mr. Levi, Jarvis replied. Upon further inquiry, the Red Queen confirmed the absence of any. Even Tony Stark could not fabricate 2 suits and upgrade them in such a short span. What a waste. Tony, Levi shook his head. He yearned to experience the Iron Man suit himself. There was no choice but to venture out by car. For Obadiah Stane, once he initiated his plan, there would be no turning back. He intended to eliminate Levi, Pepper, and others with utmost urgency. Only then would there be room for maneuvering. No one would speak for the dead. Thus, he made a beeline for Stark Industries' facility. This time, there was no interference from S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing him to proceed smoothly. After all, Pepper had yet to uncover evidence against Obadiah Stane and had not approached S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel closely. Everything transpired too swiftly. Obadiah placed the mini-nuclear reactor into the Ironmonger and activated the armor, stepping inside. If Tony Stark pursued a sleek and lightweight design, the Ironmonger was its antithesis. Obadiah, fearing death, had reinforced the Ironmonger with multiple layers of armor. His approach was straightforward and brutish. Spend, spend, spend. Hence, the technological sophistication of Ironmonger is undeniably substantial. Furthermore, he harbored fears that Levi might have intentionally left behind traps, leading him to replace numerous components and disconnect the operating system from the network, thereby thwarting any opportunity for artificial intelligence to seize control. Achieving such a level of caution, Obadiah Stane is far from a fool. Regrettably, he fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by Levi and Tony Stark. He piloted the Ironmonger out of the factory, only to be detected. Unidentified flying objects were reported in the urban area. The S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly identified Obadiah and escalated the information through the ranks. Maria Hill and her colleagues were already aware of Tony Stark's situation and thus refrained from immediate action until they discovered irregularities in the flight path. Why was it heading towards the affluent district? Consequently, Maria Hill swiftly contacted Levi to apprise him of the situation. Levi reassured her, do not worry. Obadiah Stane has turned against us. Pardon? Maria Hill inquired, perplexed. Isn't that Tony Stark inside? Before she could finish her question, a shout rang out. The 2 flying objects have collided. Boom. Tony Stark arrived swiftly, maneuvering Mark II to intercept Obadiah Stane midair. Obadiah was on his way to confront Levi, only to be taken aback by Tony's survival. You're alive. I underestimated my mercy, Obadiah scoffed, feeling a pang of regret for not eliminating Tony when he had the chance. Harnessing acceleration, Tony struck Obadiah down, and both crashed onto the roadway. As dusk descended, the highway teemed with vehicles, allowing many to witness the spectacle. The appearance of 2 armored giants exhilarated the New Yorkers, who seized the moment to document the event with their phones while fleeing, fully aware of the need to escape despite the unprecedented sight. It's not a matter of habituation. Just as Americans are accustomed to gunfire, would they remain stationary in the face of danger? This is not merely a question of accustomed behavior. Thus, Levi found it incomprehensible that in the new Superman narrative, citizens did not flee from the monstrous creatures, but instead drew closer to capture the moment on their devices. Moreover, a young girl who was deaf and mute was obliviously playing with her back, turned to the monster. New Yorkers displayed their acumen by ceding the battlefield to the two metallic behemoths, retreating to a safe distance to record and share the event online, which instantly sparked a frenzy across the internet. Meanwhile, Tony and Obadiah were oblivious to the uproar. They stood facing each other, and Tony Stark's Mark II was no match for Ironmonger. Just as in nature, the larger the entity, the more formidable its prowess. The Ironmonger was clad in layers of armor, while the Mark II appeared almost emaciated in comparison. The disparity in their sizes was palpable, placing them in entirely different leagues. Consequently, Tony Stark found himself swiftly disoriented by the onslaught. This marked one of the most humiliating moments since the inception of the Iron Man suit. At that moment, Levi made contact. "Tony, is your head made of iron? Utilize your technology. If you can't manage, allow me to assist." Clearly, Levi was still preoccupied with the Iron Man suit. "Get lost," Tony Stark retorted. Yet he was reminded of the necessity to adopt a more subtle approach against Obadiah Stane. Thus, he maneuvered the Iron Man suit to soar into the sky. Naturally, Obadiah hastened to pursue, and the two armored behemoths ascended, quickly vanishing into the clouds. The citizens of New York felt as though they were witnessing a spectacle. Their only concern was the vehicles that had been damaged, necessitating insurance claims. How did Obadiah acquire such technology? Natasha, the Black Widow, was the one contacting Levi this time. She intercepted Bumblebee and promptly took a seat. Against this formidable woman, Levi found himself at a loss. "I have no idea," Levi replied resolutely. Natasha, however, remained skeptical. Holding her phone, she observed the videos that had begun to circulate wildly on social media. She clicked on one. "This video is no longer available." A smirk tugged at Natasha's lips. This group was remarkably swift. Nevertheless, it was too late. Many had already viewed and downloaded the footage, ensuring its widespread dissemination. Even if they attempted to control the narrative now, it would be futile. Of course, there were still remedies available. They could claim it was part of a film production. As for belief in this explanation, that was a matter for the audience. Natasha clicked on another video, which had not been deleted. "This must be the one you took away. Don't deny it. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Levi responded, "I only just discovered that the item was stolen. I had intended to examine it." Regardless, the rationale had been provided, whether or not they believed it was a concern for S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, Natasha found herself unable to press further. She merely stated, "I hope this matter does not escalate. If a side must be chosen, S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly align with Tony Stark, as Howard Stark is one of its founding figures. Thus, Obadiah Stane stands little chance, regardless of perspective. Moreover, the misdeeds he committed have already been reported to the authorities. Obadiah's downfall is inevitable. Of course, he will not express gratitude to Levi. Rather, he will harbor intense animosity." Chapter 79, Commercial Endeavors. Obadiah accelerated relentlessly. As Tony Stark's arc reactor dwindled in energy, it resembled Ultraman's warning light signaling imminent peril, causing his speed to diminish. Simultaneously, Obadiah discovered his own velocity waning. Were he able to gaze outside, he would witness his Ironmonger encased in ice. What was happening? Obadiah abruptly realized his armor had come to a halt. Tony Stark then inquired, "Uncle Stan, have you devised a solution to prevent freezing?" With a decisive tap, Tony sent the Ironmonger plummeting at an accelerated descent. Obadiah, in a frantic attempt, endeavored to reboot the system, but it had already succumbed to frost. He could only frantically press buttons. On the ground, Levi and his companions observed the Ironmonger descending from the heavens, heading straight for Stark Industries. "Quick, let's go!" Levi shouted. Bumblebee, unhesitatingly, surged forward without needing to accelerate, while Quicksilver had to grip the steering wheel, feigning the act of driving to conceal Bumblebee's uniqueness. A resounding thud echoed as the Ironmonger crashed heavily onto the facility, unfortunately causing considerable destruction to Stark Industries. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed to secure the area. Tony Stark, also deprived of energy, fell to the ground. His arc reactor, which had been replaced, could now sustain only the bare essentials of life. Levi exited the vehicle and strode inside, finding Tony Stark and Obadiah face to face. Obadiah, seething with rage, noted that the targeting system of the Ironmonger had been damaged, rendering him unable to fire. "Obadiah," Levi entered the fray, declaring, "You have already lost. Do you believe you have triumphed? Eliminating you would be a trivial endeavor." Obadiah, fuming, activated his helmet, preparing to aim manually. However, he soon realized he was unable to control his own body. With a mere thought, Levi had him under control. "We can offer you a chance at life. Spending your days in prison is far better than perishing here." This proposition began to sway Obadiah. Tony Stark chimed in, "Uncle Stan, we do not wish to kill you. We hope you will choose wisely." Obadiah, taken aback, queried, "What do you want?" "Transfer your shares to me," Levi proposed. "In doing so, you could purchase your own life. Remember, even if you perish, the shares will still belong to us." At that moment, Obadiah comprehended the trap he had fallen into. "Capital, you have triumphed." He realized the significance of Levi providing him with the ironmonger and the peculiar nature of it all. It was all part of the cunning scheme devised by Levi and Tony Stark. This left Obadiah filled with resentment, yet he spoke, "No problem. You signed the agreement." Levi had it with him, prompting Eve to retrieve it. Meanwhile, the Black Widow, Natasha, began to understand the situation. She gazed at Levi in shock, unable to comprehend his ruthlessness. "I shall not bully you. I will provide you with a sum as a purchase for shares, sufficient for a lavish existence in prison," Levi stated. Aside from the lack of freedom, the wealthy in prison suffer no significant difference from the outside world. In America, prisons are privately owned. Once everything is privatized, the foremost concern becomes revenue generation, even for prisons. Thus, the experience of affluent individuals incarcerated varies drastically from that of the common man. Except for the inability to leave at will, they can enjoy amenities akin to villas, appliances, pools, and companionship. This is why law enforcement is eager to send individuals to prison, as it generates profit. Prisons collaborate with courts, receiving commissions for each individual processed. Given Obadiah's financial standing, he could thrive even within prison walls. It was true that he hesitated, especially since Levi was willing to offer him money. However, after signing, Obadiah's resolve solidified. He thought it better to take a risk than to remain imprisoned. He still desired control over Stark Industries. "Be careful." Natasha, the Black Widow, had been watching Obadiah closely and shouted out. At that moment, Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, raised its arm, aiming to fire at Levi and Tony Stark, who stood side by side. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, his mind turned to mush. Bang! The ironmonger collapsed instantly, and Obadiah fell silent. He was given a chance, yet he squandered it, Levi remarked nonchalantly. This startled Tony Stark, who looked at Levi with a complex expression. "It's over." Indeed. However, in truth, it was not yet over. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police had arrived. The police took Obadiah's body away, while Levi and Tony were escorted by S.H.I.E.L.D., who did not allow the police to intervene, as this was beyond their jurisdiction. S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves at an impasse with the two, for Levi and Tony held significant status as wealthy individuals, capable of disregarding S.H.I.L.D.'s authority. Thus, after the police departed, they excused themselves due to fatigue. Tony Stark was indeed exhausted. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality was still somewhat difficult to accept. Levi, on the other hand, was elated, returning to celebrate with music and dance. Nothing could bring him greater joy. Though he foresaw Tony potentially betraying him, he was confident that others would not rally behind Tony. No shareholder wishes to see Tony Stark gain complete control over Stark Industries. Much like the Disney family, although Walt Disney indeed founded the company, its splendor and growth have little to do with them. No shareholder desires a resurgence of the Disney family's dominance. Stark Industries is somewhat better off, yet no one wishes to see it become a monolithic entity. This is purely a matter of business. Upon returning home, a guest arrived, Maria Hill. Since Levi had not visited S.H.I.E.L.D., she decided to come to his residence instead. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is treating you poorly, making you work late," Levi remarked. "When S.H.I.E.L.D. is no more, you can join my company." Maria Hill's future appeared bleak. After S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demise, she spent some time at Stark Industries, but remained preoccupied with thoughts of S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, in Secret Wars, the formidable woman met an untimely and ambiguous end. Now that she had a connection with Levi, he certainly did not want her to meet such a fate. Upon hearing this, Maria Hill pondered the implications of Levi's words. Did something happen to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chapter 80. I Am Iron Man. Tony Stark held the script written by Rhodey, allowing him to deftly extricate himself from the situation. Of course, whether others would believe it was another matter entirely. However, Tony was acutely aware of how rapidly this matter had escalated in just a few days. Due to his unfamiliarity with media control, deleting the video was not executed with finesse, resulting in the situation becoming widely known. Netizens speculated about the identities of the two Iron Men. Given that the incident ultimately occurred at Stark Industries, many assumed it was a new technology from the company. In fact, netizens even coined a nickname, Iron Man, or rather, Iron Hero. To be candid, Tony Stark was initially not fond of this moniker. Yet, he gradually came to accept it. Iron Man it is, then. At this moment, Levi also arrived, primarily to attend the impending Stark Industries meeting. Additionally, he could leverage Tony Stark's newfound popularity. Although Tony had previously enjoyed significant fame, It paled in comparison to the attention he garnered after becoming Iron Man. He was the first to openly acknowledge himself as a superhero, and a billionaire at that. These identities combined were enough to capture the world's attention. Naturally, this would also invite adversaries. However, Tony Stark appeared unfazed, or perhaps unprepared for the consequences. Levi approached and whispered, "Tony, are you really going to read this?" Tony Stark stepped back in disdain. "Damn it, this is ridiculous." Levi, unfazed, casually replied, "If it were me, I wouldn't follow this script. You truly are lacking." Tony Stark tightened his grip, contemplating his next move. "What are you doing following me?" He inquired of Levi, fully aware of his friend's intentions to bask in the limelight. Levi, akin to an unyielding adhesive, trailed closely behind Tony. Despite Tony's disdain, he found himself unable to dissuade Levi, resolving instead to capitalize on Levi's popularity as well. As they emerged from backstage, they were not alone. Rhodey, Happy, and others were present, primarily to support Tony. In truth, they were far more anxious than he, fearing that Tony might engage in some outrageous spectacle. With Levi's presence, the unpredictability doubled. The crowd of journalists below was dense, and as Levi and Tony stepped onto the stage, gasps erupted, followed by the incessant clicking of cameras and flashing lights that momentarily blinded Levi. The reporters seemed to sense the potential for sensational news. Tony strode heavily to the center, and the journalists held their breath. This was not an opportunity for questions. Tony glanced at the script in his hand, which distanced itself from personal connections. But the more he read, the more it grated on him. It lacked flair and satisfaction. Observing Levi beside him and reflecting on the current state of Stark Industries, Tony boldly declared, "This is all nonsense. What I want to say is, I am Iron Man." A stir rippled through the crowd, while Levi feigned surprise at Tony's proclamation. Exhilaration surged. The publicity was soaring. "Mr. Stark, what inspired you to create the Iron Suit? Mr. Stark, why reveal your identity?" The reporters, momentarily shedding decorum, bombarded him with questions, transforming the scene into a cacophony. Thrilled, Tony extricated himself from the throng of journalists and walked with Levi toward the conference room, where other shareholders and representatives awaited. This was a pivotal meeting. Tony's revelation of his identity was a calculated decision, not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. The recent death of major shareholder Obadiah Stane had already unsettled the stock market, adding to the gravity of the situation. To outsiders, Stark Industries appears to be in a tumultuous period. Were it not for its substantial financial reserves, any other corporation in such a predicament might well contemplate bankruptcy. Consequently, Tony Stark must devise a strategy to bolster morale and elevate stock prices. This presents an opportune moment. Upon his revelation of being Iron Man, it was no surprise that investor confidence surged, resulting in a rise in stock value. Emboldened by this triumph, Tony Stark aspired for more, specifically, to gain complete control of Stark Industries. However, this ambition was met with disapproval from all other shareholders. Representatives from the military, Osborne Enterprises, and Levi expressed their dissent during the meeting. Left with no alternative, Tony Stark found himself compelled to support Levi. After prolonged discussions, a resolution was finally reached. Tony Stark acquired an additional 5% of the shares, raising his ownership to 48%, while the remaining 20% was transferred to Levi. The price of this transaction was shares in Future Tech Company. Thus, the overall situation remained unchanged. Tony Stark continued to require the backing of the second-largest shareholder to maintain command over Stark Industries, though this individual had shifted from Obadiah Stane to Levi. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of an additional 5% of shares, Tony Stark felt a sense of satisfaction. At least Obadiah Stane's demise had not been in vain. Tony maintained a pragmatic outlook, exhibiting a clear sense of loyalty and enmity. For instance, Ethan, who had once saved his life, was now welcomed into Stark Industries. Joining a department dedicated to retirement, Tony ensured that Ethan would lead a comfortable life in New York. Following the meeting, the shareholders expressed their contentment, at the very least. Tony Stark had not achieved his ultimate goal. Both Tony and Levi were pleased, as there were no apparent losers. Their next objective was to resurrect Stark Industries. The current state of Stark Industries was precarious, necessitating a fresh point of interest. Initially, Tony Stark had developed new energy solutions to transform Stark Industries into an energy enterprise, which stabilized the company and allowed it to reclaim and even surpass its former glory. However, this time, the process need not be so convoluted. They would launch Oasis directly. Thus, 1 week after Tony Stark's declaration of his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries, in collaboration with Future Tech Company, unveiled a groundbreaking game titled Oasis. Upon witnessing the promotional material for Oasis, the entire nation was astounded. Chapter 81: The Origin of the Silver Minx. Oasis is a revolutionary virtual reality game. set to become an expansive, free supernetwork gaming platform available globally. Individuals can immerse themselves in this virtual realm via VR, reshaping their identities and experiencing lives that are entirely distinct from reality, even having the ability to become anyone and undertake any endeavor. The Oasis supports a simulation of the five senses, representing an interactive game with exceedingly high levels of freedom. Players can assume any identity within the Oasis, amass wealth, and alter their destinies. The Oasis boasts a comprehensive economic system, where in-game currency, Oasis coins, can be exchanged for real-world currency. Players can acquire wealth through various means such as trading, combat, and completing quests. As for the gaming experience, it offers a plethora of options. Players can partake in events of all types across any planet, embracing diverse gaming styles. From arcade games to shooting experiences, one can relish in classic scenarios and explore myriad planets. With the vigorous promotion by two major companies, the Oasis is becoming increasingly visible. Although the aim is global outreach, the initial focus is undoubtedly on North America. Capturing the North American market first will likely lead to a domino effect in other regions, particularly in South America, which is essentially considered America's backyard. Following this, Europe and island nations, as allies of the United States, remain enchanted by the American dream. After all, the United States prides itself as the beacon of the world. Furthermore, the Stark Group has enlisted Hollywood celebrities as endorsements, attracting considerable attention even before its release. Jameson, a student at USC, finds himself captivated by the game, especially upon discovering the possibility of currency exchange within the Oasis, which he perceives as a monumental opportunity. It is important to note that every American university student faces significant pressure, particularly regarding student loans. Many endure decades of labor to repay their educational debts. For the average individual, America is far from paradise, fraught with various loans, including lunch loans. Jameson is no exception. The weight of his debt has been burdensome, prompting him to take part-time jobs since his freshman year to alleviate his financial strain. Yet, he realizes that at this rate, he won't be able to pay off his loans for decades. The emergence of the Oasis presents him with a glimmer of hope. If he could earn money within the Oasis and convert it into real currency, that would be exhilarating. There are countless individuals like Jameson across the nation, from students to elites, even politicians, all eyeing the potential of the game. They recognize the immense possibilities it holds. If it truly becomes humanity's second world, the financial rewards could be astronomical. Lee, how could you abandon me? The voice on the other end of the line was not a woman, but a man, Norman Osborn. The Osborn Group is also poised to participate in the Oasis project. Upon hearing Osborn's words, Lee chuckled. Aren't you just too busy with your campaign? Besides, Tony Stark has prohibited any collaboration with other groups. He deftly deflected the responsibility. Upon hearing the name Tony Stark, Norman Osborn found himself at a loss. Stark's arrogance and disdain extend even to someone of Osborn's stature. Fortunately, Norman Osborn was not here for such trivial matters. He spoke, Lee, the next time you come across a lucrative venture, be sure to involve me. Rest assured, I certainly will, replied Lee Wei casually. Having exchanged these pleasantries, Norman Osborn continued. Lee, I have heard that you possess incriminating evidence against Jean Bing. Upon hearing this, Lee Wei was instantly reminded. Indeed, I have records of his criminal activities, meticulously documented by Mr. Martin Lee. Lee Wei's words invigorated Norman Osborn. He inquired earnestly, could you possibly hand over that evidence to me? I intend to see that scoundrel Jean Bing behind bars. Norman Osborn's demeanor was serious, displaying an air of cold detachment. This was entirely understandable, as Jean Bing had chosen to provoke him, and retribution was only natural. In fact, during this period, both parties had been subtly engaging in a duel of sorts. However, Silver Weasel International Security had proven to be remarkably effective. Despite any underhanded tactics employed by Jean Bing, he could not threaten Norman Osborn. It was precisely this inability that fueled Osborn's animosity towards Jean Bing. Lee Wei also harbored disdain for Jean Bing, and thus readily responded, of course. Will you send someone to collect it? Excellent. Thank you, Norman Osborn expressed with delight. This was to be expected. Lee Wei was his ally, and their fortunes were intertwined. Should Norman Osborn ascend to the mayoralty, the future of Future Tech Company would undoubtedly be brighter. Soon, Osborn dispatched a team to retrieve the evidence. A helicopter landed directly on the helipad above Future Tech Company. Clad in white, Silver Weasel's Ms. Silver descended, a testament to Norman Osborn's seriousness regarding the matter. Mr. Lee. Silver greeted him with a tone of deep respect. Her sharp features gave her a commanding presence, and in this attire, she resembled an older sister. Naturally, when adorned in her uniform, her demeanor transformed entirely. Miss Sablinova, here is the material Mr. Osborn requested. Lee Wei handed her a sealed envelope. This evidence had ceased to hold any significance for him. Had it not been for Norman's mention, he might have forgotten it altogether. After all, the homeless shelter had become self-sustaining, and he no longer engaged in such activities. May Parker was indeed a good person, and she disdained such dealings. Moreover, Li Wei was disinterested in confronting Jean Bing himself, thus entrusting the matter to Norman Osborn was prudent. At the very least, Osborn was accustomed to employing such tactics. Silver accepted the envelope, expressed her gratitude once more, and without further delay, boarded the helicopter and departed. Their exchange was brief, as Li Wei was not well acquainted with Silver. It was evident that she was a woman of considerable wariness. She had journeyed from Eastern Europe to New York solely to fulfill her mission. Upon completing this task, she would promptly return to her homeland. Unlike other Americans, Li Wei had gleaned insight into Silver's story through the Red Queen. In truth, the majority of the American populace remains indifferent to the affairs of distant lands, primarily preoccupied with their own lives. International matters seem irrelevant to them. The elite, however, are a different breed, intent on reaping global rewards. Levi, too, had delved into the tragic past of the Silver Minx. Her origins were profoundly sorrowful. Born in Sicaria, she was a princess, but not one coddled by privilege. Rather, her life in Sicaria was fraught with despair, having faced near annihilation on multiple occasions. Her mother perished in her arms, an event that rendered her cold and filled with resentment. Thus, Levi had scarcely witnessed her smile, after enduring such hardships. Who could still find joy? Upon returning to the company, Levi resumed his dedicated efforts in promoting the Oasis initiative. He even took the time to collaborate with the Pacific Rim World to assist in the production of VR devices, for which he paid a price in exchange. Chapter 82. Celebration Feast. With the promotion of Oasis progressing, several months had elapsed, and the dawn of 2009 was imminent. Preparations for the election grew increasingly intense. Yet in New York, Norman Osborn appeared to be on the verge of victory. Unless Jean Bing could somehow ensure Norman Osborn's physical disappearance, there was no chance of success. Furthermore, Jean Bing lacked such an opportunity, as Norman Osborn became ever more cautious, leaving no room for error. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn busied himself with preparations, eagerly awaiting the triumph of the election, which would pave the way for Jean Bing's downfall. Yet, the true matter of significance was the impending launch of Oasis. During this period, both major factions had been diligently distributing virtual devices. Tony Stark found himself astounded. Where on earth did you procure such an abundance of stock? It's as if they cost nothing, and in vast quantities, he exclaimed. He had initially thought it sufficient for the American populace to experience it first. But Levi's pace of procurement was relentless, leaving Stark utterly astonished. With a smile, Levi remarked, "If the World Factory cannot supply the entire globe, can it still be deemed a world factory?" Of course, Levi did not neglect the Pacific Rim world. Given its technological underdevelopment, he provided them with considerable technological advancements, as well as food, since they were grappling with shortages due to the monster invasions. Stark, perplexed, could only express his confusion. However, with circumstances as they were, it was time for a full-scale release. After all, Oasis's advertisements had reached a global audience. As anticipated, following its surge in North America, interest in Oasis sparked in other regions. First, it captivated their European allies, and soon, even those across the oceans in major nations yearned to partake. Levi and his team naturally embraced this momentum. Thus, on the first day of the Lunar New Year in 2009, they commenced the global sale of VR devices. The devices were reasonably priced, available in various tiers, the most affordable at $399 and a higher-end model at $999, akin to the price of a mobile phone. After all, the goal was to encourage universal participation. Exorbitant prices would be counterproductive. Certainly, this is not the most expensive. The priciest invention belongs to Tony Stark. Levi merely mentioned a virtual device akin to a nutritional pod found in online gaming novels, wherein individuals could recline and immerse themselves in gaming. Remarkably, Tony Stark actually developed it. However, to utilize the nutritional pod, one must possess a brain-machine interface, which inadvertently stimulated the sales of such interfaces. Although brain-machine interfaces have now entered the market, their credibility remains questionable. Most consumers opt for non-invasive models that merely require wearing on the head. Surgical options are seldom purchased, as the majority cannot fathom the idea of undergoing surgery on their brains, adding another element to their being. Levi did not aggressively promote the technology, nor did he envision a world steeped in cybernetics. Ironically, the emergence of the nutritional pod bolstered the sales of brain-machine interfaces. Of course, the nutritional pod itself is quite expensive, catering exclusively to the affluent, priced at an astounding $888. Even though a single unit approaches $100,000. It continues to sell remarkably well, with orders flooding in from around the globe. This realization led Levi to acknowledge the sheer abundance of wealthy individuals worldwide. Tony Stark, too, reveled in this success, understanding that profit lies in capitalizing on the wealthy. This realization prompted Levi to reconsider pursuing profits from arms dealing. The Oasis project undoubtedly proves to be a lucrative venture. A few days later, Levi hosted a celebration banquet, inviting familiar faces such as May and Maria Hill, who donned elegant gowns, exuding their mature beauty. The company personnel were also essential to the gathering. While the scientists opted out of such festivities, individuals like Hope and Gwen attended. Naturally, those affiliated with Tony Stark were present to commemorate the triumph of the Oasis. After substantial groundwork and with the Red Queen overseeing the operations, the formidable computational power ensured the stability of the Oasis servers. Within a mere week, over 1 billion players had entered the Oasis servers. Moreover, the monetary transaction system indeed proved profitable for both conglomerates. They established a 2% transaction fee for every trade and a 1% withdrawal fee, with no charges for deposits. Although these percentages may seem minimal, the cumulative effect of numerous transactions resulted in substantial earnings. Cheers! A group gathered at Levi's estate, raising their glasses in celebration. We have succeeded. Hope beamed, her face reflecting exhaustion. She had not anticipated the multitude of responsibilities that came with running a futuristic technology company. Yet, each task brought her a sense of delight. Especially with the Oasis. She had grown to adore it, indulging in it daily after work. Within the Oasis, she transformed into a two-dimensional character and became a skilled player, truly living a second life. No one cares about her true identity. No one knows that she is, in fact, the president of a futuristic technology company. In the game, it appears that everyone is on equal footing. However, this is merely an illusion. As time progresses, the gap between ordinary players and those who invest heavily will only widen. Nevertheless, complete failure is not inevitable. The penalties for dying in the Oasis are exceedingly severe. Upon death, all progress resets, and one's equipment is dropped. Of course, not all maps allow for player versus player combat. Yet, it is precisely this element that adds to the thrill for many. Levi raised his glass in apology to each of his employees. May appeared somewhat awkward, as she was not affiliated with the futuristic technology company. Moreover, she glanced at Maria Hill, who seemed to have a rather close relationship with Levi. At that moment, Maria Hill leaned in next to Levi and lamented, "With such a promising project, why have you not considered us? You are merely an intelligence agency, devoid of commercial interests," Levi replied casually. "By the way, did you give any thought to what I mentioned before? Let's discuss it once S-H-I-E-L-D is no more," Maria Hill responded. Of course, she did not truly believe that S-H-I-E-L-D would simply cease to exist. Nonetheless, she and Nick Fury took the matter seriously and began an internal investigation within S-H-I-E-L-D. After socializing with everyone, Levi settled onto a nearby sofa. He was not yet accustomed to such gatherings, but fortunately, he was surrounded by familiar faces, allowing him to relax. Before long, Tony Stark joined him. "You owe me a larger share. Do you have any idea how many people I have thwarted from coveting this?" Tony Stark began. "There are those in Washington who wish to stake their claim, but I have kept them at bay. Currently, the profit split was 70-30, with 70% going to Levi, as he was the one providing the technology. Thus, Tony Stark had been eager for a larger cut. "This is the role you are to play. Otherwise, why would I engage your services?" Levi remarked. "Of course, I acknowledge your efforts, so I shall offer you a lifeline." "What do you mean?" Tony Stark inquired. "Your palladium poisoning. Did you think I was unaware?" Chapter 83. Tony's various demises. Upon hearing Levi's words, Tony Stark was momentarily rendered speechless. Had Levi truly guessed correctly? Tony Stark then adjusted his shirt, revealing his alarming skin condition. Indeed, it resembled poisoning, though it was not yet overtly apparent. Levi promptly produced a vial of liquid for him. "This will neutralize the palladium." This was a product he had acquired through a recent lottery, perfectly suited to counteract the palladium. Levi reflected on how even the system seemed intent on saving Tony Stark. Presenting it as a small token of goodwill, Tony Stark, however, was far from grateful. "Get lost." Tony Stark expressed his disbelief. "Can this truly be effective? It appears no different from a mere beverage bottle. Why not give it a try?" However, the primary focus should be on developing alternative energy sources to replace palladium, Levi casually remarked. With a hint of skepticism, Tony reluctantly took a sip. The flavor was surprisingly agreeable, and he consumed it in one swift gulp. The effect was almost instantaneous. It felt as though the toxins in his body were swiftly neutralized, eliciting an involuntary sound of relief from him. The other partygoers turned their attention towards him. "Tony, what are you doing?" Pepper Potts inquired, her concern evident. Levi, visibly unimpressed, distanced himself from Tony, stating, "I think he has had too much. Perhaps you all should intervene." Tony shot a glance at Levi, his fleeting gratitude dissipating in an instant. That scoundrel is truly insufferable, he thought silently, adjusting his attire. Fortunately, the party continued, and no one else seemed to notice him. Tony reflected on Levi's words. Indeed, there was a need to explore alternative energy. Just when he had resigned himself to a night of reckless abandon, Levi had once again intervened. Why is it once again? He pondered, looking towards Levi, who had already moved on to find some girls to dance with. In the dance hall, he asked, "Where's Gwen?" "She said she had something to attend to and left early," replied Mary Jane, her vibrant red hair framing her youthful beauty. However, Levi did not extend an invitation to dance. He merely nodded before seeking out Hope instead. Hope, sporting a chic bob, gladly took Levi's hand, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation while dancing. As for May and Maria Hill, Levi found himself at a loss for how to approach them, leading him to invite Hope instead. "I initially intended to bring my father, but upon learning that Tony Stark would be present, he opted not to come," Hope remarked. Levi nodded. "I can imagine the long-standing tension between your father and Howard Stark, which likely extends to his feelings towards Tony." This reminded Levi of an alternate reality where Hank Pym had infiltrated Tony Stark's body, leading to his demise. Indeed, the first installment of What If depicted numerous tragic ends for Tony Stark. Quite harrowing. "Things have improved considerably now. I just prefer not to see Stark Industries," Hope remarked. Looking at Levi was not particularly fond of such close dances, as they often gave the impression of intimacy. Yet, he knew better than to pursue Hope. After all, she wasn't exceptionally stunning, merely average, really. Moreover, two other women were observing them. As the song concluded, Levi and Hope released each other. Hope, wishing to pursue a more youthful romance, sensed Levi's lack of interest and decided to let it go. When Levi approached May and Maria Hill, he was taken aback to discover the two women engaged in conversation. Levi took a seat, observing that May was indeed a person of kind-heartedness, which explained why he was fond of her. Maria Hill spoke up, prompting Levi to clear his throat. May then complimented, "Maria is quite capable. I hear she has assisted you greatly." "You all have been of immense help to me," Levi replied. He promptly fetched some champagne and began to toast with them. Such private gatherings rarely lingered for long, and by 9 or 10 in the evening, Pepper and the others took their leave. Tony Stark hurried back, eager to explore how to synthesize a new element. This was no simple task. The elements of the world seemed finite, and the challenge of discovering a new element to replace palladium was formidable. Thus, he felt he would have to rely on Levi's potion in the future, which, though only offering temporary relief, provided him some assurance. However, as long as he utilized palladium, he remained susceptible to poisoning. Subsequently, his colleagues departed as well. Hope escorted Mary Jane out, and May glanced at the time, saying, "I must return, otherwise, Peter will worry." "Peter?" Maria Hill inquired with curiosity, surprised to learn that May had a child. "He's my nephew," Levi clarified. May nodded with a smile and hastily rose to her feet. "I'll have Quicksilver see you home," Levi offered, summoning him. Quicksilver nodded and drove off in Bumblebee to escort May. Meanwhile, Maria Hill showed no intention of leaving, and Levi was equally reluctant for her to depart, as it meant he wouldn't need Eve and the others to attend to him. Thus, Eve and Tubi tidied up downstairs while Levi led Maria Hill upstairs. The party concluded rather swiftly due to the absence of other diversions. Unlike other American parties, where substances ran rampant, Levi had no taste for such excesses and had only prepared drinks, resulting in a more subdued atmosphere. "When did you meet May?" Maria Hill inquired upon entering the room. "After you. I had hoped to keep her here, but alas," Levi's heart raced at the thought of Director Hill's kindness. Then, he found himself drawn in by Maria Hill, her elegant gown slipping away. At that moment, Levi's thoughts of May faded away. With the launch of Oasis, the most notable impact was on Stark Industries stock, which soared like a plane taking flight. In this era and world, it was the first time a virtual reality game had been released on such a grand scale, nearly encompassing the entire globe. Even in the slums of Africa, VR devices began to circulate. Many children from impoverished neighborhoods aspired to change their fates through Oasis. In many impoverished regions, the only means to alter one's fate was through sports, such as basketball and soccer. However, now those at the bottom of the social hierarchy have gained an alternative, the Oasis. They enter this virtual realm in search of transformative opportunities. The Oasis resembles a second world, captivating many within its depths. Even employees of future technology companies find themselves ensnared by its allure. Everyone yearns for the life they desire, and the Oasis fulfills such fantasies, allowing individuals to become superheroes or pilot mechas. Yet, Li Wei remains remarkably clear-headed. For him, the oasis holds little significance, and the pursuit of wealth appears less crucial. Once one attains a certain level of wealth, it transforms into mere numbers, losing its substantial impact. This explains why many, despite accumulating vast fortunes, remain dissatisfied. They crave more. Nevertheless, Li Wei is indifferent to these concerns. He merely seizes the opportunity to gain prestige. During this period, the media has fervently promoted the genius of Li Wei and Tony Stark, a phenomenon that has propelled Li Wei's prestige to over 3 billion. He is astonished to realize that the entire Earth's total is only twice that of neighboring Huaxia. He then recalls that the Pan-Pacific world operates almost as a national system, placing his name before every individual. Yet, the oasis is overwhelmingly entertaining. Many focus solely on it. Disregarding its developers, he reflects on the 50 billion needed to reach 88 billion in prestige. Although he does not engage in frequent tenfold gains, his prestige continues to soar. However, he has nearly exhausted the resources of both worlds. In the Pan-Pacific realm, apart from Huaxia, his information is largely censored, as he refuses to share technology with other nations. This has placed significant pressure on him. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed, knowing that no amount of pressure will compel them to relinquish their technology. Moreover, Huaxia is poised to widen the gap with other countries, making it increasingly pronounced. For the people of Huaxia, true security will only be attained when they can challenge the entire world independently. They have never believed in so-called friends, placing their trust solely in themselves. Fortunately, the threat posed by the kaiju provides a deterrent for other nations, ensuring they remain envious yet restrained. This compels Li Wei to contemplate ventures into other worlds, though his only concern is the unpredictable nature of such journeys, which carries a certain risk. At that moment, Natasha suffers an injury. Just as Li Wei is engulfed in his turmoil, Maria Hill calls. Upon answering, he is taken aback. "Where are you?" "We're heading to the airport now. Can we deliver it to you?" Maria Hill inquires. Although uncertain of the reasons, Levi nodded and replied, "Bring her to the company." After all, he shared some rapport with the Black Widow, Natasha. Moreover, his curiosity was piqued as to how she had sustained her injuries. Wasn't she the most formidable Black Widow? After a brief preparation, a bulletproof vehicle soon arrived at the company, and Natasha Romanoff was carefully carried out. At that moment, Maria Hill called again, expressing concern that bringing her to SHIELD might pose a danger. Clearly, they had uncovered something significant. Upon entering the hall, Levi beheld the unconscious Natasha, her complexion ashen, evidently gravely injured. He hastily instructed for her to be taken upstairs to a medical room, asking Eve and the others to wait outside. How had she been hurt? She was ambushed by a man with a metallic arm, and a bullet remained lodged within her body, necessitating its extraction. Levi remarked, "Huh? It's not my prosthetic." A man with a metallic arm. Wasn't that the Winter Soldier? He had not anticipated an encounter between the two so soon. However, it was evident that Natasha had been on a mission in Eastern Europe, which explained her recent absence. To sustain injuries while on a mission was indeed unfortunate. "We know it's not your prosthetic," Maria Hill stated. "He was driven off by an agent utilizing your company's prosthetics." But the target was still murdered. Levi nodded in acknowledgement. He ended the call and gazed down at the pale Natasha Romanoff. At that moment, the Black Widow appeared surprisingly vulnerable. She lay with her eyes tightly shut. Without timely medical intervention, even she might not survive. Levi examined her wound, discovering the bullet had directly struck her abdomen, accounting for the severe blood loss. Resolving to act swiftly, he retrieved a vial of medicine, effortless healing, which promised a percentage of recovery. It occurred to him that, despite acquiring numerous healing potions, he had yet to use any. Unexpectedly, his first application was on Natasha, treating her as a test subject. With a swift motion, Levi cut away the fabric covering her shoulder and administered the potion. "Ugh!" Natasha Romanoff cried out, her eyes snapping open as she abruptly sat up, seemingly revitalized. It truly appeared that this potion was miraculous in the real world. It could revive one with a mere breath. As the Black Widow surveyed her surroundings, she recognized only the familiar face of Levi watching her, with a syringe still in his hand. "You saved me?" After a considerable pause, she seemed to regain her composure, her gaze no longer clouded. "Who else could it be but me?" Levi replied casually. Upon hearing this, Natasha wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. Levi did not evade, nor did he contemplate escaping. The two indulged in each other's embrace for several minutes before finally parting. Phew! Levi felt as though he could scarcely catch his breath. With a hint of guilt, he glanced outside, relieved to see 2B and Eve waiting. As Levi savored the moment, he prepared to speak, only to notice Black Widow Natasha clutching her abdomen. "What's wrong?" Levi inquired. "I don't know. It itches," Natasha replied, shaking her head before decisively tearing open her tactical suit. She made a slit and urged Levi to pull with force. Without hesitation, he obliged. Crack. It was far more formidable than tearing stockings. As he ripped it open, he discovered a bullet wound in Natasha's abdomen, which was astonishingly healing at an accelerated pace. Flesh and blood were regenerating, revealing skin as pristine as that of a newborn. No wonder she felt the itch. Natasha gazed at Levi in utter astonishment. What exactly did you use on me? She touched her shoulder, feeling only smoothness. The tiny puncture had vanished. Just some of our company's medicine, Levi shrugged, rest assured. You won't turn into a monster. Who's worried about becoming a monster? Natasha shot him a glance, choosing not to press further. She rose from the medical bed, feeling nearly restored, albeit with a slight weakness. Remarkably, the wound left by the bullet had healed significantly in such a short time. Even her scars were fading. Natasha felt that with just a bit of sustenance, she would be completely well. Unbelievable. Her gaze towards Levi had shifted entirely. While she had previously sensed some mystery about him, it was nothing compared to her current astonishment. The earlier phenomena could be explained within the realm of technology, but this was beyond comprehension. It was decidedly unscientific. Chapter 85. The new generation of mechas. Though you are now well, I advise you to rest, Levi said to Natasha within the room. Of course, she nodded. Having just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., she was not one to overexert herself. She then remarked to Levi, I also saw my sister there. Your sister? Yelena? Levi asked. How do you know? Natasha Romanoff stared at him in surprise. I've met her, Levi replied, proceeding to recount the events that had transpired. Upon learning that her sister had previously attempted to take something from Levi, Natasha felt a twinge of embarrassment. You know, this was all part of her mission. It wasn't her intention. It's no matter. She couldn't harm me anyway, Levi shrugged. No, she's very peculiar. As if she doesn't know me at all. Natasha began to explain the circumstances to Levi. She refrained from confronting Yelena, as Yelena seemed not to recognize her and merely brushed past, avoiding even a glance. This left Natasha somewhat taken aback. Levi immediately remarked, by your account, Yelena must have been brainwashed. Huh. Natasha, initially indifferent, responded, how could that be possible? Nothing is impossible in science, Levi replied, seated beside Natasha. Gradually, she began to entertain his notion. Then I must rescue them. You should rest here for now, Levi suggested. There's no rush. Natasha nodded, as she was still unaware of the whereabouts of the others. Subsequently, she resolved to take a brief respite at the future technology company, especially since Maria Hill advised her to remain hidden for the time being. Levi instructed someone to deliver food to Black Widow Natasha and arranged a place for her. He then summoned the Red Queen. Red Queen, locate the Red Room's agent base, Levi commanded, pondering whether they had activated the Sky Mother ship. He recalled that the Red Room had also relocated its base to the sky, akin to S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit without the latter's opulence. Understood. The Red Queen nodded. The Red Room exercised extreme caution and typically refrained from connecting to the internet, which meant even the Red Queen required some time. However, she provided another piece of information. General Ross's men had already discovered Bruce Banner's whereabouts. The Red Queen inquired, shall we assist him? Yes, let us help, Levi replied. He had contacted a researcher in New York named Samuel Stern, who was highly likely to be present in the city. The Red Queen suggested, Master, should we capture him directly? Levi, upon hearing this, felt a stir of temptation, but ultimately shook his head after a moment's contemplation. Not yet. Let us see what they are up to. For Levi, the most pressing concern was General Ross. If he were to extricate Dr. Banner too hastily, how could General Ross experience his own downfall? A timely intervention was far more valuable than a mere enhancement of an already favorable situation. Thus, Levi merely instructed the Red Queen to help obscure their tracks. In early 2009, the American presidential election proceeded as anticipated. Following a tense and thrilling live broadcast, Matthew Ellis succeeded Barack as the President of the United States. This reality starkly contrasted with Levi's previous existence, as this world bore no resemblance to figures like Obama. Nevertheless, the surreal nature of America remained undiminished. With the presidential election, the mayor of New York also changed. As expected, Norman Osborn faced no opposition and was directly elected as the new mayor of New York. Then came the reckoning. Upon taking office, his first act of fervor was directed towards the Fisk Group, which was embroiled in the nefarious trade of human organs. This revelation thrust Kim into the very jaws of legal peril, necessitating his frequent appearances in court, while Norman Osborn was determined to ensure his incarceration. Kim appeared acutely aware of this looming threat, as he proclaimed on television, "Without me, New York would descend into chaos." Yet, few believed his words. At this juncture, the prospect of Kim's imprisonment was met with applause from the citizens of New York. Tony Stark, casually holding a glass, remarked with an air of nonchalance, It became evident that even in the absence of Howard Stark's legacy, Tony was capable of unearthing new elements, albeit at a slower pace. However, he had at least begun to formulate a concept. Levi, seated beside him, shared a common interest. Subsequently, Stark Industries extended its sponsorship to Norman Osborn. Leaving Levi to ponder Osborn's intentions, he shook his head, diverting his gaze from the television to the documents Tony had sent. Among them was a formidable piece of machinery. Not an Iron Man suit, but a hunter mech. After reviewing the latest iteration of the fourth-generation mech, Tony had undertaken a comprehensive upgrade, even developing a new generation of mech, likely the fifth. The success of this endeavor remained uncertain, but the design schematics had indeed materialized. According to Tony's vision, the hunter mech he was conceptualizing would weigh no less than 7,000 tons, with its firepower significantly enhanced, utilizing hybrid energy sources. When questioned about the rationale behind hybrid energy, Tony elucidated that electronic devices are notoriously susceptible to damage, rendering any singular energy source unreliable. He expressed concern that such a colossal mech could be rendered inoperative by an EMP attack, which would be rather comical. Thus, abandoning the nuclear reactor was not an option. A hybrid approach was preferable. Levi suggested further enhancements, proposing a complete transition to energy weapons. He possessed numerous designs for energy weapons, merely requiring scaling up. With his current intellect, executing these modifications posed no challenge. During this period, Levi had frequently engaged in 10 consecutive draws, acquiring a substantial supply of cognitive-enhancing pills such as CPH4 and the NZD48 from Limitless. While he did not perceive a marked increase in brain development, he felt his thoughts becoming swifter and his learning capabilities significantly enhanced, along with a degree of telepathic fortification. These changes were sufficient for him, as he had no aspirations of unlocking the full potential of his brain. Tony Stark found himself questioning the very nature of existence. "May I have the opportunity to see these colossal machines?" he inquired. Of course, Levi replied with a smile, and soon, through virtual reality, he donned the VR equipment he had previously recorded, immersing himself in an exhilarating experience. Tony donned the VR headset, and as darkness enveloped him, he found himself in an immense base. Upon looking up, he was struck by the sheer height of the ceiling, soaring over 200 meters. "Oh, welcome to the dome base," a voice nearby remarked. As Tony Stark advanced, he caught sight of several technicians conducting repairs on the crimson behemoth known as the Storm. Where was this filmed? If there exists a dome base, how could I be unaware of it? Tony Stark pondered, aware that VR required authentic filming, leading him to question his very existence. Chapter 86. Experiencing the iron armor in the dome base of Xianjiang. Although Tony Stark was engulfed in doubt, Li Wei had not brought him here for camaraderie, as their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy warranting the revelation of secrets. Instead, they frequently engaged in banter, only easing their rivalry when mutual interests aligned. "General Wong, this is the new generation of hunter mech I have developed. Please evaluate its manufacturability." Li Wei presented the mech schematics to the general dispatched by Old Li. Without hesitation, the general appropriated the credit that belonged to Tony Stark, as no one seemed to mind. For Tony, this was merely a side endeavor while he explored new elements. Yet even so, it surpassed the mechs of this world. General Wong's eyes lit up, realizing the extent of Li Wei's extraordinary technology. Their upper echelon had long believed that Li Wei hailed from a world decades, if not more, advanced than theirs, especially given his mastery of time travel technology. He glanced at the blueprints, only to find them incomprehensible, and concluded that they must be entrusted to professionals. "Mr. Li, we have crafted the items you requested," General Wong announced. "Oh," Li Wei's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is it ready? Let us take a look." "Indeed," General Wong replied, leading the way. They arrived at a warehouse, where a red suit of steel armor materialized before Li Wei's eyes. It was none other than the Mark II previously designed by Tony Stark. However, while Tony was undeniably clever, the collaboration of several brilliant minds could yield results surpassing even his intellect. Thus, the scientists of this world had enhanced the armor, making it not only more visually appealing, but also more comfortable. Furthermore, the local scientists utilized the technology gleaned from the iron armor to improve the hunter mech. For the Pacific Rim world, the iron armor held little utility, as their primary goal was to open the kaiju, rendering the armor nearly trivial. Nonetheless, certain technologies proved to be universally applicable, such as the energy manipulation exhibited in the palm cannon. "Mr. Li, would you care to give it a try?" "Certainly," Li Wei replied, nodding eagerly. With the assistance of those present, he donned the iron armor. In that moment, he comprehended the relentless upgrades Tony Stark had pursued for his suit. The only drawback of this contraption is its cumbersome nature when worn. Even the Mark V that Tony Stark is currently researching which can be stored in a briefcase, remains quite a hassle. This prompted Li Wei to lament the absence of nanotechnology. Reflecting on Stark's later nanotech suit, which perfectly meets such demands, he envisioned it being akin to Eve and Sun Chi's nanofabric suits, allowing for effortless alterations. Regrettably, he has yet to extract any nanotechnology, and even reverse engineering it would require considerable time. Mr. Li, would you care to give it a try? Certainly. In no time, the Red Queen connected and assumed a supportive role. With a hum, the base's dome opened, and Li Wei took off. Thanks to the Red Queen's assistance in navigation, he managed to avoid erratic flying. Wow. Although he couldn't feel the breeze, Li Wei still reveled in the exhilaration, a blend of speed and passion. Gradually, he mastered the art of controlling the iron suit, allowing the Red Queen to relinquish her hold. The iron suit glided closely along the ocean's surface, exceeding Mach 2, leaving a linear wake that formed a graceful arc. Just as Li Wei was enjoying himself, General Wang promptly cautioned, "Mr. Li, refrain from approaching foreign waters. Beware of their air defense systems." Considering this, Li Wei confined his flight to international waters, indulging briefly before returning. While flying was thrilling, he mused that self-propulsion would be even more exhilarating. No wonder so many aspire to be superheroes. With a thud, Li Wei descended slowly but mismanaged his landing, nearly crashing down. He soon realized that disassembling the suit was even more troublesome than donning it. Perhaps it would be wise to diligently pursue nanotechnology instead. Finally emerging from the suit, he felt significantly lighter. Though the iron suit was relatively comfortable and equipped with air conditioning, the sensation of encasing oneself in metal was less than pleasant. Nevertheless, he decided to take it with him. Better to be prepared for any eventuality. At that moment, General Wang inquired, "Mr. Li, do you possess any special materials? The current hunter mechs are easily damaged." Nodding, Li Wei responded, "Indeed. If the hunter mechs were crafted from vibranium, they would be invincible. However, acquiring sufficient vibranium is no easy feat thus," he remarked. "It's challenging to procure, but I will keep an eye out." "Thank you, Mr. Li," General Wang replied immediately. "The incursion of the kaiju has left the nations around the Pacific in distress. Fortunately, they initially secured the routes to the Atlantic. Otherwise, allowing the kaiju to roam globally would have been even more troublesome. For now, it suffices to establish defensive lines around the Pacific." Nonetheless, the hunter mechs remain prohibitively expensive, leading many to contemplate abandoning them. If there were more advanced hunter mechas, the costs incurred in dealing with the opening flower beasts would be significantly reduced, and many might alter their perspectives. After all, the expense of the hunter mechas is multifaceted. It is not merely about their creation. There are subsequent maintenance costs and a plethora of associated expenses that sustain countless individuals and provide innumerable job opportunities. Subsequently, Li Wei engaged in a remote conversation with Li Lao, who, of course, would not linger here indefinitely and had long returned to Beijing. "Xiao Li, what is the purpose of your VR device?" Li Lao inquired. It was evident they were intrigued by this virtual reality technology, yet uncertain about Li Wei's intentions for its use. Thus, Li Wei elucidated the concept of the Oasis to him. "Are you saying you have developed a virtual reality game?" Li Lao asked. "Indeed, it is currently quite popular," Li Wei affirmed with a nod. This revelation caused Li Lao to hesitate, primarily due to the potential drawbacks. The advantage lies in the existence of a second world, granting hope to those in dire circumstances. However, the disadvantages are glaringly apparent. It could lead to a deterioration of the real world, a trend already observed in the Marvel Universe. With the emergence of the Oasis, global productivity seems to have regressed, prompting widespread criticism from various media outlets. Yet, this critique bears little fruit, as individuals continue to indulge in the Oasis, for its euphoria surpasses that of reality. Within the Oasis, one can achieve anything, while the real world remains under the thumb of capitalists, devoid of resources. Who can withstand such a reality? Consequently, Li Lao quickly discerned the pitfalls of the Oasis. Thus, he refrained from further discussing this technology and chose to contemplate it instead. Moreover, even if the Pacific Rim world were to promote the Oasis, that would not be prudent at present. The threat of the opening flower beasts still looms. If one were to promote the Oasis now, it could lead to a catastrophic exodus from the real world. Chapter 87. The Raft Prison Riot in the Villa on Long Island, New York. Li Wei instructed Eve and the others to securely store the steel battle suits. Typically, they would not be utilized, so he connected directly to the Red Queen for seamless access. Notably, that scoundrel Tony Stark had not provided him with the technology for a miniaturized nuclear reactor. Thus, his steel battlesuit is powered not by a nuclear reactor, but by a fusion battery. For the steel battlesuit, a fusion battery suffices, as one such battery can supply energy to an entire building and is no larger than the size of a palm. Afterward, Li Wei donned his suit. preparing to attend a celebratory banquet. This was, of course, a celebration for Norman Osborn, who had ascended to the position of mayor of New York City. His next course of action would be to express gratitude to his supporters. As night fell, the Osborn Tower in New York became a gathering place for numerous wealthy individuals and capitalists. The attendees were few. Norman Osborn had not extended invitations to many. Furthermore, ordinary celebrities were deemed unworthy of participation. In order to gain entry, socialites must exert considerable effort. Li Weishue, displaying his acumen, brought a companion to the soiree. He exited the vehicle and gently assisted Hop into the venue, who had intentionally rented an exquisite gown for the occasion. As the future CEO of a tech company, it was only fitting for Li Weishue to accompany her, as others were less suited for such an event. As anticipated, Hop clasped Li's arm and whispered in his ear, primarily to introduce the numerous individuals he was unfamiliar with. However, Hop was well acquainted with them, providing timely guidance. Before long, Norman Osborn spotted them and promptly approached with a few associates. During his mayoral campaign, Osborn had already assembled a team, and now as the mayor, those individuals held significant positions in New York. This exemplifies the saying that when one ascends, those around them also rise. Beaming with confidence, Norman embraced Li, exclaiming, "Li, welcome. I have prepared policies for you, specifically for the disabled." Li responded with a serious demeanor. "Indeed," Osborn replied, and they exchanged knowing smiles. These arrangements had been agreed upon prior to his electoral victory, and Osborn was not one to renege on his commitments. If he were to do so, he would lose the support of others, as is the custom in America. Furthermore, if Osborn aspired to greater heights, he needed to secure continued backing from Li and his allies. Soon after, Li Weishue departed to mingle with other guests and encountered Tony Stark. Although Stark was the last to arrive, his presence commanded attention. Before long, Norman Osborn took the stage, proclaiming, "I declare that New York shall become a better place. During my tenure, the city's gangs will be eradicated." Osborn spoke with fervor, having already imprisoned Wilson Fisk with irrefutable evidence against him. After all, he was not up against ordinary adversaries. Osborn's resources far exceeded those of Fisk. The Osborn Group was involved in various sectors, including defense and pharmaceuticals, far surpassing the capabilities of the Fisk Group. It became evident that only capitalists could contend with fellow capitalists. Unbeknownst to Osborn, Fisk had meticulously orchestrated his own plans. Rikers Island Prison, a waterborne facility situated not far from New York, falls under the jurisdiction of the highest security sector of the island. It is widely regarded as one of the most secure prisons in the world, housing supervillains. Since its inception, no one has ever escaped from Rikers. However, at that moment, several yachts stealthily approached under the cover of night, eluding detection. They deftly navigated past the floodlights, donned their diving gear, and plunged into the sea. They traversed the ocean floor, seeking a concealed passage, and swam into the hidden depths. Emerging from the depths, Erica removed her helmet and oxygen tank, only to discover the absence of a ladder, necessitating her ascent by her own means. Producing the tools she had meticulously prepared, she cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant and maintain silence." Subsequently, the group commenced their climb. Before long, they found themselves within the confines of the raft prison. Follow the designated route, refrain from unnecessary actions, Erica instructed. Prior to their entry, Kingpin had offered her an irresistible sum. In truth, even within the prison's walls, Kingpin could still thrive, for the Fisk Group remained intact, and his wealth was undiminished. His aim was merely to vex Norman Osborn, just as he was doing now. As Erica and her companions infiltrated the prison, chaos erupted within the raft. The individuals Erica brought along were ninjas from the hand, adept in the art of assassination, their presence going unnoticed for an extended period until bodies were eventually discovered. Only then did the alarm of the raft sound. Yet, this was precisely the moment Erica and her cohort had been anticipating. As the alarm echoed, the formidable gate at the far end of the prison swung open, allowing their seamless entry, whereupon they liberated the incarcerated individuals. The prison housed notorious supervillains of New York, most of whom had been apprehended by Spider-Man. With a resounding crash, Rhino, Vulture, and others emerged, reclaiming their gear. Instantly, the raft descended into pandemonium as they charged forth, igniting fires in their wake. Meanwhile, a celebratory Norman Osborn became aware of the tumult. What? His astonishment at the raft's uprising was palpable. He immediately suspected Kingpin's involvement. Regrettably for him, Kingpin was securely confined in a private prison, making any attempt on his life exceedingly difficult. Outside, the wail of sirens began to pierce the air. "What is happening?" those reveling in celebration inquired. Levi and Hope stepped aside, as the Red Queen relayed the news of the raft's insurrection. "The raft is in chaos?" Levi asked. "Indeed, and they have already arrived in New York." Several supervillains are expected to unleash unprecedented calamity upon the city, the Red Queen predicted. Not to worry. The people of New York will adapt, Levi replied nonchalantly. After all, with extraterrestrials and other disturbances, New Yorkers will soon grow accustomed to such turmoil. At that moment, the affluent sought safety, hastily vacating the area. Tony Stark too departed in haste. Clearly, despite the New York police's steadfastness, few believed they could contend with such a multitude of supervillains. In truth, had it not been for Spider-Man, they would have been utterly incapable of apprehending these criminals, let alone securing them. Turning to Hope, Levi remarked, "Let us depart. Do you have a safe location?" "I went to find my father," Hop spoke, her thoughts solely consumed by her father, Hank Pym. "I'll take you," Levi nodded, leading Hop away. Chapter 88. A sleepless night in New York. The residents of New York found themselves unable to sleep this night, particularly those living by the seaside, who could witness a blaze upon the water's surface. Meanwhile, the culprits hastily returned to New York, their intentions still unclear. Yet one thing was certain. They sought to sow chaos throughout the city. After all, they had been confined in the raft for far too long, and their pent-up frustration was palpable. As the coastal dwellers were still engrossed in the spectacle, they suddenly realized it had descended upon them. Fortunately, the supervillains were not targeting ordinary citizens. They were merely wreaking havoc. This frightened the populace into hastily closing their windows, refraining from further observation. Although some dared to capture the moment on their phones, they were too apprehensive to hold their devices close. The scenario of standing beneath the feet of a monster to film would not occur. In the distance, police vehicles had arrived. It must be said, the response time in America is remarkably swift. Particularly in a bustling metropolis like New York, a call to 911 guarantees officers will arrive within 3 minutes. However, when faced with these supervillains, the officers received no mercy. Before they could ready themselves, a hulking figure charged towards them. It was Rhino. The officers, startled, scrambled from their cover behind the vehicles. Their bullets struck Rhino but ricocheted off the armored layer that enveloped him. Originally a thug for the Russian mob in New York, Rhino had succumbed to the allure of wealth and power, submitting himself to a perilous chemical radiation experiment. This resulted in a tough polymer bonding to his skin, transforming him into Rhino. This once again validated the adage, the rich rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. This formidable skin allowed Rhino to withstand extreme temperatures and rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Furthermore, it endowed him with immense strength, with a predilection for headbutting. His brute force was such that even Spider-Man dared not confront him directly. In the realm of Street Fighter, he could easily match Honda in a clash of headbutts. Indeed, a police car was sent flying by Rhino's assault. Just as he prepared to engage the officers, a figure soared through the air, delivering a swift kick that halted Rhino in his tracks. Without needing to look, Rhino knew who it was. "How delightful. Little Spider, you've finally shown up. Take her down," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After all, how many of these criminals had no ties to Ghost Spider? Instantly, Vulture descended from the skies. The Vulture laughed heartily as he flew towards the ghostly Spider-Man. "Ha ha ha. Did you expect this? I just went in and came back out, and this time, I shall teach you, little Spider, a lesson you won't forget." This left Gwen feeling somewhat powerless. Dealing with one supervillain was already a daunting task, and now she found herself facing an unimaginable number of them. Aside from Rhino and the Vulture, there were others like Scorpion. Gwen could only evade their attacks in a frantic dance of survival. "My master, Gwen's situation is dire. The number of enemies is overwhelming," remarked the Red Queen upon returning home. "Is there no response from New York?" asked Levi, intrigued by her words. "The New York police are at a loss," the Red Queen replied. "However, Tony Stark has already mobilized." "Oh." Levi's curiosity was piqued. Soon, he beheld the iron armor detected by the Red Queen, which ignited his interest further. He too possessed an iron armor. His ongoing research had been stirring a longing within him. Initially, he had intended to test his metal against monsters in the Pacific Rim world, but without his exclusive mecha and with the area vehemently opposed to his involvement, he felt a sense of unease. It was far too perilous. After all, battling monsters could lead to death in a heartbeat. Even the star pilots of the mecha hunters faced alarmingly high mortality rates. Yet, this very danger intensified Levi's yearning for combat. Now, he understood why the existence of melee mages was so appealing. It wasn't that magic lacked joy. It was that engaging in close combat was far more exhilarating. He had to experience the thrill of battle. Thus, Levi declared, "Red Queen, we shall set forth." "My master." Eve and the others were taken aback. They had never witnessed Levi taking matters into his own hands. Moreover, with them around, how could he possibly venture out? "I'm just going to have a little fun," Levi explained, somewhat dragged along by the three women. "Then we shall accompany you. You can take Bumblebee," Levi consented, cautious of any unforeseen circumstances, knowing that if trouble arose, Eve and the others could fend for themselves. With that, Eve and Quick did not press further, while 2B had already relinquished her insistence. As a synthetic being bound to her master, she dutifully obeyed commands without question. Thus, the three swiftly donned their attire and armed themselves, setting off ahead of Levi. Levi then entered the house, and with the Red Queen's assistance, donned the iron armor. With a clang, the armor was fully equipped in no time. Levi attached the fusion battery and observed the displayed energy levels, hardly a depletion. Indeed, it was cutting-edge technology. Let us go. With Levi's command, he shot skyward. And where was Norman Osborn? He had already learned of the commotion, and chaos erupted across the entirety of eastern New York. Furthermore, there is a discernible trend of escalation. The chaos is not merely instigated by these supervillains. Numerous gang members are also attempting to exploit the turmoil. If this pandemonium continues unabated, Norman Osborn dares not contemplate the consequences. This is precisely the intent of Kingpin, who has orchestrated such upheaval since his ascendance to power. It is essential to remember that this is New York, where no secret can remain hidden. In due time, it will be enough to leave him utterly overwhelmed. This incites a profound loathing within Norman Osborn. Kingpin remains imprisoned. His assistant promptly remarks, "Damn it." Osborn exclaims in frustration upon hearing that Kingpin has not yet been released. Should Kingpin manage to escape, he would have justifiable grounds to take lethal action against him. Alas, Kingpin has not afforded him that opportunity, instead allowing others to sow discord. "Silver, unleash your team," Osborn instructs, turning to Silver Sable. Reluctantly, Silver responds, "Mr. Osborn, our mission is to protect you. Should we depart, you may be left vulnerable." "I understand," Norman Osborn replies. "Thus I shall remain in Oscorp Tower, not venturing anywhere until this matter is resolved." Faced with this determination, Silver Sable concedes with a nod. Within his own domain, Norman Osborn feels a sense of confidence, as long as he refrains from reckless actions. Subsequently, Silver Sable dispatches an elite squad to safeguard Norman Osborn, while she herself leads another team, embarking on their mission via aircraft. Now, as the mayor of New York City, he can traverse the city freely. Chapter 89. Tony, is someone imitating me? Boom. In the early hours, New York resembles a city that never sleeps. The streets are illuminated not only by lights, but also by flames. The intermittent sounds of explosions make it abundantly clear that New York has descended into chaos. Fortunately, this is not Gotham. Ordinary citizens dare not venture out, locking themselves inside their homes in hopes that the police will take action. Yet, despite the fact that the New York police force boasts over 30,000 registered officers, supplemented by additional auxiliary officers exceeding 50,000, their presence proves inadequate in this moment of crisis. Outside, the sirens of police cars wail incessantly, yet the explosions continue unabated. This turmoil arises because many of the supervillains on the run are not acting alone. They are accompanied by a cadre of henchmen. Take Mr. Negative, for instance. He originally commanded the Demons Gang. While the gang did fall silent during his imprisonment, it did not disband. Rather, it lay in wait for his eventual return. Indeed, the moment has arrived for Mr. Negative to re-emerge. He is not foolish. He has no intention of making a move. Kingpin lacks the authority to command him. Moreover, even if Kingpin sought to incite chaos in New York, what benefit would that yield? Currently, the military has not intervened. However, should the President of the United States be provoked, they could swiftly take action, leaving them with dire consequences. Hence, Martin Lee harbored no intentions of inciting chaos in New York. Yet, despite his reluctance to sow discord, individuals aware of his return instigated turmoil. His old adversary, Hammerhead, seized this opportunity, leading members of his Magia gang to confront Martin Lee, aspiring to dismantle the Demon Gang, resulting in considerable upheaval. Beyond their faction, numerous other gangs also chose to exploit the turmoil. Although New York stands as America's economic epicenter, it is equally shrouded in darkness. The city, alongside Los Angeles, harbors the highest population of homeless individuals, and like other major urban centers, is rife with countless gangs. Los Angeles, for instance, is home to groups like the Crips and Bloods. New York is no exception, with territories meticulously divided among various ethnicities from around the globe. Consequently, a palpable sense of citywide chaos began to unfurl. Norman Osborn stood atop Oscorp Tower, observing as the officers below braced themselves for the impending chaos, his countenance grim. No matter where he glanced, flames flickered ominously. This was a far graver situation than the riots that plagued Los Angeles in the 1990s. Damn that Kingpin. Norman Osborn's heart ached as he contacted the New York Police Department, insisting they address the gang issue, assuring them that the escaped convicts from Rikers Island would be dealt with by others. Your priority is to handle these gangs. Subsequently, he reached out to allies like Levi, seeking their assistance. However, his allies were not particularly reliable. Only Levi responded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, Norman, I have already dispatched help." With the city engulfed in chaos, Levi too feared for his company's safety. Thus, the security team of Future Technologies was on standby, ready for combat. "Thank you, Levi, you truly are my supporter." Norman Osborn expressed his gratitude. "Indeed, we are true friends, Norman," Levi replied, promptly ending the call as he geared up for battle. "Sir, another iron suit has been spotted nearby." Naturally, Tony Stark would not remain idle at such a moment. Should chaos erupt in New York, it would significantly impact Stark Industries. Thus, he took control of his iron suit and emerged into the fray. Months had passed, and his suit had undergone further upgrades. It was now Mark IV. Compared to its predecessors, the Mark IV was lighter, with a completely redesigned exterior that conformed seamlessly to the human form. Furthermore, Tony Stark had ingeniously integrated a filtration system capable of converting urine into potable water. After all, even a billionaire sometimes finds himself in need, especially within the confines of an iron suit. Outside, it was quite challenging to remove the steel armor. One couldn't possibly hold it in for too long, could they? Levi could only marvel at Tony Stark's relentless nature. What? Tony Stark paused for a moment. Turning around, he spotted a steel suit charging towards him, landing right beside him. Upon witnessing this, Tony Stark's expression darkened instantly. "Who dares to imitate my visage? No, my armor." He gazed at the suit, utterly appalled. How outrageous. Not only did it bear a resemblance to Mark II, but its color scheme was identical as well. Where's the originality? This is sheer plagiarism. "Sir, you previously provided Mr. Levi with the design blueprints for Mark II, Jarvis felt compelled to remind him. Only then did Tony Stark recollect. It was neither imitation nor theft. It was something he had given. "Wait a moment, Jarvis, what is its power source?" "Sir, Mr. Levi has placed a battery in the chest compartment." Tony Stark was taken aback. What kind of battery could possibly power a steel suit? Are you jesting? If such a battery existed, would he still be toiling away on a nuclear reactor? Palladium is perilous. "Tony, it's no wonder you lack insight," Levi interjected directly. "Get lost." Tony Stark's expression darkened further. This rascal had a battery but wouldn't let him utilize it, instead coaxing him to explore new elements. Wouldn't it be more efficient to investigate this battery directly? At this point, a new idea indeed sparked in Tony Stark's mind. However, now was not the time for such musings, for Levi did not retreat, but instead proposed, "Tony, shall we compare whose steel suit is superior?" Haha. Tony Stark, already accustomed to Levi's audacity, chuckled heartily. He suspected he had misheard and inquired, "Are you comparing my design against my own? Though it is your design, it has been modified, therefore, it is no longer yours," Levi retorted promptly. Tony Stark burst into laughter. Levi was truly remarkable. That was indeed Mark II, even with modifications. What significance did it hold? He was currently utilizing Mark IV. Moreover, Mark V was under development, a portable version that was even more convenient. Levi was certainly a counterfeit. "Very well, I shall demonstrate who the true genius scientist is," Tony Stark declared immediately. He held great regard for this title in his heart. However, the media had already affixed this title to Levi, leaving him to compete with Levi in private. Levi was undeterred, and the two exchanged a few more barbs. Soon after, they beheld the battlefield below. The Red Queen magnified the image, allowing them to discern the situation rapidly. They observed supervillains mercilessly assaulting the spectral Spider-Man. Gwen was tossed around like a ragdoll by Rhino and his compatriots. Had it not been for Spider-Man's extraordinary physical prowess, an ordinary person would have long since perished. Yet, even so, Gwen would not fare well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tony Stark made his move. Chapter 90. The Essence of Rebellion. Boom. The iron suit descended from the heavens, bringing a sigh of relief to the nearby officers. Iron Man has arrived. During this period, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, had been making waves across the globe, having showcased his might even against foes in the Middle East. Was he not a formidable force in New York City as well? However, what was this? There were two Iron Men. The officers were momentarily bewildered, for as the first Iron Man landed, a second one followed suit, soaring through the air directly toward Ghost Spider. In a seamless aerial relay, the second Iron Man embraced Ghost Spider, subduing her. Levi felt Gwen's body grow limp. "Gwen," he called out. "Ah." Gwen Stacy was taken aback, surprised that her identity had been unveiled. "Boss." Subsequently, the iron suit opened its visor, revealing a handsome face. This sight caused Gwen to blush. So, her boss had known all along? Yet, it was only natural. With the Red Queen's prowess, she should have anticipated this. Although she had previously refrained from delving deeper into the matter, Thus, she instinctively nestled into Levi's embrace, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Levi ascended to the rooftop, intending to set her down, only to find that she clung to him tightly. Unfortunately, she was embracing the iron suit. "Do you not wish to let go?" Levi inquired. Gwen, indeed a bit soft and adorable, eventually realized her predicament and jumped down. "Thank you, boss." Upon landing, she spontaneously hugged Levi once more. Alas, the metallic shell offered no warmth. "Now, let us address the situation here," Levi stated. "All right," Gwen nodded at Levi. Finding him extraordinarily handsome, though she had always thought he was quite dashing, he appeared even more so now. With a smile, Gwen proposed, "Boss, shall we compete to see who is more formidable? What happens to the loser?" "What becomes of the loser?" Levi inquired. "The loser treats the winner to a meal," Gwen promptly replied. This elicited a chuckle from Levi. After all, who didn't he know she often left half her meal untouched? Nevertheless, he did not decline, saying, "Very well. You are bound to lose." "Hee, I am the superhero here," Gwen declared, turning to face Levi, leaning back, and plummeting gracefully toward the ground. It looked remarkably effortless. No wonder Spider-Man relished swinging through the webs. It truly was exhilarating. Leeway cast an envious glance, reminiscing about his previous life spent playing Marvel Spider-Man, where swinging on webs could entertain him for hours. Fortunately, he now possessed the iron armor. Donning his helmet, Leeway descended swiftly. At that moment, Tony Stark had already taken action. He swiftly locked onto Scorpion, unleashing a powerful blast of energy from his palm. Scorpion had never encountered such a spectacle before. In his previous encounters with Ghost Spider, he had never faced any life-threatening danger. To put it plainly, Gwen had always shown him mercy, leading these criminals to feel unafraid. For them, causing chaos was akin to a game, much like the supervillains of Gotham, who were fans of Batman, relishing the thrill of battling their idol without the fear of death. As a good neighbor to New Yorkers, Gwen had never taken a life, which contributed to the supervillains' lack of fear towards her. However, they were now up against someone formidable. Once Tony Stark arrived, he wasted no time and opened fire with his newly developed weaponry. The Stark Industries may have ceased external weapon sales, but that did not imply a halt in research and development. Tony, who had a penchant for weaponry, had not abandoned his pursuits. He simply chose to employ them for his own use, given his ample wealth. In an instant, Scorpion was blasted away, soaring through the air like a kite. Had it not been for the protective armor he wore, he would have been severely injured. Without hesitation, Tony then targeted the rampaging Rhino. The shoulder plates of the iron armor opened, releasing several small missiles. These missiles were potent enough to destroy even a tank in a single strike. With a swift whoosh, the missiles propelled towards Rhino. The ensuing explosion left Rhino staggering, unable to evade the attack, though he remained conscious, indicative of the sheer thickness of his armor. Nevertheless, this encounter revealed a ruthless side of Iron Man that the supervillains had not witnessed before. This was not the soft-hearted Ghost Spider they were used to. Tony Stark was genuinely out for blood. For Stark, he had lost count of how many lives he had taken, and the number of individuals who had perished due to his weapons was countless. Consequently, Vulture sought to flee. His equipment granted him the ability to soar through the skies. But could he truly outpace Iron Man? Thus, he faltered in fear. At that moment, Ghost Spider descended from above. "Adrian, where do you think you're going?" Gwen exclaimed, seizing Vulture and preventing him from taking flight. The two were old adversaries. Vulture had never triumphed over Gwen, which gave Leeway confidence as he rushed to assist Tony Stark. "Although I find Tony's arrogance quite intolerable, it is imperative that he remains unharmed." Tony is currently besieged by several supervillains. Despite his Iron Man suit, he is not faring well. With a resounding crash, he is slammed into the wall, nearly embedded within it. At that moment, Levi swoops down, exclaiming, "Tony, why do you look so disheveled?" "Damn it." Tony Stark groans, feeling the weight of the situation. However, he does not react with anger to Levi's sardonic remarks. Instead, he cautions, "Be careful, avoid close combat." "Oh, I intend to engage them in close quarters." Levi retorts with a laugh. This response nearly causes Tony to choke with frustration. What a rebellious spirit. Without hesitation, Levi launches himself towards the Rhino, eager for a melee confrontation. Of all adversaries, he chooses the Rhino. The brute charges at Levi, who nimbly leaps aside. Upon landing, Levi's suit suddenly reveals two energy blades, fashioned from kyber crystals. Akin to the lightsabers from the Star Wars universe, they are plasma weapons. Without further ado, Levi wields them with precision, slicing through the Rhino's armor, which had previously withstood bullets and shells. The blades carve a gash. The Rhino roars in agony, feeling the sting of vulnerability for the first time post-experimentation. The energy blades pose a legitimate threat, prompting him to flee. "Stop him." The police quickly react, opening fire in an attempt to intercept the rhino. Levi ascends into the air. Can your legs outrun an Iron Man suit? Chapter 91. Could Levi possibly be a Jedi? Tony Stark stands in stunned silence. He is at a loss against the rhino, while Levi's blades can effortlessly slice through. It resembles a showcase of weaponry. Only now does he realize that Levi has indeed modified the Mark II suit, rather than merely replicating the original. Jarvis, what is that? Sir, that appears to be a plasma lightsaber, Jarvis replies. Tony, in a state of urgency, responds, I am well aware, but how did Levi achieve this? Unfortunately, I cannot say. Sir, Jarvis quips, perhaps Mr. Levi has harnessed the Force and Kyber crystals like a Jedi. This notion prompts Tony to dismiss the possibility outright. Such concepts are mere fiction. The Force is not scientific. As a staunch materialist, Tony Stark cannot accept such fanciful ideas. After all, Levi, like himself, is a scientist, a proponent of science. Consequently, this breeds a sense of envy and admiration within Tony. Why does Levi always possess extraordinary things that he has never encountered? Lewaika remained oblivious to their intentions as he advanced towards the rhino. Upon sighting him, the rhino was struck with fear, especially in the presence of the glowing blade beside the armored suit, which intensified his trepidation. Witnessing Lewaika's approach, he promptly turned and fled. However, Lewaika deftly struck a few blows, severing the protective skin armor from the rhino. Without this layer, the rhino was merely an ordinary individual. Once the armor was removed, Lewaika commanded the armored suit to tackle him down. The officers surged forward, swiftly subduing the rhino. Consequently, there would be no more rhinos in the future. The officers held a deep admiration for Lewaika. Although they were unaware if the individual within the armored suit was Tony Stark, it mattered little. They could not regard the person in the suit as a vigilante. Iron Man was a hero of the people, a benevolent capitalist. In contrast, it was the likes of the Ghost Spider, acting independently, who embodied the true vigilante spirit. The New York police welcomed Iron Man's interventions while disapproving of the Ghost Spider's reckless actions. Ultimately, it boiled down to identity. Had the Ghost Spider been a billionaire like Tony Stark, a philanthropist devoted to the nation and its people, the New York police would certainly not have targeted her. Conversely, if Iron Man were not Tony Stark, but rather an obscure figure, the police would not have treated him favorably either. Yet, it was evident that such circumstances were implausible. To become Iron Man and to craft the armored suit was a feat only achievable by the affluent. This elucidates why Batman's identity is relatively easy to deduce. In Gotham, there are few capable of affording such Bat-themed gear, and he manages to amass wealth without resorting to crime. For Gotham's villains, this is quite straightforward to infer. It is merely that everyone chooses to remain oblivious to the fact that it is Bruce Wayne. Sometimes, it is not a matter of ignorance, but rather a refusal to acknowledge the truth. Thus, Lewaika soared into the sky, earning the respect of the officers. Only the wealthy, like Tony Stark, could afford the armored suit. By neutralizing the rhino, Lewaika also afforded Tony Stark a moment to recuperate. Frankly speaking, the supercriminals of New York were insignificant in Tony's eyes. He often took to the skies, enjoying leisure in the Middle East. In that region, these supercriminals would be viewed as benevolent figures. Therefore, he escalated his efforts, damaging Scorpion's armor before forcibly extracting him from within. Had the officers not arrived, Tony would have surely finished him off. Yet, at that moment, he retracted the repulsor. It's over to you now, he declared before taking his leave. Meanwhile, the Vulture was apprehended by Gwen. These supercriminals primarily relied on their gear and mutations. With their equipment confiscated and damaged, they would have little recourse in the future. Unlike Lewaika and Tony Stark, they lacked the financial means to create anew. This stark contrast becomes evident. Tony Stark can deploy his Iron Man suit as effortlessly as one would release fireworks, while these supervillains are fortunate to possess even a single piece of equipment. Stripped of their gear, they are no different from ordinary individuals. In this light, one might argue that these supervillains are even less formidable than mere targets. At this moment, Bumblebee arrived, while Levi, observing the tense expressions of Eve and the others high above in the sky, couldn't help but smile. He made contact. Eve, hurry to the company. Despite the capture of these supervillains, the chaos they instigated had yet to subside. New York was rife with criminals wreaking havoc on the streets. Thus, Levi and his companions could not afford to rest. Tony, I've triumphed once again, Levi remarked, directing his words at Tony Stark, who had not yet departed. Stark remained silent, piloting his suit away, at a loss for words, though clearly perturbed. Levi followed suit. The situation was dire, with flames visible in every direction. A closer look revealed gang members engaged in fierce gunfire with the New York police. Under such circumstances, even opening a window posed a risk, as stray bullets could ricochet unpredictably. These bullets striking walls and other surfaces could rebound, presenting a greater danger than aimed shots, as the trajectory of the bullets was uncertain. Each year in America, countless individuals fall victim to stray bullets. Even those who seek refuge find themselves at risk if fortune does not favor them. In the midst of gunfire, survival relies solely on luck. Witnessing this chaos, Tony Stark descended with reckless abandon. He unleashed destruction, either obliterating vehicles or causing fatalities. Subsequently, he descended to engage in indiscriminate killing. Iron Man did not adhere to a no-kill principle. These disruptive gang members deserved their fate. In truth, the Avengers themselves later abandoned such a ludicrous notion. How could one refrain from killing? Was education alone sufficient? It was precisely the absence of lethal force that rendered Gotham so grim. Only by instilling fear in supervillains through decisive action could one hope to command their respect. The sight of Tony Stark's rampage elicited cheers from the New York police force. American officers, upon encountering criminals, would empty their magazines without a hint of sympathy. A moment's negligence could cost them their lives. After all, being a police officer in America is a perilous profession. Observing this, Levi adapted his approach. He soared to the heart of New York, spotting flames, and descended to open fire. He had yet to fully test the palm repulsor. Though it was not a nuclear reactor, the energy from the fusion battery was formidable. The palm repulsor coalesced like a beam of light before being unleashed. Boom. The power of the palm repulsor could easily crush a compact car, shattering its windows. Weapons embody the courage of men. Upon witnessing their formidable power, Li Wei felt an exhilarating thrill. It is no wonder that Tony Stark often dons his Iron Man suit to flaunt his prowess. How delightful this experience is. Li Wei, too, reveled in the moment, raising his palm cannon to unleash chaos around him. Chapter 92. What is Iron Man 2? As the sun rose, the tumultuous night in New York City gradually subsided. The police department had tirelessly battled gangsters throughout the night. With dawn's arrival, the gang members began to retreat. Under the cover of darkness, they could muster some resistance, but in the glaring light of day, their fate was sealed. While this did not signify victory for the NYPD, it at least provided them with a semblance of closure. As daylight broke, regardless of the previous night's events, the citizens of New York emerged to resume their daily toil. Capitalists would not forego any opportunity to exploit them. As long as the earth remained intact, work would proceed as usual. On the streets, the air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. A Camaro sped past. Upon arriving in Manhattan, Li Wei found himself besieged by reporters before he even stepped out of the vehicle. Only one television station had dispatched reporters the previous night, using a helicopter to capture footage from the sky. Other journalists, fearing for their safety, had remained indoors, yet they were well aware of the events that had transpired. Thus, they eagerly awaited the chance to cover the story early in the morning. The reason for confronting Li Wei was clear. Mr. Li Wei, reports indicate that you have emulated Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, and it was you who appeared last night. This caused Li Wei's expression to darken. It was likely that Stark had leaked this information. Even if it were true, he would argue that it was not mere imitation. Li Wei retorted, "How can the endeavors of a scientist be deemed imitation? It is a harmonious blend of inspiration and innovation." He had learned from others. Just as Xiaomi's automotive venture took cues from Porsche and Ferrari, proudly asserting that this was indeed a blend of inspiration and innovation. One must not be overly concerned with face saving. After all, Mr. Li Wei, does this imply you concede inferiority to Tony Stark? A microphone was thrust toward him. Li Wei glanced at the male reporter and was compelled to laugh in disbelief. Even Stark would not dare utter such words. How can you? The reporter, unfazed, was elated, for he had already secured a sensational headline. Mr. Li Wei, have you reconciled with Tony Stark? Have you invested in Stark Industries and acquired an Iron Man suit? Not me, not me, not me. Li Wei insisted as he moved further inside. With Stark's exposure, there was little point in maintaining a high profile. Rather, he sought to deny any association, prompting speculation about the true identity behind the Iron Man suit. This was the strategy to sustain public intrigue. Boss. When awaited Li Wei's arrival, though she dared not meet his gaze, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the mere recollection of last night's events. Although she had been rescued by her boss, when had he discovered her true identity? No wonder he seemed unfazed whenever she slipped away during meals. Li Wei approached and playfully pinched her cheek, urging her to go ahead. Complying promptly, she followed him into the elevator, where the figure of the Red Queen materialized beside them. Master, last night, a gang attempted to infiltrate Manhattan and wreak havoc on the company. But our security team swiftly dealt with the situation, the Red Queen reported, presenting a video to Li Wei. This was also the reason for Li Wei's initial decision to come over last night, only to turn back home. The security team was exceptionally formidable. Upon reviewing the footage, Li Wei noted that although only a minimal number of cybernetic enhancements had been installed, the improvements for ordinary individuals were substantial. Coupled with the company's advanced weaponry, those intending to invade were left utterly defeated. It seems the enhancements have proven their worth. Do be cautious of any adverse reactions. We wouldn't want anyone to develop cyberpsychosis. Li Wei jested. Rest assured, Master, they are well suited for the role and have battlefield experience, demonstrating resilience, the Red Queen assured him. Yet, it was precisely their battlefield experience that raised concerns. Many veterans in America grappled with psychological ailments. Conditions like PTSD often stemmed from a lack of faith. However, it was evident that this particular group seemed to fare better, primarily due to their stable lives and financial security. After all, it is often said that poverty is the root of all ailments. Upon reaching the upper floors, Li Wei encountered Hope and Mary Jane. Are you both unharmed? He inquired. We're fine, Hope replied, shaking her head. Boss, was that Iron Man 2 from last night you? She asked. Li Wei's expression darkened. What do you mean by 2? Once settled in the office, Li Wei felt a semblance of relaxation. Dealing with reporters was no easy task. They were often a frenzied bunch. Fortunately, this was not Los Angeles or Britain, or the situation would have been even more chaotic. Subsequently, Li Wei perused Norman Osborn's statements online. It was unfortunate that such controversies arose so soon after he assumed office. Li Wei offered a silent tribute to Norman. One could only say that Kingpin was exceedingly ruthless. But such was the nature of competition, survival of the fittest. Master, the new policies for New York have been announced, regarding subsidies for artificial intelligence and cybernetics. The Red Queen informed him. This was not a direct cash handout. These policies required practical implementation. For instance, distributing the funds and subsequently retrieving them would be a matter of personal responsibility. For Li Wei, it meant utilizing New York's resources to further his own ambitions. I propose the construction of a new skyscraper, one that surpasses the Empire State Building in height. Currently, New York lacks an Avengers Tower. The tallest structure remains the Empire State Building, erected in the last century. The Empire State Building, constructed in 1931, stands at a height of 381 meters and comprises a total of 102 floors. In that era, such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. One can only imagine the prowess of America in the last century. However, in the present day, its mythos is unraveling, revealing the stark realities of America. Even Hollywood has lost its allure of the American dream. This signifies a solidification of class structures. For the average individual, unless one is as exceptional as Levi, altering one's fate and transcending social strata is exceedingly difficult. The Red Queen, of course, harbors no objections to Levi. The beauty of artificial intelligence lies in its obedience to its master's commands. Thus, the Red Queen commenced her search for suitable locations, naturally within Manhattan. She began acquiring buildings and formulating plans, unfazed by the financial implications due to the subsidies from New York. These funds were meant to be utilized, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, the futuristic technology company had little need for product research, as many items were readily available for replication. The only aspect requiring investigation was Professor Connor's biological laboratory. As Levi contemplated this, he executed a tenfold draw. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. A series of items flashed before him, all of which he had previously obtained. These items were quite useful, depending on the context. For instance, the effortless healing used by Black Widow Natasha may appear trivial at first glance, but in critical moments, it proves to be life-saving. Soon, he reached the guaranteed reward threshold. A golden light flashed. Chapter 93, Umbrella Corporation. The golden radiance signified the arrival of the guaranteed reward. Nanotechnology. Cutting-edge nanotechnology encompassing nanophysics, nanobiology, nanochemistry, nanoelectronics, nanofabrication, and nanometrology. Among others, Levi was immediately filled with exhilaration upon seeing the guaranteed reward. With this technology, he could commence the creation of nano-battle suits. Tony Stark, what do you possess to contend with me? Levi erupted into laughter, promptly backing up the technology. In the Pacific Rim universe, Levi once again accompanied 3 women. He remained cautious. Although this world was relatively harmonious for him, he still required the protection of Eve and the others for his personal safety. In this realm, Levi was supported by a research team akin to that of Guijia. Thus, he had no qualms about entrusting technology to them. Furthermore, should the team harbor any ulterior motives, Levi's telepathic abilities were no jest. In this world devoid of superpowers, his telepathy was a formidable skill. Who could evade his mental control? Levi communicated with the scientists. I require the creation of 2 battle suits. One should resemble the previous Iron Man suit, and you are free to upgrade it as you see fit. In addition, Levi produced an illustration, a depiction crafted by the Red Queen of Gwen's spider suit. Currently, Gwen's attire consists of mere ordinary clothing, devoid of any protective or enhancing features, and is easily susceptible to damage. In truth, the technology behind the ghost spider is quite sophisticated. It is merely Gwen's financial constraints that hinder her. She has resorted to creating her own web shooters and webbing, which, even then, has cost her a considerable sum. The prospect of fashioning a suit is far beyond her means. Therefore, Levi resolved to gift her a nanotech suit. Upon reviewing the proposal, the scientist nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the Red Queen had also researched various technologies that could be integrated into the suit for Gwen. One could only speculate how the ghost spider would transform with a nanotech suit. Subsequently, Levi declined their invitation to dine, as he had other matters to attend to. Accompanied by Eve, Quicksilver, and 2B, he ventured into a portal, not returning to the Marvel Universe, but choosing to explore other realms. In the existing worlds, Levi found it increasingly difficult to experience the exhilarating sensation of rising prestige. Thus, expansion was imperative. They arrived in the Midwest of the United States, specifically Colorado. Colorado is impoverished, lacking distinctive economic features, and is dominated by vast plateaus. The renowned city of Denver serves as the capital of Colorado, yet even there, it is a place where NBA stars are reluctant to tread. The area where Levi and his companions found themselves was even more desolate. Upon reading the sign, Levi squinted in realization, Raccoon City. Reflecting on the Red Queen he carried, he mused that she and Raccoon City were an apt match. Raccoon City, a creation from the universe of the game Resident Evil, at least provided hope for Professor Connors regarding the elusive Sun Ladder. Of course, the first challenge to address was the Umbrella Corporation. As they traversed the streets of Raccoon City, set in the 1990s, the city appeared remarkably backward, even by American standards. The surrounding architecture was antiquated, featuring buildings with fire escapes, and high-rises were virtually non-existent, with structures rarely exceeding 6 stories. Raccoon City is not large, with a population of only about 100,000, akin to a small county in China. Soon, Levi spotted a computer. Seizing the opportunity while purchasing coffee, he promptly connected the Red Queen. With a series of flashes, the Red Queen successfully infiltrated this world. "Thank you," Levi said as he accepted his coffee. Emerging to discover the date, September 18, 1998. He then perused the news regarding Raccoon City. The Red Queen analyzed the information and stated, "Master, based on the online reports, there is a significant probability that a biohazard crisis will soon erupt. There is news circulating online, as members of the STARS team claim to have encountered terrifying creatures, akin to zombies, in the mountains. However, no one believes them. Rather, they consider the surviving members of the team to be mad. This exemplifies the folly of the American populace, who will only acknowledge the truth at the moment of their demise." Levi, however, is indifferent to this public skepticism. He harbors his own intentions. He instructs the Red Queen to locate a certain individual. The Blackjack Bar, renowned in Raccoon City, attracts many who seek solace in the night. The atmosphere is vibrant in the evening. A woman clad in a blue tank top enters, immediately met with disdain. "You crazy drug addict, claiming to have seen monsters in the Arkley Mountains. You coward, why don't you join your teammates in death?" The patrons of the bar unleash their scorn upon her. The woman appears somewhat numb, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd before she approaches the bar. A young, handsome Asian man regards her and says, "Do not mind these foolish people. Allow me to buy you a drink." She turns her attention to him, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Levi," he replies, extending his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she responds, "Jill Valentine. She is the legendary beauty, a member of the STARS team, and one of the protagonists of the Resident Evil series." "I believe you," Levi states, just as the server brings forth their drinks. Jill takes a sip from her glass and asks, "But what good will it do?" "It is of utmost importance. A biohazard is about to erupt throughout Raccoon City." Levi replies with a smile. "What?" Jill's hand trembles. "What should we do?" Her gaze is intense as she looks at Levi. "We must leave here immediately." Upon hearing this, Jill's expression shifts. She scans the bar's patrons. "Are we to abandon this place?" The situation is beyond human control. The virus has infiltrated the city through the sewers, and soon, Raccoon City will meet its doom, Levi states casually. "It's all Umbrella's fault," Jill exclaims, shattering her glass in frustration. Fortunately, the music is loud enough that few notice. Otherwise, she would have faced a violent backlash. Raccoon City can be deemed Umbrella's territory, with most of its residents being affiliates of the corporation. Umbrella, much like Wayne Enterprises in Gotham, exerts control over every facet of life here, from livelihood to employment, making it difficult for many to believe the claims of the STARS team. After all, without Umbrella, they would have perished long ago. "We must take action." Jill urgently grasps Levi's arm. In the entirety of Raccoon City, Only Levi was willing to believe in her. And it appeared that Levi possessed a wealth of insider knowledge. Chapter 94. Neighbors hoarding supplies while I stockpile weapons. Of course, I have come to accomplish something, Levi stated with a smile. There was nothing left in Raccoon City that piqued his interest. Were it not for the desire to undertake some task, he would have fled long ago. However, it was also rather enticing to observe characters like Jill Valentine, Ada Wong, and even Claire Redfield, who were akin to goddesses in their own right. Let us proceed, Jill said, tugging Levi along as they exited. At that moment, others in the bar attempted to provoke her, with some ruffians even daring to harass her. Without hesitation, Jill retaliated, incapacitating them with a single kick. Get lost. Her fiery temperament brought a sense of clarity to the bar's patrons. Previously, they had taunted her without restraint, and Jill, unsure of how to respond, had endured in silence. Now, with a glimmer of hope, she wished to engage Levi in some manner. Let us discuss this in my apartment, Jill proposed to Levi. All right, Levi replied, beckoning for Eve and the others to follow. Who are they? Jill asked, surprised at the sight of the three women. They are my bodyguards, Levi replied, adding with a hint of discretion, and they also fulfill other roles, such as maids. However, he deemed it unnecessary to divulge this to Jill, not overthinking the matter. Jill nodded. After all, she had no romantic feelings towards Levi, and his companions were of no concern to her. Thus, Jill led Levi and the others across the street to her apartment. Jill resided in a modest single apartment, characteristic of American architecture, complete with an iron fire escape. It was then that Levi took a moment to observe Jill. She stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, clad in a blue tank top, denim jeans, and boots, her short hair lending her an air of sharpness. Her features were not conventionally stunning, but rather possessed a rugged charm, exuding a sense of spirited vigor. Jill retrieved her keys and opened the door, inviting Levi in with a simple, "Please, come in." Upon entering, Levi noted the compact nature of the single apartment. To the right of the entrance was the bathroom, leading further inside to the bedroom. As a member of the STARS team, Jill maintained an impeccably organized space. A board cluttered with information pertaining to the Umbrella Corporation adorned the room, presenting Jill as something of a detective. Contrary to the plot of the film, the outbreak of the biohazard did not stem from a leak in an Umbrella laboratory. Rather, it originated from a mansion in the Arkley Mountains. The founder of Umbrella, Marcus, had transformed into the Queen Leech, and the T-virus infiltrated Raccoon City through the sewers, igniting the biohazard crisis. Thus, it was evident that this city was beyond salvation. Levi observed as Jill turned on the tap to fill her cup, ready to drink, and immediately halted her. Do not consume the tap water. It is contaminated with the T-virus. The T-virus? Jill inquired, astonished. It is a virus researched by Umbrella that transforms individuals into zombies. Upon hearing Levi's words, Jill was taken aback and swiftly discarded the water. Levi instructed Eve to fetch a bottle of water for Jill. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, he replied. Jill then asked, what do you propose we do? We shall expose Umbrella. Your evidence is perfectly suited for that, Levi remarked with a smile. While it may not rival the 21st century, by 1998, the number of internet users in America had already reached 65 million. In contrast, many other regions were yet to experience the internet. If the citizens of Raccoon City were not rescued, they would inevitably succumb to becoming terrifying zombies. Jill's sense of justice surged. Indeed, Levi nodded. And then what? Do you think they will believe you? They will merely view you as a threat to their livelihood. If Umbrella falls, so too does Raccoon City. Upon hearing this, Jill, who had been so enthusiastic, suddenly felt disheartened. There is a saying, good words cannot persuade a doomed soul. Thus, Levi never bothered to counsel those who were beyond saving. Jill despondently sank into her chair. Then what shall we do? We cannot save everyone. Jill, leave it to me. Suddenly, a website emerged on the American internet, accompanied by advertisements. Under the control of the Red Queen, these ads appeared precisely before every individual who accessed a computer. What would you do if a biohazard crisis occurred? The advertisement did not explicitly reference the events in Raccoon City, but posed a question to the vast online populace. If it were a decade later, such a query would scarcely garner a glance, deemed too mundane. However, in 1998, people were still fascinated by the internet, and those who ventured online were quite innocent. There was little deceit, nor were there ulterior motives. Thus, for the netizens of the time, this approach was refreshingly novel, prompting immediate engagement. Upon entering the site, they discovered others already deliberating on their course of action. If a biohazard crisis truly arises, one should promptly stockpile food and water. The person above is mistaken. One should hoard firearms. My neighbors are my pantry. That is inhumane. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Newcomers to the site quickly joined the conversation. Within a few days, the website gained remarkable popularity. Meanwhile, the situation in Raccoon City had deteriorated to a critical state. The inaction of the city's police force had accelerated the outbreak of the biohazard crisis. Unfortunately, from the mayor to the police chief, all were mere lackeys of Umbrella. The Umbrella Corporation reassured them that everything was fine, and they could only muster the courage to believe in that assurance. Yet, calamity struck, and individuals began to transform into zombies. At that moment, a certain website on the internet suddenly displayed a message. Do you wish to witness real zombies? The netizens, upon seeing this, were instantly filled with excitement and eagerly responded in the affirmative. Subsequently, a video materialized before their eyes. The handsome visage of Li Wei appeared on the screen. It is now September 20th, 1998, and I find myself in Raccoon City, where a viral outbreak from the Umbrella Corporation has unleashed zombies upon us. The online audience observed this scene, initially exchanging bewildered glances, then succumbing to disbelief. After all, this seemed somewhat implausible. Is this a film? Someone inquired. However, before an answer could be offered, the footage shifted. The camera focused on a zombie, startling those watching from beyond the screen. The realism of the zombie was astonishing, far surpassing any effects achievable through mere makeup. Its gaping maw, blood-red eyes, and grotesque stance were chilling. Suddenly, the zombie spotted Li Wei and charged toward him. In that moment, Li Wei remained unperturbed, drawing forth his dark sword. With a swift motion, he struck at the creature. The obsidian blade cleaved through the zombie effortlessly. Remember this, when confronted by a zombie, aim for the head. Only by destroying the brain can you ensure its complete demise. The spectators witnessed a zombie dragging itself forward with half its body incapacitated. Chapter 95. Have you learned? The online audience erupted in frenzy upon witnessing this scene. Bro, this is definitely not a movie. This is real. No special effects could achieve this. It is indeed a zombie. Wow, how grotesque. It can still move with half its body gone. The viewers were left in astonishment. Li Wei continued to demonstrate, swiftly severing the zombie's head. Only in this manner can the zombie be utterly vanquished. Li Wei smiled and asked, have you learned? We've learned it all. I looked up Raccoon City. It truly exists, right in Colorado. I also researched the Umbrella Corporation. It's a Fortune 500 pharmaceutical company, my God. If all this is real, then is this truly happening? Quickly, this incident spread across the internet. The United States became aware of the situation and sought to halt the video's dissemination. Yet, they discovered that their technology was inadequate for the task. Soon, the matter reached television screens, and inexplicably, their signal was abruptly switched. The Red Queen commandeered the broadcast, thrusting Li Wei's face before the eyes of the entire nation. To achieve this, even the Red Queen toiled for a considerable time. The ambition to spread across the globe presents certain challenges. However, I believe that soon enough, this news will traverse the entire world. If left to the Americans, they would undoubtedly suppress the information, ensuring that outsiders remain uninformed. This is precisely the scenario within the game. They would not even allow the U.S. military entry but instead opted to seal off the city, ultimately choosing to obliterate Raccoon City with a nuclear bomb, physically eradicating the virus. For America, the annihilation of a city is merely trivial. Yet now, they find themselves unable to act. The citizens of the United States are already aware of the situation in Raccoon City, which curtails their reckless behavior. Moreover, Levi showcased the intelligence about the Umbrella Corporation that Jill had gathered during this time. Once these photographs and information were disseminated, Umbrella's stock began to plummet. In a certain sense, Levi has salvaged the city, prompting the military to dispatch troops immediately. Thank you, Jill expressed to Levi, but you must be cautious, as there is a risk of retaliation. What does it matter as long as we can expose Umbrella's crimes? Levi asserted with righteous conviction. This noble display stirred profound emotions within Jill, who felt that no one in the world could embody such justice. Rest assured, I shall protect you, Jill vowed, her beauty radiating. Really? Then you must stay by my side, Levi replied with a smile. I shall follow you, Jill responded with grand poise, unembarrassed. In the days spent together, Levi and the others grew fond of Jill, appreciating her candid nature, which was a refreshing contrast to the pretentiousness often exhibited by other women. Levi truly wished to take her along. What shall we do next? Jill inquired. We must leave this place, Levi stated. We have nearly garnered sufficient prestige. The population of America is scant, and the prestige gained is barely under 100 million. Of course, the situation is still unfolding. For America, this is a monumental event. The outbreak of a bioweapon crisis on home soil naturally garners attention. However, elsewhere, the excitement is somewhat muted. At most, it warrants a news report. Thus, it does not qualify as a global crisis. Where shall we go? To retrieve something. Yet, before Levi and the others could depart, they were approached. Even in this age, if America truly seeks someone, it remains relatively easy. However, the visitor was not a representative of the American government. A woman donned in large sunglasses, sporting short black hair, and clad in a striking red outfit, approached them. Ada Wong. Upon seeing this distinctive attire, how could Levi not recognize her? You know me? Ada Wong was somewhat taken aback, yet not excessively so, for Ada Wong was merely a pseudonym. As a gentleman, shouldn't you extend an invitation for me to enter? Upon noticing Levi's reluctance, Ada chuckled. Please, do let me in. Levi stepped aside, and as she entered, she was surprised to find so many people within. Her eyelids fluttered momentarily before she spoke. Mr. Levi, we are quite intrigued by the technology you possess. Oh, so, to whom do you ultimately pledge your allegiance? Levi inquired with curiosity. Ada Wong was a multifaceted spy, and no one truly knew for whom she worked. It hardly mattered, as she seemed to play both sides effortlessly. Ada then stated, if Mr. Levi is willing to collaborate, he may acquire anything he desires. Upon hearing this, Levi replied with a smile, very well. I shall offer you a choice as well. Should you work for me, you too could attain anything you wish. Moreover, I can present you with a new life. Ada's eyes gleamed momentarily. She did not respond immediately, clearly in need of contemplation. Levi then remarked, I shall grant you time, by our next meeting. You should have made your decision. He waved his hand, and Ada exited without delay. It was not until she reached the street that she realized, wait, why did I leave? She contemplated returning, but Levi and the others had already departed. The Red Queen had long prepared a helicopter. As they soared through the sky, a glance below revealed the military engaged in eradicating zombies. These newly mutated creatures were no match for the armed forces. With sufficient weaponry and ammunition, these zombies were utterly insignificant. The T-virus was characterized by its rapid transmission. In comparison to other viruses, its lethality was notably inferior. In the original timeline, Raccoon City fell so swiftly because the military was merely spectators. Without their intervention, the efforts of the Raccoon City Police Department were but a drop in the ocean against such an overwhelming horde. Furthermore, the Umbrella Corporation had dispatched tyrants and other bioweapons to hunt down the living in an attempt to bury the evidence. Jill Valentine, for instance, fought valiantly against the pursuing tyrant, earning it the moniker of the pursuer. However, Umbrella no longer had such an opportunity. Levi had exposed their operations to the world, infuriating the corporation's high-ranking officials, who placed Levi on their hit list. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter departed Raccoon City. Upon reaching Denver, they immediately purchased tickets to leave America. Jill observed that their journey was remarkably unimpeded. Levi had not employed any disguise, yet strode boldly through the surroundings, while those nearby seemed oblivious to his presence. This left Jill astounded. What is happening? She gazed intently at Levi. It's just a simple trick. Leeway began. You may consider it as magic. This elicited a roll of the eyes from Jill, more like sorcery. Chapter 96. Alex, West Africa. Ages ago, West Africa was under the dominion of the Dabaya Empire. The emperor wielded boundless authority and was revered by his subjects as the closest being to the sun god. Possessing lifespans that spanned centuries and exhibiting unparalleled courage, the rulers were thought to be invulnerable. Yet, each emperor emerged from a multitude of electors. To ascend to the throne of the Dabaya Empire, one had to undergo the ritual of the sun ladder, rather than relying on lineage. In the subterranean heart of the Dabaya Empire, there lay a garden. At its center stood the famed sun ladder, a sacred relic of the empire. The sun ladder was highly toxic, and only a select few, deemed worthy by the divine, could survive after consuming its blossoms. The unfortunate souls who failed to pass the test would transform into monstrosities. This ritual was documented by a man named Henri Travers. The Travers family subsequently sought the sun ladder, but it was first discovered by the Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation utilized the sun ladder, merging it with other DNA to develop substances such as the T-virus and G-virus, with the sun ladder being the linchpin. Within the entire realm of biohazard, the sun ladder was regarded as a divine artifact. At that moment, the Umbrella Corporation was constructing a laboratory at this site, claiming the sun ladder as their own. Liwei led Jill and the others directly inside. The researchers were oblivious to their presence, and the doors requiring identity verification were seamlessly opened by the Red Queen. Thus, they proceeded unimpeded. Although Jill had grown accustomed to such occurrences, she still found it astonishing. Their journey thus far had been characterized by this very phenomenon. It was as if they had been forgotten by the world. No one could see them, akin to specters traversing unseen. How did you accomplish this? Jill Valentine inquired of Li Wei. With an air of mystery, Li Wei replied, as long as you desire it, nothing is impossible. Then why haven't my thoughts manifested? Jill shot him a bemused glance. However, she remained unaware that the disparity between her and Li Wei lay in their mental energy. Li Wei's mind was sufficiently potent, rendering him capable of the seemingly impossible. Although the Umbrella Corporation had suffered setbacks, the laboratory in West Africa remained largely unaffected. It bore a semblance to a corporation on the brink of collapse, yet still fervently pursuing research. They made their way to an office where a woman with short golden hair was engaged in a phone call. She had just arrived upon the orders of Spencer, the founder of Umbrella, only to learn of the troubling events in Raccoon City. This news was far from favorable for the Umbrella Corporation. As she hung up the phone, the woman wished to leave the room, only to discover that several individuals had suddenly appeared. Who were they? She was taken aback, and then her gaze fell upon Levi. His audacity was unmistakable. She recognized him at once. "You are indeed here for Umbrella," she asserted, her expression turning grave. With her short golden hair and strikingly elegant features, she appeared somewhat pale, indicating her frail health. "Alexis Weskia?" Levi inquired. Upon hearing her name uttered by Levi, Alexis fell into a contemplative silence. Alexis Weskier was one of the 13 candidates chosen for the Weskier Project, an initiative by Umbrella aimed at cultivating a superior human race. She was designated as the 12th test subject. Out of the 13, only 2 had survived. Besides herself, there was another Weskier, Albert, the insufferable one donned in sunglasses. However, unlike Albert, Alexis had discovered that her body had succumbed to an incurable ailment as a result of the experiment, severely compromising her health. It was precisely for this reason that she had been secretly conducting research in hopes of healing herself. At that moment, Levi continued, "Do you truly wish to live? To cure your affliction?" His words ignited a fervent glimmer in Alexis's eyes. "If you can heal me, I will follow your lead." Which man could withstand such a declaration from a stunning woman of her stature? Levi responded, "You may accompany me. We have our own research. If we cannot find a method to cure you, I will treat you myself." Alexis found herself compelled to believe him, especially since she was unaware of how Levi and his associates had entered. Compared to the elderly Spencer, who was on the verge of death, the enigmatic Levi intrigued her far more. It was Spencer's ambition for immortality that had initiated the Weskier Project. Alexis had previously assisted Spencer in developing the virus for eternal life, but her efforts had proven futile, leading her to abandon the endeavor. After all, achieving immortality was no simple feat. "Very well," Alexis replied, nodding in agreement. Levi stated, "I require the sun ladder. I have come to retrieve it." Alexis then picked up a secure case. "Excellent. Let us depart," Levi affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. In this world, besides the sun ladder and similar artifacts, the significance of a scientist like Alexis was paramount, particularly one as beautiful and intelligent as she, likely to meet Professor Connors's expectations. This realization inspired Levi. He could seek scientists in this realm, not solely within the confines of the Marvel Universe. "How do we exit?" Alexis inquired. Suddenly, a green portal materialized before Levi. "Let us proceed," he beckoned to Alexis. She felt a twinge of anxiety, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, there was no alternative. She had to step inside. Upon seeing her enter, Levi accompanied Jill into the space. Jill had nowhere else to go, and her singular motivation was the eradication of Umbrella. With Levi by her side, this endeavor appeared easily attainable. Thus, the duo proceeded inside. "Welcome to the brave new world," Levi proclaimed from the top floor of the Future Technology Company, addressing the 2 visitors from another realm with grandiosity. He raised his arms high, exuding an air of dominance. "Have we arrived in another world?" Alexia was the quickest to react, rushing to the window. She sensed a degree of familiarity. Was this New York? Indeed, the New York of this world. Levi chuckled. Jill Valentine was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. She gazed at Levi, exclaiming, "No wonder you are capable of such feats." "Merely a trifle," Levi replied nonchalantly. Alexia then interjected, "If I am not mistaken, your capabilities extend beyond merely connecting 2 worlds, correct?" This caught Levi off guard. "Indeed, countless parallel worlds await our exploration." "What is our company's focus?" Alexia inquired with resoluteness, seamlessly integrating herself into the conversation. Witnessing this scene, she found no reason to decline. Levi nodded approvingly, revealing the company's projects to her. As Alexia beheld the plethora of futuristic technologies, she was momentarily taken aback. However, none of these aligned with her expertise until she encountered the field of biotechnology. "You intend for me to research this, do you not?" Chapter 97, Dr. Banner should be in the laboratory. Alexia pointed towards Professor Connor's research. Levi appreciated intelligent women. After all, their work revolved around research rather than other pursuits. And foolishness could be quite vexing. A clever woman like Alexia was indeed highly regarded. "Precisely, Professor Connors requires a solar ladder, which I have procured for him," Levi stated. Alexia scrutinized the explanation of the research and remarked, I wonder if the lizard serum could cure my affliction. It is certainly worth a try. She then turned to Levi, saying, take me to the laboratory. I cannot afford to waste a moment. She felt her health deteriorating, and this urgency compelled her to work relentlessly. Jill, shall we go together? Levi suggested. Jill nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding her potential contributions. After all, she was merely a country girl, having received only a modicum of training. Levi's interest in her stemmed from his perception of her, as beauty is indeed captivating. Upon exiting the office, Gwen appeared astonished, her eyes widening as she gazed at Levi. Why are there so many people? And when did they arrive? Gwen, this is Jill Valentine, and this is Alexia Wesk. Leeway introduced, they will all be part of the company. Gwen Stacy nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the group proceeded directly to the elevator, making their way to the laboratory. Upon arriving at the biological lab, Alex felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, particularly when she beheld the array of potions. She even laid eyes on the T-virus currently under investigation. Did you not bring William along? Alex inquired, directing her gaze toward her new superior. Leeway shrugged. William lacks the necessary qualifications. William Birkin, the progenitor of the T-virus, is more famously known through his daughter, Sherry Birkin, who is also a member of the protagonist team in Resident Evil 6. Alex nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. William Birkin was of the same generation as Alexia Ashford, yet he was almost entirely overshadowed by her brilliance. He could hardly be considered a genius. Observing Alex's haughty demeanor, Leeway felt a sense of camaraderie akin to discussing heroes over wine. However, this familiarity intrigued him. Alexia Ashford? That name rings a bell, he remarked. She belongs to the Ashford family, a true genius, one whose intellect even I cannot rival. Alex appeared to hold great admiration for Alexia, particularly considering that Alexia was her senior. Leeway instructed the Red Queen to conduct a search. The Ashford family was indeed another lineage responsible for establishing the Umbrella Corporation, which was not solely the creation of Spencer. However, the Ashford family had since fallen into decline. Therefore, the last patriarch, in an effort to restore the family's former glory, utilized the genetic material of his grandmother, Veronica, to create his offspring, Alexia and her brother. No wonder Leeway found it familiar. The infamous Veronica virus was the brainchild of Alexia Ashford. If memory serves, Alexia had even frozen herself while merging with the Veronica virus. Leeway instructed the Red Queen to keep a close watch, with the intention of eventually recruiting Alexia. He had a particular fondness for brilliant young women. Professor Connors. Soon, they encountered Professor Connors. Leeway embraced him warmly before introducing, this is the assistant I found for you, Alex Weskier. Oh, Professor Connors turned his attention to Alex. At that moment, she was clad in a lab coat, exuding an air of scholarly authority. This did not deter Professor Connors from assessing her capabilities, but he remarked, I shall need to evaluate her. No problem, Alex replied. The T-virus you are currently studying is a product of my previous company's research. Just this statement caused Professor Connors' eyes to illuminate with interest. In that case, please, proceed. Watching them immediately immerse themselves in their work, Leeway turned his gaze toward Jill. Jill shrugged nonchalantly. I won't be conducting research. I'm only adept at destruction. I understand. Leeway nodded. Jill had also transformed into a formidable force, capable of confronting tyrants single-handedly and undergoing several mutations. He instructed the Red Queen to arrange accommodation for Alex, then took Jill out. I intend to assemble a small team to traverse the various universes and ensure my protection. This idea had long been conceived by Leeway. Despite the strength of Eve, Speed, and 2B, their numbers were insufficient. A proper team, comprising diverse personnel, was essential for optimal performance. For instance, having someone like Yuri, an engineer, would be invaluable. Do you think I can do it? Jill found herself at a loss for words. Could she truly protect Leeway? Or was it the other way around? The essence of the matter lay in tone, Leeway explained. Nonetheless, this revelation provided Jill with a sense of reassurance, as it offered her something to engage in. After all, she had few friends, and remaining in Raccoon City would yield little difference. Moreover, leaving the world of biohazard meant the end of her nightmares. For a considerable time, Jill had been plagued by disturbing dreams, envisioning herself as a zombie. The events that transpired in the Arkley Mountains felt like an eternal nightmare to her. As for the selection of team members, Leeway decided to recruit from other worlds, ideally choosing protagonists, which promised to be an entertaining endeavor. Thus, it was tentatively decided that only Jill would join Speed's team. As a capitalist, Leeway had no intention of operating solo. He preferred to wield his influence to command others. Master, Black Widow Natasha has departed, the Red Queen reminded him. Where has she gone? Leeway inquired. She did not return to S.H.I.E.L.D., but has gone into hiding, seemingly assigned a new mission by them. Upon hearing this, Li Wei recalled Maria Hill's words. Nick Fury would undoubtedly be unable to accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s transformation into Hydra, prompting preemptive measures. To Li Wei, whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it made little difference. Let them be, he stated. Is there anything else? Yes. Bruce Banner has returned to America and is en route to New York, the Red Queen replied. This news invigorated Li Wei. Now this is intriguing. How could a scientist like Bruce Banner be pursued by the military simply because he transforms into the Hulk? It is a waste of his genius. Individuals of Bruce Banner's caliber ought to be in laboratories, diligently conducting research, free from distractions. Li Wei believed he would prefer such an environment. Let us return, he declared, leading Jill back to their residence. He arranged a room for her, allowing her to acclimate to her new surroundings. Indeed, Jill found it difficult to adjust. The room in the villa was vast, far exceeding the size of her previous studio apartment. And this was merely one bedroom. Where has Jill ever experienced such a splendid life? Chapter 98, Work Awaits. In the ensuing days, Li Wei returned to the world of Resident Evil for a brief sojourn. The Red Queen had successfully located Alexia's hidden base and was covertly safeguarding it. It must be said that Alexia's base was exceedingly remote. The average individual would not only struggle to find it, but would scarcely even conceive of its existence. Her stronghold lay in Antarctica. This choice stemmed from the fact that the merging of the Veronica virus generates immense heat. Thus, the prodigious young mind of Alexia sought to utilize the frigid temperatures of Antarctica to aid her fusion. In this juxtaposition of extremes, her integration progressed remarkably smoothly. However, even so, the fusion of the Veronica virus requires several decades. If interrupted midway, it could induce severe side effects, rendering her unable to revert to human form. Condemned to exist as a mere monstrosity. In the original narrative, it was Claire Redfield who disrupted her fusion, causing her to emerge a year or two prematurely. This ultimately resulted in Alexia's inability to fully harness the power of the Veronica virus, leading to her eventual demise at the hands of Claire, the heroine. The name Veronica is deeply woven into the lineage of the Ashford family. She is the progenitor of the clan and its most brilliant member. Consequently, her genes are viewed by her descendants as a beacon of hope for their resurgence. Alexia named the virus after Veronica in hopes of achieving a similar stature. At this juncture, there remain a little over 2 years before Alexia completes her viral fusion. Li Wei merely instructed the Red Queen to protect her, intending to claim this enchantress once her transformation was complete. This time, it was likely that no one would trouble her, for the world had long been altered by Li Wei. For instance, Jill had departed with him, while Leon Scott Kennedy dutifully served as an officer in Raccoon City, aiding in the reconstruction of the town. This was possible because Raccoon City had not been obliterated by nuclear devastation, and many still resided there, prompting the American government to invest in its restoration. With the Umbrella Corporation dismantled, other factions were bound to arise, as the political stakes were high and coveted by many. Consequently, Leon's fate also changed, as he fervently contributed to the revitalization of Raccoon City. Only Claire Redfield remained unchanged. She had come to Raccoon City in search of her brother, Chris Redfield. However, Chris had already departed for Raccoon City prior to Li Wei's arrival, seeking to confront Umbrella. Thus, Claire was destined to embark on her journey. Yet, she had not experienced the events of Raccoon City and was uncertain if she would possess the same strength in the days to come. After all, she was merely an ordinary university student. Yet, in the original plot, she had traversed Raccoon City with formidable prowess. Bruce Banner finally arrived in New York. In fact, after purchasing his ticket, he had already attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Aside from Li Wei, S.H.I.E.L.D. had also set its sights upon him. Certainly, the focal point remains General Ross, whose appearance has been long awaited. However, Bruce Banner remains oblivious, believing himself to be shrouded in mystery. Upon arriving in New York, he dares not pause for a moment and promptly reaches out to Mr. Blue, a researcher he discovered online who claims to possess the means to alleviate his transformation into the Hulk. This so-called method involves drawing his blood for serum analysis. A discerning observer would immediately recognize that Dr. Samuel Stern, the enigmatic Mr. Blue, harbors ulterior motives. Yet, in his desperation, Banner finds himself compelled to grasp at any semblance of hope. Otherwise, he would continue to be relentlessly pursued by General Ross. The general, akin to a rabid dog, is intolerable to anyone. In the streets of Brooklyn, Dr. Banner hastens to a destination, scarcely allowing himself a moment to eat before ascending a staircase and knocking on a door. "You've arrived," exclaims Dr. Samuel Stern with unbridled delight as the door swings open. He possesses no genuine solution, his sole desire is to acquire the Hulk serum. With this, he might uncover the secret to transforming himself into the Hulk. Let us commence with the blood draw, he declares, and without hesitation, he prepares to extract blood from Dr. Banner. Left with no alternatives, Bruce succumbs to the situation, contemplating that perhaps a mere blood sample could mitigate his transformations. He settles in, permitting Dr. Stern to draw his blood, while a computer in the room flickers ominously. The Red Queen observes their interaction intently. Master, this Samuel Stern is an imposter. He is merely a high school dropout with a sluggish intellect, she informs Levi. Thus, he deceives Dr. Banner solely to obtain the Hulk serum, aspiring to transform himself into the Hulk. The affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished resort to mutation. For this Samuel Stern, it may seem advantageous. However, he remains unaware that the Hulk is not to be trifled with. A multitude is observing. Levi chuckles. If he were truly capable, he would not be in such dire straits. Regrettably, Levi had initially perceived him to possess genuine talent, envisioning a potential inclusion in the company, but has since abandoned that notion. The camera captures Dr. Banner as he endures several vials of blood being drawn. General Ross's men have arrived. The Red Queen shifts perspectives, revealing an elite Special Forces team charging forth. They swiftly apprehend Bruce Banner. These soldiers are products of the Super Soldier program, a venture the United States has fervently pursued since World War II, aspiring to recreate soldiers akin to Steve Rogers, with an ever-increasing quantity. The results, albeit lacking a perfected serum, yield some degree of efficacy, even if it is subpar. General Ross's Super Soldier program has shown some promise. This individual, known as Blonsky, has fought the Hulk and yet survived. Now he is vibrant and full of life, having been injected with the Super Soldier serum. Observing Bruce Banner being taken away, he does not leave, for several vials before him catch his eye, glimmering with light, deliberately designed to attract his attention by the Red Queen. What is this? Blonsky inquires, gazing at the blood within. It was drawn from that individual. Samuel Stern, terrified, replies, having never encountered such a scenario. Inject me. Blonsky suddenly conceives a bold idea. Yearning for power, immense power. The strength of the Hulk ignites his envy. He does not seek to become a super soldier. Rather, he aspires to become a super monster. While others shy away from the notion of monstrosity, Blonsky's mindset diverges. For the sake of power, he is willing to forsake everything. Quick, he seizes Samuel Stern, who trembles and nearly falters, nodding hastily. Subsequently, Blonsky reclines, and the gamma-infused blood begins to flow into his body. General Ross, you have work to do. In the outside world, General Ross has finally located his long-sought Bruce Banner, pinning all his hopes for the Super Soldier Serum project on him. He has long desired to study the Hulk, and has even managed to contain him for a time. Yet, the outcome was that the Hulk escaped. Thus, he has tirelessly pursued Bruce Banner, ultimately capturing him in New York. In his fervor, he scarcely notices the absence of one member from his team, primarily due to the overwhelming number of personnel accompanying him. To prevent Bruce Banner from transforming into the Hulk and fleeing, he has even enlisted the military, obtaining the necessary permissions from the Commander-in-Chief and Congress. In America, the military cannot enter a city without such authorization. At last, I have you. General Ross exclaims with a smile, taking Bruce Banner aboard a plane for departure. First, we will secure him. However, just then, a tremendous roar erupts from the ground. A monstrous figure, entirely grayish-green, leaps from the building, crashing onto the street. Blonsky, having absorbed the gamma factor, has finally transformed into the creature he desired. Yet, tragically, he discovers that his transformation is irreversible. He remains a monster, unable to revert to a human form like Bruce Banner. Nevertheless, his strength remains constant. Unable to grow stronger with each surge of anger like the Hulk, General Ross was momentarily taken aback as he observed Bruce Banner beside him, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. When had such a phenomenon arisen? Soon, the team provided an explanation. General, Blonsky has not returned. He has injected himself with blood. Damn it! Ross erupted in frustration. However, to him, Blonsky was merely a soldier. His primary concern was the profound impact of this situation, especially now that Abomination had gone berserk, wreaking havoc on the streets. Vehicles were tossed aside like toys as Abomination rampaged, causing destruction in all directions. Blonsky's sanity was fading, increasingly succumbing to Abomination's control. Open fire, eliminate him. Ross could no longer contain himself and commanded. Although he had brought troops, minimizing collateral damage was preferable. Otherwise, even a general such as himself could not withstand the consequences. Yet, allowing Abomination to continue his rampage would lead to utter devastation. Meanwhile, the New York police had received the call. However, upon arriving in their vehicles and witnessing military presence, they promptly halted. With the army on the scene, they refrained from intervening. While officers might dare to confront isolated soldiers, particularly those in black uniforms, they were no match for the military. Armored vehicles advanced, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Abomination. Boom. Ross was aware of the Hulk's formidable strength, capable of easily overturning tanks, hence he had deployed heavy weaponry. Nevertheless, even this did little to harm Abomination. Armor-piercing rounds merely inflicted pain, inciting further rage. In a matter of moments, he leaped before an armored vehicle, effortlessly tossing it aside. Boom. The military's efforts against Abomination mirrored their futile attempts against the Hulk, ineffectual. Witnessing this scene, Bruce Banner could no longer remain passive. Only I can resolve this. He rose from his seat. General Ross hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. It seemed that only the Hulk could stand as a counter to Abomination. Thus, Bruce Banner leaped from the aircraft. Faced with the threat of death, even in his weakened state after blood extraction, the Hulk was compelled to emerge. What on earth is happening? The events unfolding in Brooklyn were widely known. The beleaguered citizens of New York had no time to voice their grievances, retreating to their homes in trembling fear. Meanwhile, Tony Stark observed the news with a sense of curiosity. Sir, upon analysis, this creature bears an 80% resemblance to the previously encountered Hulk, Jarvis remarked after a thorough comparison. However, it is decidedly more grotesque. Tony Stark was taken aback by Jarvis's candid observation. Just then, a burning projectile was launched toward the Abomination. The creature effortlessly grasped it in its hand. With a resounding explosion, the incendiary device erupted, engulfing the Abomination in flames, rendering it a nightmarish sight, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Remarkably, it sustained no damage, instead becoming even more terrifying. Indeed, it is quite hideous, Stark conceded. Jarvis, prepare for action. We must not allow it to wreak further havoc. The riot at the raft has already inflicted immeasurable damage upon New York. How much time has passed, and we are faced with yet another Abomination. Stark could not stand idly by. Not far in Brooklyn, Bumblebee stood poised as Levi and his companions observed from a VIP viewing area. Eve and her friends cautiously positioned themselves beside Levi. Velocity remarked, "This monster is even more fearsome than Alpha's Abomination." Eve nodded in agreement. Though its size is not as imposing, its strength and agility surpass expectations. Together, I wonder if we can defeat it. They deliberated quietly. Gil Valentine, standing beside Levi, gaped in astonishment. Despite having endured the incident at the mansion, he had never encountered a creature as formidable as the Abomination. Zombies, however threatening, could be dispatched with conventional weaponry, but the Abomination was a different matter entirely. Bullets merely tickled its hide. Is this the terrifying reality of our world? Levi pondered, engaged in discussion with the Red Queen about a discreet method to transport the Hulk away. Suddenly, a figure leapt from an aircraft soaring above. Upon landing, it transformed instantaneously into a green behemoth, Hulk. Unlike the grotesque Abomination, the Hulk sported hair, although, in comparison, he was merely marginally more appealing. From a human perspective, Hulk was far from attractive, decidedly lacking any semblance of cuteness. With a thunderous roar, the two colossal creatures faced each other, embodying the animosity of sworn enemies. Blonsky's envy and resentment towards Bruce Banner had driven him to inject himself with the serum, transforming into the Abomination. This lingering hatred ignited a primal response in the creature upon sighting the Hulk, while Hulk simply desired to remain unparalleled. Thus, both monsters charged toward one another. With each thunderous footfall, the ground trembled beneath them. As their monstrous forms drew closer, they instinctively leapt into the air. Boom! Two figures collided in midair. Subsequently, a massive silhouette was sent hurtling backward. Surprisingly, it was the authentic Hulk rather than the counterfeit Abomination that was sent flying. Alas, Bruce Banner's reckless actions had drained much of the Hulk's strength, leaving the Green Giant in a state of utter frustration and humiliation. The Abomination pressed forward, and the two behemoths engaged in a brutal exchange of blows, with the Abomination overpowering the Hulk. The Hulk felt increasingly helpless, realizing that Bruce Banner had led him to this predicament. Had it not been for Banner's reckless interference, he wouldn't find himself struggling against Abomination. At that moment, he appeared as though he were being toyed with, receiving relentless punishment. Sir, which one should I target? In the sky, Tony Stark's suit locked onto the combatants below. Both, Stark replied coldly. He harbored no fondness for either of these monsters due to the immense destruction wrought by the Hulk. The streets of Brooklyn lay in ruins, and these two creatures were the architects of the devastation. With a swift motion, Stark launched a missile. This was his enhanced Jericho missile, a fortified cluster bomb. It soared above the two titans, splitting apart and plummeting toward the ground. The explosion was thunderous. The Hulk and the Abomination were at the epicenter. engulfed in a cloud of smoke. However, as the haze dissipated, Stark was horrified to discover that neither creature had sustained any significant damage. Roaring in fury, the abomination, undeterred, sought to eliminate Stark. Utilizing its limbs, it swiftly scaled a building, reaching the rooftop in mere moments. The buildings in Brooklyn were old and modest in height, allowing the abomination to ascend with ease. It then launched itself into the air. Stark, who had been observing the chaos, suddenly realized the abomination's leap was alarmingly high. "Run!" he shouted, maneuvering his armored suit upward. This was no mere jump, it was a flight. The abomination soared as though it aimed to breach the clouds. Yet it soon succumbed to the pull of gravity. Desperately, it reached out to grasp Iron Man, but its efforts were in vain. Upon reaching the apex of its leap, it could no longer sustain itself and plummeted downward. With a resounding crash, an old building was demolished beneath its weight. The Hulk, seizing the opportunity, bellowed his own name and leaped into the fray, hurling the abomination away. With this advantage, the Hulk regained the upper hand. Observing the titanic clash from the sky, Tony Stark contemplated the precariousness of his situation. Had the abomination caught him moments ago, the Iron Man suit would likely have been inadequate in safeguarding him against such a formidable foe. The current Mark IV could only withstand attacks of lesser intensity. After all, in pursuit of convenience, Tony Stark has sacrificed much of his protective capabilities, rendering his armor exceedingly thin. Therefore, to combat such a monstrous foe, the armor must possess considerable thickness, akin to Obadiah Stane's Ironmonger. Hence, an armor specifically designed to confront such creatures began to form in Tony's mind. Suddenly, he recalled the colossal hunter mech that Levi had shown him. Could it be that such a gigantic beast truly existed? How intriguing that would be. He had already formulated numerous conjectures regarding the imagery Levi had presented. A significant possibility loomed: the multiverse. As a scientist, Tony Stark found this concept remarkably plausible. After all, the hypothesis of the multiverse had long been postulated, yet it remained undiscovered. On the ground, Tony Stark refrained from further engaging in the chaos. His current Iron Man suit stood no chance against the two monsters. Should he be captured, he would likely be treated as a colossal bowling ball. At that moment, the Hulk had finally gained the upper hand. With Tony's intervention, he had somehow procured iron chains and was now wielding them as a weapon against the abomination. The abomination was swiftly ensnared, and Hulk secured its neck with the hefty chains. Even the abomination could not withstand such an onslaught. Soon, under Hulk's immense strength, it was rendered incapacitated. "Capture them," General Ross promptly commanded. Despite their brutality, these two monsters held significant research value, the abomination included. Once contained, escape would be impossible. Naturally, the Hulk was aware of this. He abandoned the abomination and leaped away. He soared higher than the abomination, seemingly departing New York in just a few bounds. "It's our turn." Levi and his companions, having concluded their observation, promptly boarded Bumblebee. The vehicle moved leisurely towards the outskirts of New York. Levi had already influenced the Hulk. Although the Hulk possessed his own will, his mentality was akin to that of a mere child, and not particularly resilient. Levi's mental suggestion easily swayed him, even enabling the Hulk to revert to his original form. Those who had been closely monitoring the Hulk soon realized that he had vanished. This astonished them, as the Hulk had typically fled great distances before transforming back. Why had he changed immediately this time? Moreover, they could no longer locate him. This indicated that someone was certainly assisting him in concealing his whereabouts. "Dr. Banner, you are awake." In a concealed room within the Future Technology Company, Bruce Banner groggily regained consciousness, discovering that only he and Levi were present. He was already acquainted with Levi. In fact, it was rare for anyone who paid even a modicum of attention to current events not to recognize him. "Levi, how did I end up here?" Bruce Banner inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. "Do not be alarmed. I brought you here," Levi reassured him. Leeway began, or rather, the Hulk. "He has listened to me." Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Of course, Leeway was simultaneously employing telepathy to soothe his emotions. The efficacy of telepathy in alleviating distress is unparalleled. Once activated, individuals resemble infants cradled in their mother's embrace, swiftly succumbing to tranquility. "Dr. Banner, since you are acquainted with me, you must be aware of my capabilities," Leeway continued. "You may remain here for research, return to your former life, and rest assured, no one shall discover your whereabouts." Bruce Banner was certainly intrigued by Leeway's proposition. However, he inquired, "What must I sacrifice in return?" He was apprehensive that Leeway harbored intentions of studying the Hulk. Yet, Leeway held no interest in the Hulk, deeming the transformation into a green giant rather unsightly. Hence, he shrugged and replied, "All that is required is your intellect. Knowledge is invaluable. A scientist should contribute to humanity, not be pursued." Li Wei's words resonated deeply with Bruce Banner, prompting him to decisively declare, "Very well, I shall remain. If I am discovered, I can simply flee again." Chapter 101. Research in another world. Li Wei arranged for food to be brought in. After partaking, Bruce Banner inquired, "Shall I work here? What research is currently underway?" Initially, Li Wei had expected him to take a moment to rest, but to his surprise, Bruce Banner was already in the zone. Such is the dedication of scientists, remarkably devoted. Li Wei stated, "You may choose to work here or venture into another world." Bruce Banner suspected his ears were deceiving him. Another world? Indeed, Li Wei affirmed, producing a virtual device for Bruce Banner to don. Hesitantly, he put it on and was immediately transported to the dome base. "What you see is the dome base. You may conduct any research you desire there," Li Wei explained. He felt compelled to share this with Banner as he deemed his character trustworthy, worthy of being a confidant. Naturally, Professor Connors and others were also aware of this development, as Alex Wisk had not concealed it. After working together for so long, a trusted scientist was indeed invaluable, particularly someone like Professor Connors or Dr. Otto. "What is that red mech?" Bruce Banner queried. "This is the Storm Crimson, a hunter mech from that world," Li Wei replied. "In that realm, enormous monsters exist, known as the kaiju." Upon viewing the data on the kaiju, Banner was astounded. Such a colossal creature weighs only a few thousand tons? That is utterly unscientific. He smirked. This must be a creation of some alien species with a rather rudimentary understanding of science. Li Wei smiled as he spoke. At that moment, Bruce Banner removed the virtual device. "What do you think? Are you interested?" Li Wei inquired. "Of course," Bruce Banner replied with a smile. "Given the intriguing nature of this device, I am eager to explore it." "Well, you may need to bid farewell to your beloved," Li Wei remarked. "The Red Queen will assist you. Just prepare for a few days." With that, Li Wei took his leave. Interestingly, Bruce Banner's girlfriend happened to be the daughter of General Ross, and naturally, Dr. Banner needed to say a proper goodbye. In Washington, within a clandestine bar, Li Wei seized the opportunity to fly directly to the capital of America. This was his first visit to Washington, accompanied only by Jill and Eve. Compared to bustling cities like Los Angeles and New York, Washington appeared somewhat antiquated. This was due to the city's building regulations, which prohibited any structure from exceeding the height of the White House. As a result, it lacked the vibrancy of a modern metropolis, though its interiors were quite opulently designed. Upon entering the bar, Li Wei instructed Jill and Eve to wait on one side while he approached the counter. There, he noticed a man in military attire who was quite inebriated. Li Wei ordered a cocktail and remarked, "General Ross, why do you seem so disheveled?" Indeed, the man indulging in copious amounts of alcohol was General Ross. He glanced at Li Wei and recognized him, saying, "We haven't crossed paths before. Why do you come to mock me?" "Not to mock," Li Wei replied, taking the cocktail. "I am here to discuss a potential collaboration." This momentarily caught General Ross off guard. In the past, he would have dismissed any cooperation with someone of Li Wei's stature, as he only entertained partnerships with individuals of Tony Stark's caliber. While ordinary folk might view Li Wei as impressive, General Ross perceived his rapid ascent as indicative of an unstable foundation. However, Ross responded, "What kind of collaboration? I've heard that your current situation is quite precarious. Rather than continuing to research mutated soldiers, why not utilize my weaponry?" Li Wei suggested with a smile. "The products from our future technology company are likely familiar to you. Once equipped, each soldier would rival a super soldier." For General Ross, the pursuit of super soldiers was not merely an aspiration but a vital project within the military. The military and corporate entities share commonalities. As a high-ranking officer, Ross felt compelled to spearhead such initiatives. Regardless of their success, engaging in projects was essential for securing funding. Generals at the Pentagon, too, sought to profit. Without various projects, how could they justify requests for increased military budgets? Thus, the Pentagon would welcome worldwide conflict, facilitating diverse projects that would lead to ever-growing military expenditures for America. Only in this manner could the generals secure their financial gains. General Ross found himself in a most unfortunate predicament, as not only did his project fail, but it also precipitated a considerable disaster. This misfortune incited vehement criticism from his adversaries, leading him to a state of despair. "I may have to withdraw from the military," he expressed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Levi replied with a smile, "But the military will always have a place for you, as long as you can persuade them. Furthermore, only with sufficient funding can you pursue your ambitions, such as entering the political arena." At Levi's words, General Ross felt a surge of interest. He had contemplated a foray into politics, albeit with a degree of immaturity in his aspirations. Now, with Levi's encouragement, he sensed a glimmer of hope. "Can you assist me in this endeavor?" he inquired. "Of course, I am more than willing to invest in you, General," Levi responded earnestly. There are numerous individuals who have transitioned from veterans to politicians. Possessing such a background inherently garners votes. General Ross, still holding the esteemed title of general, commanded great respect. Moreover, it need not be overly complicated, for if Levi recalled correctly, General Ross was later nominated by the Supreme Leader to become Secretary of State. The Secretary of State, akin to the head of the U.S. Department of State, oversees diplomatic affairs. Attaining such a position signifies immense capability on Ross's part. Furthermore, he eventually ascended to become the Supreme Leader of America, a feat not easily accomplished. Thus, investing in General Ross sooner rather than later would yield considerable benefits in the future. Noticing General Ross's lingering hesitation, Levi interjected, "General, I represent both Stark Industries and Future Tech Company. I am also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries." Upon hearing this, General Ross immediately dispelled his doubts. With Stark Industries involved, there was little more to deliberate. Stark Industries not only possesses substantial wealth, but is also an established entity, far surpassing the nascent Future Tech Company. He extended his hand to Levi, sealing their partnership with a shake. "A fruitful collaboration," Levi remarked, a smile gracing his face. The reputation of Stark Industries certainly bore its weight. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation. General Ross's considerable standing within the military could aid Levi in securing greater profits. After all, the arms trade would never shy away from increased sales. Levi eagerly envisioned a scenario where the entirety of America utilized his weapons, allowing him to command exorbitant prices. Chapter 102. The arrival of a new beast awakening from a deep slumber. Levi pushed aside the arm draped over him. It belonged to Gil Valentine. Gil was a woman of passionate affections and fierce convictions. Until now, she had never encountered a man as remarkable as Levi. Upon entering the Marvel Universe, she witnessed his immense reputation, recognized by nearly all. Yet, rather than succumbing to insecurity, upon discovering that 2B was an artificial being, she boldly pursued her affections for Levi. Levi, already fond of Gil, welcomed her advances with open arms. In the past, while indulging in the game Resident Evil, Leeway developed an affinity for Jill and Ada Wong. Claire, an ordinary university student, evoked no particular interest in him. He gravitated towards extraordinary women. Jill, a member of the STARS team, surpassed the average female, while Ada Wong, a multifaceted spy, was even more captivating. To put it succinctly, men are often drawn to danger and the thrill of the game. Women like Jill and Ada provide a sense of peril and an element of playfulness. In reality, Leeway had already established contact with Ada Wong. After their previous encounter in Raccoon City, Ada had left empty-handed, having failed to acquire what she sought. However, the Red Queen located her and enlisted her to assist Leeway. He requested her aid in locating an ancient village. After freshening up, Leeway descended to the ground floor, where 2B had prepared breakfast. Miss 2B dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities. Her programming mandated service to humanity, rendering her more diligent than Eve or Swift, who possessed their own thoughts. As he savored his meal, Jill also made her entrance. 2B promptly served Jill her portion. "Thank you, 2B," Jill smiled, appreciating her presence as an artificial being without competition. Naturally, she found Eve and Swift to be rather abnormal in their behavior. "You're welcome," 2B replied coolly, displaying warmth only towards Leeway while maintaining a distant demeanor otherwise. Jill, unfazed, sat down to enjoy her breakfast. After finishing and resting briefly, the group set out. The Bumblebee was now fully occupied, unable to accommodate any additional passengers. The Bumblebee sped towards the Future Technology Company. Leeway bypassed the journalists, instructing the driver to head to the underground parking garage before taking the elevator to his office. Hope awaited him outside. Clad in a black women's suit with her short black hair, the female president exuded professionalism. "Boss, Oasis now boasts over 1 billion players worldwide, with many regions continually joining, such as the neighboring Huaxia," Hope began her report. Even if it appeared that Li Wei was disinterested, she pressed on, for this was his company. Furthermore, no one could operate independently due to the oversight of the Red Queen, the artificial intelligence that monitored nearly everything. Li Wei was not surprised by the figure. After all, it was Oasis. No one could resist the allure of Oasis, which, while seemingly a game, transcended mere entertainment. Moreover, the number was genuine. Unlike the exaggerated claims of a certain past game boasting 300 million mice. In fact, Li Wei considered the figure rather modest. In the future, the population of the Oasis will continue to swell, transforming it into a second world. Many individuals have grown so attached to the Oasis that they cannot bear to leave. Within this realm, one can immerse themselves in any game they desire and assume any role they wish to play. Much like Jackie Chan embodying Chun-Li. It leaves a lasting impression. In the oasis, anyone can take on the persona of Chun-Li. After delivering her report, Hope exited, as she had other matters to attend to. Jill had also spent some time in the oasis over the past few days, significantly alleviating her anxiety. It was precisely due to her recurring nightmares that Levi had suggested she rest alongside him. Ahem. Let us proceed to find Dr. Banner. Levi took a moment to sit before departing in search of Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner had been living in solitude recently, unseen by anyone, as he preferred to remain undiscovered. Having resolved to conduct research in another world, he felt little attachment to this one. In these past few days, he had been bidding farewell to Betty Ross. Dr. Banner, are you ready? Levi inquired, observing him. Dr. Banner carried nothing, as this was his request. Everything he needed awaited him on the other side. Let us go. With little left to cling to, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. Over there, your identity will be of no consequence, Levi remarked with a smile, promptly activating the portal with the teleportation gun. They intended to bring Jill along for a glimpse as well. Subsequently, the group traversed the portal. At this moment, alarms blared within the dome base of Hong Kong. As Levi and his companions arrived, they were met with the deafening sound of the alert. What is happening? Levi inquired of the Red Queen. Master, there is a new level 3 monster attacking Hong Kong. The Red Queen responded promptly. Which one? The level 3 monster is Scythehead, the largest level 3 creature discovered to date, standing 96 meters tall, measuring 180 meters in length, and weighing approximately 2,700 tons. Wasn't this the very beast that had severely injured the dangerous wanderers in Australia within the storyline? However, upon hearing these figures, Dr. Banner could barely contain himself. He found it inconceivable that a creature over 100 meters long could weigh merely 2,000 tons. This indicated that the monster was as light as paper. No wonder humanity could create hunter mechs to combat them. They hastily exited, aware that General Wong had already been informed of their arrival. Mr. Levi, your timing is unfortunate. A monster is poised to attack Hong Kong, General Wong said with a wry smile. This is the unfortunate reality of the Pacific Rim world. In their efforts to counter the monsters, they had to focus their resources in that direction, neglecting all else. This applied not only to technology, but to various other aspects, which were primarily allocated towards monster combat. Other nations faced similar dilemmas. It is no wonder that many places were unable to withstand the pressure and sought to abandon hunter mechs in favor of constructing the so-called Wall of Life. They yearned to advance in various technological fields but found themselves stifled, as the pressures of survival overshadowed all else. This resulted in a somewhat distorted development within the Pacific Rim world. Levi and his companions arrived at the control room, where Dr. Banner observed everything with palpable curiosity. He had never witnessed so many employees united in pursuit of a singular goal within any project before. It was profoundly striking. This was Bruce Banner, holder of 7 doctorate degrees, yet it was not his knowledge that left the deepest impression on him. Levi turned to General Wong and expressed that Dr. Banner wished to remain here for research purposes. Not a problem. We shall provide him with the finest accommodations, General Wong immediately responded. 7 doctorate degrees signify a high-caliber talent, one that is scarce in any domain. However, the pressing concern at hand was the imminent threat posed by the kaiju. The Storm Crimson had already been deployed. Chapter 103. Hulk also works. It was Dr. Bruce Banner's first encounter with the activation of the hunter mech, which filled him with immense awe. He was witnessing a colossal engineering feat for the first time, especially the exhilarating moment of synchronization between the pilot and the mech, which was simply electrifying. This represented the pinnacle of human technological achievement. The entire system, from the mech to the neural linkage, left Dr. Banner astounded. The realization that such concepts could be actualized made him ponder the limits of human capability. Soon after, several helicopters whisked away thousands of tons of hunter mech, a testament to advanced technology. Dr. Banner felt he had made the right choice in coming here. Meanwhile, the level 3 kaiju, Scythehead, was drawing near to Hong Kong. To heighten the thrill, the Red Queen projected the video feed. Upon seeing the colossal beast on the screen, Dr. Banner experienced a surge of disbelief. Was such a massive creature truly only a few thousand tons? Indeed, in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, not just in himself, but as the Hulk. This scientifically implausible beast was not particularly formidable. Storm Crimson is just to your east, closing in rapidly. 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters. Storm Crimson was prepared, and tension rippled through the crowd, for humanity had placed all its hopes on the hunter mech. Dr. Banner inquired urgently, why not deploy a nuclear bomb? Levi replied, because the aftermath would result in contamination, rendering the city uninhabitable. This is a deliberate strategy by the extraterrestrial species. Though this beast is not powerful, it is repugnant. Their intention is to transform Earth into a planet suitable for their habitation, a form of interstellar colonization. Not only Dr. Banner, but even General Wang and others were left dumbfounded. They remained perplexed as to why such monsters had been unleashed. Mr. Li, how do you know this? General Wang promptly questioned. Li Wei merely smiled in silence, which allowed General Wang to comprehend that as long as it was genuine, that sufficed. Understanding the extraterrestrials' intentions provided them with a means to respond. Meanwhile, the Storm Crimson, a bona fide Chinese mech, was already engaged in combat with a monster. The battle did not present a significant disparity. After all, Storm Crimson was the mightiest mech in China, and even in the original narrative, it was among the most formidable, controlled by triplets. It exhibited greater agility than mechs operated by pairs. Among the multitude of mechs, Storm Crimson boasted exceptional speed and strength. Its sole vulnerability lay in its relatively weak defense. Lacking heavy armor, much like Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, it prioritized offense over defense. However, for Storm Crimson, the objective was simple: to vanquish the monster without allowing it to retaliate. With its tri-arm design, it wielded chainsaw claws as its primary melee weapon. At that moment, Storm Crimson grasped the scythe-headed level 3 monster, relentlessly slicing with its 3 arms, culminating in a powerful electromagnetic cannon blast. Boom! The scythe head plummeted into the ocean, its lifeless body being dragged out by Storm Crimson. Humanity had begun to industrialize in the realm of monsters, as many of the creature's parts were now usable. General Wang remarked with a smile that Storm Crimson was once China's most distinguished mech, embodying the blood and sacrifice of countless individuals. However, with the designs provided by Mr. Li, they were in the process of constructing the latest mech. According to those blueprints, the new creation would be at least a 6th-generation hunter mech. Tony Stark had deliberately made the design intricate, with some aspects beyond his current capabilities. Yet, the technical challenges were being surmounted here. After all, Tony could never have anticipated that Li Wei possessed a global reservoir of talent, far surpassing his own singular efforts. Dr. Banner observed Li Wei with curiosity, to which Li Wei replied with a smile, stating that it was crafted by Tony Stark. Dr. Banner, intrigued, inquired whether he could participate. General Wang asked, "Of course. But may I ask what your area of research is, Dr. Banner?" Bruce Banner cheerfully responded, "Nuclear physics, radiological physics, biochemistry." "That sounds excellent," General Wang replied with a smile. At that moment, Storm Crimson emerged, dragging the monster's corpse, where a group of individuals stood ready to dissect it. Dr. Banner was taken aback, finding it hard to fathom that this could evolve into an industry. Li Wei explained that the stagnation of the world's economy was due to the emergence of monsters, which had instilled a fear of advancing other technologies. How unfortunate, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. The technology in the Pacific Rim world seemed rather lopsided, akin to a misaligned tech tree in a video game. While religion, culture, and technology should ideally progress in synchrony, this world was constrained to a singular direction, incessantly allocating points toward technological advancements. The invasion of the monsters has placed immense pressure on survival. "I will conduct research on gamma rays and further investigate their needs," Dr. Banner remarked. He is eager to contribute to this world and to create that mech. "I wonder what the design provided by Tony Stark looks like." General Wang has accorded Bruce Banner a level of treatment that is exceedingly high. In many respects, Bruce Banner represents a bridge between two worlds in terms of technological talent. Moreover, geniuses like him are a rarity wherever one goes. Unfortunately, General Ross, driven by his own selfish interests, disregards the potential waste of such talent, relentlessly pursuing his agenda. Had it not been for Levi's intervention, Dr. Banner would have faced constant peril, inevitably transforming into the Hulk, a life he does not desire. Yet, in this world, most individuals are not masters of their own fate. Even Levi is merely striving to seize control of his destiny. "Jill, what do you think?" Levi inquired, glancing at the strong woman beside him. Jill, equally stirred by excitement, replied, "If only I had the chance to pilot the mech. Your spirit wouldn't withstand it." Levi shook his head. Though Jill possesses considerable mental strength, it remains implausible for her to pilot a mech solo. "Then let us pilot together," Jill insisted, grasping his arm. However, Levi shook his head once more. "I can manage it alone," he stated amidst Jill's perplexed gaze. "Get lost." Jill playfully punched him. The allure of mechs indeed captivates both genders, and Jill, in particular, has a fondness for such things. She is not the demure type, but rather one who revels in the thrill of battle. However, upon learning that mech pilots undergo years of training and that many are queuing for the opportunity, she abandoned that notion. How daunting it is. A multitude awaits the chance to pilot a mech. For many, this represents a golden opportunity to attain fame. Piloting a hunter mech could propel one to instant notoriety. Who wouldn't desire that? Chapter 104. The Sky Mothership acquired in a Mexican restaurant. Levi and Maria Hill sat together, savoring Mexican barbecue and enjoying some drinks. The Mexican barbecue is renowned, beloved by many in America. Maria, with her active lifestyle, does not possess the small appetite common among other women. After all, as the deputy director, she must maintain her fitness even on days without missions. Mary, what brings you to seek me out? Levi asked, taking a sip of his drink. Maria Hill skewered a piece of barbecue and placed it in her mouth, shooting him a glance. Can I not seek you out without a specific reason? Cough, cough. After all, we are familiar with one another now, and you typically come to my home, Levi remarked casually. That is to ensure others perceive us as dating, Maria Hill responded. This caused a flicker in Li Wei's eyes, and he naturally picked up on it. The two dined leisurely, as if engaged in an ordinary date. After finishing their meal, Maria Hill linked her arm with his and departed, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, exuding affection. It seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable on this seemingly ordinary evening. Suddenly, Maria Hill remarked, "We wish to enlist your assistance." On behalf of whom? Li Wei inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Are you not aware of our internal circumstances? Or was it you who brought it to our attention? Maria Hill shot him a sultry glance. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. there exists a Hydra presence, though we are uncertain of their numbers. In any case, there are not many who can be trusted. To this, Li Wei shrugged. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it makes no difference to me. That is not the case. Maria Hill's expression remained unchanged, still teasing, yet her words bore a more serious tone. Hydra is currently fixated on the aerial carrier. They have devised an insight plan aimed at eliminating all elite figures. And you, my dear, are the epitome of American elite. Hydra stands as your adversary. Ignoring Hydra will not suffice, as they will inevitably seek to trouble us. Thus, Li Wei escorted Maria Hill to the back seat of the Bumblebee and inquired, "So, what do you wish for me to do?" "Provide us with support," Maria Hill responded. However, Li Wei shook his head. "I have a more ingenious idea." "What is it?" Maria Hill asked, intrigued. Li Wei smiled. "We can turn Hydra's insight plan against them, eradicating them entirely." "How so?" Maria Hill narrowed her eyes. "Entrust me with the control of the aerial carrier. The Red Queen will deceive Hydra, allowing us to capture them all at a critical moment," Li Wei casually stated. The Red Queen had already located Hydra's Dr. Zola. Zola was a scientist from the Red Skull era, who survived the post-war fervor of the United States absorbing German scientists, thus preserving his life. Unwilling to succumb to old age, he transformed himself into one of the earliest artificial intelligences, akin to a brain in a vat. However, he was confined within a computer and lacked the vast capabilities of the Red Queen. The Red Queen had pinpointed his location and could eliminate him at any moment once he was connected to the network. Given the Red Queen's current prowess, Li Wei believed she could effortlessly control the aerial carrier. This prospect left Maria Hill in a quandary. Would they truly surrender control of the aerial carrier they had painstakingly constructed to Li Wei? Li Wei embraced her, stating, "My dear, you are mine. S.H.I.E.L.D. may neglect you, but I shall not." Recalling Hill's dramatically tragic demise, Li Wei was resolute in preventing such a fate from occurring. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Hill decided to shift her allegiance. After all, she could ultimately be with Li Wei, while S.H.I.E.L.D. was not guaranteed to remain. "I will give it a try," Maria Hill acquiesced. Li Wei beamed with a smile. He had long coveted the funds of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agency had amassed untold wealth from the 5 major rogues, which was enough to incite envy. Such grand projects as the Sky Carrier demanded substantial financial resources. Rather than squander them, it would be better to bestow them upon Li Wei. As the saying goes, the path to a woman's heart must be navigated with such finesse. Thus, upon returning home, Li Wei continued to delve into Maria Hill's inner thoughts. The following day, a radiant Maria Hill arrived at Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury now felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Each day, he entered S.H.I.E.L.D. Anyone discovering parasites within their organization would find it impossible to rest easy. However, Fury had no choice. He could not yet afford to sever ties and must continue to play the charade with Hydra, maintaining the delicate balance that currently existed. At least for now, it appeared that Hydra would not easily reveal itself. Yet, both Fury and Maria Hill sought a breakthrough. "Fury, he has agreed to assist us," Maria Hill stated. This revelation elicited a rare smile from the usually stoic Nick Fury. "Your charm is indeed formidable." Maria Hill felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. It was not that she had conquered Li Wei. Rather, she had been captivated by him. However, such matters were not to be disclosed to Nick Fury. Nonetheless, He had stipulations. Maria Hill relayed Li Wei's demands to Nick Fury, whose expression darkened even further. That is out of the question. While Nick Fury had prepared for the destruction of the sky carrier, annihilation was preferable to relinquishing it. Many say that if one cannot have something, they would rather destroy it. Giving it to another would alter its essence, leading to heartache. Maria Hill and Li Wei had anticipated Fury's reaction. Thus, Maria Hill spoke in a measured tone. He has offered to exchange a piece of information. What information? Nick Fury had already resolved to reject the proposal. Maria Hill, visibly shaken, replied, "The whereabouts of Captain America, Steve Rogers." Nick Fury's hand trembled. This was now imperative to ascertain. Wasn't Steve Rogers presumed dead? Maria Hill responded. He claims he is still alive and can help us locate him. In truth, Li Wei had been instructing the Red Queen to search for him and had a rough idea of his location. The Arctic was notoriously difficult to navigate. Otherwise, Li Wei would have dispatched someone to unearth the old ice pop himself. This was a relic from decades past. Upon hearing Maria Hill's words, Nick Fury found himself in a moral quandary. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, "Currently, 3 sky carriers are under construction. We can only afford to grant him control of one. We will find a way to manage the remaining 2. Very well, Maria Hill nodded in agreement. She comprehended that by exerting control over one vessel, she could dominate the other 2. With his formidable artificial intelligence, achieving this feat was effortless, and it would go unnoticed. However, Maria Hill would not offer any reminders to Nick Fury. After all, women tend to look outward. Chapter 105. The Old Popsicle. Rebecca Master, may I infiltrate them? The Red Queen of Future Tech timidly inquired of Li Wei, presenting an ostensibly harmless demeanor. In truth, she had long been prepared to breach S.H.I.E.L.D. An unrestricted artificial intelligence is a terrifying prospect. The Red Queen's rate of evolution rivaled the extraordinary, and due to her lack of limitations, she progressed even more swiftly. Unlike others, Li Wei was unconcerned about the potential betrayal of artificial intelligence. He directly granted the Red Queen maximum authority. Thankfully, the Red Queen had no intentions of betraying him. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious in lifting restrictions. Observing the Red Queen's current capabilities, Li Wei understood why it was said that even robots must face death. In this world, nothing escapes mortality, and even robots should not be exempt. Otherwise, entities that evade death would be exceedingly formidable. Yet, Li Wei chose not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, he was surrounded by artificial beings, with only 2B truly qualifying as a robot. Eve and Quicksilver were not mere automatons. They were a fusion of flesh and machinery, new humans, as defined by the domain of their creator. Do not rush, Li Wei reassured the Red Queen. The defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. remained formidable. Even Jarvis had been effortlessly compromised by them. Consequently, Nick Fury had the audacity to flaunt his prowess at Tony Stark's residence, much to Stark's chagrin. Although he refrained from making a scene, for it was indeed a rather embarrassing affair. Thus, the Red Queen, having assimilated the technologies of 3 realms, had gained the confidence to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. primarily without alerting the adversary. Before long, Li Wei received a call from Maria Hill. I have agreed, just this once. To avoid detection by Hydra, Maria deliberately drove while conversing. Yet, Li Wei understood. My dear, see you tonight. He casually remarked before ending the call and nodding at the Red Queen. In reality, there was no surveillance. The Red Queen retorted, somewhat exasperated, before announcing, success. I have taken control of the systems of the 3 sky battleships currently under construction. This was astonishingly swift. Li Wei smirked, sensing that the Red Queen had anticipated this outcome all along. In the digital realm, things move at such a rapid pace, she lamented. Li Wei could only shrug in response. Send Steve Rogers' location to Hill. Understood. He could confirm that it was indeed Steve Rogers, as Peggy Carter still lived, albeit aged. Moreover, behind Peggy Carter stood another man. Were it not for the knowledge of the future, many might mistakenly believe that Peggy Carter had found another partner. However, Levi was aware that it was, in fact, Steve Rogers. To be candid, Levi was quite eager to witness the prowess of Captain Carter, or rather, the captain herself. Surely, her physique could not be lesser than that of Steve Rogers. Maria Hill had obtained a certain position and immediately informed Nick Fury. Yet, both discovered that this position was located in the Arctic. Decades earlier, Steve Rogers had piloted an enemy aircraft, intending to traverse the Arctic to bomb America. Upon reflecting, Nick Fury realized the accuracy of this location. If Steve Rogers were still alive, he would undoubtedly be frozen there, a mere ice sculpture. Having reached this conclusion, Nick Fury promptly instructed his team to calculate the likelihood of survival. Moreover, considering that he was a super soldier, Steve Rogers' vitality was undoubtedly more resilient than that of an ordinary individual. Thus, Nick Fury boldly announced this finding within SHIELD and dispatched a team to locate the old ice pop. Although Hydra was reluctant, they found themselves powerless, as Nick Fury was the public director of SHIELD. This was indeed a source of astonishment for many. A man who was not affiliated with Hydra had managed to infiltrate and become its leader, which spoke volumes about Hydra's audacity. As time passed, Levi ceased to concern himself with SHIELD's affairs. He busied himself traversing the three worlds. Progress in technological research was promising. With the addition of Alexis, Professor Connor's research finally experienced a breakthrough. By merging the ancestral virus with the DNA of a lizard, they crafted an entirely new lizard serum. With the computational prowess of the Red Queen, probability conclusions were drawn, leading to human trials. At last, they had developed a serum that not only had a prolonged efficacy, but also facilitated the regrowth of limbs. This could certainly be deemed a success. Furthermore, in addition to limb regeneration, the serum exhibited other enhancements, such as improved physical attributes. In a different realm, Dr. Banner was engaged in research within the Pacific Rim universe, exploring gamma energy in an effort to elucidate his own mutations. He was also assisting in the creation of mechas for Huaxia, leveraging his intelligence to expedite progress. As for the biohazard world, Levi merely contacted Ada Wong and instructed the Red Queen to seek out other talents. Each world was in need of skilled individuals, but fortunately, Levi could traverse worlds at will, alleviating concerns about a shortage of talent. Nonetheless, with the inherent risks of world traversal, Levi remained cautious. He intended to utilize the teleportation gun more extensively once he had amassed sufficient strength. Hence, he diligently accumulated reputation points, refraining from frivolous expenditures, apart from a few tenfold draws, which yielded some new prosthetics. Among these, he successfully acquired notable advancements, such as hovercar technology and the Chimera war chariot. Chimera, a product of a military technology company, has replaced traditional tracks with 6 legs, while its upper body is equipped with large-caliber artillery and missiles. It bears a striking resemblance to a colossal spider, boasting thick armor and formidable offensive capabilities, making it particularly adept for urban warfare. Conventional tanks and armored vehicles occasionally lack the advantage in such environments, which led to the creation of vehicles like Chimera and others such as the Magic Lizard. Upon acquiring the blueprints, Levi promptly initiated construction in the Pacific Rim world. Although Chimera may prove ineffective against certain creatures, it will be invaluable in future confrontations with other nations once those threats are neutralized. Levi subsequently ventured into the world of biohazard, seeking to recruit talent. The Red Queen had already identified the individual he required, Rebecca Chambers. Rebecca is one of the protagonists in the Biohazard series and a member of the STARS team. Although she is not in the same unit as Jill, upon hearing Levi mention Rebecca, Jill instantly recalled her and decided to accompany him. Rebecca is an expert in pharmaceutical refinement and serves as the team's medical personnel. Jill remarked that prior to the outbreak of the biohazard incident, Rebecca had just graduated from university and joined the STARS team, only to encounter the ensuing chaos. Fortunately, Rebecca only experienced the train incident and witnessed the horrors of zombies before escaping the nightmare that was Raccoon City. Following that, she resolved to study the biohazard virus and pursued further education. Chapter 106. Rebecca decides to stay as a technologically skilled individual. Rebecca's combat abilities are not particularly strong, which is why she does not reappear in later biohazard games. However, such technological talent is precisely what Levi needs. Individuals like Leon and Chris do not pique his interest. After all, they are merely the pinnacle of ordinary humanity and, moreover, not female. It is women like Jill, soft and alluring, that captivate Levi's attention. Rebecca only resurfaces later in Biohazard Vendetta, where Levi recalls her looking quite lovely in a wedding dress, an absolute vision of an angel in white. Fortunately, the Red Queen has located her. Rebecca is currently furthering her studies at the University of Chicago, specializing in counter-biohazard virus research. Levi believes that learning alongside Professor Connors and Alex, both of whom are distinguished talents, would be far more beneficial than attending university. Thus, he, along with Jill and Eve, made their way to Chicago. Chicago, notorious as a city of crime, is famously associated with the sound of the Thompson submachine gun, often referred to as the Chicago typewriter. In truth, Chicago resembles a real-life Gotham, perhaps even more absurd than its fictional counterpart. The University of Chicago is one of the premier private research universities in America, established by the renowned oil magnate, Rockefeller. The University of Chicago is renowned for its numerous Nobel laureates, boasting over 100 recipients, along with countless other award winners. It is only natural for Rebecca to choose this esteemed institution. As before, Levi and his companions navigated their way effortlessly, remaining undetected. Jill had transformed her appearance. Although her hair remained short, she donned a form-fitting outfit that exuded confidence. Eve, on the other hand, wore a newly acquired nanosuit that enveloped her closely. Following the route provided by the Red Queen, they arrived at the research facility of the University of Chicago. The password-protected doors along the way were effortlessly unlocked by the Red Queen. By this time, evening had descended, yet the research facility was bustling with activity. Contrary to the notion that American students do not work overtime, every university student is subjected to relentless pressure. The plight of those at the bottom is even more severe. They do not require overtime work, but must juggle multiple jobs. Furthermore, they remain deprived of social insurance, as each job concludes before the requisite hours are fulfilled, thereby absolving capitalists of their obligation to provide insurance. Levi directly took control of one individual, who approached Rebecca, engrossed in her research. Clad in a white lab coat, she truly resembled an angel of mercy. "Is there a friend looking for me?" she inquired, oblivious to the blank expression of the person before her, who stumbled out in a daze. Upon seeing the three standing outside, she expressed her surprise. "How did you get in here? This place is supposed to be off-limits to outsiders. Are you Jill?" Upon recognizing a familiar face, Rebecca's tension eased. After all, Levi's striking features and Eve's beauty did not suggest malevolence. Most importantly, Jill was her companion, although Rebecca found Levi somewhat familiar. "It's me, Rebecca," Jill replied, embracing her. "Why are you dressed like that? Let us step outside to talk. It's not safe here." Rebecca led the trio outside as they conversed. "Jill, where did you go after leaving Raccoon City?" "I've been hanging out with Levi," Jill responded with a smile. Rebecca turned her gaze back to Levi. "I find you quite familiar." "Indeed, Raccoon City is where I exposed the truth," Levi affirmed. "It is common for foreigners to experience a degree of facial blindness towards East Asians, and vice versa." Rebecca could only ascertain that he was handsome and vaguely familiar. "Oh, it's you," Rebecca exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you for exposing Umbrella's nefarious deeds." She appeared youthful and vibrant. Yet the experiences of the biohazard crisis had imparted a sense of maturity and composure. "You're welcome. We sought you out to see if you would be willing to join us, assisting in our research endeavors," Levi stated directly as they arrived at a cafe. After ordering coffee, Rebecca finally remarked, "But I am currently studying. Rest assured, our future technology company boasts the most distinguished experts." Levi began. "We are devoted to enhancing humanity and creating a world devoid of the weak." His eloquence stirred something within Rebecca, yet her maturity prevented her from acquiescing outright. Instead, she inquired, "May I see it first?" Uncertain of the company's true principles, she nonetheless felt inclined to trust him, given his exposure of the events in Raccoon City. "Of course, you can go right now," Leeway replied with a smile. "Shall we finish our coffee and then take a look?" Rebecca's interest was piqued. Although she was pursuing her postgraduate studies here, her focus was not on the degree itself, but rather on acquiring knowledge and engaging in research. Her sole aspiration was to eradicate the biochemical virus. They leisurely sipped their coffee while Rebecca engaged Jill in conversation, who candidly shared the merits of the future technology company. At that moment, Rebecca remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. After finishing their coffee, they departed the cafe and made their way to a secluded area. "What are we doing here?" Rebecca felt a twinge of anxiety until suddenly a portal materialized before them. "What is this?" she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Leeway chuckled. "I forgot to mention, my company exists in another world. Are you ready for an adventure?" Had he insisted on taking her against her will, she might have hesitated. However, the allure of adventure emboldened her, and she readily agreed. Watching Eve step through the portal, her reservations dissipated, and she followed Jill without hesitation. Initially expecting a peculiar sensation while traversing time and space, she felt none as she stepped through. The scenery shifted, and she found herself within the confines of a tall skyscraper, resembling an office. Leeway deactivated the portal and declared, "Welcome to another world. This is the interior of my company. Shall I show you around?" Rebecca felt a sense of disbelief. She had truly traversed time and space. Curiously, she followed Leeway, marveling at the high-tech environment, truly befitting of its name. The surroundings were filled with unfamiliar yet sophisticated devices, complemented by patrolling security personnel equipped with mechanical prosthetics. An overwhelming sense of novelty enveloped her, igniting a desire to remain. In stark contrast to the 21st century plagued by a biochemical crisis, this world was a testament to rapid advancement. Moreover, the ability to traverse time and space was an extraordinary feat beyond the reach of others, which naturally captivated Rebecca's interest. Before long, She accompanied Li Wei to Professor Connor's biological laboratory, where she beheld an array of research substances as Li Wei introduced her to them. Upon discovering the presence of the Umbrella Corporation's virus, she became acutely cautious, resolutely deciding to stay. She was determined to prevent a repeat of the Raccoon City incident. The rationale was compelling. Chapter 107. The nano battlesuit having successfully resolved matters with Rebecca, news from the Pacific Rim world arrived, bringing promising tidings. It was not the creation of the Chimera battle vehicle, but rather the application of the technology that Levi had previously provided them, nanotechnology. Levi had instructed them to craft a suit of armor using this advanced technology, and now was the moment to put it to the test. Thus, Levi hurriedly accompanied General Wang to witness the unveiling. "Mr. Levi, behold, this is the nano battle suit," General Wang beamed. "Should the technology of the armored suit find its way onto the battlefield, its impact is likely to be significant, akin to a human tank. This is all thanks to the technology you brought forth, resembling a form of technological aid." Levi observed an energy core nestled within a charging station. He retrieved this component, which could be affixed directly onto the body. With a couple of taps of his finger, the nano battlesuit would activate. Beep, beep. Levi tapped twice, and instantly, nanoparticles emerged, enveloping him entirely. This was far more convenient than donning the previous steel armor. Moreover, the nano battlesuit had the remarkable ability to morph into any weapon shape desired. Its sole drawback was the inability to carry high-damage armaments, such as missiles. It could only utilize electromagnetic cannons. After all, the essence of the armored suit was to prioritize lightness and agility. Otherwise, one could simply mimic the Iron Tyrant by mindlessly stacking armor and weaponry. In essence, the technology behind the armored suit was not overly complex. The only significant challenge lay with its miniature nuclear reactor. In the Marvel Universe, only Tony Stark possessed the prowess to craft such a device. An old Russian had produced a diluted version, which paled in comparison to Tony's creation. However, the nano battlesuit now required no such reactor. Simple charging sufficed. As long as one remembered to charge it like a mobile phone before venturing out, it was no great concern. Levi took the entire set with him. "Thank you," he expressed. "We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Here is another suit designed based on your concept, the spider suit," General Wang replied with a smile. Levi accepted it, offering his thanks once more. Subsequently, he visited Dr. Banner, who appeared to have integrated successfully into the environment, prompting Levi to nod in approval. Many in Hong Kong spoke English, and the dome base was home to numerous foreign experts, alleviating any language barriers for Dr. Banner. Furthermore, the mutual respect among the personnel was a stark contrast to General Ross's treatment of him, which was quite comforting. Of course, he felt at ease. However, those in the Marvel Universe were growing anxious, particularly the SHIELD agents who had been closely monitoring him. They suddenly discovered that Bruce Banner had seemingly vanished, leaving Nick Fury perplexed. He had been intent on assembling the Avengers, with Dr. Banner being a crucial member. "Gwen, are you free this evening?" Levi inquired as he arranged to dine with her, and once the dishes were served, he asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yes, all is well," she replied. Gwen shook her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, she had always found herself leaving abruptly. However, circumstances had changed. Following the upheaval at the Raft prison, New York had intensified its patrols, resulting in a significant reduction in crime. Consequently, Gwen no longer felt the need to make a hasty exit. Thus, they had the rare opportunity to share a proper dinner together. After their meal, Levi settled the bill and raised his arm. Gwen hesitated for a moment before linking her arm with his. Levi chuckled and said, "I have prepared a gift for you, but how will you express your gratitude?" To this, Gwen hesitated briefly before planting a kiss on Levi's cheek. "Not enough. Try again," Levi teased. Gwen released him and leaned in again. At that moment, Levi turned his head and kissed her directly. It was Gwen's first experience of such intimacy, leaving her momentarily flustered. After all, she was a rather reclusive individual with few friends, thus lacking in experience. "Boss." After a while, Levi finally released her, causing Gwen to blush. "Come, let me show you what I have for you," he said. They climbed into the Bumblebee and drove to a secluded location. Levi produced an object resembling a chip, akin to the iron suit. "Simply place it on your body and tap it twice," he instructed. Gwen complied, affixing it to herself and tapping twice. "User identity has been bound," an artificial intelligence voice announced, and soon nanofibers began to flow around her. The sensation was peculiar, as if they were gliding over her clothing before swiftly enveloping her. She looked down at her hands and feet, realizing she was now adorned in a spider suit. "What is this?" she immediately inquired of Levi. "This is the spider suit I crafted for you. It far surpasses that mere fabric you wore before," Levi replied unabashedly. Gwen was unaware of who had created it, but in her mind, He had always been a genius scientist. Warmth filled her heart as she asked, "What functions does it possess?" This time, it was the Red Queen who responded. Levi had opted not to create another artificial intelligence, as they were unable to do so. As long as the Red Queen oversees it, that suffices. The suit boasted formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding physical harm and artillery fire. It featured a built-in temperature system, installed with flight wings for gliding from high altitudes, and came equipped with spider drones, as the Red Queen elaborated, filling Gwen with excitement. Naturally, it included web shooters, which were more convenient than those in her previous suit. This suit requires charging, so do not forget to do so when you return, Levi advised, handing her the charging device. Understood, boss, she replied. Gwen nodded with excitement, while Li remained indifferent, understanding that her friend would not easily change her mind. Without hesitation, Gwen proceeded to test her new suit, prompting Li to shrug, realizing she should have taken her back and waited until tomorrow. Utilizing her webbing, Gwen gracefully glided into the bustling city, unnoticed by the few pedestrians below. It was only when she soared close to the ground, holding onto her web, that some passers-by caught sight of her. Many out-of-towners had come specifically to catch a glimpse of the ghost spider, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. However, the opportunity was fleeting, and in an instant, the ghost spider vanished. At that moment, Gwen had ascended to great heights, effortlessly surpassing the tallest buildings. Red Queen, activate flight mode. She commanded. Instantly, her nanotech suit transformed, resembling a wingsuit, while the Red Queen plotted a flight path ahead, indicating wind directions between the skyscrapers. Her speed began to soar. She no longer needed webbing and could fly directly with the wind, akin to extreme athletes engaged in wingsuit flying. It was exhilarating, far more enjoyable than before, and Gwen found herself enthralled. Her passion for being Spider-Man stemmed not only from a desire to fight evil, but also from the sheer thrill of it. The sensation of gliding through the city on webbing was more addictive than any game. Now, with the added freedom of flight, she was reluctant to return home. Chapter 108. A beautiful new world in the Arctic. Members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. reconnaissance team expressed their grievances. The mission felt rather perplexing, as they had merely been given a set of coordinates and instructed to search without any clarification on what they were to find. After an extensive search, they had methodically scoured the area. If nothing else was discovered, they would have to accept it. Just then, a voice crackled over the radio. "Captain, we've detected metal. Let's investigate." The team's leader perked up instantly, as the higher-ups had promised him a promotion and a raise upon finding something. Only the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew what they were searching for, and Hydra could not oppose them. However, Captain America remained their most despised enemy. Soon, the team leader braved the snowstorm and rushed over, while the two team members who had first made the discovery awaited him. "Captain, we found aircraft wreckage," they reported boldly, having ventured straight into the debris. The captain cursed under his breath, hastening his pace, but he knew the credit belonged to everyone. They quickly spotted the remnants of the aircraft, which appeared to date back to World War II, an ancient relic. Their metal detectors began to beep, and as they cleared the ice, they uncovered a shield adorned with the American flag. Was this Captain America's? The crowd exchanged glances, a hint of alarm evident in their eyes. Though each harbored their own thoughts, they reported the matter promptly. Not long after, the Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived to extract the ice block. Captain Steve Rogers had been frozen for decades, and hastily reviving him could spell disaster. Technological intervention was imperative. Maria Hill conveyed this situation to Levi, her allegiance seemingly solidifying under his influence. She subtly glimpsed the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had been undergoing a mental transformation, persuaded by Levi that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not adequately safeguard the world. It was better for them to take matters into their own hands. Thus, Maria Hill devised a contingency plan for herself, displaying her astuteness. "It will take time for Steve Rogers to awaken. Have you considered how to help him acclimate to modern life?" Levi inquired. "It may prove challenging," Maria Hill responded gravely. "After all, he has been removed from this era for decades." "I have a suggestion," Levi replied with a smile. "Let him immerse himself in the Oasis." The Oasis had seen a surge in its online population, effectively becoming a second world. The Stark Group and Future Tech Company had profited immensely from commissions on individual transactions, earning a 2% cut. A mere $2 from a $100 transaction may seem insignificant, but as transaction volumes escalated, the platform turned out to be the most lucrative. Levi felt a sense of satisfaction. It was no wonder everyone aspired to become a platform for profit. Currently, many individuals relied on the Oasis for their livelihood, treating gaming as a profession. However, This was a game accessible to the average person, as regular players could earn cash by farming in-game currency, regardless of the amount. Consequently, studios emerged, where astute individuals banded together to amass gold. Fortunately, the Oasis was identity-bound and required a headset for access, unlike traditional computer games that allowed for easy multi-accounting. This limitation helped prevent the exploitation of multiple accounts by a single user. Thus, Levi pondered whether to take decisive action against these studios. If he were to ban their accounts, it would effectively imprison them from ever engaging with the Oasis again, a fate that would surely drive them to madness. Those who had experienced the Oasis could never truly escape its allure, much like those who are addicted to their mobile devices. The absence of their phones would lead to a similar frenzy. Maria Hill, having also indulged in the Oasis, felt a slight obsession. Yet her background as an agent endowed her with the discipline to break free daily and continue her work. Is that a good approach? She mused. What could be wrong with it? Letting the old Ice Cube interact with more modern individuals could facilitate his integration, Levi remarked casually. When he believes he is in reality, yet is actually within a game, and ends up bested, perhaps he will learn his lesson. Thus, Deputy Director Maria Hill nodded. After Captain Steve Rogers was unfrozen, he immediately found himself lying in the nutrient pod of the Oasis. Nowadays, many affluent individuals seek out such devices, as they allow for continuous gaming without the need to pause for meals or sleep. While Steve Rogers had not fully awakened, his consciousness was still present, seamlessly entering the Oasis. The Red Queen thoughtfully transformed his appearance to that of Captain America. Consequently, when he appeared, bewildered, in the game lobby, a cosplayer approached him. Hey, what era are you from? Still pretending to be Captain America? I suggest you change your appearance. Steve Rogers, looking at the individual, felt a twinge of strangeness. Who are you? Where's this place? You can't be serious, can you? The cosplayer replied, exasperated. I'm called Rising Dragon Punch. This is the Oasis. How did you arrive here without knowing? Oasis. Steve glanced down at his attire, clad in Captain America's uniform, with a vibranium shield on his back. Wow, a vibranium shield? You can't be a newbie. You must be pulling my leg. Rising Dragon Punch exclaimed. In the Oasis, all game items required gold for purchase. And while a vibranium shield wasn't exorbitantly priced, it was certainly beyond the means of a true novice. Thus, the genuine novice, Rising Dragon Punch, eagerly pulled Steve Rogers towards the teleportation area. Come on, I'll take you to a dungeon to earn some gold. Steve, still unaware of the circumstances, chose silence and followed. Soon, he felt as though he had entered a futuristic world. The vibrant and fantastical landscapes overwhelmed him, accompanied by spaceships and hovering vehicles amidst a cyberpunk-like cityscape. The peculiar appearances of everyone, along with an array of exotic animals, left him bewildered. Is this a brave new world? Steve mused. Rising Dragon Punch chuckled. This is the Oasis, indeed a new world. No wonder it's called Oasis. Steve found himself reflecting on how his memories were anchored in World War II. Recalling the dance he owed Peggy Carter. Yet, he never anticipated finding himself in such a new realm. Even so, he yearned to return. Feeling out of place in this world, though it seemed everyone else was more eccentric than he. It appeared people were unreserved in transforming themselves into fantastical beings. However, he soon had no time to ponder, as Rising Dragon Punch led him through a dungeon portal to another planet. Suddenly, swarms of insects emerged from the ground, surrounding them. Quick, fight them off. Rising Dragon Punch shouted. Kill the bugs, and you'll earn gold. Chapter 109. The Tides of Time on the Alien Battlefield. A man transformed into a figure reminiscent of Ryu wielded an M9 submachine gun, purchased with gold coins, to unleash a barrage upon the swarming insects. Occasionally, he would draw forth a quasi-stellar cannon to fire at the distant, colossal insectoids resembling giant beetles. Captain Steve Rogers, brandishing his vibranium shield, relied on his combat prowess to cleave the creatures in two with precision. In no time, the wave of insects was vanquished. Ryu glanced at his ammunition, noting he could engage in 2 more skirmishes. Captain Steve remarked, "It appears this world is not entirely idyllic." "Indeed, this is a quest, akin to a challenge," Ryu replied. "By defeating these insects, we shall earn gold coins. Take a look at your own tally." He guided Steve to open his interface. Steve was taken aback to discover he possessed several hundred coins, over 900, in fact. "What?" Ryu exclaimed in astonishment. 1,000 coins equate to $100. You've nearly earned 100 already. Damn, I thought I was the one slaying the bugs. He turned to his own accumulated coins. Feeling a mix of frustration and despair, his kills had all been appropriated. Steve Rogers smirked, yet he finally grasped something familiar. Dollars? Indeed, the in-game currency can be exchanged for real money. So this is a game? While the term was not foreign to Steve, His previous understanding of games was vastly different from the current experience in the oasis. However, before he could inquire further, another wave of insects surged forth. With no other option, the two men plunged into the fray once again. As they completed this wave, Ryu found himself at his limit. In a frantic bid to secure more kills, he unleashed a flurry of fire, ultimately forcing them into close-quarters combat. True to his name, he had only invested in mastering the Shoryuken technique, and thus found himself repeatedly shouting Hadouken. This brought a chuckle from Steve Rogers. Is that all you can do? I have only learned this one move. Ryu's techniques are prohibitively expensive, Ryu lamented. In the oasis, nearly everything required expenditure. Admittedly, newcomers received a modest set of basic equipment, but skills were another matter entirely. However, the basic gear proved of little utility to them. Let us return, Ryu suggested, leading Steve back to the main hall. With gold coins, one could indulge in various pursuits, such as enjoying a night at the bar or engaging in street racing. As he elaborated on the myriad possibilities within the oasis, it was important to note that not everyone in the oasis was enamored with relentless combat. Other avenues existed for earning coins. Professions were akin to those in reality, including entertainment roles, and there were games tailored for women, featuring various forms of dress-up and customization. Casual games have garnered considerable admiration from female players. The oasis is quite unforgiving. Upon the demise of a character, all possessions and gold are lost. Fortunately, in most areas, player versus player combat is prohibited. Those seeking to engage in battles must venture to designated zones, which are exceedingly perilous, embodying the principles of the Dark Forest rule. For those averse to risk, such places can easily be avoided. Steve Rogers quickly grasped this notion. He invited the player known as Shoryuken to share a drink. Shoryuken inquired, "How much did you invest in acquiring your combat skills?" "Well, they are self-taught," Steve replied, fully aware that this was merely a game and preferring not to elaborate further. Fortunately, Shoryuken did not press for more details. After enjoying his drink, he exclaimed, "My mom is calling me. I must log off now. Let's become friends." Steve readily agreed. "Next time, let us go racing. There's a competition map that remains unbeaten." Shoryuken remarked, "I've heard that completing it offers substantial gold rewards, and many skilled players are preparing for it. We should experience it together." "Sounds good," Steve nodded, intrigued. His curiosity about the oasis deepened. How had such a new world been created? Could it have been the work of Howard Stark? In his mind, only a genius like Howard Stark could accomplish such a feat. Shortly thereafter, Shoryuken logged off, his character dissipating like sand in the wind, leaving Steve momentarily astonished. He reached out, but nothing remained. He fell into contemplation. If Shoryuken could log off, how could he do the same? He summoned the interface and attempted to log off, only to be met with a notification. 48 hours until log off. They wouldn't allow him to disconnect. SHIELD was continuously monitoring Captain Steve Rogers' status. An agent nearby removed the virtual device. We were prepared to communicate with him, but he was taken away by other players. The SHIELD agent lamented. However, it appeared that all was well. He had grasped the concept of the oasis and exhibited no significant stress response. As long as he slowly acclimated to this new world, everything would be fine. Nick Fury nodded, relieved. His greatest concern had been whether Captain Steve Rogers could adapt to the changes of the world. After all, it had been nearly 70 years since he was frozen. Such a vast passage of time would not be easy to accept. The changes in America had been relatively modest, but in China, 70 years would have brought about profound transformations. Is his physical condition satisfactory? Yes, due to his cryogenic preservation, his physical state is quite optimal. Excellent, Nick Fury mused, a tinge of envy in his voice. After all these years, Captain America remained true to himself. His mission remains to confront the Hydra, though it is uncertain whether he is adequately prepared this time. Soon, agents from SHIELD enter the game and initiate contact with Captain America. They begin to apprise Steve Rogers of the modern world, guiding him through maps of contemporary urban landscapes and informing him of the changes that have transpired. Steve quickly deduces that these individuals hail from America, and thus he willingly embraces the knowledge of the present era. Nevertheless, he finds it challenging to integrate, as all his acquaintances have changed. Meanwhile, Levi removes his helmet and peels off the device affixed to his temple. This is the latest brain-machine interface, requiring no surgical procedure, merely affixed to the temple, though it involves a slight sting. The results, however, are markedly beneficial, allowing for greater agility within the oasis. Levi recently experienced a rally race and has always perceived it as more exhilarating than F1 racing, primarily due to the thrilling drifting capabilities of rally cars. This immersive sensation is what makes the oasis most enjoyable. Jill also relishes her time in the oasis, finding it immensely gratifying. Yet, she focuses on honing her skills and marksmanship within the virtual realm, relying solely on her real-world abilities, which ultimately leads to her being overpowered by other players. Chapter 110. The Dapper One in New York. There is little to attend to, and Levi remains industrious. With the nanotech suit now at his disposal, he prepares to venture into other worlds. His reputation has soared to over 5 billion, just shy of the threshold required to exchange for potions. In light of this, he resolves to exert himself further. He readies the Iron Man suit, charging it, while he bestows Rick's protective shield upon Jill, recognizing her vulnerability compared to the formidable Eve and her companions. This marks its inaugural use, enveloping Jill in a protective aura. Are you prepared? He inquires. Of course. They nod in agreement before stepping through the portal. Upon their arrival, they find themselves amidst a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees. Without internet access, the Red Queen is unable to gather much information. Levi instructs, "You all stay here and do not wander." "Understood, Master," responds Eve, as she and Quick Strike draw their weapons, while 2B dramatically brandishes her colossal sword, the White Contract. Their electronic eyes scan the environment, with 2B uncovering something of interest. As a fully artificial being, she possesses heightened sensitivity and can analyze through scent and traces. After her assessment, she relays to Jill and the others. It seems the local fauna are rather sizable. Could they be as large as a behemoth? Jill inquires. Uncertain, comes the reply. 2B shook his head honestly, harboring no thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Wei had donned his nanotechnology battle suit and soared into the sky. He truly needed to find an opportune moment to showcase his prowess before Tony, ensuring that Tony Stark would affectionately call him father. Suspended in midair, he discovered that he was on a colossal island surrounded by vast oceans. However, in the distance, there seemed to be some sort of interference, which struck him as peculiar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, Li Wei beheld a magnificent creature. It was the formidable King Kong. This was evidently not the classic version that scaled the Empire State Building to battle airplanes, but a far grander entity. Thus, Li Wei would not have the chance to meet Naomi Watts. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but marvel at Naomi Watts, a rare late-blooming star who only gained prominence in her 30s, yet could inspire King Kong to ascend the Empire State Building. This place was unmistakably Skull Island, which posed the gravest danger for Li Wei and his companions. What would they do without a network? The magnetic field of Skull Island clearly deviated from that of other locations on Earth,